Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter took on death itself to save a stranger. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry sacrifices himself to save a dying stranger, he takes on a burden darker than anyone could imagine. Now, with death itself inside him, every choice he makes could change the fate of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was August 28th. It was officially the worst day of Harry's life. He had always been very accepting of situations, most likely because of living with the Dursleys, but this was just unfair. Life could be so cruel sometimes. For Harry, the summer after his fourth year began as a living hell. Apparently, the Dursleys hadn't been as forgiving with the Tung Toffee incident as they had with previous ones. Now, along with the usual punishment of being weighed down with chores, they had started abusing him as well. Now, Harry was used to Dudley and his gang roughing him up a bit, and the occasional slaps and hair grabbings from his aunt and uncle, but now it was different. He had never been truly afraid of his uncle before, but now, as Harry's punishments got worse, he noticed a strange gleam in his uncle's eyes that gave a plain message to Harry. Even though his uncle was beating him with more passion than he had ever before, he clearly was restraining himself from doing what he really wanted to do: kill him. However, Harry had a streak of pride, or maybe it was embarrassment, that would not allow him to ask for help. So, he continued to write to his friends like nothing was going on, saying, "Yes, Dudley is still a big fat cow," and the occasional, "Can't wait for Hogwarts," but nothing that could give his friends the slightest clue about his situation. As life for Harry was gradually declining, a family moved in a few houses down, the Stensons. One day, while Harry was trimming the hedges, the girl came and talked to him. It was a brief conversation as Harry insisted he needed to finish his chores. He also was afraid of what the Dursleys would do to him if he were found talking with the new neighbor. What if Harry's abnormality affected what they thought of the Dursleys? She was a year older than Harry, with curly brown hair and freckles, and was a little pudgy, though if she had two clones, they could still all hide behind Dudley standing side by side. A few days later, after a few other brief visits by the girl, her mother came over saying that Dakota, her daughter, had seen Harry working in the yard and wondered if he could do some work for them. He could even stay for dinner. Well, the idea of getting rid of Harry for a whole day, along with making a good impression with the new neighbors, appealed to his uncle, and so Harry somberly followed the lady back to her house. Great, he had thought, now I get to do all of the neighbors' chores too. But when he got to the house, there were no chores to be done. Mrs. Stenson proclaimed that, from what she saw, he was doing far too much work around that house for a growing boy's own good. By the looks of you, you've already pulled your weight, now it's your cousin's turn, and he could pull the whole house. She giggled at her pun and left into the kitchen. Dakota walked in carrying a few movies, asking him which one he would like to watch. At this point, Harry was utterly confused, as any normal person would be. This girl that he had met just the day before for about 2 minutes had him being treated as if he was part of the family. Instead of answering her question, he just blurted out one of his own. "Wait, I'm not here to do yard work." She looked at him with a look that was cheerful but still a bit nervous. No, I thought you'd like this better than doing chores all the time. From what I've seen, that's all you do all day. I thought that this would be a nice little surprise, unless you don't want to be here. I won't be offended if you go home. Oh no, this is great. I was just a little confused at first. Are you sure though? He quickly recovered. He was relieved. At first he had thought it might have been some cruel joke. Of course. So do you like action or comedy? She smiled, holding up the videos. That night he met Dakota's dad over dinner. Harry enjoyed himself immensely. They had asked him questions with genuine interest without being nosy like many of his other neighbors, Aunt Petunia being their ringleader. At first, Mrs. Stenson would come over every few days to request Harry's assistance with some chores until Harry just began to go over there every day after his chores for at least an hour. It was great for him as the Dursleys had basically stopped feeding him and he now could get food without having to sneak it. It was like he was just part of the Stenson household and was always greeted with cheerfulness. It was nice to have a few hours a day without looks of hate and disdain. Aside from his times at the Burrow, these times were his favorites ever spent during summer. One day, Harry arrived home to extreme tension. Uncle Vernon had lost his big account. Harry quietly snuck up to his room, hoping that the drinking binge that his uncle was on would make him pass out. He lay in bed hardly daring to breathe, listening for any indication of his uncle's actions. He could occasionally catch a few words being slurred out to Aunt Petunia, mostly about how it was very suspicious that his biggest client found another company with lower prices. Harry's heart began to pound. All of a sudden he heard a drunken yell, "It's that boy that's doing this." Him with his abnormality. Harry knew what was coming when he heard the thundering footsteps. He quickly glanced at the windows but was just reminded that escape was hopeless, being that Uncle Vernon had put more heavy-duty bars up at the beginning of the summer. Instead he closed his eyes. He knew that pretending he was asleep was hopeless, but he frankly couldn't think of anything better to do at the time. He heard his door slam open and felt his arm being nearly ripped out of its socket as he was torn from his bed. Next thing he knew, he was being slammed up against a wall and his uncle's hand snaking around his neck. His head swam from lack of oxygen, causing his uncle's already slurred words to blur into a slow buzzing. Suddenly he was thrown to the floor and the hands gone from his neck. "Well, answer me, boy," his uncle drunkenly growled. Unfortunately, Harry was too busy gasping for air to answer, not that he had heard the question in the first place. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach and then his chest as his uncle kicked him. Harry rolled up into a ball to protect his stomach as he thought that one more kick would bring up the meal he had just had. This just infuriated his uncle, who stepped over him and then kicked him in the back, which made Harry whip back out of his ball. His glasses had been thrown away from him in the fall. What remaining vision he had began to swim and grow white. His last coherent thought as his torso was undergoing a final downpour of kicks was, "Hey, I always thought it gets black when you pass out." Then, as the world got blindingly white, he was drowned in the comforting darkness of unconsciousness. The next day, Harry went through his chores mechanically, the pain in his stomach and arm and the soreness of his throat only occasionally dragging him from the thoughts that he was lost in. He couldn't decide whether to go to the Stensons' house or not. If he went, there was the risk of them discovering his awful secret, but the lack of his presence might cause some questions over at their house that could end in them coming to find out what was wrong. The thought of the Stensons confronting the Dursleys about him caused the latter argument to win, so after his chores, he pulled on Dudley's old turtleneck, which sufficiently covered his bruises, and walked over. He had told them that he couldn't stay long because he had a bit of a cold, thus explaining the warm clothes during summer, but Coda had gotten a new horror movie that she refused to watch alone. At the first scary point in the movie, Coda jumped and grabbed the shoulder that had almost had an arm disconnected from it, and despite his efforts, Harry gasped in pain. He had hoped it would be covered up with him saying that she had scared him, but Coda was suspicious and promptly poked his shoulder again. Harry couldn't help but wince. "What happened to your shoulder?" she asked, forgetting about the movie and also grabbing the attention of her father, who had been reading the paper. Nothing. I have to go." He quickly started to get up, but Coda wouldn't let her curiosity go uncured. "Let me take a look at it, Harry. I used to be in a first aid class." Harry began to protest, but Coda grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked it down sideways, hoping to reveal the infliction to Harry's shoulder, but let go of it with a gasp when she saw the livid bruises on Harry's neck. Harry knew he was in trouble. The bruises, distinctly shaped like handprints, couldn't be covered up as easily as previous injuries had, so he decided that leaving would be the easiest solution. He turned, saying he had to go, but found that Mr. Stenson was blocking his way, his mouth hanging slightly open and his eyes puzzled. "Wait a second there, Harry, let me take a look at that," he said, reaching for Harry's collar again. Harry took a step back, muttering that it was nothing and that he had to go, his eyes searching frantically for an escape. Mr. Stenson repeated Coda's action but pulled the neck straight down. Harry silently cursed Dudley's huge shirt as the collar stretched down enough to reveal the fresh bruises on his neck for the second time of the night. Harry was at a loss for words, mumbling that it was nothing while trying to figure out some explanation. Coda, stay here. Harry, come with me. It was the sternest and most serious voice that he had ever used in front of Harry. Harry tried once again to state that he needed to go, but it came out as a sort of desperate plea that Mr. Stenson seemed deaf to. Mr. Stenson placed his hand on Harry's back and led him into the kitchen. Harry had to clench his jaw to prevent crying out in pain. In the privacy of the kitchen, Mr. Stenson ordered Harry to take off his shirt. His mind raced through all of his options, but since all of them required the use of magic in front of Muggles, he reluctantly and slowly took off his shirt. He couldn't look at Mr. Stenson while he demanded that Harry tell him who had done this. His mind was a state of pure panic. What would Uncle Vernon do when he found out that Harry let the secret out? Well, let's just say he's not going to hold back this time, nagged an annoying little voice in the back of his head. How would Hermione and Ron react when they found out he was dead? Hopefully, they'd mourn for a significant amount of time. And then maybe they would stop denying their feelings for each other and admit their love while comforting each other. It was so obvious that they liked each other. Wow, my mind's sure rambling, he had thought before he realized that Mr. Stenson had been calling his name. He looked up at Mr. Stenson, not bothering to try masking the terror in his eyes. It was only this one time. He blurted out as if that would make it all better. But the yellow bruises beneath the blue ones told otherwise, and apparently Mr. Stenson didn't miss that. His eyes were full of fury. Harry, you're staying here tonight. You can stay in the guest bedroom. He began to march out of the kitchen. Harry grabbed his shirt and quickly pulled it back on while starting after Mr. Stenson. Wait. Don't talk to them. It really isn't bad and I'm leaving for school in September anyways. Please. They were now in the living room, and by the look on Mrs. Stenson's face, Coda had told her what happened to the extent of her knowledge. The two females looked scared and bewildered, but Harry didn't really care. There was a more pressing matter. Catherine, Harry will be staying the night. Give him some painkillers. I need to have a talk with the Dursleys. Ignoring Harry's pleas, he marched straight out the door, slamming it behind him. The half hour or so while Mr. Stenson was gone was spent seated at the kitchen table with the two females trying to soothe Harry, who was trembling and constantly glancing at the door. When Mr. Stenson returned nursing his right fist, he simply stated that he was going to get help the next day and that it was time to go to bed. The two adults lead the two teenagers up the stairs, then splitting off with Mrs. Stenson, making sure Dakota went to her room, lecturing her about not visiting Harry's room that night, and Mr. Stenson guiding a still shaking Harry into the guest room. He was carrying a bag that Harry hadn't noticed before, which he explained held as many clothes of Harry's that he could grab. Harry meant to say thank you but could only manage a feeble nod of the head. Mr. Stenson closed the door to prevent Coda from hearing him. Listen, Harry, what the Dursleys did to you is very wrong. No one deserves that, but especially not you. Everything will turn out all right, okay? Now try to get some sleep. You'll be staying with us for a while. He gave Harry a comforting smile and then left the room, shutting the door gently behind him. Mr. Stenson called Child Protective Services the next day, but as they were certain that there was no immediate danger and were very busy with more urgent cases, along with the fact that Uncle Vernon had a few friends in high places over there, it took a long time to get a social worker to come out to investigate. Too long. Harry's bruises had all disappeared except for the faintest sign of them, and apparently that wasn't enough evidence. The social worker talked with the Dursleys, who assured him that they would never do such a thing to their darling nephew and didn't understand what these people were talking about, but their nephew was a bit of a delinquent and having no parents had sparked a desperate need for attention. They knew Harry was a chronic liar, but they didn't realize he would do something this low for attention. They apparently also confided their belief that the Stensons were brainwashing Harry and playing into his delusions, since they had always wanted a son and this was their perfect chance. Therefore, it was decided by the court, with a judge that knew Vernon Dursley personally, that it was in fact dangerous to leave Harry with the Stensons and that he would be immediately placed back with his aunt and uncle, only being allowed to see the Stensons with his relatives' permission, which ended up being only when they were going out and Mrs. Figg wasn't able to watch Harry. Harry had surprisingly been able to keep all of this from anyone in the wizarding world, not mentioning his home life at all in his letters, aside from a few brief mentions of some new neighbors. He had explained to the Stensons that Hedwig was trained like a carrier pigeon. Even though he had to go back to the Dursleys, he was back to his life of the occasional slap or hair pulling, since the social worker had threatened to visit before the end of summer. His uncle was constantly saying, "Just wait until the next time I see you, boy. Why don't you come back at Christmas holiday?" With a menacing gleam in his eye and an evil smirk on his lips. On August 28th, Harry went over to the Stensons to get out of the Dursleys' way while they had some of Uncle Vernon's business clients over to dinner. Harry's record with dinner company apparently wasn't to their liking. Coda was the only one home, and Harry went over how to use Hedwig to write letters back to him and what Hedwig liked for treats. Coda told him that he should come home from his boarding school for Christmas. He could stay with them and the Dursleys would never even know. The two were in high spirits when Coda's parents arrived home, but their moods took a giant dive when they saw the somber looks on the adults' faces. They told Harry and Coda to sit down. There was something very important that they needed to be told. Harry asked if he should leave, but they said no, he should hear this too. They had just gotten back from the doctors where their fear had been confirmed. Mr. Stenson had a form of cancer. Harry's mouth dropped open and his eyes grew wide. They went on explaining how they found out and that they were going to try the best they can to fight it. Harry knew little about cancer, but from what he'd seen on those hospital dramas with Coda, they were usually given an amount of time they had left to live. Harry desperately felt the need to know this but bit his tongue. It wasn't his place to ask. Coda hesitantly voiced his question. "Well, it's just an estimation. Many patients live 10 times as long as they first guess without even being cured, but they have said that I've already had it for a while and well, they estimate about 6 months, Mr. Stenson said hesitantly as though he wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing in revealing this information. Coda let out a sob and Harry gasped. That was so soon. And he was going to be at Hogwarts until at least December. It's probably best that way, Harry thought. They need to spend time together without me hanging around. Wait. Hogwarts. Magic. Maybe. His thoughts were interrupted by a comforting arm over his shoulder. He looked up to see Coda crying into her dad's neck and Mrs. Stenson sitting next to him on the couch gently telling him that the Dursleys had said that he needed to be home in about 5 minutes, and that she was sorry to end his summer this way, but it would all be okay. Harry looked at her in disbelief. He had never heard anything that could be further from okay. She quietly said to have a good time at his school, not to worry too much, and that they would love to have him during his Christmas break, and the Dursleys wouldn't even have to know. Harry walked back to the Dursleys in a daze, faintly taking in that there were no extra cars in the driveway and it was therefore okay to go inside. His daze stayed with him all the way to his room, not even noticing Dudley's comment about him looking deranged. Sitting on his bed, he suddenly remembered his idea earlier. Maybe there was a wizard cure. He could research it and ask his professors. He had never heard of a wizard getting cancer, so they must have a cure. This hope gave Harry a determination that stayed with him the next few days. On September 1st, Dakota stopped by offering to drive Harry to the train station. Despite Uncle Vernon's hate of the Stensons, the offer was too tempting to deny, and soon Harry's trunk was in the back and Harry was silently sitting in the passenger's seat with Hedwig in his lap, while Dakota drove on in equal silence. I just can't believe it, Harry. Her voice sounded weary and raspy, probably from crying so much. It just isn't fair, Harry sighed, stroking Hedwig through her cage. They remained silent for the rest of the car trip, lost in their own thoughts. Nothing they could say seemed important enough to voice. Everything seemed trivial now. Coda parked and walked with Harry inside, carrying Hedwig's cage while Harry dragged his trunk. They stopped near platform 9 3/4 and said their goodbyes. She had wanted to see him onto his train, but he said that he needed a few minutes alone to recoup before getting on. Coda gave Harry a hug, which he returned without embarrassment and whispered in her ear, I'm going to find a way to fix this. She laughed and broke the hug, wiping away a tear. That's what I like about you, Harry, forever thinking you can change the world and that it's up to you to do so. The only thing I want you to do is come home at Christmas, okay? He gave a nod of assent, and with a sad smile, she turned and walked off. Harry turned and looked at the familiar barrier. He reminded himself that he would be able to help and took a deep breath before walking towards the barrier, his trunk and Hedwig in tow. Harry began to turn towards the familiar voice when a pair of arms was thrown around his neck. "Hey, my own," he said with a bit of a chuckle as Hermione stepped back. "Wow, Harry, I haven't seen you all summer. I'm sorry I didn't write more, but we were traveling, you know, and guess what? I have a surprise that I've been waiting to tell you, but I'll tell you on the train when Ron gets here." And she was cut off by Ron, who had just come through the barrier and was walking towards them. "Oi, Harry, Hermione," he called to grab their attention. Hermione turned around and gave Ron a quick hug, turning Ron's cheeks a nice shade of red. Hermione didn't seem to notice this and started to guide the two boys towards the train so they could get settled enough to hear Hermione's surprise. "How many sugar quills did she have this morning?" Ron muttered to Harry, earning himself a nice, "Oh shut it, Ron," from Hermione, who had overheard. Harry laughed as he was dragged along. It was good to be back. When the three had finally found an empty compartment and settled down, Hermione pulled out a badge from her pocket and held it up for the boys to see. "Look, I was made prefect. Can you believe it?" she squealed with joy. "Hermione, I would have died of shock if you hadn't been made a prefect," Ron said. "Anyways, you weren't the only one who was made a prefect." Ron took out an identical badge and held it up, but far less conspicuously than Hermione. In fact, Ron looked a little stressed out about the whole thing. "Fred and George have been teasing me mercilessly ever since I've got it, calling me Percy Jr. and such. What a nightmare." Harry and Hermione laughed at this, though Ron couldn't seem to find the humor in it. "That's great, Ron, I'll have a friend to be a prefect with," she said. Harry could see that Ron was relieved, probably having thought Hermione might have been upset that her news was made less glorious. "Well, it looks like they gave us a matching set," Harry said, pulling out his own badge. He had been utterly shocked when he had found it in his Hogwarts letter. He couldn't figure out why he would be made a prefect when he spent half of every school year breaking the rules. It seemed Ron shared his thoughts. "Well, it's understandable with Hermione, but I think with you and I, they're trying that, give them responsibility and they'll be more responsible, method. Mum tried that with Fred and George once. That poor cat. So Harry, how was your summer? You didn't really mention it in your letters," Hermione asked with interest. Harry knew it was just a friendly question, but he still felt his stomach tighten and his pulse quicken with the thought of them finding out the secret that had already once that summer been found out. "Oh, it was fine," he muttered, fingering his badge. "Better than usual, for staying in Little Winging. Yeah, who was that girl you mentioned in your letters? Dakota. Does Harry have a little crush?" Ron asked, nudging Harry playfully with his elbow and shrugging his eyebrows. "Dakota? No, definitely not a crush. Just a friend," Harry said with the utmost sincerity. "It just wasn't like that with them. How was Rome, my own?" With that change of subject, the subject of Harry's summer was forgotten, and the rest of the train ride was relaxing and enjoyable. The weather was much like the last year when they arrived, pouring rain and with the added bonus of wind strong enough to push a few of the younger students over. There was a mad dash from the train to the carriages, but even despite their quick speed, by the time Harry, Ron and Hermione scrambled into a carriage, they looked like they had decided to go swimming in their clothes. Hermione started to pull shut the carriage door, which the wind was holding open, to stop the rain from coming in, but stopped when she heard, "Hermione, wait. Please." Neville came racing up and stopped right in front of their carriage door, or tried to stop. He skidded on a puddle and ended up sliding past their door, and finally landing on his butt in a puddle. He quickly got up, slightly blushing, and tried to push his way against the wind towards the carriage. Ron and Harry each grabbed an arm and helped pull Neville into the carriage, as Hermione used all of her strength to pull the door closed. "Thanks, guys," Neville said as he got up off the floor and started to wring out his robes. "I didn't know if I'd be able to get a carriage, or even get to a carriage in this weather." He plopped down on the seat next to Harry. "Hey, no problem. Let's just hope we don't get blown back to King's Cross Station," Ron laughed. "I mean, it's like a hurricane out there." Well, I'm just glad to be here. Graham almost didn't let me come. What? Why wouldn't she want you to come to school? Harry asked in disbelief. Well, she was scared about you know who being back. She says Professor Dumbledore is a brilliant wizard, and if he says you know who's back, then it must be true, Neville explained. But Hogwarts is one of the safest places in the world. Hermione protested. Well, it's supposed to be, but she's having her doubts. I mean, with the Chamber of Secrets incident in second year and with what happened last year, Neville said, cautiously eyeing Harry with that last part. But I convinced her to let me come. I told her that Dumbledore's prepared now, and if you know who's back, then I couldn't be in safer hands. Harry was shocked at this information. He could understand Neville's grandmother being worried, especially with what had happened to Neville's parents, but had Voldemort really caused as much panic as to have her consider pulling him out of school? From the gaping expression on her face, Hermione looked horrified as well, but probably more at the mere idea of missing school. Ron, however, looked less than surprised. Well, actually, Neville's grandmother isn't the only one who thinks that, he hesitantly began to explain. Some people seem to think that Hogwarts might be a target. I mean, there are a few key people that we know he's after who are at Hogwarts. He slipped a glance at Harry at this. Others had such a violent reaction to Dumbledore's speech at the end of last year that they're calling him crazy and don't want their kids in a school run by him. Mom never considered pulling us out. She has too much faith in Dumbledore for that, but a lot of her friends were considering it. Some are even trying to kick Dumbledore out of his position as headmaster, but that's not going to happen. Too many people support Dumbledore and wouldn't feel safe with their kids under anyone else's care. Harry couldn't help but feel a little guilty about this whole thing. Not only did he play a role in bringing Voldemort back to power, but he was also putting Hogwarts and the people in it at risk just by being there. He pushed the thought back in his mind. It was either Hogwarts or the Dursleys, and he would rather battle Voldemort 100 times than going back to the Dursleys year-round. Finally, they reached Hogwarts. They all braced themselves as Hermione opened the door, which the wind caused to rip out of her hands, opening as wide as it possible could without being ripped off its hinges. They one by one jumped out of the carriage, Ron and Harry quickly pulling Neville back up after he slipped on another puddle, and began to push their way against the wind toward the castle. At one point a small second year was pushed backwards by the wind and would have kept going if Harry had not responded to his pleas for help as he slid by. He held onto Harry's arm for the rest of the way, making Harry's trip doubly difficult. Finally they had pushed through the doors and into the entrance hall. It was as if someone had turned off a giant fan, and every step Harry took seemed easier than it had ever been before, like he was as light as a feather. The small boy that had been using Harry as a guide thanked him, a little embarrassed, especially upon realizing whose arm he had latched onto, and then hurried away with a group of his friends. Harry did the best he could to wring out his robes, until Hermione cast a quick drying spell on him, and made his way into the Great Hall. Apparently, Ron was right about Neville's grandmother not being the only one with her views, as there was a significant lack of students, even after everybody had made their way out of the storm. All of the fifth-year Gryffindors were still there, though it seemed like there might have been a few missing from the other years. Ginny sadly told them that one of her friend's parents had apparently decided to keep her home. They had been debating it for a while, up until the last second, but her absence told Ginny that they hadn't listened to Mrs. Weasley's arguments. The Hufflepuffs seemed to be missing the most, probably because Cedric's death had hit so close to home for them. The Slytherins, on the other hand, didn't seem to be missing anyone at all. Ron voiced his opinion that most of their parents were Death Eaters and would be safe from Voldemort, or at least know when and if they needed to leave. The mood definitely wasn't the same cheer as was usually felt at the beginning of the term. Most people were whispering about the absence of people. The Hufflepuffs seemed especially distraught as many people had friends missing. Dumbledore rose to make his speech and the hall quieted. Another year of learning has begun. I see the weather attempted to quench your thirst for knowledge, and though rather unsuccessful at making you more wise, it certainly blew you away, he said with a smile. Many students chuckled at the pun, glancing up at the enchanted ceiling to see the rain still pouring down. As many of you have noticed, there are a few students absent from our number this year. I hope you all will recognize that they had their reasons. I will not lie and say the wizarding world does not have rough times ahead of it. Whether Hogwarts itself will be affected or not is unknown, but it is without a doubt that each of your lives will be affected. Many already have. I assure you that this school is a very safe place with a staff that would die defending it and you as students. At this, Ron nudged Harry and asked if Dumbledore had forgotten that Snape worked there. As I watched you all make your way to the castle from my office window, you know what I saw. And he didn't think to help us. Ron whispered. I saw courage. Most of you didn't think twice about facing the storm outside or getting into the boats to cross the lake, and those who had their doubts at first overcame them. Many students glanced at Malfoy at this, who had been making a large scene, refusing to get out of the carriage until someone brought him an umbrella or got the carriage closer to the door, but eventually gave in as no one seemed to be paying attention to his demands besides Crabbe and Goyle. I saw determination. You faced your challenge with all the strength you could, never giving up. Most importantly, though, I saw you help each other. Working together and helping those who need it is what is going to help you face your future, whether it be life in general or for a more immediate cause. I firmly believe that no kind gesture goes unrewarded, though it might not seem that way at times. Harry noticed Dumbledore briefly looking at him and thought he might have been partly referring to Harry saving Wormtail's life. I assure you all that despite our smaller number this year, it will be a year to remember. On a lighter note, I am happy to announce that our new defense against the dark arts teacher is not all that new, but has returned at the request of myself, many parents, staff, and students. Though he was not able to make it to our welcoming feast, I assure you that he will be here for your first day of school. That professor is Remus Lupin, and I'm sure you all will welcome him when you see him. Harry's mouth dropped open at this, along with Ron's and Hermione's. Most people cheered and clapped at this, Harry joining in once he got over the initial shock. I didn't know he was coming back, Snuffles never mentioned it in his letters. Harry laughed, calling over the din. They probably wanted to keep it a surprise. This is great, Hermione said, clapping and smiling. Hey, look at the Slytherins, Ron sniggered. They're taking it well, wouldn't you say? Harry looked over to see a look of horror on many of their faces. Malfoy was yelling, no, and pounding his fist on the table like a little child having a tantrum. He couldn't be heard over all the clapping. Harry laughed. After the cheering died down, and the sorting was over, the feast began. Harry ate as much as he could, but neither he nor Ron could really fit much in their stomachs. On the train, they had a contest to see who could eat the most chocolate frogs. When they ran out of those, they had turned to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron had one when Harry had to stop or risk losing everything he had just put into his stomach. Even though it felt good to have a full stomach for the first time in a while, the Dursleys still didn't feed him very much and he had only really eaten a satisfying amount on the days he spent with the Stensons. The combination of the two sweets was enough to make anyone lose their appetite. The announcement of Professor Lupin's return, along with the sorting and the wonderful feast, had been enough to raise the spirits in the Great Hall up. Harry felt like he was at home again. The first few weeks passed by very quickly for Harry. His emotions flipped back and forth. He was so thankful to be back at his school among his friends, joking, complaining about homework, knowing that he wouldn't have to go hungry for quite a while. Despite the extra load of homework the fifth years had been given in preparation for the upcoming OWLs, Harry was even enjoying the simple time he spent with his friends doing their homework, making up predictions with Ron for divination, and trying not to roll his eyes as Hermione tried to explain to him the concept behind every charm or spell they were learning. He was happier than he had been in months, when he had been plagued by thoughts of the third task, with nothing to distract him from it, and of course, being mistreated by his so-called family. However, he was constantly thinking of the Stensons and his mission to help them. Ron teased him by commenting that he was turning into Hermione with all the visits to the library he had been making. It was true though. At every free moment, Harry would slip off to the library looking for anything that would help, from magical medical books to books about muggles. There were a few references to muggle ailments, but nothing to help his cause. He even asked Mrs. Pants if she knew of any books on the subject, but she only guessed and pointed out books that he had searched through several times already. The new knowledge he had gained while reading through all the possibilities had helped him only by gaining a few points for Gryffindor whenever a teacher asked a medical question in class. As he was walking away from herbology, in which he had just named all the illnesses that could be cured from the petals of a Hindley bloom, earning Gryffindor 10 points, Hermione came up beside him. Harry, good job. You see, I told you this extra studying would be helpful. You've learned so much already. Just think of how well you'll do on your OWLs if you keep it up. She said enthusiastically, thinking that Harry's newfound knowledge was the result of her encouragement, or constant badgering, as Ron called it, to study things beyond what they were required to learn for classes. Please don't tell me you're going to turn into Hermione, mate, Ron said, clapping a hand on Harry's back and earning a glare from Hermione. Who am I going to hang out with if you both are always in the library? Well, Ron, you could always come with us, you know. OWLs are coming up. Hermione began. Harry caught Ron's gaze and they both rolled their eyes. Sorry, my own, I'm allergic to libraries, Ron stated casually. Just found out this summer. Yeah, and the reason I know so much about medical stuff now is because I was the one trying to find out what was wrong with Ron. Harry laughed. Now I probably know more than Madame Pomfrey. Harry all of a sudden stopped in his tracks, unnoticed by Hermione and Ron, who was joking about how Harry, the medical genius, had found the source behind his deadly allergy. That's just it, he thought to himself. Madame Pomfrey must know something. She had to study all kinds of medicine to be a doctor, magical and muggle, so she'll always be prepared. It said so in one of those books, I just know it. He jogged up to Ron and Hermione, who were now both laughing and adding on to the now miraculous adventure of Ron's allergy to libraries and the search for the cure. Hey you guys, I need to go do something for a bit. If I don't make it to dinner, bring me up something from the Great Hall, okay? I'll see you guys later. He immediately started to jog off to avoid questions, faintly hearing Ron yell something about Harry being his hero for curing him from the illness he never really had. Harry cautiously walked into the infirmary. There weren't any students in there, luckily for Harry. He didn't really want any of his inquiries to Madame Pomfrey to be overheard by students and twisted into some rumor about how Professor Trelawney's predictions about Harry's death were going to finally come true. Quote? Harry cautiously called, not wanting to irritate Madame Pomfrey. He would need her in a good mood to make sure she would answer his questions to her full ability. Madame Pomfrey. Ah, Mr. Potter. Why does it seem that your presence graces this hospital wing more than most other students? Do you go looking for trouble? Madame Pomfrey had come into the room from her office, obviously under the impression that Harry was once again hurt. Harry blushed a little, knowing that her comment was true. He was in here quite a bit. Actually, ma'am, I'm not hurt or anything. I was just wondering if you could answer a medical question I have for Muggle studies. He added that last part quickly as to avoid any questions or sweetened up answers that might have occurred if she thought that Harry knew someone in the situation he was about to bring up. But he needed the truth, and if that involved a few white lies, then that was fine with him. I've already looked through books in the library, but they don't seem to have the information I need. I was wondering if you knew anything about terminal illnesses, like cancer. Is there a cure? Because I've never heard of any wizard inflicted with it. Well, dear, I do know a bit about that area. Let me see. She spoke over her shoulder as she began to magically clean the bed sheets and do other little chores around the hospital wing. The reason that you never hear of wizards having cancer is because they don't ever get it. Cancer is a Muggle disease that isn't contracted by wizards. There is no magical cure for cancer because wizards never had the need for it, being as we never get it. There's no spell or anything for it then. Harry said, half panicked, half sinking into depression. His stomach was flipping all around. Now what could he do? Well, dear, let me finish. There was a spell long ago that a wizard invented to save his Muggle mother. It was only used a few times before it was generally decided not to be used again. But why would they outlaw a spell that was doing good? Harry asked. I never said outlaw. They never made a law against it, just in case they ever found a situation where it would be necessary, but it just dropped out of use. You see, it didn't actually cure the cancer, but instead, transferred it from one body to another. The one to do the spell had to take on the cancer themselves. The spell could only be performed on the cancer once, so it couldn't just be transferred around so nobody dies from it. The wizard or witch who performed the spell would have to take it on themselves. Were the wizards able to fight it better than the muggles? I mean, wouldn't their magic help? Harry asked. No, dear. Every one of the few people who tried the spell died from the disease, but it did have strange effects on them. Apparently, the cancer mixed with magic did very strange things to the wizard and their magic. I'm not quite sure what exactly, but I've heard that no two were alike. Madame Pomfrey had been getting readily more excited about the conversation, apparently pleasantly surprised that a student would take such interest in medicine. She suddenly gasped. Oh my, you know what? I think I may actually have a copy of that spell somewhere. She quickly went into her office and came out with an old book. She flipped through a few pages and landed on one with the title, Reknak Transfarso. She flicked her wand and murmured, Copious, and a piece of paper appeared in her hand with the page copied onto it. Ah yes, here it is. I hope this will be helpful with your report, dear. She handed him the paper looking thoroughly pleased with herself. Harry took the paper, in a bit of a state of shock. Quote. Thanks, ma'am. This should get me full marks. He smiled the best he could and walked out towards the dorm, forgetting all about dinner. Harry sat on his bed staring at the spell, occasionally giving it another read through, but otherwise lost in his own thoughts. He had the whole room to himself as everyone else was down in the great hall enjoying dinner. Food was the last thing on his mind at the moment. He stared at the spell again. It was the most complicated thing he had ever seen. It required not only an incantation, but a potion as well, which again seemed quite complex. He found it ironic that he had earlier come across a spell to make cancer get dramatically worse within minutes that was 100 times easier than this one. He remembered it because he found it shocking that such a simple spell could do so much damage in 2 words. Reknak Sunamoon. Now, the spell that actually helped things contained words that he couldn't dream of being able to pronounce, and the small bit of information next to it spoke briefly of the consequences of saying it incorrectly. Apparently, in one case, the mispronouncing of one line led to the caster of the spell to become speechless for the rest of his life and the instant death of the person who was having the cancer taken from them. The spell would be a definite challenge. But Harry had met challenges before and knew that if he really wanted to, he could perform this spell. The question was he really willing to do the spell? Heroism was one thing, but this would be sacrificing his life. He had only been at Hogwarts for 4 whole years now. He was happy here and wanted to live. It had been his first chance at a real life. He had friends here. He had people who cared about him now. Was he willing to give that all up? At that moment, he was interrupted by a quiet hooting. He looked up to find Hedwig perched on the bed frame. She seemed to sense that Harry was under some stress and seemed very cautious about disturbing him. He realized that she had a letter for him and stroked Hedwig as he removed it from her leg. He settled back against the headboard and opened the letter with a sigh. Hey Harry. How's school? It's boring over here. Too bad you go to boarding school instead of Stonewall. It would be a lot more fun with you here. I'm surprised the Dursleys would pay for you to be privately schooled, but I guess they just wanted you away from them, no offense. You know, I think those Dursleys are lunatics. Anyways, Dad's not doing so well. He's started to get treatments for the cancer chemotherapy and such, but I don't know how long he'll do it for. It's quite expensive and it also makes him feel miserable. I feel so helpless. I have this constant feeling of needing to do something to help, but then I realize that there is nothing I can do. I keep telling my parents that I'm handling it all fine. They really don't need the extra worry of how I'm doing. It's a lie though, Harry. I'm scared. Really scared. It's been the 3 of us for so long, I just can't imagine it being down to 2. My mom doesn't work. What are we going to do about money when my dad's gone? We'll probably have to move away. Want to come with us? Sorry, I know I'm rambling, but I just need to vent. It's just not fair, Harry. My dad is the best person I know. He doesn't deserve it and I just don't understand why it has to be him. He's never done anything wrong. He tries to keep everyone optimistic, but I'm not easily fooled. I know the treatments aren't working. All I can hope for now is a miracle that I can't find the faith to believe in right now. I'm so sorry about this letter, Harry. I just needed someone to talk to about all of this, just get it off of my chest, you know. Thanks for letting me rant. Please write back soon. I hope you're having a wonderful time at school. I'd love to see pictures of your friends and such, and didn't you mention that you play a sport? I don't think you ever told me what it was. Well, get me some pictures of that too. I'll talk to you later. Bye. The next few days, Harry was reminded of getting ready for the Polyjuice potion in his second year, finding all the ingredients he could before deciding he needed to borrow some from Professor Snape. However, this time it was without the help of his friends. He decided to get the ingredients for the necessary potion right after Quidditch practice. When the team finished up, he told Ron, Gryffindor's new keeper, that he had to go visit the Ollery quickly and ran off before he could offer to come along. Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak. When no one was looking, he draped it over himself and began to make his way into the castle and towards the dungeon. He dropped his Quidditch things behind a statue near the Gryffindor Tower, noting to himself to pick it up on his way back, and continued on his way. He had tried this a few nights already, both proving to be failed attempts, as the office was locked and Harry didn't know the password. As he got closer to the dungeons, he pulled out the Marauder's map and found the dot labeled Severus Snape to be heading towards the dungeons also, in fact, heading right towards Harry. Harry whipped his head around to see Snape quickly walking towards him. Harry flattened himself against the wall just in time for Snape to breeze past him. Tiptoeing, Harry followed closely behind him. This was going to be interesting. They finally reached Snape's office. Snape suspiciously looked around before muttering several different passwords to get into his office. Harry had originally planned to just memorize the passwords and come back later, but as he couldn't make them out all that clearly, he just closely followed Snape right into his office, the door automatically shutting behind them. Snape walked over to his desk and abruptly sat down. Harry noted that he didn't look in the best mood. He pulled a stack of papers out of his desk drawer and began to study them before writing letters on them with red ink. Harry recognized them as their last night's homework. Harry quietly tiptoed over to the shelves of potions ingredients and looked for the bottles with the things he needed. When he found each one, he would quickly glance over at Snape, who was hunched over papers muttering about ignorant students, and slip the bottle under his cloak, pour enough of it into the empty vials he had brought in his bag, and then replace them on the shelf, hoping to make it less obvious that there was any missing. He was thankful that he had his scarf and gloves on, and ended up putting them in his bag to prevent the vials from clanking together. When he was done, Harry realized that he couldn't exactly just leave, as a door just opening on its own might rouse some suspicion. Instead, Harry cautiously walked up to Snape's desk to see what kind of grades the class was getting, not that it was a great mystery. Harry peeked at the grade book next to Snape and rolled his eyes as he saw the Gryffindor students having mostly C's, D's, and F's next to their names. Snape came to Hermione's paper, briefly looked it over and drew a big red C on the top, with the comment, "Too wordy." Harry almost sighed. He knew she had worked really hard on that paper, especially since her last paper bore the words, "Too brief." His paper was next in the stack. Snape barely glanced at it before writing a fat F on the top, as Harry always got. "Damn Potter brat," Snape muttered as he marked the letter in his grade book, almost causing Harry to laugh. Snape finally came to the end of the stack of papers and went on to draw up his lesson plans for the next class Harry had with him. Harry smiled as he saw him scribble down, "Pop quiz, properties of a Chabot potion." He'd have to keep that in mind. Snape's pop quizzes were notoriously random, on things he'd mentioned briefly months earlier, or not at all. Harry always got F's on them, along with most of the other Gryffindors. Not surprisingly, the Slytherins always got great scores on them, undoubtedly because Snape warned them in advance. Well, won't Snape be surprised when the Gryffindors ace this next one? Harry thought. Luckily, after Snape drew up his lesson plans for his various classes, he decided to call it a night, and Harry was able to follow him closely out again and then slip away up to the Gryffindor common room, grabbing his Quidditch stuff on the way. Fortunately, nobody was in the common room when he returned, as it was now quite late. With a groan, he realized he had spent nearly 2 hours in Snape's office. He crept up to the fifth-year dormitory and quietly slipped in, changed into his pajamas and put his new supplies in his trunk. As he lay in bed, he decided that he would have to brew the potion at the Stensons or risk suspicion at school. Not only that, but the spell required the Muggle to know what was going on, as they had to drink the potion and focus on expelling the cancer. This was where things began to get complicated. He decided that he'd have to talk to Dumbledore to find out how he could tell them about his powers. He did live part-time at their house, and they were practically part of his family now. True, they weren't related to him, but there had to be a loophole in the law. Actually, he wasn't familiar with the law at all, so maybe he was allowed to tell them and he was getting all worried about nothing. Well, the only solution is to ask Dumbledore, so there's no use in worrying about it now. Harry silently resolved before turning onto his side and falling asleep. The next morning at breakfast, Ron and Hermione couldn't help but notice that their best friend seemed somewhat nervous. As Harry lifted his fork towards his mouth only to stop and put it back down again and swirl food around on his plates, Hermione shot Ron another worried look. They had started to notice something was strange with Harry that morning when he had put his fork in his mouth to eat, but had forgotten to put food on it, and didn't even notice. Quote? Hermione cautiously called. No response. Harry. She tried again, but he continued to stare seemingly through the table and be deaf to all around him. Harry. Ron leaned over the table to snap his fingers in front of his friend's eyes. Harry jumped and looked at Ron and Hermione with a slightly stunned expression that melted into an embarrassed smile. I guess I must have been dazed out there. Did you want something? Yeah, we wanted to know what's bothering you so much that you didn't even realize you poured pumpkin juice on your waffle instead of the syrup, Ron said, exasperated, but in a low enough voice as to not attract the attention of those sitting around. And also why you've been glancing up at the staff table about every 15 seconds, Hermione added in a hushed tone. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you guys, there's a pop quiz on the Chevaux potion tomorrow. He passed the information on to those around him, telling them to let all the Gryffindors know. He hoped Hermione and Ron wouldn't realize that he was trying to change the subject. Harry, don't think we don't realize that you're trying to change the subject. Ron hissed. Harry sighed. I just have to ask Dumbledore something, that's all. Harry said, hoping that they would accept the vagueness of his comment. Harry, stop being so vague, Hermione scolded. We know something's going on, so you might as well just tell us. I guess Ron and Hermione know me too well, Harry thought to himself. Hey Hermione, didn't you say something about your aunt sending you a book on witchcraft for your birthday? Harry asked just to change the subject, a quick thing he remembered Hermione mentioning the day before, but as soon as he said it, the full impact hit him. Yeah, of course, it's a Muggle book on witchcraft and has no real spells in it or anything. It was a nice thought though. But Harry, you can't just change the subject and expect. But your aunt's a Muggle. Harry stated matter-of-factly. Yeah, and so is yours, Harry, or has that slipped your mind? Hermione looked somewhat confused about the direction the conversation had turned. Well, my aunt and uncle needed to know about my being a wizard because I was living with them, but why was your aunt allowed to know about it? Isn't that against the law or something? No, well, I hadn't really thought of it. I mean, my aunt is family. I suppose if it were against the law, they would have told us. I mean, we obviously haven't told anyone outside the family, and even then we only told the relatives closest to us. My mum just couldn't stand not to tell anyone. Of course, my aunt thought my mum had gone mad at the time. It was very interesting convincing her. Hermione went on to talk about the struggle to convince her aunt that the Granger family did not belong in the insane asylum, but Harry lost concentration. Harry had just found his argument. He just hoped it would work. When Dumbledore stood up from his seat and began to exit with a few other professors, Harry also decided that he was done with breakfast. He said his quick goodbyes to Hermione and Ron and they wished him good luck on whatever he had to ask. Harry followed a small distance behind Dumbledore so he wouldn't interrupt the conversation he was having with Professor McGonagall, but as soon as she left to prepare for her class on Monday, Harry seized the opportunity, speeding up his pace to quickly close the gap between him and his headmaster. I assume there's something you wish to speak to me about, Harry, Dumbledore said, smiling at Harry. Harry saw that Dumbledore knew he had been following him. Actually, I had something I needed to ask you, sir, Harry cautiously began. He didn't want to have this conversation in the middle of the hallway. Let's step into my office then and you can tell me what's troubling you, said Dumbledore, who seemed to have sensed Harry's anxiety about the conversation. Harry followed Dumbledore to the stone gargoyle, all the while going over in his head what he was going to say. They stopped briefly for Dumbledore to give the password, Canary Creams, leaving Harry to wonder how he knew about Fred and George's invention from last year. Harry entered the office very nervously. He watched the headmaster settle into his chair and motion for Harry to also take a seat, which he did quickly. It was all down to this if it was to work at all. So Harry, what question would motivate you to follow me throughout the castle? Dumbledore asked, smiling, looking over his half-moon spectacles at Harry. Well, sir, Harry began with a deep breath. I was wondering if, well, I know that, actually I don't know, but what I mean is, Harry paused and mentally reprimanded himself for sounding so stupid. All right, well, you see, there's a family that I've been staying with. A lot. I mean, they're practically my family now, more than the Dursleys have ever been. And I know that there are students at this school who have relatives out of the home knowing that they're a witch or wizard, and I was wondering if I could tell these people too. Harry didn't feel like that was convincing enough and launched into another spiel, figuring that the more arguments he got in, the better his chances were. You see, I've been staying over at their house and everything, and it's getting to be pretty difficult to hide all of this, and I'd really like them to know so I don't have to lie to them and could talk to them about it. If it's a question of blood connections, my Uncle Vernon isn't blood related to me, but he knows because I live with them, so couldn't I tell these people too, since I'm living with them part-time too? Harry knew that was a bit of a stretch, being that he hadn't stayed at the Stensons' house much since the trial, and had not spent a single night there since then, but he knew he might be going back for Christmas to stay with them, and that counted, didn't it? Harry realized that Dumbledore had been silent for a while. He lifted his eyes from his knees to look into the unreadable ones of his headmaster. Well, Harry, I must say it is rather fuzzy where these types of laws are concerned. It seems they don't want to pass a law that they may later have to break, and would be already breaking. High people such as the Muggle minister, and rulers of most countries know about the magical world. On the other hand, it is important that knowledge of magic stays as much within the magical community as possible. But, yes, you probably just want to know a straight answer to your question. Unfortunately, I can only leave you with a slightly crooked one. Dumbledore warmly smiled at his own joke. What is generally decided among the magical community, he continued, is that Muggles may be told of our presence under a few conditions. First of all, there must be a valid reason, as you seem to have. The other part lays more on your judgment. If you tell this family, you must be sure that they will tell no one else. The secret must stay with them, and they cannot tell even their closest friends. If that does occur, you could be in serious trouble with the ministry. Therefore, I can only say that it's up to you, but be very sure of the character of those you tell. Harry was filled with joy. Everything was going to work out after all. He had no doubts of the character of any of the Stensons. The bright smile that erupted on Harry's face made Dumbledore's eyes twinkle. Thank you, sir. I know they won't tell. Thank you. Harry stood up with a smile of relief and turned towards the door. Harry, Dumbledore called after him. Is there a specific reason you feel they must know this? Harry halted. If he hadn't been facing the door, Dumbledore would have noticed a torn expression on his face. He didn't like lying to his headmaster, but he just couldn't tell anyone. He turned around with a big smile on his face. No, sir. I just would like them to know. With a nod of Dumbledore's head, Harry turned and walked out the door, now both anxious for and dreading winter holiday. This finalized it for Harry. There was no turning back now. Ron and Hermione had both been rather surprised to find that Harry was going home for the break and decided that they would as well. It had never really hit Harry that his two best friends had given up staying with their families for many of the winter holidays because of him and felt slightly guilty. Still, he felt nothing more satisfying than walking by the list for people staying at Hogwarts and not seeing his name. Of course, no student was staying this year. Harry figured that this was both due to the same reason that many students had been kept from Hogwarts in the first place, and that those who did believe Dumbledore knew that bad times were ahead and wanted to be with their families. Of course, Ron joked that now that they were leaving, nobody had a reason to stay. Oh come on Harry, you know they're all thinking, well if those two Gryffindor stud muffins aren't staying then what's the point? Ron said with a laugh. Should we send out notices apologizing that we have to take the fun out of Hogwarts for Christmas? Harry asked in mock seriousness. Nah, might make them cry even harder. The two boys laughed as Hermione rolled her eyes, joining in the laughter as well. Harry had obviously never left Hogwarts for Christmas since he was enrolled. He had never before felt the joy of packing only some of his belongings, knowing that he'd be back soon. For once he didn't dread leaving the school. The train ride home was filled with students chatting excitedly about their holiday plans. At one point a group of rowdy Hufflepuffs started singing carols, most unfamiliar wizard ones, but Harry recognized a few Muggle songs as well. Another aspect of this train ride that was different was that many students were practicing magic to show their parents, since magic was not forbidden during winter vacation as it was during the summer. Harry guessed this was to give the students some opportunity to show off to their families what they had learned. When they got to the station, Harry saw the Stensons, who he had told to look for him at platform 8. He thought that seeing him appear from a wall might be a bit of a shock for the moment. He quickly ran over to them, saying something about a mix-up in platform numbers. The Weasleys and Hermione came up to be introduced, and for once, Harry didn't have to be embarrassed by the people picking him up from the station. Ron gave Harry a discreet nod to communicate that he had, in fact, informed his family about the Stensons' ignorance of magic. Once the 3 members of the Stenson family, along with the 6 present members of the Weasley family and Hermione, were introduced, the conversation quickly became awkward. Mr. Stenson immediately asked everyone how school was, which got a resounding, "Fine, thanks," in reply, but then began probing into what their favorite subjects were and what they did in their free time there. Hermione mentioned history, and Harry mentioned math, but quickly tried to close the subject before any questions could be asked about what math they were in or what they were learning about in history, as he wasn't quite sure what would be the response that would correctly correspond to their ages. Mrs. Stenson, sensing tension, tactfully asked Mr. Weasley what he did for a living. Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley couldn't exactly say that he worked with the Ministry of Magic in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department, as the Stensons might have tried to have him committed. Chaos emerged as Mr. Weasley looked to Harry and Hermione for support, since they were the only 2 wizards familiar with Muggle occupations. Fortunately, both were on their toes about the subject and quickly stated the Muggle job Mr. Weasley supposedly had. Unfortunately, Hermione firmly stated, "Dentist," while Harry simultaneously declared, "Lawyer." It got worse when they both tried to fix it. Hermione said that he was a dentist for lawyers, while Harry said that he was a lawyer for dentists. The Stensons looked extremely confused, not only by Harry's and Hermione's disagreeing, but also at the dumbfounded expression on Mr. Weasley's face, who had no idea what dentists or lawyers were in the first place. Everybody jumped in to try to save the mistake, but as many of these were the Weasleys who had no familiarity with Muggle occupations, things became very confusing very fast. Things were getting to the point of insanity when all of a sudden Dakota gasped and grabbed her father's hand. "Oh my God! Harry's uncle is here!" she squealed, looking very panicked. Harry followed her gaze, and sure enough, his uncle was walking around angrily staring at platform 9 3/4 and around it, no doubt in search of his nephew. He must have suspected that he would try to stay with the Stensons, and despite his loathing for Harry, this went against the rules for his feud with Mr. Stenson. Everyone turned back around quickly, each looking a bit edgy. Hermione and the Weasleys didn't quite understand the circumstances, but could definitely get the feeling that this was a bad situation. Dakota appeared to be having a panic attack, while Harry sort of stared in a shocked silence, like a deer caught in headlights. Inside, however, the deafening sound of his heart pounding out of his chest was only outravelled by the screams of his mind telling his disobedient legs to run. If his uncle saw him, he would spend 2 weeks in misery and would most likely be banned from seeing the Stensons ever again, which was legally already supposed to be in effect. Also, the Stensons could be in trouble with the law for having him. Things were not looking good. Luckily, Mr. Stenson kept his cool and shook Harry out of his near comatose state. He shoved the keys into Dakota's hand and told her to get them out of there. Harry, regaining his senses, shoved Hedwig's cage into Ron's hands and told him to send Hedwig to him when he got home. He looked up to see his uncle's head swivel in their direction. He ducked. Through the cracks between the bodies of his friends, he could see Uncle Vernon's face well up in fury in seeing the Weasleys with the Stensons together. He began to stalk over, his face growing more purple with each step he took. Harry felt Coda grab his hand and pull him into a small group of people who had been walking by, intent on making their trains. The two made sure their faces were turned away from Vernon and tried to hide themselves amongst the taller adults, Harry pushing his trunk in front of him. When they were safely away from the turmoil that was sure to start, Harry grabbed Coda's arm and whispered that he wanted to see what was happening. She bit her lip and looked like she was going to protest, but then admitted that she did too. The two hurried behind a pillar and peeked out, just close enough to see and hear what was happening. "Don't tell me that you didn't come here to pick that boy up, Stenson. Why else would you be talking to them?" he said, nodding towards the Weasleys with a scowl. "Oh, good question there," whispered Coda. Mr. Weasley looked at the Stensons with a look of wonder on his face. "Wait, you know Harry Potter." The rest played along with gasps of, "Oh my goodness." And, "Talk about a small world," along with another round of introductions. "Ooh, good save," Harry whispered. He felt like a Quidditch commentator. "Absolutely brilliant," Coda replied excitedly. "I don't buy that for 1 second. I know he's here somewhere. You're hiding him, aren't you?" He pointed a shaking finger at Mr. Stenson. "You know you're breaking the law if you have him into your home." Realizing what a complete idiot he was at this comment, Uncle Vernon immediately shut up. The Weasleys and Hermione looked somewhat taken aback and confused at that comment, while the Stensons sported looks of tamed fury. Harry was swept with a wave of humiliation. He desperately hoped the conversation wouldn't turn down that road. He felt Coda give him a tense glance, making his face burn even more. "Dursley," Mr. Stenson started angrily but strangely calm. "My family's business does not concern you, so I suggest you get out of my face before you are reintroduced to my fist." "Ah, threats of violence, I see. Your business concerns me if it has to do with my nephew." "Oh, I see, so all of a sudden you're a caring guardian." This was going in a bad direction fast. Harry looked desperately at Dakota, who nodded and immediately raced up to her father, interrupting him before he could say more. "Well, Dad, Uncle Dan's train was delayed. The man said that they got stuck in a snowstorm somewhere and will be staying the night. He said we should go home and come back tomorrow." She turned to Uncle Vernon as if noticing him for the first time. "Hello, Mr. Dursley. Are you picking up Dudley from school?" "No, we picked him up yesterday," he responded curtly. "Well, thank you for the directions, Mr. Stenson, and Ron will be sure to mention that we met you to Harry when he returns to school." He looked reluctant to leave, as well as the rest of the Weasley clan, but ushered them all away anyway. Hermione caught sight of her parents, who she hadn't noticed before because of the scene, and went over to them, discreetly peeking over her shoulder to make sure nothing interesting was happening. Uncle Vernon seemed to recognize his defeat. "If I catch that boy in your house, there'll be hell to pay," he threatened and began walking away. "Well, you will never step foot in our house, so don't worry," Mrs. Stenson called after him. The Stensons pretended to be engrossed in a list of the next day's train schedules until Uncle Vernon was safely out of sight. Then, Coda led them to where Harry was hiding and they all walked to the car together, none of them seeing a murderous-looking Uncle Vernon watching them from the station window. Harry's winter holiday was going great. He truly felt part of a family. He helped pick out, put up, and decorate the Christmas tree, something he had never been allowed to do before. There was always hot chocolate, hot apple cider, or eggnog being passed around. Despite Harry's objections, there were even a few presents under the tree with his name on it. Hedwig was in and out of the house, each time coming back with a gift with warnings not to open until Christmas written all over them. He happily put these gifts under the tree as well. Finally, Christmas morning arrived, starting with Coda racing in, yelling for him to get up. Harry was up in a flash. When everyone was downstairs, Harry took aside the presents from him and told the Stensons that they would have to be last because they required a bit of an explanation. He then looked at the Christmas tree with the Stensons searching for presents with their names on it, laughing with joy as they began to open them, and realized that he had no idea what to do. He had opened presents when they were on the end of his bed, but he couldn't help but wonder if there was a special way to go about opening presents under a Christmas tree. Was he supposed to just grab his presents and start opening? Was there a special order that he was supposed to open them? Harry, open this one, it's from me, Koda said, handing him a present. Well, that solves things, Harry thought as he took a seat on the floor beside Dakota and began to unwrap his present. It was a picture frame that contained a Muggle picture from a day when they had both been on a mad sugar rush as a result from attempting to cook brownies. They had made a huge mess, and in the photo, both were covered in flour, cocoa powder, and the dark batter in general. Koda had jumped onto Harry's back and they were both sticking out their tongues at the camera. Harry laughed out loud and said, "Thank you." "Thanks, Koda. It's great. I don't have very many pictures or picture frames. This is fantastic." "Well, I'm glad you like it. Everyone ought to have pictures. Now you can show all your friends at that school of yours what a cute neighbor you have. You could show it to George Weasley. See if you can set us up." She laughed. Koda had announced that she thought the Weasley twins were cute on the way home from King's Cross and chosen George since he was single. Fred was dating Angelina. "Now Dakota, you know you're too young to date. You're not allowed to date until you're married," said Mr. Stenson, as he had many times before. Koda rolled her eyes in response and handed Harry the present from her parents, a very small box. Harry unwrapped the gift. He had been wondering what it was ever since he had seen it under the tree. He opened the box to see a key. He turned his questioning gaze to Mrs. Stenson. "Harry, that is a key to our house. You can use it any time you want as you're always welcome here." Thank you," Harry said, somewhat stunned. "Are you sure?" "Of course we're sure, Harry. Just don't let your Oompa Loompa uncle get his hands on it." Everyone laughed as Mrs. Stenson playfully hit her husband with a ball of wrapping paper. Harry thought there could be no greater gift. The Stensons soon finished opening their presents. Harry had refrained from opening his until he could explain properly. "So Harry, when are we going to get to open the mystery gifts?" Koda asked, eyeing the gifts in the corner eagerly. "All right, well, as I said before, my gifts need somewhat of an explanation. I need to tell you something very important." Harry saw Mr. and Mrs. Stenson give each other a confused look. "Well, you see, a few years ago." He paused and figured that wasn't the right way to say it. "Well, the school I go to. That wasn't it either." He sighed, giving up on cushioning the blow. "What would you say if I told you that I was a wizard?" The Stensons all laughed. "Well, I'd check to make sure nobody slipped any alcohol into the eggnog," Mrs. Stenson laughed. "I'd tell you to use your powers to clean up all of this wrapping paper," said Mr. Stenson. "This place is a disaster. I'd tell you turn that ugly sweater I got from Aunt Caroline into something less scary," Koda said, holding up the horrific neon orange and green polka-dotted sweater that she had opened earlier. Harry took out his wand and used a banishing charm to send the pile of discarded wrapping paper into the garbage can, and then transfigured Koda's sweater into a scarf and changed the beep to blue. "I can't really help you with the eggnog, Mrs. Stenson, but I can assure you that I am telling you all the absolute truth." At this point all the Stensons were gazing at Harry, eyes wide and mouths open in shock. All was silent for a very uncomfortable minute until Harry sighed and gave them all their gifts. "Go ahead, open them," Harry instructed. As if in a trance they all slowly unwrapped their gifts from Harry. Harry hadn't been quite sure what to get them, especially the two adults, as he had never had to Christmas shop for a family. Hermione and Ron helped him pick out some things in Hogsmeade. He knew he wanted to give them slightly magical gifts, but had to find ones that were easy and safe for Muggles to use, so Hermione was most helpful in this area. He ended up getting the adults a blanket that will always keep you at the temperature you want to be, whether it warmed you up or cooled you off, and got a bunch of different magical candy and small pranks for Koda. The Stensons still seemed to be in a stupor when Harry explained what the gifts were. After a long pause, Harry sighed. "Are you guys going to say anything?" he asked hopefully. Coda looked from him to the scarf to the trash in the trash can to the strange candy in her hand and back to Harry. Oh, my God. She breathed. Harry laughed, bringing a smile to Coda's face. So the school you go to, Mrs. Stenson started but seemed to not be able to finish. Harry finished for her. Is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. So the Weasleys, started Mr. Stenson. Wizards and witches. That's why we had trouble with his occupation. In reality, he's the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office in the Ministry of Magic. Muggle? Mr. Stenson asked. Non-magic people. Like us, Coda stated. Harry nodded. Wait, the Dursleys can't be. No, they're Muggles. That's why they hate me so much. My mum, Aunt Petunia's sister, was a witch born into a Muggle family. My aunt hated her so much, was so jealous of her, I guess that just got passed on to me when I had to go live with them. They don't want me to ruin their picturesquely normal family by being different. At this, Mrs. Stenson got up from her seat on the floor and sat next to Harry on the couch, putting her arm around his shoulders. Listen, Harry, the Dursleys have no excuse to hate you, no matter if you're a no matter what. What they did to you was wrong and there's no excusing it. You're a great person. It's not something wrong with you, but something definitely wrong with that family you unfortunately got stuck with. Do you understand that? While she had spoken, Harry had found a sudden interest in knees to avoid the gazes of all three of the Stensons. He nodded, still looking down. Mrs. Stenson put a finger under his chin and gently lifted it so Harry was looking into her face. You deserve so much more than that, dear. Harry didn't know what to say. He didn't really want to talk about it, so he just gave a weak smile and nodded his head again. One thing though, you can't tell this to anyone. If you do, I could be punished very severely. They all promised with all their hearts that they wouldn't breathe a word of it to anyone. Too bad you didn't tell only me, Coda said. I wouldn't have minded having you put a spell on my parents to let me date. Everyone laughed as Mr. Stenson glared at her. They spent the rest of the day opening Harry's presents and having Harry explain everything about the wizarding world to them. Everyone tried pieces of candy and had fun levitating or talking like mice or daringly trying Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, with a garbage can nearby filled with ones that had been too disgusting to swallow. Harry showed them many charms and spells to their great delight. Harry wondered if Hermione and Ron were doing something similar with their families. It was a very great day. That night, Harry caught Mr. Stenson alone in his study. Mr. Stenson, I was wondering if you had a moment. Harry began peering into the cluttered room. Of course, Harry. Come in and have a seat, he said, looking up from some paperwork, taking off his reading glasses to show that Harry had his complete attention. Harry closed the door behind him and sat down in the chair across from Mr. Stenson. All right, I'm going to tell you something, but I don't want you to get your hopes up because along with the pros there are some possible cons. Harry paused and Mr. Stenson nodded for him to continue. Well, I found a very rare and old spell that might take away your cancer, but there are some risks. First of all, it hasn't been performed in many years, so I'd have no one to instruct me in it, meaning that I could only do the best in teaching myself. Second of all, if anything goes wrong, it could result in your death, so if you have a good chance of recovering, you might not want to try it. It's an extremely complex spell that would require your total trust in it. As Harry had talked, Mr. Stenson's face began to shine with a hope that Harry hadn't seen in months. It seemed that he had been expecting death from this, and now he might have another chance at life. He closed his eyes and kept moving his hands from covering his mouth to massaging his temples, looking as much in shock as he did at Harry's announcement of his magic earlier that day. Finally, he looked with a look of such joy that his eyes seemed to be wet with threatening tears. Harry, you don't know what this means to me. There is no way I could ever thank you enough. This means another chance with my family. How far along can I be before you perform the spell? He asked. Harry noticed that he was shaking a little bit, especially his hand as it went to run through his hair. Harry smiled at seeing the usually composed man so vulnerably happy. It can be performed at basically any time, as long as you're alive. Harry mentally cursed himself at how bad that last part sounded but didn't know how else to put it. If you want to wait until it closer to February, just in case, that's fine with me. You may have to pretend you're the Dursleys to get me out of school, but I'm sure it can be arranged. Wow, Harry. Yes. I'll do it despite the risks. In fact, there seems to be no real risk. The treatments weren't working. I don't know if Dakota told you, but I stopped chemotherapy treatments a few weeks ago. Damn things almost brought me to an early grave. I had no hope until now. I thank you. It's the least I can do since you and your family have helped me so much. You basically saved me, so I can only hope that I can save you in return. I can't wait to tell Dakota and Catherine. I'll wait until morning so that you can get some sleep tonight. Mr. Stenson walked Harry up to his room in silence. There just seemed to be nothing else to say. But the silence wasn't awkward at all, but instead peacefully right somehow. As Harry said goodnight, changed into his pajamas, and slipped under the covers, he even forgot what doing this spell would mean for him, and fell into a blissful sleep. The next morning, Harry woke and dressed. On his way downstairs for breakfast, was met by two crying females rushing up the stairs towards him. Harry briefly considered running the opposite way of the approaching stampede, but before he could turn around, two pairs of arms wrapped around him and he had Coda and her mother weeping into his shoulders crying out, "Thank you," every time they paused in their crying. Harry was altogether very stunned by all this and was very thankful when Mr. Stenson pulled the two girls off of him. Mrs. Stenson ran into the kitchen, wiping her tears on her sleeve, promising to cook up a huge feast in celebration. Now Harry really felt the pressure for this spell to work. "Harry, I was wrong. I guess maybe you can change the world," Dakota said to him with a huge smile. Harry only hoped that he could. Uncle Vernon's eyes fell onto Harry and a malicious grin broke over his face. In 2 steps, he had reached Harry and grabbed a handful of his hair. Mr. and Mrs. Stenson were running down the stairs to try to stop Harry's uncle. "Ah, kidnapping, Stenson. That could land you in jail. Especially since you deliberately disobeyed a court order. Judges don't look too kindly on that," Uncle Vernon growled at Mr. Stenson. "Let that boy go right now," cried Mrs. Stenson, but Uncle Vernon only pulled Harry closer into his grasp, one chubby arm snaking around his neck, the other pulling out a gun and resting it at Harry's temple. Harry stilled and Coda let out a cry of surprise. Mr. and Mrs. Stenson's attitude changed from ready to attack, to surprise, to a calmer pleading. "Dursley, don't do anything rash. If you hurt Harry in any way, you know you'll be in more trouble with the police than we would ever be. Just put the gun down," Mr. Stenson tried, putting his hands in the air in front of him as one would to calm a growling dog. "Oh, this thing?" Uncle Vernon asked, giving the gun a little shake. "Oh well, I found this on Harry. I've suspected for a while that you might be getting him involved in a gang of some sort and had kidnapped him. When I came to rescue him from your clutches, I found this on him, and if any of you try to attack me, I'll make sure that no one will doubt that I only shot out of self-defense." He had obviously thought out the story in advance and unfortunately, the police or judges would probably believe him. As his uncle started shuffling backwards towards the door, Harry had no choice but to be dragged along with him. "I'm going to call a friend who just happens to be in a high position in the police force to make sure you don't take any strolls too close to my house, and if any of you do come, I'll have warned my friend about Harry's gang involvement. If I have to shoot him at any point out of self-defense, I'll have many sympathizers," Uncle Vernon said with a final sneer as he pushed Harry out the door in front of him. He shoved the gun into his back in such a way that if anyone who didn't know what was going on saw them on the street, they wouldn't have the slightest clue that anything was wrong. With one final glance back, Harry saw a new set of tears streaming down the females' faces, but a far different kind of tears than he had seen just that morning. When they got back into the Dursley house and the door was closed to any nosy neighbors, Uncle Vernon punched Harry in the face, causing him to fall to the floor. Then he grabbed Harry by his hair and practically dragged him to his old cupboard, threw him inside, and locked the door. "Consider this your warning, boy," Uncle Vernon hissed through the vent on the door before slamming it shut. Harry heard his uncle make a phone call, presumably to that friend he mentioned, and told him his story. Kidnapping, gangs, and all. It might have been entertaining if it wasn't such a serious situation. He then simply went upstairs and to bed. Harry lay in his old bed, which seemed extremely tiny compared to the double bed that he slept in at the Stensons, staring at the ceiling. It seemed that he had got off far too easy. Granted, there was a cut on his cheek where his uncle's middle knuckle had hit, but Harry had been afraid for his life. Harry could come up with only 3 explanations. First possibility. Uncle Vernon could have been in a supremely good mood for scoring points in the family feud with the Stensons. Second. He was lulling Harry into a false sense of safety and was waiting to strike when it was least expected. Third. If not those, then the only other explanation was that aliens had taken over his uncle's body and were planning to dominate the world, trying to act somewhat like his uncle to pull off their disguise but not truly concerned with an insignificant human being like Harry. In any case, he'd have to be on his guard. Harry lived the next week on practically no food and with a heavy workload. Last year, it wouldn't have been as bad when his stomach was smaller, but Harry could only figure that it must have expanded at Hogwarts and with the Stensons. At times he almost couldn't stand because of the gnawing pain in his stomach. Along with this, he was forced to do chores all day, everywhere except for the front yard. Uncle Vernon didn't want Harry to talk with the cops that were stationed in front of their house to guard against the Stensons. Harry was thankful that he only had to wait until January 4th to return to school, and as long as he didn't do anything to irritate his uncle, he would survive to see it. So he did his chores and ate his meager portions of food without complaint. Finally, it was January 3rd, the day before going back to Hogwarts. He cautiously mentioned this to his uncle along with the fact that the Stensons still had his things. If it would be easier for you, I'm sure Dakota Stenson could drive me. I mean, it's really out of your way and that way I'd get my things in. Don't even think about it, Uncle Vernon cut him off. I will drive you and we'll briefly stop by their house to pick up your ruddy things. Harry nodded and went back to doing the dishes. He thought everything was going pretty good, all things considered. He had been walking on thin ice since December 26th, but it looked like he was going to make it. While lost in his thoughts, Harry became aware of a soft tapping at the window. He looked over to see Hedwig quietly tapping the window with her beak. Harry peeked in to make sure the Dursleys were still glued to the television and opened the window extremely slowly, leaving the water running to divert any suspicion. He took off the small piece of paper attached to Hedwig's leg and read a sloppily scribbled note from Dakota. Harry. Dad had some kind of attack or something. We're going to the hospital. His cancer's speeding up. I think he might die. Please come quick. Coda. Harry couldn't believe it. Mr. Stenson was supposed to have until February. He quickly scribbled on the back of the note. I'll be there ASAP, but I have to wait until the Dursleys are asleep. Just get your dad to hang on until then. If it becomes an absolute emergency, send Hedwig right away. Harry. Harry quietly whispered for Hedwig to take the note to Coda. Hedwig flew off quietly and Harry shut the window behind her. Finishing the dishes, he kept watch at the reflection in the window of the Dursleys gathered around the glowing screen in the living room. Finally, the half hour was over, ending the show and the dishes. Harry went into his cupboard, his uncle locking it as usual before going up to bed. Harry listened carefully until there were no more sounds of any of his relatives creeping around. He pulled out his wand, which he always kept in his deep pants pocket, and whispered, Alohomora, unlocking the door. With a glance out the front window, he saw that the police car was still stationed outside. He therefore tiptoed to the back door and crept out, thankful that the Dursleys were all quick to fall asleep. He climbed over the fence ending up in the neighbor's backyard. He climbed over a few more fences until he was a safe distance away from 4 Privet Drive. Making sure the street was deserted, he ran to the Stensons, using the key they had given him to get in. He raced up to the guest room where his trunk still lay. He quickly dug out the potion needed for the spell. He had made it back at Hogwarts just as a precaution, in case he might need it earlier, if not, for practice. He grabbed the paper with the spell written on it, which he had luckily figured out how to pronounce and had memorized. He decided to bring it just in case his brain froze. Once again making sure the street was empty, he darted out the door and basically sprinted the 3 miles to the hospital. He entered the white and clean building, out of breath, only barely able to ask the receptionist for the correct room number, and then dashed there. As he approached the room, he saw Coda and Mrs. Stenson outside sitting in chairs, both looking worriedly at the floor. Coda was biting her nails, as was normal for her during suspenseful parts of movies. When they saw him, they both leapt up. "How is he?" Harry asked while approaching. "He's all right for now. The doctors say that he only has a few days left though," Mrs. Stenson started. She then gasped. "Harry, what happened?" She asked about his cheek, which now had a fading bruise and a scab where it had split. "It's nothing. I'm fine, really," he said, looking at the ground. "Can I see him?" Mrs. Stenson nodded sadly and ushered him into the nearest door. When they entered the room, Mr. Stenson was sleeping and Mrs. Stenson had to go shake him awake. He looked exhausted and shaky. Harry thought briefly about how he would probably look the same way in a few months, but when that happened, there was no getting out of it. "Hey there, Harry," Mr. Stenson started, scooting up into a sitting position against his pillows and ushered him over with a smile. As Harry approached, Mr. Stenson's smile turned into a deep frown. "He hit you again?" It wasn't a question. Harry once again looked sheepishly at the floor. "Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going back to school again tomorrow." "Well, we're going to think of a way to get you out of there, okay?" Harry nodded. "All right then, are you ready to try the spell?" Harry asked, getting a bit nervous. "You do remember about the possible consequences, right?" "Yes, of course. Why don't you give me a minute with my wife and daughter just in case?" Harry waited outside the room as the Stensons said their goodbyes in case it really would be goodbye. Meanwhile, Harry spent the time reading again over the spell, more to get his mind off the butterflies fluttering around his stomach than to learn it better. Finally, a tearful Mrs. Stenson called him back in and then took a crying Coda out of the room. He took an empty cup off of the nightstand and filled it with half the potion. He then gave it to a waiting Mr. Stenson, who looked at it quite skeptically. Harry, what exactly is in this?" "Well, some eye of newt, bad droppings, and dog vomit." Mr. Stenson looked horrified. Harry grinned. "Just kidding. Actually, I don't think you do really want to know what's in it. I find it's best never to ask with potions. Remember to focus on expelling the cancer, okay? Concentrate as hard as you can. So, just drink up and be prepared for an awful taste," he said, raising the vial to his own lips. "Wait, Harry," Mr. Stenson said, putting up a hand. "Just in case this is the last time I can say it, I want you to know that if I ever had a son, I hope he would have turned out as great as you." Harry was a bit stunned. Nobody had ever said anything like that before. After a long pause of not knowing what to say, Harry finally spoke. "Well, don't worry, you'll still have time to have that son." With that, Harry downed his portion of the potion in one gulp. It tasted horrible enough to cause a shiver down Harry's spine and consider trying to wipe it off his tongue, but he refrained from doing so. It also made him feel a bit dizzy and felt like something cold was swimming around inside of him. At least it's better than polyjuice, he thought. "Well, that had to be the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted," Mr. Stenson said with a slightly green look on his face. "Ditto that." Harry took out his wand and took a deep breath. "All right, here it goes. Just lie down and close your eyes. I'm guessing this won't be the most pleasant feeling in the world." Mr. Stenson nodded and lay back, shutting his eyes. Harry closed his eyes as well and willed all of his concentration into the words he needed to say and the effect it was supposed to have. "Anakarinina Demian Jimenez. Meditatu Hatlaya. Detutame Reknak." He repeated the phrase 3 times and opened his eyes. Mr. Stenson's hands were balled into fists and his face was in a grimace of pain. A green glow surrounded him and began turning redder and redder until there was no trace of green. Mr. Stenson became visibly relaxed but was still gasping for breath, keeping his eyes tightly closed as Harry had instructed, only in order to prevent him from somehow seeing the cancer being transferred. The light began to gather into a ball above his chest. Suddenly, a jet of the light burst out and hit Harry in the chest. It was incredible pain, like the Cruciatus curse but concentrated in one area. He dropped his wand and slapped his hands over where the light was entering, but the light went right through his hands. The ball of light became smaller as it traveled along the beam into Harry's chest. The more light that entered, the harder it was for him to breathe. He felt himself sink to his knees, gasping for air. The last thing he saw before collapsing to the ground was the last of the light being beeped into his chest. Harry. Harry. Harry felt a pair of hands gently shaking him and he opened his eyes to see Coda standing over him. He tried to say something to her but it came out as a groan. Then, suddenly remembering why he was lying on a cold, hard floor, he sat up quickly causing his head to swim. Coda helped him stand. Harry, are you all right? Coda asked frantically. Harry guessed that they hadn't expected to come in to find him unconscious on the floor. Well, he hadn't exactly known about that either. Yeah, I'm just a little lightheaded. Big spells can take a lot out of you. How's your dad? Instead of answering him, she stepped aside to give him a view of the hospital bed. Mr. Stenson was sitting up, very much alive and looking much more lively than he had before. Mrs. Stenson was sitting beside him holding his hand and silently crying through a smile. Both were looking torn between worried for Harry and happy that Mr. Stenson was very much alive, but as Harry walked over, their worries were relieved. How do you feel, Mr. Stenson? Better than I have in quite a while. I can't feel any of the symptoms. I think you were right about it not being the most pleasant feeling in the world though, he laughed. Well, before you get your hopes too high, can you get retested for it? He hated the idea that after getting everyone so hopeful, he would let them down and it would really still be there. Mr. Stenson pushed a button to call for the doctor. When the doctor did come in, his first reaction was to shoot a surprised look at Harry. I'm sorry, but only family members are allowed to be visiting. He is family, Mr. Stenson said, winking at Harry. The doctor looked skeptical but decided to not pursue it. So, Mr. Stenson, what seems to be the problem? He said, referring to being called in. Actually, it's the opposite. I'd like to get tested for cancer again. The doctor was taken aback looking at Mr. Stenson like he was crazy and then glancing guiltily at the rest of the occupants in the room. Mr. Stenson, this type of cancer doesn't just turn around like that, especially so late. Listen, I'll pay whatever it costs, but I want the tests done all right. There was no arguing with him. The doctor just nodded his head and drew a blood sample. There's a quick test we can do right in the lab in this hospital, so it shouldn't take long. It should be fairly easy to tell if the cancer has disappeared, but try not to get your hopes up, the doctor said, exiting the room. After about an hour, the doctor came back in looking a bit dazed, mystified. It reminded Harry of Lockhart after he had lost his memory. It seems, he paused and shook his head as though not believing what he was saying. It seems that in at least preliminary tests, we can't find any trace of the cancer. We'll have to do more extensive tests as we had to do originally to see if there's any in there, but well, frankly, Mr. Stenson, you are a medical miracle. I guess you're free to go and we'll call you if we find anything. He opened and closed his mouth as if trying to say something but not knowing what, turned around and left the room. Everyone laughed and Harry was showered by hugs and thanks. The Stensons drove Harry home, or near to his house as to not get in trouble with the police. Harry told them that he would see them briefly tomorrow to get his things from their house and waved goodbye as they drove away. As Harry neared 4 Privet Drive, he noticed that the police car was no longer parked outside the house. Either they always snuck off in the middle of the night to get donuts, or Uncle Vernon had said that they would no longer need them after January 3rd, which, being after midnight, was yesterday. The police must have taken him quite literally on that. With no one watching the house, Harry crossed the front yard, jumped the fence and went in the back door, being the only one unlocked. The house was totally dark and Harry tiptoed back to his cupboard, extremely pleased that the spell worked, though slightly dreading the effects. He didn't feel anything besides weariness from the amount of magic he had used, so he supposed that he was starting at the beginning of the illness. He made sure the path was clear and went to his cupboard and opened the door, turning to step inside. He started to step in but suddenly heard the kitchen door creak open behind him. He whirled around to see his uncle standing in the doorway with a malicious grin on his face. So, sneaking out in the middle of the night to see that family, he spat. It was an emergency, Harry started but was slammed up against the wall by his uncle. I was getting worried that you wouldn't make another mistake, that I wouldn't be able to teach you your lesson. When I found you missing, I sent the police away. Wouldn't want any reports of domestic disturbance, would we? He sneered. Please, Uncle Vernon, I'm going back to school tomorrow. I'll be gone, out of your. Harry was interrupted with being backhanded to the floor, splitting the cut on his cheek back open. His uncle stalked over and Harry tried to back away but couldn't seem to get into a standing position quickly enough. A boot connected with his stomach, stunning him. It hit again and again until Vernon, with his uncle's foot on his chest pinning him to the floor, Harry looked over to see his Aunt Petunia at the top of the stairs looking sleepy. Aunt Petunia, help me, please. Get him off of me. I can't breathe. His uncle's foot pushed harder on his chest and with the large amount that he weighed, Harry couldn't squirm away no matter how he tried. Vernon, the boy is going back to that school tomorrow, his aunt began. Thank you. Harry's mind screamed. She's going to talk some sense into him. Don't mark up his face too much or they'll figure it out. I don't need those people banging on the doors. Harry's face fell. This couldn't be happening. His uncle looked ready to kill him and his mother's own sister didn't even care. What's going on? Dudley came into view beside his mother. At seeing the scene below, his eyes lit up like it was Christmas again. Oh boy, can I watch Mum? Oh please. No Duddykins, not tonight. A growing boy like you needs his rest and I don't want you to have to see that horrid boy get what's coming to him. Harry was stunned. Was this some kind of show for them? He knew that his aunt and cousin had known that he had been beaten during the summer, but didn't realize that they actually supported the idea. After much arguing, Aunt Petunia ushered Dudley back to his room and herself went back to sleep. Well, I'm glad she can sleep so peacefully while her only nephew is getting murdered, he thought sarcastically. Uncle Vernon now turned his attention back to Harry. Hatred was burning in his eyes. His jaw clenched as he put all of his weight on the foot pinning down Harry, grinding it into his chest. Harry let out a scream of agony as he felt and heard some of his ribs snap. His head swam as he tried to breathe despite the stabbing pains when he inhaled. The pressure was finally released and Harry was forcibly dragged into standing position. He kicked his uncle in the knee and tried to get away, but the only result was being thrown into the low glass table in the living room. When his body hit it, the glass shattered. He felt shards of it digging into his back and felt cuts on the back of head. Harry Ned and tried to sit up, but Uncle Vernon grabbed his foot and began dragging him away from the table, causing the glass to be pushed further into his back and cut his skin. He screamed in agony, kicking out with his free foot at the arms holding his other one, making them eventually let go. He tried to wriggle away but was stopped by several kicks to the chest, connecting with his already broken ribs. Harry couldn't even scream now, just focusing on staying conscious and breathing. He started slipping in and out of consciousness, only vaguely aware of the end of the beating and being dragged back to and thrown into his cupboard, along with the clicking of the lock. The next morning, Harry woke up with a fever that had developed during the night, most likely in connection with his injuries. He spent quite a while just trying to stand and make it to the bathroom. He took a shower to clean off the blood that caked his body and hair. He attempted to pick the glass out of his back but he couldn't reach. Each time he tried to maneuver his arm around to grab a piece, pain shot through his whole body. When he finally did get a piece, he realized it hurt less to just keep it in, and he'd worry about it later when he could have pain-relieving potions to help with the task. He threw away his bloody, torn clothes and pulled on some more of Dudley's old clothes. This covered up all his bodily injuries except for the bruise and cut on his cheek. He was thankful that his hair was so dark as it covered up the cuts and bruises on the back of his head very well. If anyone asked, he could just say that he had gotten into a small fight with Dudley. He practiced walking around some more, trying to hide any trace of suffering on his face. He went into the kitchen and cooked breakfast as usual, though it was more difficult this time, as he felt so sick. Each movement sent waves of pain shooting through his body. He didn't bother sneaking food for himself as he was already on the verge of throwing up. As the Dursleys came down, he served them all without a word and they all talked normally. He did have to make sure to dodge Dudley's smelting stick a few times as he was trying to poke at Harry's injuries. He went to get his stuff together and remembered that he didn't have it. He groaned. It was going to be hard to fool the Stensons since they already knew what was going on and the two females of the family were very huggy, especially when they were happy with Harry. However, There was nothing he could do except try to get in and out as fast as possible. Harry and his uncle drove to the Stensons in silence. The only words spoken were when they got there. "I want you in and out of that house in 5 minutes or I'm calling the police to say they kidnapped you again, and I assure you I'll have them arrested," he sneered. Harry just nodded and got out of the car. When Coda answered the door, Harry plastered a smile on his face and hoped it looked real enough. He entered, and as he sensed Coda coming to give him a welcoming hug, he started quickly up the stairs. "Sorry, I don't really have time for hellos. I have only a few minutes to get my stuff before my uncle has you guys arrested." "Sure, Harry. No problem," she said, following him into the guest room to help him get his things together. "What happened to your cheek though? It looks worse than last night." "Yeah, I know. Dudley and I got into a bit of a tiff this morning and I think it split back open, the fat git," he said. Coda looked slightly skeptical but stayed silent. The two walked quickly back downstairs carrying Harry's things, a task quite difficult for Harry, but he disguised it well. What surprised him was that Uncle Vernon was on the front walk now, having a heated discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Stenson. Harry slipped by them with his things and waved goodbye, heading toward his uncle. "Dursley, we're going to find out a way to get Harry from you. He deserves better than your pathetic excuse for a family," Mr. Stenson yelled. Harry hoped things wouldn't get too heated right before he was going to be in a car with his uncle. Mr. Stenson, it's all right. You guys can talk about this later. My train's going to be leaving and I can't be late for it," Harry said, trying to calm everyone. Mr. Stenson nodded at Harry, realizing not to make the situation worse at the moment. Harry walked back to the car with his uncle, and climbed into the passenger side seat. Uncle Vernon got into the driver's side and turned back and sneered out the window. "Don't mess with me, Stenson, or I can make things extremely bad for some people." With that note, he grabbed Harry by the shoulder and dug his thumb into the back right near where a piece of glass was still embedded in his skin. Harry's cool exterior shattered as he let out a small cry of pain and his whole body tensed up. His uncle let go and Harry sat back trying to catch his breath, with only the wish of getting to King's Cross Station and going to Hogwarts. Vernon winked at the Stensons with that same evil grin on his face and then stepped on the gas as Mrs. Stenson burst out in tears and Mr. Stenson started out the door towards Uncle Vernon. Harry's uncle sped off before he could reach them, Mr. Stenson yelling profanities after Uncle Vernon. "That'll show him to mess with me," he said, too overjoyed for Harry's comfort. Harry remained silent, once again focusing on breathing and not losing his stomach. Uncle Vernon's hand shot out and caught Harry's chin, yanking it to face his. "You're pathetic, boy, did you know that? Can't even defend yourself. Your parents would have been ashamed," he said, throwing Harry's chin away in disgust. "And don't you dare speak a word of this to any of your freak friends. Wouldn't want to disappoint even more people." "I won't," Harry muttered, turning to stare out the window. They were both silent for the rest of the ride. Harry felt disgusted with himself. To the Dursleys, the only family he had ever known, he was merely a servant, a pawn in the feud with the Stensons, and a punching bag for his uncle. Those were the only reasons they kept him around. Though he always tried his best to ignore every word that exited his uncle's mouth, what he had said hit a button and Harry couldn't help but see some truth behind it. Finally, after one last warning from his uncle to not breathe a word of what happened to anyone, Harry entered King's Cross Station. He was a bit later than he would have liked, always trying to be a little bit early ever since missing the train's second year. He got to the train as the whistle began to blow and only a few stragglers were jumping on. He heaved his trunk on board with some struggle and, following Neville's directions, made his way to the compartment that Ron and Hermione were in. When he walked in, his two friends sighed in relief. "We thought you had missed the train, mate," Ron said. Harry sat down next to Hermione. "Nah, just a little late. So how were your breaks?" They all began discussing their breaks, Harry gently changing his story to exclude the ordeal with Mr. Stenson's cancer or how he had been treated at the Dursleys. They did get a kick out of Harry's description of the reactions he got when revealing that he was a wizard. When the cut on the side of his face came up, he smoothly covered it with the same story he had told Coda, but added that he had given Dudley a bloody nose, to even the imaginary score. After a while, the lack of sleep, weariness still lingering from the night before, and his injuries, began to catch up with him. Hermione had moved to the opposite bench to show Ron what Muggle pictures looked like and to attempt to explain why they weren't moving, so Harry lay down on the bench without his friends paying too much attention and quickly fell asleep. Harry, will you explain to Ron that Muggle pictures? Oh, Ron, look, Harry fell asleep. Yeah, well, it's probably a good thing. He looks like he hasn't gotten sleep in ages. The two got back to talking, but were interrupted by a soft groan from Harry. Do you think he's having one of his dreams? Asked Ron worriedly. I don't know, Hermione said in the same tone. She walked over to Harry and began calling his name to try to wake him up, but Harry's face just grimaced. She noticed that Harry seemed to be slightly sweating and curiously put a hand on his forehead. Oh my God, Ron, he's burning up. He has a fever. Ron asked, even more concerned and getting up as well. Yeah, and a very high one judging by the temperature of his forehead. He looks like he's in pain. They both started calling to him louder. When that didn't work, Ron grabbed his shoulders and shook him gently. Both of them gasped when Harry's eyes shot open with a sharp intake of breath. His eyes were slightly glazed over as if he was hurting. He started shivering. Harry, you're sick, Hermione informed him. Yeah, I think I may have come down with something last night, but don't worry, I don't think it's contagious. He winced, starting to sit up, but two pairs of hands gently pushed him back down. No, Harry, lay down right now. Hold on, we're going to try to get your fever down a little, Hermione said, running out of the room and coming quickly back with one of her Muggle shirts damp with cold water from the bathroom. You guys, don't worry. I'm fine, really. To prove his point, Harry promptly stood up. Unfortunately, his body didn't exactly agree with his ego, and immediately the room began to spin and his knees started to buckle. Luckily, Ron quickly grasped his friend's upper arms and helped him fall gently back onto the seat and pushed him back into a laying position. Nice try, Harry. You don't have to be Mr. Tough Guy all the time, you know, Ron lightly scolded him, with a concerned smile. Hermione promptly put the makeshift washcloth on Harry's forehead. Ron's right, Harry. Ron's right. I really must be sick if I've started hallucinating. Ron laughed. Hermione put her hands on her hips and then sat down next to Harry's head. Does your skin hurt, Harry? Hermione asked, looking down into his eyes. It did, but he had been desperately hoping that his friends wouldn't figure that out. Well, I know that when I get fevers, sometimes everything hurts along with my skin. The way you reacted to Ron when he tried to wake you up, she trailed off, remembering back to it. Well, I guess, sort of. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you guys, he quickly agreed with Hermione as to not lead to any more assumptions about his ailments. Hey mate, don't worry about it. Why don't you try to get some shut-eye before we get to Hogwarts? Then we'll go see Madame Pomfrey and see what she can do for you, Ron said. No, really, I'm fine. I really don't need to see Madame Pomfrey, he said briskly. Both of his friends looked a little surprised by his reaction and very skeptical. In truth, he didn't want there to be any situation where someone could find out about his home life and Madame Pomfrey could easily find out something like that. Instead, however, he tried a different explanation. Come on, you guys, I don't want to be stuck in the hospital wing the first night back. I'll miss the feast. In reality, Harry didn't even want to think about food at the moment as his stomach wasn't in tip-top shape, but this explanation seemed to at least grab Ron's sympathy. Well, we'll see how you're feeling when we get there, and if you're better, we won't carry you off to the hospital wing. Harry nodded in agreement, causing Hermione to have to readjust the makeshift washcloth. Harry felt very awkward and kept begging them to let him do things for himself, but they wouldn't hear anything of it. Instead, Hermione kept checking his temperature to see if it had gone down at all, and cooling the rag often with a simple spell. Ron had gotten out a few of his robes and put them on top of Harry-like blankets under Hermione's orders that he needed to stay warm. Harry, haven't you ever had someone take care of you when you were sick before? Asked Ron in a tone that obviously expected a positive answer. No, Harry said sleepily. His friends exchanged a look of surprise and sympathy, but Harry, who had once again begun to fall asleep, didn't notice. Well, when you were younger, Your aunt and uncle must have taken care of you when you got ill, Hermione insisted. No, I always took care of myself. Plus, the doctor's office isn't too far from the Dursleys' house, so I could just walk there if I needed to. And I aced the first aid class one had to take in school. Harry's eyes were closed and he was just murmuring the words, not even really registering what he was saying. A few minutes later, his breathing slowed and Ron and Hermione knew he was asleep. Is he going to be all right? I mean, whenever we get sick with a fever, Mum just gives us potions that work pretty quickly, so I don't really know what it's like trying to cure it the Muggle way, said Ron quietly. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. He must have the flu or something and he's probably been ignoring it as, well, he's Harry. Luckily, the rest of the train ride went very smoothly, without a visit from Malfoy and the gang. While Harry slept, Ron and Hermione played wizard's chess but threatened the pieces to stop playing if they weren't quiet, never forgetting to make sure Harry was covered in the robes and that the shirt on his forehead was still cold. When they were almost there, Hermione woke up Harry, being careful not to shake him in case his skin still hurt. They all changed into their robes and then it was time for Hermione's expert opinion. She felt Harry's forehead and frowned. Harry, I don't think your fever's gone down too much. We should take you to Madame Pomfrey. Hermione, I'm fine. Listen, I'll go up to Madame Pomfrey's torture chamber after the feast. All right, Harry insisted, with no intention of actually going up after the feast. Hermione had no choice but to agree. You only think it's a torture chamber because she makes you stay in bed all the time, Ron laughed. Do you know how tight she puts those sheets? I feel like I'm being mummified. Plus all those foul-tasting potions, it's enough to make anyone run screaming the other way. Harry still didn't feel very well, but the sleep had done him a world of good. He no longer felt as dizzy and his back was pleasantly numb, though that probably wasn't the best sign. He figured that he'd try to find a spell to help him get out the glass soon. Either that or fake some kind of accident where it could have happened, though that would be very tough to pull off. The welcome back feast seemed to take longer and was less enjoyable than usual. Of course, he would usually have already been at school and be welcoming back his classmates. He didn't touch his food, only moved it around on his plate, trying not to smell it too much nor watch others eat, as he was feeling more and more nauseous in doing so. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron were eyeing him skeptically, regretting their decision to let Harry escape medical attention. Hey, Harry, aren't you going to eat anything? Ron asked. I'm not really hungry. See, Harry, you're ill. You haven't eaten anything all day. Maybe we should go up to the hospital wing now, Hermione scolded. Listen, I'm fine. See. Harry popped a piece of potato into his mouth and reluctantly swallowed. He took a few more bites, which seemed to appease Hermione. Apparently, though, this hadn't been the brightest idea. His stomach seemed to have been injured after all. All of a sudden, Harry's stomach tightened and he gasped in pain, dropping his fork and grabbing his friend's attention. Harry. He quickly realized that he was going to lose the food he had just eaten and got up as quickly as possible, hand covering his mouth, and raced out of Great Hall toward the nearest bathroom, the Slytherins laughing at him as he passed their table. He heard his two friends run in after him as he fell over a toilet and started throwing up. He couldn't stop for a long while, vaguely feeling Hermione's hand rubbing his back as he felt like he was turning his stomach inside out, Hermione not realizing this wasn't exactly comforting her friend. He had been sick before, but nothing like this. His stomach felt like knives were stabbing into his abdomen. Finally, he knew he had emptied his stomach and Ron handed him a bunch of paper towels to wipe off his face. He leaned back against the wall of the cubicle and wiped off his face, but when he pulled the towels away they had blood on them. Hermione had noticed the same thing when she had gone to flush the toilet. Oh my God, Harry, you're throwing up blood. She practically screamed. Harry smiled weakly. Not anymore. Then turning to Ron, who wasn't quite sure if this was supposed to happen, Hermione said, That's not normal, Ron. That's it, we're going to the hospital wing now. Ron demanded, pulling his friend up onto his feet. His friend stood on either side of him and pulled his arms around their shoulders for support. Harry was going to protest but thought this was less embarrassing than collapsing halfway there. He allowed himself to be helped up to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey. Ron yelled as they got through the door. The hospital wing was empty, no sign of the nurse in sight. Harry was helped to the nearest bed. As Ron was running to retrieve the nurse, Madame Pomfrey hurried in from her office. What's all the screaming about? It's nothing really, Madame Pomfrey, I just have a touch of the flu. I think a fever-reducing potion along with something for my stomach might do the trick. Harry cut off Hermione, hoping this wouldn't end in an examination. He was also throwing up blood. Ma'am, Ron added after figuring out that Harry wasn't going to. Well, that's certainly not normal, the nurse murmured, hurrying to the potions cupboard to grab some fever-reducing potion. A glimmer of pride shone across Hermione's face as her earlier statement was confirmed, but was drowned in worry when her friend Mo.Ned, grabbing his stomach. Try some of this, dear, Madame Pomfrey said, handing him a glass of fever-reducing potion mixed with a bit of potion to relieve nausea. I usually don't trust my patients' assessments of their maladies, but since you've become so good with magical medicine, I'm guessing you know what you're talking about. Of course, the throwing up blood makes it seem like something else might be wrong. No, don't worry, ma'am. One time when I was young, I got food poisoning really bad. It did something to the lining of my stomach so that whenever I get sick, blood comes up. Trust me, it's normal for me, Harry quickly lied. He had thought up that story on the way to the hospital wing, and by the looks on the 3 other faces in the room, it was quite believable. All of a sudden his stomach cramped up again and another and escaped from his lips as he pressed his free hand into it, trying to get it to stop hurting. He almost dropped the cup in his other hand, but Hermione, sensing danger, quickly grabbed it from him. Harry, here, quick, drink this. Hermione held out the glass towards him and Harry met it with a shaky hand. His mind was so distracted he didn't even register the awful taste as it slid down his throat. After only a few seconds, his stomach stopped cramping up since his body was no longer trying to throw up. He gradually felt less achy and came to be at a more normal temperature rather than too cold and too hot at the same time. Harry refused Madame Pomfrey's attempts to keep him overnight to try to cure his stomach lining. He told her that the problem didn't bother him and slid out the door with Hermione and Ron. Now, was that so horrible? Hermione asked, now in a much better mood. How are you feeling? Ron asked, still looking slightly worried. He had gotten really scared when they had found Harry in the bathroom, and only got increasingly afraid to see the blood and his best friend Mo.Ning in pain. He had never seen anyone so sick. As good as new. At least I wasn't taken prisoner for the night, Harry said with a smile. This seemed to assure Ron and all was normal walking back to the dorms for the night. Without the fever to distract him, Harry awoke the next morning barely able to move in result of his injuries on his back, ribs, and stomach. He even had several gashes on the backs of his arms from the glass. After everyone had gone to breakfast, Harry took off his shirt and looked over his shoulder into the bathroom mirror. It didn't look good. The cuts all looked angry and red. He pointed his wand over his shoulder and aimed at one shard of glass embedded in his skin and nervously said, Accio. The piece shot upwards out of his back, cutting it even more. Harry had to clamp a hand over his mouth to muffle a scream. Well, that's not the way to do it, he decided, cleaning up the blood with toilet paper and putting his shirt back on. He would need to find another method. He focused on walking normally down to the Great Hall. He was very hungry, not having eaten well since the Stensons and losing any scrap that was in his stomach the night before. It greatly pleased his 2 friends to see him eat so much. He made it through his classes, hiding any pain caused by sudden movements and such. He was having a relatively good day, but his mood diminished when they began trooping to potions, the last class of the day. Potions went fairly normally. They were brewing cleaning potions that would lift out dirt from carpets and such. Later there would be much joking about how Snape should use it on his hair and talk of slipping it into his shampoo. Of course, the mere thought of entering Snape's bathroom destroyed this plan immediately. At the end of class, when everyone was hurrying to get their things, Snape watched as Neville accidentally bumped Harry into a desk, apologizing as he passed, eager to get out of the class. Nobody but Snape noticed Harry's stomach bang into the desk. It wasn't that bad of a hit, but Harry gasped in pain, his knees nearly buckling. His hands gripped the edge of the table so hard his knuckles turned white while he breathed deeply as though trying to relieve some kind of pain. He quickly got control of himself and grabbed his bag. Snape knew something was wrong and followed his first instinct, giving detentions. Potter, you will see me for detention at 7 o'clock sharp. Detention. What for? Harry asked confused. What had he done wrong? We will discuss that tonight. Harry started to protest but Snape cut him off. Now leave. I don't want to see you again until detention. He pointed a finger toward the door and Harry realized he was defeated. He walked out the door and began grumbling to his friends, gaining much sympathy from Ron especially. Snape tried to put the boy out of his mind but couldn't get the picture of him leaning over the desk out of his head. At 7 o'clock, Harry found himself entering the potions room still confused about Snape's reasoning. It wasn't unusual to get detention from Snape, but he always received some explanation, no matter how untrue or unjust. He approached his teacher and asked why he was there. Snape ignored the question. Well, Mr. Potter, today I observed something quite unusual. Since when does bumping into a desk hurt one so incredibly much? Harry was dumbstruck. Excuse me, Professor. I think you know what I'm talking about and I'd like an explanation. Listen, Professor. I don't know what you're talking about, and if this is why I'm down here, I'm going to be going now. Harry turned to leave, but Snape reached out and grabbed his shoulder to stop him, his finger landing right on a piece of glass. Through Harry's shirt, sweater, and cloak, Snape didn't realize what he was doing, but in grasping Harry's shoulder, he pushed the piece of glass further in. Harry half gasped, half whimpered at this and quickly knocked Snape's hand away. Pain engulfed his body and his knees buckled. Snape's mouth dropped as Harry collapsed, watching him as he lay on the floor gasping for breath, moaning in pain. The boy made several attempts to sit up, but each time he put pressure on his hands to push himself up, he would end up falling right back down, clutching his shoulder in agony. Merlin Potter, what's wrong? Did I feel something hard when I grabbed your shoulder? No, I just. Harry searched for an explanation but failed. I'm just going to check out your shoulder and see what's going on, Snape said, starting to unfasten Harry's cloak. No. Harry was beginning to panic and tried frantically to get up again, but failed once again as his arm gave out. I'm fine, really. Nice try, Potter. I'm going to have to cut your shirt and sweater as I don't think you're able to take it off right now, but I'll repair it when I'm done. Snape carefully pulled Harry up into a sitting position, but Harry was now stuck there, unable to stand without using his arm, not that Snape even let him try. With Harry physically unable to escape, Snape took out his wand and cut Harry's clothes from the neckline down to his shoulder and then pulled back the flap in the back, revealing the back of his shoulder. At first Snape couldn't really tell what was going on, only saw a mess of blood. Once he wiped it away with a flick of the wand, he was confused to see a piece of glass now only slightly protruding from Harry's skin. By the bruising and redness, it seemed to have been there for a few days and was getting infected. Potter, what the? Snape's words trailed off as he noticed the start of a deep cut leading under the rest of his shirt. He began to cut away more of the shirt, but Harry wrenched himself away, scooting backwards from Snape. Harry tried to think of some excuse or something to say, but his words failed him. He wanted to just get up and run, but he was aching so much that he couldn't even get up. I'm taking you to the hospital wing, Snape said. No, it's nothing. I was already at the hospital wing yesterday. I'm not going back. Besides, she would just tell Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and get a bunch of people involved, and that would be stupid 'cause it's nothing, Harry rambled desperately. There's a significantly sized piece of glass protruding from your shoulder. You call that nothing? Yes, it's nothing I can't handle myself, he said stubbornly. Then why haven't you? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry couldn't think of a response. Fine, I'll heal you myself then. Harry looked horrified. You? No way. Listen, Potter, here's the deal. Either I'll have to bring you to Madame Pomfrey or you can let me have a look at it and try to heal it myself. I am very competent with magical medicine, especially as much of it ties into potion making. Madame Pomfrey is a much better healer than myself, but it is true that she'll probably inform the headmaster and your head of house if it is something serious, which it looks like it is. So what do you want? Snape watched Harry as a defeated look washed over his face. Staring at the floor, he said in a voice not much louder than a whisper, "Well, do you promise not to tell anyone?" Snape paused thoughtfully. "Yes, unless it's imperative that I do otherwise." Harry sighed and softly nodded his head, still staring sadly at the floor. He began to uncomfortably scoot back towards Snape, who met him halfway, and slowly spun around so his back was once again facing Snape. Rather than having his potions professor surgically remove his clothes, Harry carefully removed his shirt and sweater together, wincing as he heard the sharp intake of breath from behind him. "Merlin, Potter, what happened?" Snape asked, horrified, eyes fixed on the battlefield on Harry's back. There were deep gashes everywhere and many glass shards of varying sizes still embedded into his skin. On closer inspection through suspicion, Snape found cuts all over the back of Harry's head as well. "I fell backwards into a glass table. Which somehow also caused a bruise on your cheek." Snape sounded genuinely perplexed. The boy's story made sense except for the gash and bruise on his cheek. It also seemed that it would take more force than just tripping to do so much damage. A thought flashed across his mind, but he quickly waved it away as impossible. This was the boy who lived, the one with the perfect life, with everyone admiring him for doing something accidentally when he was 1 year old. That surely would include his family. He couldn't shake this suspicion though, no matter how ridiculous it may have seemed. Noticing Harry hugging his knees to his chest, Snape began to suspect that there was something strange with this, especially since the arm that had been hurting him so badly was now wrapped around his legs, grasped by the other one to support it. Snape stood and walked around to Harry's front. "Harry, let me see your stomach." Harry looked up at him. "You said you only wanted to look at my back. And now I want to see your stomach. Now," he added menacingly. Harry reluctantly removed his legs to reveal an extremely bruised torso. Snape's eyes flashed with anger and Harry instinctively flinched. "Who did this to you?" he asked forcefully. Harry looked away and started mumbling something with many, "It's nothing, and I'm fine, s." For the first time in his life, Snape began to feel actual sympathy for the boy. Maybe his life wasn't great in every aspect after all. He sighed and kneeled down next to Harry and gently took his chin into his hand and forced him to make eye contact, at which point Harry stopped mumbling. Harry, who do you live with?" "Your uncle and aunt, right? Your uncle did this to you, didn't he?" "No, Harry, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. It's the only way I can help you." Harry looked up into Snape's eyes for a brief moment. Snape saw many emotions in those eyes. Guilt, sadness, embarrassment. Then looking back downwards, Harry gave the slightest nod, which Snape might not have even noticed if he hadn't been lightly holding Harry's chin. He began to shake slightly and pulled his knees back up to his chest, this time for comfort rather than concealment. Snape shut his eyes and massaged the bridge of his nose. He couldn't believe what was happening and wouldn't have believed it if he didn't know in his heart that it was true. "All right, I'm going to help you stand up and we'll go into my office. No one will disturb us in there and we'll try and heal you up." He didn't know exactly how to help Harry up without hurting him and settled on mainly pulling up his better arm. Harry followed Snape into his office and sat down on the couch inside while Snape looked through his potions, finally settling on one. Well, the only way I can really figure how to get that stuff out of your back is through this potion," he said, giving the bottle a shake. "See, you've left those pieces of glass in long enough to start forming scabs around them, which is going to make it very difficult and very painful to remove. This will unclot your blood around your wounds so the shards of glass will be easier to remove and will, in effect, hopefully be less painful. It will also reduce scarring, and as you already have one famous scar, I don't think you need any more. Unfortunately, it doesn't mix well with pain-relieving potions and therefore I'm afraid you'll just have to grin and bear it until the glass is out. That is unless you have a better idea." "No, sir. I already tried Accio and that didn't work too well, so this seems as good a shot as any." "You tried to summon the glass from your back?" Snape asked, shocked while measuring some of the potion into a glass. "Well, that had to hurt." "Yeah, it wasn't exactly a comfortable feeling." Snape handed him the glass that Harry promptly drank down, trying to ignore the unpleasant taste. The wounds on his back began to lose any numbness still present, and he once again remembered the pain he felt that first night. He began to feel blood dripping down his back. Snape sat down next to him with tweezers and a beaker. Harry positioned himself so his back was facing the professor. Snape looked worriedly at his student. The sooner this was over the better. The boy seemed to be losing a lot of blood, as even the cuts without glass in them had opened back up. Here goes, he thought to himself, and picked a random piece of glass to begin with. All right, I'm going to start now. This will hurt. Harry nodded his head and took a deep breath. Snape latched the tweezers onto the protruding bit and pulled fast, hoping to get it over with soon. Harry let out a cry of pain and slapped a hand over his mouth to muffle it. Snape could see his whole body tense and wasn't surprised, as the piece of glass had been much bigger than he had expected. He dropped the glass into his beaker and turned back to see that now Harry looked strangely lax. Potter. Harry said, turning his head to look at his teacher. Snape could see his eyes were a bit glazed and unfocused and was worried he would pass out. Lay down on your stomach before you faint. Snape moved off the couch and got a chair from behind his desk while Harry followed the orders. When they were situated again, he said, "All right, Potter, you need to stay conscious, so you need to stay talking." Snape pulled out a smaller piece of glass with a sharp intake of breath from Harry. "Talk. About what?" he said once regaining his breath. "I don't know. What do you talk to your friends about?" "Do you really think that's a good idea?" Harry asked sarcastically. Snape agreed with Harry. There would be nothing that he'd like to listen to less than Potter's conversations with his friends. "All right, why not tell me what happened that you ended up with a table in your back?" He pulled out a slightly larger piece of glass than the last one, and Harry had to bite back a cry. "You have to talk, Potter, or you will pass out and I'll have to take you to Madame Pomfrey." "Fine. I snuck out the night before I came back and got caught." Snape pulled out another one with a gasp and groan from Harry. "Well, that wasn't too smart then. What were you doing sneaking out in the middle of the night anyways?" "Giving interviews to the president of your fan club," he said sneeringly, but mentally kicked himself. "Way to be supportive," his mind scolded. "No," Harry said with a glare. "I was visiting someone in the hospital. The Dursleys, the family I live with, are in a sort of feud with them, and I wouldn't have been allowed to go, but..." Harry let out another cry of pain with another large piece of glass and started biting his lip. "Keep talking, Potter." "But my owl came with a message saying it was urgent, so I waited until the Dursleys were asleep, snuck out and ran to the hospital." Now Snape felt even more stupid for his earlier comment. Why are the two families in a feud? He asked just to keep Harry talking rather than actually being interested. That actually would be my fault." Another cry of pain. "How so?" Snape asked, pulling out another piece. He noticed that Harry's fists were both clenched and turning white. "They found out about this last summer." Snape stilled. "Wait, how long has this been going on? And I want the honest truth." "Well, I don't really know exactly." He paused to catch his breath with another piece of glass extracted. "It was always smaller stuff, like slapping and pulling my hair. They supported my cousin and his friends beating me up. Besides a few incidences, things didn't accelerate until last summer. In fact, when I got my Hogwarts letter, things got better for a while. I got a room, and aside from trying to starve me after an incident in the summer before my second year, it was pretty good." He didn't know why he was telling Snape things that he hadn't even told the Stensons or his best friends, but when he was talking, he did feel less likely to pass out, and, though he hated to admit it, it felt refreshing to actually tell this to someone. Snape was starting to get very interested in what his most hated student was saying. He would never have guessed about Harry's home life and was appalled. "What do you mean by a few incidences before Hogwarts?" When I was 6, my teacher sent home a progress report saying that I was mixing up my D.S. and my B.S. My uncle had already been having a bad day, and when I was working on getting the letters right, he took my pencil and stabbed it into my forearm. It's actually kind of funny, you can still see the lead in there. Sure enough, when Harry pointed it out, Snape could see a dark spot under his skin. "When I was 8, my aunt hit me in the back of the head with the frying pan hard enough to give me a concussion. They made me walk to the doctor's office with a story about falling off the jungle gym, but he was suspicious, which stopped my aunt and uncle from doing anything to me for a while. Merlin, and what do you mean about getting a room? Where did you sleep before? In the cupboard under the stairs. You grew up in a cupboard. That must have been cramped, Snape said, unsure of really what to say. He had never dealt with anything like this before. Not as much as now. At Snape's questioning glance, he explained. I'm back in there again. There was a pause as Snape pulled out another one, leaving Harry to catch his breath and Snape to try to get over the shock of what he was hearing. By the glazed look in Harry's eyes, he probably wasn't fully aware that he was spilling his life story to his most hated professor, but then again, who could blame him? All right, we have one more left now, the one in your shoulder. Now, it's in there pretty deep, and so it'll probably be pretty painful. Oh goody, best for last. Let's get this over with then. Snape latched on the tweezers as Harry took a deep breath and winced in anticipation. Snape yanked as hard as he could, thinking, the faster the better, and pulled out the last piece of glass. Harry couldn't even breathe as pain shot through his shoulder, let alone scream out the anguish he felt inside. The world began to sway and Harry felt like he was going to fall despite the fact that he was already lying down. Everything began to blur and he knew he was going to lose consciousness. When Harry didn't make any sound, Snape quickly rolled him over onto his side to meet the boy's unfocused eyes that were opening and closing as if he was trying to stay conscious. Come on, Potter. You just need to stay awake enough to drink the antidote, Snape called to him, shaking his shoulders slightly, which seemed to bring him back a little. He sat Harry up and leaned him against the back of the couch while he quickly grabbed the antidote to the unclotting potion and held it out to Harry. He hoped the boy would be able to drink it on his own, as Snape would rather drink a potion made by Neville Longbottom than to be remembered as feeding Harry Potter. Luckily, Harry weakly took the cup and shakily drank down the potion. As the potion went down his throat, Harry could feel the pain ebbing away along with the dizziness and blurriness. He figured the potion's master must have mixed in a pain-relieving potion with the antidote. All right, the bleeding will slow down now, but I'm afraid you're going to have to let those cuts heal the slow way. I'm going to probably have to use magic on your front, and no one's body can take too much magic. Harry nodded weakly. This whole ordeal was taking a lot out of him. So what's wrong with your chest? Is it just bruised? It seems too dark to just be bruised though. I think some of my ribs might be broken. Oh, how's that? Well, they got stepped on and I heard some cracks, he said, looking away with a tired expression. Snape almost found it humorous how Harry made it sound like someone was just walking down the street and his body just happened to get in the way. Who was he trying to kid? Snape sighed. All right. Well, that's easier then. They actually have specific spells for broken bones. Of course, ribs are more difficult than some, but here we go anyway. Snape pulled out his wand and with a wave muttered, Scholassus Hialin. With that, Harry was better able to breathe than he had in days. He took a deep breath just to enjoy the absence of stabbing pains in his chest. Snape also shot a general healing spell at Harry's stomach that cleared up much of the bruising. All right, Potter, is there anything else wrong? And I suggest you tell me the truth. No, sir. That's all, Harry said, pulling his now fixed shirt back on. Well, the minor injuries will have to heal on their own, but I'll give you a vial of pain-relieving potion, but don't take it more than 3 times a day. 1 sip at a time should suffice. Finally, Harry was again fully dressed and with the vial of potion, walked out of the office followed by Snape. At the door of the classroom, he turned around and looked into his professor's eyes. It was a reluctant gaze, but Harry felt it was necessary. Thank you, Professor, Harry said with sincerity and then turned to walk out the door. Wait, Potter, Snape called. What are you going to do about this? Harry just looked at him confusedly and then turned little panicky. You're not going to tell anyone, right? I promised I wouldn't, but you need to. It's just going to get worse. I'll think about it, sir, Harry said without any intention of doing so and left the classroom, closing the door behind him. The next morning, Harry awoke for the first time in days feeling good. His injuries were almost all gone, his fever had gone down, his stomach no longer hurt. As he remembered the reason behind his newfound health, however, he mentally kicked himself. The whole episode was kind of blurry from the time of the first piece of glass coming out and the healing potion. He must have been only half conscious. He did remember spilling his secret out to Snape, and in much more detail than he had ever intended to tell anyone, especially not the greasy-haired potions master. He just hoped that Snape stayed true to his word and didn't tell anyone. A few weeks later found Ron and Harry trudging miserably up the tower stairs to divination. Harry now especially hated the class since whenever Professor Trelawney predicted his death, he couldn't help but realize that this time, she was finally right. He therefore spent most of the class trying to block out her droning voice. They were learning how to palm read. After what seemed like an eternity of lecture, she finally let the students break off into pairs to practice their new lesson. Harry admitted to Ron that he had been spacing out while the lesson had been going on, so Ron decided to go first in reading Harry's palm. He propped his book open on the desk next to him for reference. "All right. This is your lifeline, I think," Ron said with a frown of concentration. He looked at the book and tried to match up the lines it was talking of to the lines on Harry's hand. "It curves, so that means that your life is He looked at Harry and shrugged. "Wavy. Well, anyways, I can't tell which of these two lines are which, so you're either going to be popular and others will dislike you, or you'll have no friends but people will love you. Well, that'll be interesting to see you pull that one off." Ron laughed, turning Harry's hand from side to side as if waiting for the lines to suddenly all make sense. "Well, either way, at least I'll have a wavy life," teased Harry. Unfortunately, Professor Trelawney must have overheard them talking and came over. "Let me show you all how it's properly done. I'll use Mr. Potter as an example. Mr. Potter, no need to be dramatic, please scoot your chair back over here." Harry reluctantly followed her orders. Professor Trelawney sat down facing Harry and grabbed his hand, staring intently at the palm for what seemed like hours. Just when people started whispering suspicions that she might have fallen asleep or something, she started tutting and sadly shaking her head. "Oh dear, boy, you have the shortest lifeline I've ever seen. I fear you will not survive the year. Isn't the lifeline supposed to show your attitude toward life and the quality of your life rather than the length?" Harry asked, annoyed. It was the truth though. At least that was what their textbook had said. Professor Trelawney frowned. "Lines have multiple meanings," she snapped. Then she calmed herself and continued in her mystical voice. "This jaggedness implies a long, painful death." Parvati and Lavender gasped, shooting sympathetic looks at Harry. Harry's blood began to boil. "Wasn't I already supposed to die about twice already? Maybe you should quit expressing your death wishes for me before somebody starts wondering why your predictions never come true." Professor Trelawney looked surprised, along with the rest of the class. Even Harry himself was a little taken aback by what he had just said, but the comment had rubbed him the wrong way and he was by no means sorry. The gift of the inner eye is a very delicate thing. I don't expect people without any talent in divination, such as yourself, to understand its complexities, she huffed indignantly. "Well, I think your inner eye needs some glasses," he retorted. Professor Trelawney seemed to be at a loss for words, but suddenly, a look of understanding melted across her face. Harry was shocked. Was she actually beginning to realize that her harsh predictions might hurt people? "Oh dear, I see it now. You're in denial. The anger you're feeling is totally natural. You've seen it too, haven't you? Listen, dear. Why don't you take the rest of the class off to go think about what you'll do with the remainder of your time among the living? Go on now, shoo." Harry was still angry and glad for the opportunity to leave. He grabbed his bag and stormed out of the classroom, reminding himself a bit of Hermione in their third year. He went to the dorm and threw down his books in frustration. He knew he shouldn't have reacted to Professor Trelawney like that. It would raise a lot of eyebrows. He began pacing around the room, trying to walk off his anger and sort his thoughts. All of a sudden, he felt really dizzy, his head beginning to throb. With a start, he realized this was a sign of the cancer. He flopped down onto his bed and stared at the ceiling. "I'm going to die," his mind said in a depressed state of shock. For some reason, it never truly hit him before. Next year he wouldn't be able to get so frustrated with his professors. He wouldn't ever get to see his two best friends bicker with each other. This last thought brought up another issue. When was he going to tell Ron and Hermione? He couldn't keep it from them forever, but he didn't want them to treat him any differently. Yet he knew that if he were in his friend's shoes, he'd want to know. But how to tell them? Harry suddenly burst into a coughing fit, covering his mouth with his hand out of habit. When he stopped and could breathe normally again, he glanced at his hand to investigate why it felt warm and wet. He was horrified to see blood on it. He ran to the bathroom and washed it off, rinsing out his mouth as well. I'm dying. The thought crept into his head. It no longer felt like something of the distant future. It was starting now. I'm 15 years old and I'm dying. He walked back into the dorm and sat down dejectedly on his bed, staring blankly into space. He was broken from his daze by the sound of other students entering the common room below. Harry took a few long deep breaths to calm himself and started downstairs to seek out his two best friends. Luckily, nobody seemed to question his slight breakdown in divination. Everyone constantly witnessed the spaced-out professor telling Harry he was going to die. They all agreed, spoken or not, that Harry was under enough stress as it is with Voldemort after him without a teacher constantly preaching about his demise. Ron simply asked if he was okay, in reference to divination, and when Harry replied positively, Ron went on a rant for 20 minutes about why Professor Trelawney should be fired and, as a general rule, kept away from any small, impressionable children. He eventually changed the subject to the reasons why the same applied for Snape, only stopping as they approached the dungeons for potions. Harry was apprehensive for the class, as he had been for the last few ever since the night that Snape healed Harry's injuries. His first lesson after that night was the first time he had actually hoped that Snape would treat him the same as he always did. If Snape had looked worried or acted even slightly nice, people would definitely be suspicious, after they had gotten over the shock of course. But Snape had acted as he normally did, much to Harry's relief. He now just hoped it would stay like that. Maybe he had even forgotten about the whole situation. The two walked into the dungeon, taking their usual seats, Harry doing his best not to squirm with nervousness. As usual, Snape burst into the room with his robes billowing behind him and with a scowl on his face, looking like an overgrown bat. To Harry's relief, he took no side glances at his student and just jumped into his lecture which, as usual, went along the outline of 1. Gryffindor insults. 2. Actual instruction. 3. Why all students are complete morons, lecture. 4. More actual instruction. 5. Neville and Harry bashing. 6. Orders to get cauldrons and ingredients out. 7. Continuation of Gryffindor and Neville insults, with an occasional bark at Harry at any slight movement or noise. As the class went on as usual, Harry was joyfully surprised that he actually understood the lesson for once. He even figured out that Snape had left out some instructions on how to add the ingredients and warned the people around him while Snape had his back turned. Harry smiled when the Slytherin's potions began to explode or turn a sickly green instead of the purple it should be, while the Gryffindor's potions were turning out correctly. Snape was very suspicious as to why half of his students were actually able to do the lesson. Luckily, he asked the one person who knew the reason. Mr. Potter, can you explain to the class how your potion became purple? An explanation without any help from Miss Granger or a textbook, that is, he sneered. Harry smirked back. Sure, Professor. I just followed the instructions you gave us, but made sure to crush the asp tongue since asp tongue cannot work in most potions without being in a powder form. I also made sure to let the bay leaf totally dissolve before adding the asphodel, since, of course, asphodel reacts explosively with bay leaf unless the bay leaf is first mixed with thiamine long enough to lose its acidity, Harry stated as if it was an obvious fact. He shot a meaningful glance at the Slytherins that clearly gave the message that any idiot would know this information. Snape seemed utterly stumped. And how did you know this? Snape asked spitefully, obviously hoping to somehow accuse the Gryffindors of cheating. Harry thought quickly. Well, Neville convinced us all to study a little more for your class and we all got together for a potion study session. Neville looked taken aback at first, but quickly recovered when Snape looked at him, transforming his expression into one that made it seem as if Harry were speaking the absolute truth and that it was no surprise. Snape looked around the Gryffindors who were all nodding in consent to what Harry had said. Harry could see an internal battle flickering inside the potion's master. Well then, 5 points to Gryffindor for the extra effort, he said in a strained voice. He stalked off to record this, looking appalled at himself. The rest of the room was frozen with their mouths hanging open. This was the first time Harry had ever seen Snape give Gryffindor points. Well, get back to work or I'll take away 10 points from each of you. Everyone finished up their potions and put them into corked vials, placing them on the storage shelf. Finally, class was over and everyone made for the door. Mr. Potter, stay after class, Snape stated firmly, not looking up from the papers he was grading. With the natural way Snape had been treating him, Harry figured it was about doing the potion correctly, nearly forgetting about his initial fears. Once the last person was out the door, Snape finally looked up. How are your injuries? He asked, sounding very unsure of how to phrase this question. Harry was only momentarily surprised. Fine, sir. They don't hurt at all, he said, looking at the desk. And have you told anyone yet? Not exactly, sir. Snape heaved a sigh. I take it you're not planning to. Harry didn't say anything. Snape rubbed the bridge of his nose. He wasn't sure why this had been plaguing his mind for the last few weeks. He just wanted his student to tell someone else, to transfer the problem onto someone else's shoulders. It was too much of a burden being the only one with such dangerous knowledge. Potter, you need to tell someone. Otherwise, what will you do come summer? Harry actually didn't know the answer to this question. It was true that he didn't want to spend his last few months of his life around people who hated him, but he just couldn't tell anyone. I just can't, he murmured. Why not? Snape asked, exasperated. I assure you that the headmaster won't go selling the story to Rita Skeeter. He'd be able to help you. Harry just picked up his things and started toward the door. He grabbed the doorknob and paused. He kept his eyes down. I just couldn't let him down like that, he said barely above a whisper, and then left without looking back. Snape simply stared at the door closing behind the student he had loathed for the past 4.5 years. How did I get myself into this? He asked himself with a heavy sigh. Harry walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, explaining to Lupin that he had been kept after in Snape's class. The professor nodded in understanding. The Gryffindors must have been discussing the events in potions. They were all beaming at him, especially Neville. As I was saying, Professor Lupin said cheerfully, today we will practice deflecting and dodging curses. If you can do this, then try to disable your partner. These skills are used by Aurors all the time and are necessary if that's what you plan to do for your career. They're useful even if you're not planning on being in magical law enforcement, especially in light of recent times. So, everyone pair off. We'll take the winners of each pair and pair them up. The winners will continue dueling until one is left who will then duel with me. So go ahead and grab a partner. Everyone was pretty excited about this exercise, especially with the absence of the competitive rivalries that had existed in the dueling club in their second year. Neville grabbed Harry for a partner while Ron and Hermione paired off together. He thanked Harry profusely for earning him some points with Snape. Harry secretly doubted that it had made that much of a difference in their potion master's attitude towards the clumsy boy, but decided not to bring down Neville's high spirits. Once things got settled and Lupin gave the signal, everyone bowed. All right, begin. Harry let Neville have the first shot. Neville threw the leg locker curse. Harry easily deflected it and simply sent it back at Neville, almost like a mirror. Harry didn't even know he could do that. Neville lost his balance and Harry quickly disarmed him. He sat laughing on the floor while Harry undid the curse and helped him to his feet. Well, that was quite embarrassing, he said with a smile. He had been the first one in the class to lose. They watched everyone else finish dueling. Hermione and Ron went on the longest, but finally ended when they both shouted, Petrificus Totalis, at the same time, not blocking the other fast enough. It ended with them both lying on the floor unable to move. Professor Lupin quickly undid them, claiming it was a draw and that neither would go on. It seemed for a second that they were both going to be put in bad moods because of it, but luckily, they both laughed it off. Harry was thankful for the way it ended since it didn't include in any hurt feelings. Harry next dueled with Seamus, who he stunned and disarmed just as quickly as Neville, even with letting Seamus have the first shot. He went through Lavender and a couple of Hufflepuffs just as quickly and easily. He was surprised to see he was the only one left. Well, Mr. Potter, I must say, you have dueled very well. I'm surprised at the speed you were able to win each time. Well, now you're against me. I'm going to use some more advanced spells and curses, so it's going to be much more difficult. Just want to work on blocking as many as you can, all right. Miss Granger, may you give the signal? They both bowed and took their stances. All right, Hermione said excitedly. Begin. Immediately Professor Lupin began shooting curses that Harry was unfamiliar with. It was strange though, it was almost as if the curses were moving in slow motion. It was like he could sense what Professor Lupin was going to do. Harry easily dodged, blocked, or deflected each one of them easily. He could sense his professor's surprise, but Harry continued to resist the curses. Lupin became more determined and shot the curses faster, but it didn't affect Harry's ability to block them. Finally, Harry sensed Lupin pause to prepare for the next curse. Harry quickly shouted, Expelliarmus. Lupin's wand shot from his hand and landed in Harry's. The whole class, including the professor, stood there in shock. Harry began to feel a bit uncomfortable. He had never been that good at dueling. It had felt almost like his powers had increased during the duel, allowing him to fight easily. Harry, Professor Lupin said, still staring in disbelief. That was amazing. How were you able to block all of those? I'm not sure. I just did, he said sheepishly, hoping his face wasn't turning red. Here's your wand back, sir. He handed back Lupin's wand. Well, class, let's have a hand for our dueling champion. The class broke into applause, many people beginning to get over their shock. 10. No 15 points to Gryffindor. Keep up the good work, Harry. The class was dismissed and Harry walked out with Ron and Hermione. Merlin, Harry, that was spectacular. I mean, you beat a professor. Hermione began ranting animatedly. Yeah, mate, you're on a roll today. First you're a genius in potions, and now the first one they'll recruit is an Auror. It's almost like your magic has increased for the day, Ron raved. It hit Harry. Of course, it made sense. He knew that cancer would affect his powers, he had just assumed it would be in a negative way. He was filled with mixed emotions, happy that the cancer hadn't stripped him of his magical ability, yet also dejected now that the illness was obviously beginning to physically affect him. At dinner, the fifth-year Gryffindors were telling the whole table about Harry's dueling in defense along with giving Neville credit for his knowledge in potions. Guys, it wasn't a big deal, Harry insisted. You're making it seem like I'm all-powerful or something. I just had a good day in defense, that's all. He reached for the salt but didn't have to reach very far. The salt shaker flew off the table and into his hand. Harry's mouth dropped open. He looked around. Nobody had noticed except for Hermione and Ron, who had equal looks of wonder on their faces. Harry, Hermione whispered, try that again. She took the salt shaker and placed it next to her. Harry made sure nobody was watching and stuck out his hand. Nothing happened. Think about making it come to you, she whispered. He followed her instructions. It didn't even take a lot of mental concentration for the salt shaker to slide across the table into his hand. Bloody hell, Ron whispered in shock. You can do wandless magic. Hermione said quietly. Huh, no I can't, Harry said in disbelief. You just did, mate. You obviously can, Ron said grinning. Try doing something else, Hermione whispered eagerly. Harry looked at Hermione's plate and imagined it spinning. Their grins all grew as Hermione's plate started spinning in place. Bloody hell, Ron whispered again, his gaze entranced by Hermione's plate. Suddenly, his plate started spinning too. Two at once, Harry said quietly with a grin. Harry, a voice to Harry's side asked. Harry looked up immediately as if he had been caught doing something wrong. It was Neville. Will you tutor me in potions, please? After much begging, Harry agreed to tutor Neville in potions along with Eloise Midgen, who had come over from Hufflepuff to ask him. Apparently, they had heard the daily gossip as well. She seemed quite shy, but she explained that she was desperate for help in potions. Though the thought of doing more potions work than necessary was unsettling, Harry couldn't say no. Harry finished his meal quickly. Hermione and Ron followed him from the Great Hall, being done with their own meals. Harry, I can't believe you can do wandless magic. Ron said happily as they walked along the empty corridors. Neither can I, Harry said, but even as he said it, he realized that the cause of his new powers was slowly killing him. You'll have to practice and then, you'll be an unbeatable dueler. Hermione said excitedly. Hey, mate, do you think you could train me up a bit in dueling? I want to increase my chances of becoming an Auror in case that's what I end up wanting to do after Hogwarts. If I could duel like you, then I'd be a shoo-in. Ron asked eagerly. So you've decided to become an Auror for a living, Ron? Hermione asked, genuinely interested. Well, maybe, he said sheepishly. I don't want to end up like Percy, and the Aurors aren't really controlled all that much by Fudge, which is good since he's a total imbecile. I mean, I probably won't be able to or anything, it was just a thought. Well, I think it's a great idea. You'll definitely be able to do that if you really want, she said with a grin. Harry noticed that she refrained from mentioning schoolwork with much difficulty. Harry was proud. Ron looked at Hermione smiling. A blush was growing on both of their cheeks. Finally, Ron broke the tension. Thanks, my own. What about you? What do you want to do after Hogwarts? Well, an Auror might be a fun job, but I've never been all that good at dueling, so who knows? Maybe I could become a professor here at some point. Yeah, you'd be a great teacher. If there's no openings, you could take over Professor Trelawney's job. I know you're not into divination, but anyone could teach it better than that old bat, and she really needs to be fired. Hermione didn't even bother to scold Ron about bad-mouthing a teacher. By this point, the trio was entering the common room, which was surprisingly empty. Harry guessed everyone was still at dinner. So Harry, what about you? You'd make a great Auror. Ron said. I'm not going to be an Auror, Harry murmured. He knew he would never get the chance to be an Auror. He looked around the empty common room and knew that it was time to tell them. Ooh, you could teach defense. Hermione said enthusiastically. You'd be great at that. I'm not going to be a teacher. Well then, Harry, what are you going to do after graduating from Hogwarts? Ron asked. I'm not going to be graduating from Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione both stopped and looked at each other. What are you talking about, Harry? It's not like Snape can fail you when you're doing so well in the class now, Hermione asked, confused. Harry looked seriously at his friends. This was going to be difficult. I think you guys should sit down. I have something really important that I need to tell you. Hermione and Ron both looked extremely worried now, but followed Harry's advice and sat down on the couch. Harry at first remained standing, but a dizzy spell forced him to sit down. It seemed that stress brought his symptoms out more. He tried to start several times, but he just didn't know how to put it. Harry, you're not leaving Hogwarts, are you? In a way, just let me tell you guys this. I don't know how to even begin. I guess the beginning. You remember I told you about the Stensons? Well, toward the end of the summer Mr. Stenson was diagnosed with cancer. What's cancer? Ron interrupted. It's a Muggle disease. Many types are fatal, Hermione answered quickly, motioning for Harry to continue. I thought there would be a wizarding cure, but as it turns out wizards don't get cancer and most don't even know what it is, as you can see. He motioned to Ron. Is that why you were doing all that medical research? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Harry, I'm so sorry, but I'm still confused. I don't see why this would prevent you from graduating. Well, you have to let me finish. I did find something. It was a spell to transfer the cancer from one person to another. It can only be performed once on each case of it. He paused. It was the hardest decision of my life, but I just couldn't watch him die. Hermione and Ron stared at him. Wait, what are you saying, Harry? Ron demanded. I performed the spell over Christmas break, he said weakly, his face begging his friends to understand. There was a pregnant pause. Harry looked down at the floor, but he felt the stare from two pairs of eyes burning into his face. Wait, so are you saying you're dying? Hermione asked in utter disbelief. Harry nodded feebly. Wait, no, Harry, no, you can't. Ron started yelling. Harry didn't know what to say. Hermione studied Harry's face. She knew her friend well enough to know he was speaking the truth. She burst into tears and began shaking her head. You chose to do this? Ron asked. His face showed mixed emotions, like Ron didn't know how to feel. He looked angry, shocked, upset, and worried all at the same time. I had to, Ron. You had to. How long have you known these people? A few months. You chose to give up your life for some people you hardly know. Did you ever think about your friends? Listen, Ron, you don't understand. You would have done the same for anyone in your family, as would I. I never had a proper family, Ron. I only felt I had one with yours or the Stensons, and I would have done the same if it was your dad. How long? He asked after a long pause, not looking at his friend. Harry didn't have to ask what he was talking about. I'm not entirely sure, but I think about 4 or 5 months. Ron sat down, not saying anything, just staring into space. The common room was silent except for Hermione's sobs. Listen, you guys, please don't be mad at me. I don't think I could handle it with everything else, Harry pleaded. Hermione looked up at him through her tears and walked over to the couch he was on. She sat down next to him and threw her arms around his neck. I'm not mad at you, Harry. It's just not fair. I can't believe this is happening, she sobbed into his shoulder. Ron looked up at Harry. Harry was slightly shocked to see the anger on Ron's face. He suddenly jumped up and knocked a pile of books off the table, making Hermione jump. Harry, it's at times like these when I just hate you, he screamed. Did you even think of Hermione and me? Harry didn't know what to say. Of course he had thought how his friends would react, but he also had realized that his friends could get over him. They didn't need him. They had each other after all. But Mr. Stenson had a family who could never be able to truly get over his death. Harry's family consisted of people who wanted to kill him and would celebrate his death rather than mourn it. Mr. Stenson's life was surely far more valuable than Harry's. He just didn't know how to explain this to Ron. Ron seemed to calm down slightly after the long silence. He sank into a chair and put his head in his hands. Finally he looked up at Harry, obviously attempting to remain calm. It's just, you always do this. Putting others first without thinking of yourself. You're always just jumping into these situations where you could be killed, or in this case, will definitely be killed. Don't you think? Don't you think about how it affects other people? He paused and took a deep breath. Never mind, I guess it's too late for a lecture now. I don't want to be in a fight with you like last year. I'm here for you 100%, okay. Ron stopped to compose himself, drawing in a few shaky breaths. For anything, okay. Harry nodded. Hermione broke away from him and wiped away some of her tears. She looked at him right in the eye. Ron's right. We're here for you, Harry. Best friends through thick and thin. Wow, you guys agreeing on something. I must be delusional, said Harry with a weak smile. Hermione looked at him for a second and then burst out laughing and crying, both at the same time. The absurdity of the situation caused Ron and Harry to begin laughing as well, though both were fighting back the prickling of tears themselves. You guys are the best friends I could ever have, Harry said after they had calmed down. They both smiled tiredly at him, still unsure about how to react, how to feel. The rest of the Gryffindors came in, but seeing their 3 classmates sitting together looking so serious, with red eyes and lost expressions, they all silently agreed to surrender the common room to them for the night and quietly crept up to their respective dorms. Harry got Ron and Hermione to agree to keep silent about the whole thing under the condition that Harry would report to them when he needed help, and as soon as it got worse, they were going to take him straight to Madame Pomfrey, tell Dumbledore, and write home to Ron's parents along with telling the twins and Ginny. He figured that this was the best he'd get out of his friends. They eventually made it back to their dorm rooms after everyone else was asleep. Harry couldn't sleep that night. He felt like his whole life was ensuring that his secrets weren't revealed and he was dragging others into it. Snape was the only one who knew about the abuse, and now Ron and Hermione were the only ones who knew about his cancer. Even those who were under the impression that Harry was entrusting them with his secrets were being kept from knowing something about him. It was so much work keeping his life concealed from those around him. He was trying to keep them all shut inside and they were slipping out like water trickling out of a dam. He just hoped the dam wouldn't burst under the pressure. The next few days took much adjusting. Hermione and Ron were trying so hard to not act weird around Harry that they were achieving only the opposite. Any slight cough was responded to with worried glances and interrogations into his health. Harry finally gave them a lecture after Ron freaked out when Harry made a comment about needing to sit down. Being that they were in Charms and Professor Flitwick had just told them to take their seats, even Ron had to admit it was a little excessive. Eventually, however, they got the hang of knowing when to be more worried than usual, which was still too often for Harry's liking, and Harry was able to refrain from snapping at the two when they badgered him about his health. Harry was finding that he had his good days and his not so good days. Sometimes he could just feel his powers being, well, more powerful. Other days he'd feel tired and lose his appetite, but it was nothing too serious. After another day of wowing the defense class, this time with his ability to resist the effects of spells that did hit him, Lupin asked him to stay after class. Harry had always had a knack for defense, but his increased abilities were now catching everyone's attention. After class, he waved Hermione and Ron on and approached Lupin's desk. The professor wore a curious expression of excitement mixed with wonder and pride. "Well, Harry, you have definitely proved yourself to have advanced abilities in defense. I was impressed with you in your third year, and your abilities and even power has obviously increased greatly since then, and even since the beginning of the year. I talked to some other professors who say you've been doing equally well in their classes, well, at least on some days. Anyway, I spoke with the headmaster and he agreed that it might benefit you to have some extra lessons in defense to be able to use this power to its full potential," Lupin said with a smile. "You mean you want to tutor me in defense?" Harry asked incredulously. "Isn't that a lot of extra work for you?" "It won't be that much extra work, and whatever it is, I'm very willing. Every teacher loves a student who seems to be interested and talented in their subject. It will probably put you ahead of the class, and help you with your OWLs later on, but more importantly, it should prepare you for more important things, since dangerous situations seem to always find you. I'm very eager to do this, but, of course, it's up to you whether you want the extra work or not. I know you're very busy with your other classes and Quidditch practices, but if you're up to squeezing an extra thing into your schedule about once a week, I want you to know that I think you have great potential," he said, beaming with pride. Harry wasn't sure what to do. He thought it sounded kind of interesting, and, being the number one person on the hit list of a madman, it seemed practical to buff up his dueling skills, but there was only one issue. "Well, Professor, that sounds great, but even I'm not sure why I seem to have a knack for this lately. I seem to have some days where I'm better at it than others, and you've just happened to see me on two of my good days." Well, that seems peculiar, but I'd love to train you anyways. What do you say?" Harry agreed. That night at dinner, he explained his conversation with Lupin to Ron and Hermione. "Harry, are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, that's very physically demanding and I wouldn't want you to get any worse because of it," Hermione said. "Don't worry, you guys, if I'm ever not feeling up to it, I'll just tell him I have a ton of homework or something. Besides, I think it might be handy in case Voldemort tries to knock me off prematurely." Ron flinched at the name, but had given up on trying to make Harry call him, you know who, a while ago. Hermione bit her lip. Ron watched in amusement as Harry's fork floated along the table, stabbed into Hermione's dinner roll, and floated back to Harry's hand. He had been stealing food off her plate with wandless magic throughout dinner and she had yet to notice. Now, she only had a scoop of pudding on her plate. "All right, Harry, but promise me that you won't do it at any time you don't feel well." "Deal." Hermione stabbed at her plate with her fork and it clanged against it. She furrowed her eyebrows as she took in her empty plate. She looked around the table around her as if her food had just jumped off the edge of her plate. "What in the?" she muttered. Ron burst out laughing. Hermione looked up at him and then followed his gaze back to her dish where Harry's spoon was now scooping up some of her pudding. She made a grab for it, but it dodged her grasp and floated quickly back to a grinning Harry. She shot him an amused glare as he popped the spoon in his mouth. This is delicious, my own," he said through a lopsided grin. "Boys," she said in exasperation, they are blessed with the power of wandless magic and of course, they use it to eat. All three laughed as Hermione got herself more food. Meanwhile, Harry had begun tutoring Neville and Eloise in potions. They met every few days in the library or the Gryffindor common room. At first, Harry couldn't quite meet Eloise's eyes. Each time he saw the acne on her cheeks, he remembered Ron's comment about not wanting to go out with her based on her looks and felt guilty. After a while, though, Harry realized how nice she really was. Neville and Harry were joking around and made up a hated by Snape club where they were the co-presidents and Eloise was vice president. They all found it quite amusing. All right, so if Snape gave you this list of ingredients, and asked you what potion you were making, what would you tell him? Harry quizzed them. The two studied the list. Neville sighed and sat back in his chair. I'd tell him to take that list and shove it up his. Neville. Eloise scolded. Harry laughed and rolled his eyes. And then I'd tell him that it was Campanile Draft, he said proudly. Harry grinned in approval. His two pupils were becoming great at not only recognizing potion names from the ingredients, and vice versa, but could usually figure out how to mix ingredients based on what they did in different forms and how they reacted with other ingredients. Good job, Neville. Now, what order would you put them in? What would you have to do to the ingredients, and why? The two began scribbling notes down on pieces of parchment. After a few minutes, Eloise slammed down her quill. Done, she stated loud and proud, a little too loud in fact. Mrs. Pants shushed her with a glare. All right, let's hear it then, Harry instructed quietly. Eloise explained the procedure and looked up to Harry for confirmation. Good, just one step you forgot. What do you say, Neville? Do you know what it is? Neville took a moment to think and glanced over Eloise's notes. She forgot to crush the adder's scales. He asked hopefully. Harry nodded and gestured for him to continue into the explanation of why. Which would cause it to not mix properly with the daroga and would make the potion ineffective. Great. You guys will be acing this class in no time. Well, of course, if Snape gets off our backs, he said, gathering his things. Right you are, Harry, it's that last step that's the killer though. But hey, did you see Snape's face when I explained to him how I made our last potion? It looked like he had swallowed a mandrake. Neville said excitedly. Harry laughed and the three exited the library. Ah yes, precious moments in potions. Well, I passed the last test, Eloise noted proudly. In Snape's class, this was no simple feat and was almost equivalent to full marks. Harry congratulated her. Yeah, and I was bragging about it loudly enough in the halls that I think Roger Davies may have overheard. He looked over when I said it. Of course, then I realized he was fixing his hair in the mirror behind me, so that could be interpreted as him looking more past me than at me, but I take it as progress. Oh yeah, I can hear the wedding bells now. Harry teased. You just wait. One day when he isn't distracted by those hiked up skirts of the seventh-year girls, he'll come crawling to me, she said with a dignified tone. And then he'll buy me a huge diamond ring and profess his undying love that he's just been hiding all these years, and we'll buy a house on an island in the Caribbean and live happily ever after. Eloise, you've given this way too much thought, haven't you? Neville asked. Eloise's dreamy expression stayed. Yes, Neville, yes I have. Professor Lupin told Harry that he would work around his schedule, and to come to him on days he felt like doing it. Harry was briefly wrapped up in Quidditch as they were training extra hard to prepare for a match against Ravenclaw. Angelina was now captain and working them as hard as Oliver ever did, already having led them to a victory against Hufflepuff earlier in the year. After winning the match, practices lightened up for a while, at least until the match against Slytherin drew nearer. On a good day, Harry approached Professor Lupin after class and asked if it would be a good day to start. Lupin seemed very excited and told Harry to meet him in the defense classroom at 7 o'clock. Later that evening, Harry walked into the room. It looked different now that it was practically empty. All the desks had been pushed against the walls, leaving a large area to duel, much like it had looked when they had done dueling in class. Harry was surprised to see that not only Lupin was there, but that Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were also present. Hey there, Harry, Lupin beamed. I hope you don't mind, but we have two audience members. Harry shook his head to indicate that this was fine. All right, Harry, I'm going to bump it up a notch from what we did in class. I'd say you should just work on blocking them, but I think you can do more, so I want you to try and disarm me as quickly as you can." They bowed and took their positions. "All right. Go," Lupin shouted, immediately shooting a curse at Harry, who easily blocked it, immediately shooting the leg locker curse back. This time, however, Lupin was ready and dodged it. He began to shout a whole succession of curses, which Harry either dodged or blocked. Finally, Harry shouted, "Expelliarmus!" and disarmed Lupin. "Well done, Harry," Dumbledore said, looking impressed. "Your professor is an excellent dueler. I'm amazed that you can beat him at all, but especially so quickly and with such apparent ease." "It wasn't all that easy, Professor," said Harry, catching his breath. "It had been hard work blocking and dodging all those curses. It wasn't that it was difficult to be able to do the spells and shields, just the actual energy it took to do it was tiring." "Well, it was easier for you than most fifth-year students. Otherwise you'd be disarmed by now." Professor McGonagall beamed at him, obviously pleased that it was a Gryffindor who was showing such advanced capabilities. "If you don't mind, Harry, I'd like to try dueling you myself," Professor Dumbledore said. Harry's mouth dropped open and the two other professors looked surprised as well. "Sir, there's no way I'd stand a chance against you," Harry protested, but Dumbledore had already exchanged places with Professor Lupin. "We'll see. Now, I want you to try your absolute hardest to disarm me, Harry." Harry dumbly nodded. On cue he bowed and took up the ready stance. "All right. Go," Lupin said. As curses shot at him, Harry could feel the immense power radiating from them. He dodged them and blocked them, but it was much more difficult than before. He got hit with one that was supposed to make his legs get too wobbly to stand, but Harry fought the effects and only felt slightly unbalanced. He shouted the disarming charm, but the headmaster just sent it back toward Harry, who quickly shielded himself against it. Harry forced himself to concentrate on Dumbledore, trying to sense what he was going to do. He quickly blocked another curse and, sensing the headmaster pause to say the next curse, Harry shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Focusing as much power as he could muster into it, knowing that it would take more than normal to disarm the powerful wizard in front of him. Suddenly, he saw a wand flying towards him and grabbed it, realizing a second later that it belonged to the headmaster. He had won. The three adults stared at Harry. Harry was feeling very weak and his legs began to give out. Lupin, sensing danger, had gotten up and gone over to Harry, and was able to catch him as he fell. "Whoa there, Harry, let me help you to a chair." Somehow Lupin got Harry over to a chair and gave him some chocolate to re-energize him. Even after the chocolate, Harry felt drained of energy. "I think that's all I can do for tonight," he announced. "Well, I'd certainly say so. I can't believe what I just saw," said Professor McGonagall. "Harry," Dumbledore said, walking over, his eyes twinkling. "You are more powerful than we ever had dreamed. I could feel immense power radiating off of you while you were dueling." Harry blushed not only at the compliment but also because he knew that there was a reason for it that he was keeping to himself. So many secrets. "Well, I can't always do that. I seem to have times where I can do things I can't at other times." Most curious, Dumbledore looked at Harry suspiciously. "Harry, do you have any idea what could be causing this?" Harry looked away. He knew he should tell Dumbledore, but he just couldn't. He didn't want the pity. He didn't want the lecture. He didn't want to tell him the reason he was so close to the Stensons in the first place. If he let this one secret out, more would eventually be discovered as well. "No, sir," he said, trying to sound convincing, but not quite meeting anyone's eyes either. He was sure the headmaster knew he was lying, but to Harry's relief, he didn't press the matter. Instead, he smiled warmly at Harry. "Well, I'd say you should go get some rest and we'll have to have more of these sessions." Harry nodded and left the teachers to talk among themselves. He trudged back to his dorm and collapsed onto his bed without bothering to change into his pajamas. He was so thankful he had decided to do this on a Friday. He couldn't fathom starting his homework now. He closed his eyes and was drifting off when he heard the door burst open. "Hey Harry, you in here? How was it?" Ron asked, sitting down on the edge of Harry's bed. Hermione had followed him in. "Hermione, should you really be in here?" Couldn't your prefect title be taken away? Harry asked, sitting up in bed. How was it, Harry? How are you feeling? She asked, ignoring his question. I'm fine, guys. Just tired. Did you beat Professor Lupin again? Ron asked eagerly. Harry nodded. And Dumbledore too. What? You dueled the headmaster? Hermione asked in disbelief. And won? Ron asked enthusiastically. Well, I'm sure he went easy on me. Oh, Merlin, how wicked. Ron exclaimed. I don't know. I kind of feel bad for not telling them why I can do this all of a sudden. It's like I'm cheating them or something. Harry yawned. Hermione finally seemed to realize how obviously exhausted Harry was. Well, you get some rest, Harry, and we'll ask you all about it in the morning. She got up from the bed and started to leave. Ron, however, didn't get the hint quite so easily. Wait, how was dueling with Dumbledore? Did he? Come on, Ron, she said, grabbing his arm and pulling him out of the room. It was only about 8:30, so they were probably going to go play wizard's chess if Ron could talk Hermione out of studying. He fell asleep minutes after lying back down. That night Harry had the first dream connected with Voldemort since his revival. Harry was standing in a large stone room, much like a dungeon. There was a line of Death Eaters in masks. He knew Snape was probably one of them, having guessed that he went back to spying for the light side. They all looked pretty edgy, none daring to speak. All of a sudden, two large doors burst open. Harry's scar exploded in pain and he knew who was entering. Sure enough, the same eerie face he had seen come out of the cauldron the year before was now glaring at his followers, who all bowed their heads. As you all know, you've been ordered to keep a low profile ever since I was returned to you. I know many of you doubted me. You were fools. I had my reasons. Now I'm sure even you imbeciles can see how opposite beliefs regarding my return is tearing at the wizarding community. Many think that old fool Dumbledore is insane. Now, however, it's time to have some fun. We're going to announce my return with a huge event that will cause them all to cower before our feet. We're going to attack Hogwarts. You will find Harry Potter immediately and bring him to me alive. We'll use their precious little hero to teach them all a lesson they'll never forget, he said with a malicious smile. Harry's mouth dropped open. They were going to attack Hogwarts. We'll attack at midnight, when they least expect it. Get ready. He turned to leave and the Death Eaters all bowed low. The room began to fade away and Harry was falling. Harry woke with a start, gasping for breath. He bolted out of bed and realized that it must still be early because nobody else was in the dorm. He raced down to the common room, thankful now that he hadn't bothered to change into his pajamas earlier. He saw Ron and Hermione talking with a game of wizard's chess in front of them. He raced over. What time is it? He asked, panicked. It's 9:15. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked worriedly. Voldemort's going to attack Hogwarts at midnight. He whispered, not wanting to alarm anyone else. He raced out of the common room at full speed, ignoring shouts for him to come back from others concerned with losing house points. Harry ran the entire way to McGonagall's office, hearing Ron and Hermione somewhere behind him. He didn't bother running to Dumbledore's, knowing that he always had problems getting past the gargoyle. Luckily, the head of the Gryffindor house was still upgrading papers. She looked up when Harry burst in the door. Mr. Potter, what in the name of Merlin? Professor, I have to see Professor Dumbledore immediately. It's an emergency. I need to know the password to get in, he said, gasping for breath. What's going on? Voldemort's going to attack Hogwarts, he shouted. How do you know? Professor, please. The password, he begged. There was only about 2.5 hours to somehow prepare against an attack. McGonagall looked torn but gave in. Lemo. Drop. Harry nodded in thanks and once again broke out into a run, Hermione and Ron once again falling behind him. He shouted the password as he approached the entrance, sprinting past the gargoyle, which had jumped out of the way, growling at Harry for almost hitting it as he dashed by. He sprinted up the moving stairs and knocked furiously on the door to Dumbledore's office. Professor. The door swung open and Dumbledore looked down at him with a concerned expression. Hermione and Ron were clambering up the steps all out of breath, looking like they had just run a marathon. Come in, the headmaster said, standing aside, gesturing for them to enter. Ron and Hermione immediately fell into 2 chairs, gasping for air, but Harry remained standing. Professor, I had another dream. Voldemort was talking to the Death Eaters, telling them that they were going to attack Hogwarts at midnight tonight. Dumbledore's eyes lost their twinkle. He suddenly looked very serious. Was there anything else? Something about using me as an example to the wizarding world. They were supposed to find me first thing. Hermione and Ron looked extremely troubled at this. Just then, the door burst open and several professors were following Professor McGonagall in. Dumbledore quickly explained the situation, adding the fact that Snape had been summoned earlier and it was safe to assume that this dream was actually happening when Harry had it. What are we going to do, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked, all flustered. We're going to get all the students out of here. Heads of houses, gather your students. Tell them only to bring their wands and cloaks. They don't have time to change if they're in their night clothes, they'll just have to go as they are. No student is to be allowed to send an owl. We must make this as secret as possible. Get them to Hogsmeade and load them all on a train towards Beauxbatons, then return immediately. I'll owl Madame Maxine to prepare her. Professor Vector, I'll need you to be in temporary charge of the Slytherins. We'll have Hagrid, Sybil, and Norton go with the students. I'm afraid that's all we can spare. The rest of us will strengthen up the wards. I need to owl some people to help. Go quickly and remember, nobody in Hogsmeade can be informed of this and no student is allowed to get word out. The professors all turned and left quickly, McGonagall only stopping to tell the 3 students to follow her. Harry, Dumbledore said as they were standing to leave. I'm sorry, but you cannot go with your friends. What? Professor, Harry has to come with us. Ron cried. I'm afraid that's too dangerous for the rest of the students, but don't worry, Mr. Weasley, I assure you that your friend will be safe. Professor McGonagall ushered Ron and Hermione out. Hermione yelled for Harry to be careful and he yelled the same back, and then they were gone. Harry was ordered to help write a few letters to wizards that might be able to help, including Sirius and Mr. Weasley. He was able to see the flood of students being led out of the castle. He couldn't see any of their faces from the height, but he could almost sense the nervous excitement and confusion. I never realized how many students we have, Harry thought. Too bad they weren't trained better. If we had all of them fighting with us, we'd win easily. We could just tackle the Death Eaters and pile on top of them. Harry smiled slightly at the thought of a bunch of first years sitting on Voldemort. When he was done with writing letters, he figured he should bring up the fact that he wouldn't be able to match his earlier performance at the moment. Professor, I don't know if I can duel as well as I did earlier. Harry, I'm not keeping you here. Huh, then where am I going? We're sending you home. I'm arranging the portkey now. You mean, I'm going back to the Dursleys? Why? Harry asked, quite disgruntled. There are protection spells for you there. Voldemort is looking for you to kill you if not something worse. If you stayed here, you'd be in danger. If you went with your classmates, it would lure Voldemort there. It will only be for a little bit. But Professor, surely I could help with defending the school. I mean, I have gotten a lot better at dueling and everything, I can surely do something. Please don't send me back there right now, Harry pleaded. I'm sorry, Harry. First of all, you're exhausted from dueling earlier. Second, that would give us one more thing to worry about protecting. Most importantly, though, I can't put you at that risk. Harry was about to further protest when Professor McGonagall came in looking very ruffled. All right, Albus, all the students are safely on the train and we've made sure that there are no owls on board. We obliviated a few wizards in the area so no one should know. Dumbledore nodded. Very good, Minerva. I need you to take Mr. Potter back to his relative's house to make sure he makes it there safely. Then come back immediately. Harry, you are not to leave that house until a Hogwarts professor comes to get you, is that understood? He said sternly, looking at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. Harry looked dejectedly downwards. Yes, sir. All right, Potter, follow me. We need to be outside the doors of the castle to use the portkey, Professor McGonagall said firmly. Harry reluctantly followed her through the castle towards the back doors. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. There were professors running everywhere and owls flying in and out of windows. There were wizards rushing in, many looking like they had gotten ready in a great hurry. One man had his robes inside out. Harry passed a woman who was still wearing fuzzy purple slippers. Occupied with the commotion, Harry almost collided with someone. Harry, why haven't you left with the other students? Mr. Weasley asked. Bill, Charlie, and Percy were standing behind him, nodding hellos. It's too risky for me to be with them right now and they won't let me stay to help. I have to go to the Dursleys, he said unhappily. Potter, come along, we have to hurry, said a frustrated Professor McGonagall, motioning for him to come. Harry started jogging toward her. Good luck and be careful, he yelled over his shoulder. He followed Professor McGonagall out the door. He didn't even have time to muse over his last experience with a portkey as the end of an old book was thrust into his hand. Immediately, he felt the familiar tug at his navel and closed his eyes. When everything stopped spinning, Harry opened his eyes to find himself back on Privet Drive. It was about 10:45 now. He hung his head as he followed his teacher down the darkened street to the Dursleys' front door. She knocked firmly and loudly. Uncle Vernon's not going to like this, Harry thought to himself. He heard a muffled voice behind the door and the lock turning. What the bloody hell? It's the middle of the night, his uncle grumbled, throwing open the door. He realized who it was and looked horrified. He quickly looked around to make sure no neighbors were watching. What are you doing here? He hissed. Listen, our school is under attack at the moment and Harry will have to stay here until it is safe. It will probably be a few days. When it's safe, we'll have a Hogwarts professor come and retrieve him. Well, Harry, I have to go. Remember, don't leave this property, she said and disapparated away. Get inside before the neighbors see you in those clothes, growled Uncle Vernon. I'm really sorry, Uncle Vernon, but all the students had to leave the school. It was an emergency. Shut your trap. How disrespectful, waking us in the middle of the night with no warning that we would have to put up with you for a bit. He grabbed a handful of Harry's hair and dragged him toward the cupboard under the stairs. Harry was too worn out to protest. This will result in a severe punishment, you realize. But I'm not up to it now. Now don't you dare make one peep or you'll be sorry. He threw Harry in and slammed the door. Harry heard the lock click into place. Harry sighed and lay down on the small bed that he had outgrown. His feet hung over the edge like they always did. He curled up his legs so only his knees were slightly off, which was more comfortable than the other option. It would be midnight in about an hour and a half and he couldn't help but worry about what was going to happen. Nearly half of the Weasley family was going to be fighting, and losing them would be like losing his own family. He shook away the thought. They're prepared. The Death Eaters don't know they're prepared, so we have the definite advantage, he thought to reassure himself. At first he thought that falling asleep sounded impossible, but the earlier dueling had really taken its toll and just before midnight, Harry was asleep and dreaming. He was back at Hogwarts, standing outside the front doors. The whole castle was silent and dark. He heard a rustling sound in the bushes. He looked around and saw dark figures creeping around. Harry squinted against the darkness toward the path to Hogsmeade. Somebody was coming up, walking purposely and confidently. A tall cloaked figure. With the throbbing in his scar, he could guess who it was. As Voldemort got closer, Harry could see he was being followed by a mob of Death Eaters. It was eerie seeing them march up toward the castle in the middle of the night. As they got closer, the group fanned out, some rushing off to the sides of the castle, no doubt to cover the other entrances as well. The majority, including their leader, stayed on the main path. Harry moved off to the side, though it was obvious no one could see him. As Voldemort approached the front door, Harry had to press his head against his forehead to fight the pain. The snake-like man in front of him smiled evilly. He raised his wand to the sky and hissed, Mors Mordre. A green light erupted from the tip of the wand and shot into the sky. It exploded like a firework but formed a sparkling green skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. The Dark Mark. Voldemort shot a spell at the doors and they burst open. Harry followed Voldemort as he marched into the dark front hall, Death Eaters following nervously behind. Remember, the Potter boy is mine. The children of those who have proved their loyalty are to remain untouched, unless they resist us. Everyone else can die, Voldemort coldly reminded his followers. Suddenly, Every torch along the wall lit up, illuminating the hall. Harry laughed in triumph at the shocked faces of Voldemort and his followers. They were practically surrounded by Aurors, professors, and other wizards who had responded to defend Hogwarts, every wand pointing at either Voldemort or the followers that had made it inside. Voldemort found himself facing Dumbledore, who seemed to have authority and power radiating from him. "None of my students will be dying tonight, Tom," Dumbledore said coldly. "What? How did you?" Voldemort stuttered furiously. He was trembling with rage. "Avada Kedavra," he shouted. A green light shot from his wand toward Dumbledore, who dodged it and shot a curse at Voldemort with skill of an expert dueler. Harry mentally took notes. Voldemort shielded himself from Dumbledore's curse. The Death Eaters and the other light wizards began to duel as well. Curses were being shot all over the place, many passing straight through Harry, giving him chills even though he couldn't really feel them. He wondered why Dumbledore wasn't trying to kill Voldemort. The Unforgivables, which included the Killing Curse, were the only spells that couldn't be shielded against, and Voldemort was blocking his curses right and left, so the headmaster obviously wasn't using any of the Unforgivables. He remembered Hagrid once saying that Voldemort wasn't human enough to die, so maybe Dumbledore had other plans. Harry followed Dumbledore and Voldemort as they furiously threw curses at each other. In his dreams connected with Voldemort, Harry always felt as if he were there, but not to this degree. Usually he felt almost like a ghost, being pulled around to see what he would see, with total confidence that no one would be aware of his presence, but this was different. He felt as if he were physically in Hogwarts, except for the fact that curses passed right through him and no one could see or hear him. He also felt the freedom to move around more, going where he wanted rather than being led around like a dog on a leash. He passed Mr. Weasley fighting a Death Eater. The red-headed man stunned the masked figure and Harry punched the air in victory. He then turned back to watch the more intense battle. "The students aren't here. Not even the Potter boy," a masked figure yelled to his master. "He must have somehow magically checked the building." With a cry of fury, Voldemort turned and cast the Cruciatus Curse on Mr. Weasley. Seeing that their master was busy, several Death Eaters attacked Dumbledore. He fought them, easily blocking and dodging their curses, but he couldn't get a clear shot at Voldemort. Harry watched in horror as Mr. Weasley screamed and writhed on the ground. Several people were screaming his name, but everyone was caught up in dueling, unable to help him. He couldn't stand the screams. This man was practically family to Harry. Harry wished with all his might that Voldemort would stop, that he would let go of his wand or something. Harry shook his head chanting, "Stop it, stop it, stop it," as he watched Mr. Weasley get tortured. A change was coming over Voldemort's face. His expression had gone from furious to confused. His wand hand seemed to be slowly wrenching away so that the wand was no longer pointing at Mr. Weasley. The curse ended and Mr. Weasley scooted away, shakily trying to catch his breath. He was looking at the strange expression on Voldemort's face as well. Suddenly, comprehension dawned over the snake-like visage. "Potter," he hissed, looking around wildly. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone near enough to have heard the word looked curiously at Voldemort. The Death Eaters who were fending off Dumbledore were distracted by this and were stunned within seconds. Voldemort put up a strong shield around himself. His eyes glazed over in concentration. Harry was confused at what he was doing. Suddenly, Harry's scar erupted in pain. He sank to his knees and screamed in agony. When the pain lifted, everyone around was looking around frantically, many calling his name in confusion. They had heard his screams. "Aha! So you are here, Potter. Not physically, but somehow, you're here," Voldemort murmured, nodding his head slightly. "Well, Dumbledore, I've decided to leave, but I assure you that next time, I will get what I came for." He then grabbed an unconscious Death Eater's arm and pressed his thumb against their mark. He reached into his robes and grabbed a small pendant, the Death Eaters following his example. "We'll meet again, Dumbledore," he growled as he disappeared. Harry woke with a start. It was still night as far as he could tell. In remembering his dream, Harry lied back down grinning, his arms crossed underneath his head. They had won. Voldemort had been completely taken by surprise. He frowned. But that dream had been definitely different than his others. It was like he was there. It reminded him of visiting Tom Riddle's memory in his second year. And they were able to affect each other through hard concentration. What was that all about? It seemed that when Voldemort had concentrated on him, on their connection, he almost brought Harry there more. Others could hear him. He knew it must have been another side effect of the cancer. The illness was affecting him differently than he had thought it would. He knew he should feel happy about that, but he couldn't bring himself to work up any joy. All this power doesn't even matter, he thought to himself. I'm going to die in a few months anyways, and then it will all be for nothing. Eventually, he fell asleep once again, but for the first time that night, he didn't dream. The next morning Harry awoke to the sound of banging on his cupboard door and the lock clicking open. He opened the cupboard door to find his irritated aunt coming from the kitchen. "Here you spoiled brat," she spat, thrusting some of Dudley's old clothes into his hands. "Change out of those things before you make me sick." She walked away muttering about Harry always needing more clothes. Harry sighed and went back into the bathroom to quickly change. He folded his robes and laid them on his bed. He looked mournfully at his school uniform as he left to start breakfast. It was like turning in his magic, even though he kept his wand hidden in the massive pocket of Dudley's old pants. It's only a few days. Probably less. I can do this, he said to himself. As much as his aunt and uncle complained about having him around the house, they certainly didn't waste the opportunity. Harry cooked them both breakfast, being denied food of his own. After Uncle Vernon left for work, Harry was given a list of chores to do that included cleaning basically everything in the house and everything having to do with maintaining the yard. He was hoping the Stensons wouldn't see him. It would be the most painful thing if he had to tell them he couldn't stay with them when he so dearly wanted to. Why did Dumbledore have to make me promise to stay at the Dursleys? Harry mentally whined. He knew the answer, of course, but felt the need to blame somebody at the moment. He just kept saying to himself that he only had to make it through a few days before he'd be back to his real home, and went on with his chores. Harry had been walking on eggshells all day. He made dinner for his aunt and uncle, set it out on the table, and went back into his cupboard to stay out of their way. His uncle was pretty late coming home, but all seemed to be going smoothly until he heard the front door crash open and slam shut. "Where is that boy?" his uncle bellowed. Harry's eyes opened wide. His cupboard door was thrown open and his uncle yanked him out by his arm. "What did I do?" Harry asked in a panicked voice. He hadn't seen his uncle since that morning and he had left in a fine mood. "Don't think I don't know your little tricks," he spat. Harry remained perplexed. He was certain he smelled alcohol on his uncle's breath, but when could he have gone to the bar if he was working all day? "Petunia," he called. His aunt came out of the kitchen looking slightly concerned for her husband. "Yes, dear. Don't you think that it's a little too much of a coincidence that the day after this little rat comes here, I lose my job?" Aunt Petunia gasped. "You made him lose his job?" She screamed at Harry. "How dare you, you little piece of filth. After everything we've done for you." "I didn't do anything," Harry protested. "I don't even know how to do something like that. Your company's been doing badly for a while. I'm sure they just had to let some people go for financial reasons." "Liar," Uncle Vernon hissed, punching Harry in the face. "Uncle Vernon, please, I'm going back to school soon. A professor's going to come and pick me up and they'll see it if I've got bruises all over me. I'm not going to beat you, boy." Harry sat surprised on the floor looking up at his uncle who had turned and was walking into the kitchen. Harry began thanking any god that was listening. "I'm going to kill you," he said, turning back around with a kitchen knife in his hand. His eyes were filled with drunken rage. He looked out of his mind. Harry jumped up and ran toward the back door. He was just about to grab the knob when his uncle grabbed a handful of his hair and flung him back, right into a wall with a shelf that slammed right into Harry's back. Aunt Petunia screamed as her favorite vase broke. Harry struggled against his uncle, knowing that this was a fight for his life. He tried to use his wandless magic, but in seeing his uncle's outraged expression, fear overwhelmed him and he froze. He couldn't concentrate enough to use it. He suddenly remembered his wand, not knowing why he hadn't thought of it before. He reached for it, but Uncle Vernon realized what he was doing and threw a punch at Harry's face. The wand was forgotten as Harry tried to protect his face with his arms, all the while kicking at his uncle as the man tried to get the wand himself. The fact was that he was a skinny, defenseless, 15-year-old kid against an outraged man that weighed at least twice as much as him. He was in serious trouble. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, people were still trying to repair the damages done in battle. The light side had suffered no casualties, though many were injured, none too severely, and had caught a few Death Eaters who were now awaiting trial. Unfortunately, parts of the castles were in ruins, including the protection wards around it. Therefore they had spent the entire day with ministry officials, and anyone else not in the hospital, repairing walls and recasting protection spells, along with adding new ones. Soon, Snape returned. Voldemort had been furious that they had lost, but there was no way he could pin it on Snape since he hadn't been able to return to Hogwarts to warn Dumbledore. During the fight, Snape had used his earlier training to make it look like he was fighting for Voldemort, but in actuality, either cast blank spells that did nothing or cast spells that helped the light side. He explained all this to Dumbledore, who summed up all the events at Hogwarts in return. "So all the students are at Beauxbatons now?" he asked, relieved that they were all safe. "Yes. Well, most of them. I sent Harry Potter home for protection. As you know, he was Voldemort's main target," he said distractedly as he watched some young Aurors trying to repair a wall. Snape stilled. "Wait, you sent him back to his relative's house?" "Yes, Severus, until a Hogwarts professor picks him up. You'll have to excuse me, Arabella is waving me over, they probably need help with the wards." He walked away, leaving a concerned Snape. "Why me?" he asked himself, knowing what he had to do. He started jogging out to where the anti-apparition wards ended. Harry once again tried to reach into his pocket for his wand, but Uncle Vernon grabbed his arm and threw him to the floor, causing a sickening crack that let Harry know his arm was broken. He tried to scoot away, but was stopped by several kicks to the stomach. The scene was all too familiar in Harry's mind. He could see Aunt Petunia checking to make sure all the blinds were closed, always concerned about what the neighbors would think. Harry's torso felt like it was on fire, but he somehow managed to roll away just as his uncle kicked again, making the grossly overweight man lose his alcohol-impaired balance and crash to the floor. Harry got up and started running toward the front door. If he could only make it to the Stensons. But Uncle Vernon was filled with too much fury-ridden adrenaline to stay down for long. He soon closed the gap between them. He grabbed Harry's hair again and slammed his head back into a wall hard enough to make him dizzy and make his vision lose focus. He was thrown to the floor, his huge uncle leaning over him menacingly. Before he could move out of the way, Uncle Vernon plunged the butcher knife right into Harry's stomach. Harry couldn't scream. His whole body went numb, yet throbbed in unbelievable pain at the same time. He heard Aunt Petunia shrieking in the background about dealing with those freaks, now and about blood on her white carpet. Harry stared in shocked silence at the man who was supposed to be his family. Uncle Vernon just stared down at him with cold eyes filled with pure hatred. He gasped as the knife was ripped out of his stomach and raised above his uncle's head for a final blow. Expelliarmus. He heard a shout from the door, but couldn't find the strength to see who it was. He just concentrated on breathing, which was becoming increasingly difficult. He heard the petrifying charm performed twice, but nothing was really registering in his brain anymore except for the now necessary instructions to breathe in and then out. All of a sudden, Snape's blurry face came into view. Harry knitted his brows in confusion. Why was Snape here and why did he look worried? He was saying something, but Harry couldn't comprehend the words. Finally, Snape said, "Harry." His brain understood that one, but he found he couldn't reply anyways, and the world slid softly into darkness. After quickly dealing with the Dursleys, Snape grabbed Harry's wrist. Finding a weak pulse, he gathered the boy up in his arms and quickly dissipated to the edge of Hogwarts wards. It was now night and he could see wizards still at work only because of the light shooting from their wands like fireworks. He ran as swiftly as he could toward the castle, holding the injured boy close to his chest as to now jolt him too much. "Come on, Harry," he said, using the boy's first name only because no one else could hear him. Harry was losing a lot of blood, that much was obvious. He could feel the boy's blood beginning to seep through Snape's own robes. "Stay with me. We're almost there." Just hold on. He sprinted straight to the infirmary. Luckily, there were only a few patients left in there now. Most had suffered injuries that could be quickly healed. He gently placed his student on the nearest open bed and closed the curtains around him, all the while calling out the name of the Medi-Witch. "What is it, Severus?" she said, looking frazzled. She then caught sight of Harry. "Great Merlin! What in the world happened? His relatives did this to him," he growled. Madame Pomfrey gasped. "His uncle stabbed him with a knife. I'm not sure what happened before I got there though." Madame Pomfrey nodded in disbelief, but regained her senses quickly. She checked his pulse to find that it was weak. She began barking orders at Snape to bring her this or that, which he followed without complaint. Snape was feeling the gnawing pains of guilt. If he had just told Dumbledore, none of this would have happened. He would have to inform the headmaster now, of course. On one hand, he was angry with himself for allowing this to stay a secret, leading to this, but on the other, was still convinced that it was best that not many people knew. Finally, Madame Pomfrey had sealed up the stab wound, replenished his blood, mended Harry's broken arm, and healed his stomach as much as he could, until he had almost reached his maximum of magic his body was able to take. All right. Well, he should be all right, physically anyway. I injected a potion that should clear up the bruises within the next few days. His stomach and arm might be a bit sore, and the area around the stab wound will be sensitive, but it'll go away in a week or so, she said somberly. Listen, Poppy, we need to keep this quiet. Those reporters would attack this story like animals, and who knows how the student body would react. We should try to keep this from as much of the staff as possible. The boy's got enough on his mind without having his professors treating him differently, Snape said in a voice barely above whisper. Severus, we have to alert somebody. I know. I'm going to inform the headmaster. Yes, well, that's obvious, but what about his friends? He needs somebody for emotional support from someone he knows and trusts. You're a creepy potions teacher and I'm a nagging school nurse. Snape glared at her slightly for this comment. We aren't what he needs right now. Snape knew that she was right, but it could also be emotionally devastating to have his friends all treat him awkwardly at a time when he needs them the most. He flashed back to what Harry had been saying when originally in his office. That's it, Snape thought. He said something about some neighbors that knew. He put himself in danger to go see them in the hospital. He must be close with them, but they're muggles. Maybe we could just modify their memories afterwards. He decided that it was time to tell Dumbledore about what had happened and would then ask if the muggles should be asked to come. He found Dumbledore with some ministry officials and asked for a word in private. When the headmaster started leading the way to his office, Snape gently grabbed his arm and suggested the hospital wing instead. When they arrived, Snape led Dumbledore behind the curtain to Harry's bed, where he remained unconscious. Dumbledore inhaled sharply in seeing the Gryffindor so obviously injured. Snape was surprised to see his mentor suddenly looking wearier than he had ever seen him. What happened, Severus? He demanded coldly. His relatives, Albus Potter, was being abused. What? The elder man asked. His eyes lost their usual sparkle, and for possibly the first time that Snape could remember, Dumbledore allowed a shocked expression onto his face. Snape told Dumbledore what he knew, minus the details about Harry's initial injuries and his comment about not wanting to disappoint Dumbledore, including what he knew about the Muggle family. He omitted anything unnecessary to tell the headmaster, then profusely apologized for not having said something sooner. The headmaster sank into a chair next to Harry's unconscious form. I'm sorry, Albus. I guess I just didn't want to comprehend the seriousness of the situation. I kept telling myself that he would tell somebody. I was prepared to deal with it when summer break approached if it hadn't already been dealt with. I just didn't know he'd be going back to his relatives before then. He then added in a lower voice, looking back down at Harry, I just felt that he needed someone to trust. It's all right, Severus. I never guessed this. I don't know how I could have overlooked something so obvious. Not wanting to have attention drawn to himself. Skinny, short, and quiet for his age, especially when he first started here. Latching onto Hagrid, the one who he sees as having rescued him from them initially. It all makes sense. Maybe I just didn't want to see it. Maybe none of us wanted to see it. Snape closed his eyes briefly, knowing that this last part applied to him. What did you do with his relatives? Snape grinned evilly. Just a little spell to make them see the errors of their ways. Severus. Dumbledore questioned with a warning tone. Snape sighed. I turned them all into donkeys to reveal the asses they really are. After a few days they will turn into humans again but retain the animal ears and tail. They can't be removed and will only turn back once those monsters feel truly sorry for how they've treated Potter. I think the uncle in particular will be wearing a hat for a long time. I was going to turn them into cockroaches and then step on them, but I wanted them to have to face the public and feel the humiliation, Snape said smugly. He waited for a scolding from Dumbledore, who always lectured him in being the bigger person, taking the morally right actions. Good, the headmaster said quietly, gazing sadly at the injured boy. Go find Harry's owl, it responds to the name of Hedwig, and send it to ask his muggle friends to come. They already know about magic and we can transport them here by portkey. Yes, in fact include a small portkey and instructions on how to use it right with the owl. They should get here as soon as they are able to. Snape could tell this was his cue to leave. He headed toward the Ollery to carry out Dumbledore's instructions.
Can't believe this. Who would do such a thing? How didn't I see this before? Poor dear, rotten muggles. Voices began swimming in and out of Harry's hearing. He could recognize them, but was so tired. He just wanted to slip back into the comfortable darkness that had consumed him a few moments earlier. Albus, I think he's coming around. Harry? Come on now, open your eyes. You can do it. With some struggle, Harry lifted his heavy eyelids to find himself looking up into the face of Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore right next to her. Where? The word had involuntarily escaped his lips. He now recognized that he was in the Hogwarts hospital wing. What am I doing here? He asked himself, trying to remember. Then the night's events came flooding back. The fight with his uncle, being stabbed, his uncle being blown off of him, and Snape's blurry face above him. Snape. He was there. He saw. Harry realized that his secret was out. Snape would have told Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, and who knew who else. Harry groaned both at this realization and at the throbbing pain in his stomach, which was present although not nearly as strong as it had been when he was injured. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him for a few minutes until Dumbledore asked for a word in private with Harry. You're at Hogwarts, Harry, in the hospital wing. Harry nodded and the headmaster sat down next to him. Do you remember what happened last night? He asked, his blue eyes piercing Harry's soul. Harry nodded, tearing his eyes away to focus on the bedpost instead. He prepared himself for the "what they did was wrong" speech that he had heard from the Stensons several times and had come to find absolutely humiliating rather than comforting. He just hoped he wouldn't be scolded for not telling anyone. Harry, I'm so sorry. Harry whipped his head around in shock to look perplexedly into the face of his headmaster. This wasn't the "I'm sorry that this should happen to you" type of apology, but was rather one seeking for forgiveness. It was the last thing on earth he had expected. Now looking into his mentor's face, it looked far wearier than he had ever seen it, baffling Harry. Sir, he choked out. It was a horrible decision on my part to put you there. I should have looked into the type of environment I was putting you into, or checked up on you. I never dreamed that this would happen, he said with utmost sincerity. Harry even thought he heard the slightest bit of shaking in the old man's voice. He didn't know what to say. He had secretly thought those very things a few times on bad nights locked in his cupboard, but had never actually blamed the man. Sir, don't, it's not your fault. Just, please, don't tell the Weasleys or my friends or my professors or... Harry, Dumbledore interrupted, putting up a hand to stop him. I will be informing a few select people to deal with this. I would suggest that you tell your friends, as friends are the greatest support through hard times, though this is yours to tell them and it's not my place. I will, however, be informing Sirius. As your godfather, he has the right to know. Oh, Professor, please not Sirius, Harry began to protest, but Dumbledore once again put up his hand to interrupt him. I'm sorry, Harry, but it's for the best. If you'd like me to inform you when I know Sirius is in trouble, then you must allow him the same rights. Harry couldn't find the strength to argue anymore. He felt like everything was swirling down the drain. And the person he wanted to know the least was going to be told. Sirius had put himself in danger for Harry before, and he didn't know if he could take that kind of guilt again. Now, as for punishing your so-called family. Sir, please, I don't want to bring them to court or anything. I don't care what happens to them. I just don't want the press to know, or anyone else for that matter. Reporters would have a field day with this. They would. Harry ranted frantically. Dumbledore put up a hand to stop him. I was going to say that their punishment has already been taken care of unless you felt you would like to press charges. As I can see you don't, I'd say there is no issue, the headmaster said gravely. Oh, Harry said in surprise. What did Snape do to them? He asked curiously. Professor Snape, Harry, Dumbledore lightly scolded. Okay. What did Professor Snape do to them? Dumbledore opened his mouth to tell him but was interrupted by Madame Pomfrey, who came bustling over with a potion. You can have story time later, Mr. Potter. Albus, my patient needs rest. No buts, Mr. Potter, she said. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. Dumbledore smiled at Harry's reaction, but sadness was still etched into his expression. As you wish, Poppy, he said, standing up from the chair, but one last quick question if you please. Madame Pomfrey nodded her head irritably. Harry, did you have a dream of the battle at Hogwarts? Oh yeah. And it was really weird. It was like I was there. And then I think I made Voldemort's wand move, when he had the Cruciatus curse on Mr. Weasley. But then he made my scar hurt. It ended as soon as he left. What happened after that? Is everyone okay? Nobody seemed seriously hurt or anything, but I only saw the main entrance and they were at the others too and… Yes, Harry, everyone was fine. Nobody was seriously injured and we captured many of the Death Eaters. I'm sure you will hear all about it soon. But for now, get some rest. You deserve it. He nodded to the nurse and then left the room. Harry was sorry to see him go. All right, Harry dear, time for one of these wonderful potions you love so much, she said with a joking smile. What happened to Mr. Potter? Harry asked. Well, you've spent more time here than any other student I've ever had. I think it merits you to be called by your first name. I feel so honored, he said with a laugh. She smiled at him sadly and Harry sighed. And people wonder why I don't like telling people things. One more look of pity and I might scream, Harry thought to himself. Here you go dear. Drink it down, she said handing him a cup with a familiar-looking potion. Let me guess, dreamless sleep potion. Madame Pomfrey smiled. You got it, now drink it up. Harry decided not to argue and drank the potion, handing the cup back to Madame Pomfrey. She set it on the nightstand and then sat down next to him on the edge of his bed. She looked searchingly into Harry's eyes. Tears began to silently drip down her face. Madame Pomfrey? Harry asked worriedly. Don't mind me, love, it's just that you visit this place far too often. And it seems that each time you come, it's for an even worse reason. There are so many hardships in your life. I just don't want to see them break your spirit, she said quietly through her tears. Harry gave her a tired smile. Don't worry, I promise I won't let them, he whispered as he felt the tiredness wash over him. Madame Pomfrey wiped away the tears on her cheeks just to have new ones make them wet again. She smiled warmly at him. You just get some sleep, dear. She leaned forward and gently kissed Harry's forehead. She smiled warmly at him as his eyes slipped shut. Harry felt the weight lift from the bed as she went to clear up the potion. Harry smiled slightly, thinking about the motherly gesture before slipping off into slumber. When Harry woke, the sun was shining through the window of the hospital wing. Harry remembered his conversation with Dumbledore from the night before. He was going to tell Sirius. Snape knew. Who would he tell? Now everyone would know how weak I am, unable to even defend myself properly. Dumbledore was probably disappointed, even if he didn't show it. Uncle Vernon was right. I'm a disgrace to my family and my friends, and now Sirius, Merlin, what will he think? He'll think I'm a bloody coward, that's what he'll think. Why is this happening? He thought, aggravated. As much as he had entertained the thought that their worrying annoyed him, he really wished the Stensons were there. Someone that wouldn't be shocked by the information, someone he didn't have to explain things to. Harry shook away the thought. Don't be stupid, he told himself. They don't deserve to have all your problems dumped on them all the time. Would you really want them to know this anyways? Would you really want to hear them go through the same dumb reassurances they always preach? Yet, He knew the answer was yes. He grew angry with himself and felt even weaker than before. He had always prided himself on being emotionally independent. Then he met Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys. Then he met Sirius. Now, he had met the Stensons. Harry? Harry was broken from his reverie by a shaky voice that sounded familiar. He shot up his head to meet the eyes of Dakota Stenson. Harry was shocked. How was this possible? He told himself he must be dreaming, but Coda burst into tears and rushed over, catching him in a tight hug that painfully informed Harry that he was, in fact, not dreaming. Coda, what are you doing here? Harry asked, confused. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Stenson came in as well, talking with Madame Pomfrey. Oh Harry dear, Mrs. Stenson cried and burst out into sobs of her own. What are you guys doing here? Harry asked again, still perplexed. Hedwig came round hooting like crazy. The letter she brought said that you were injured and that we could come to see you. It told us to all touch this quill and we would be taken to you, so we did and we're here. The nurse told us what happened, Coda explained through her tears. Harry looked down at his hands. It's not that big of a deal, he started. Not a big deal. He tried to kill you, Harry, Mr. Stenson said in half anger, half distress. They said you would have died if your professor hadn't found you when he did and they hadn't been able to use magic to help you. Harry didn't know what to say and took his famous pose of staring at his hands. Harry. Harry looked up to see Mr. Stenson sitting next to him. You're not going back there. Ever again. Harry didn't know if this would actually turn out to be true, since it would be dangerous to put him anywhere else with Lord Voldemort after him, but nevertheless, the words were comforting. He nodded to show he was listening. There was an awkward silence as the Stensons were obviously taking in the bruises on his face and the now healing cut. Hey, I'm well enough to walk around. I can give you a tour of the school if you'd like, he said enthusiastically, throwing off the covers to his bed. Mrs. Stenson nodded, wiping away a quick tear, which Harry chose to ignore. Just give me a second to change. As stylish as these infirmary pajamas are, I'd rather be seen in my school robes by the many people trying to repair the castle. Dakota laughed and they let Harry change into a set of his school robes behind the curtain. He was still sore and changing was more difficult than he let on, but he changed fast nonetheless to divert any demands from the Medi-Witch to remain in bed. He applied a few masking spells to cover up a few of the bruises. Soon, they were leaving the hospital wing with Harry leading. What did you guys think of traveling by Portkey? He asked. That was the freakiest thing ever, said Dakota animatedly. I felt like I was being yanked around by my stomach. Yeah, I can never stay on my feet with those things, Harry said in agreement. I guess it's better by flow though, that makes me sick. At their confused expressions, Harry quickly explained the flow network. They looked like they were still a tad skeptical, which was ironic since they had just traveled by touching a quill. He first showed them the Great Hall, explaining the enchanted ceiling. There were a ton of wizards repairing some of the walls and columns inside. In fact, everywhere they went, they kept running across groups of wizards shooting spells for reparation or strengthening protection spells. This seemed to capture the attention of the two adults the most, who seemed to be realizing just how real the whole wizarding world was. Harry, he heard called from behind and turned around to find Mr. Weasley waving and walking over. Rick? Catherine? Don't worry, Mr. Weasley, they know now, Harry assured him. Oh good, it was so confusing trying to come up with a Muggle occupation. Luckily, though, I do know a thing or two about Muggles and probably could have fooled you. I know all about Ekeltricity and we just got a Feliton a few summers ago. The adult Stensons looked confused at this. Harry snuck a smile to Coda who was suppressing a giggle. I love Muggle things though, we should really have a chat sometime. He paused all of a sudden and stared at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. Harry, what in the name of Merlin happened to you? He asked stepping forward to look at the fading bruises and the cut on Harry's face. Fight with my cousin, he murmured. The Stensons all gave him sympathetic looks, but it was Mr. Stenson who came to his rescue. So, Arthur, what is it exactly that you are all doing here? I'm very new with all this magic stuff. I can still hardly believe this is all real. Well, I can show you if you'd like. I'll answer all of your magic questions if you don't mind an interrogation about all things Muggle, he said with a laugh. He shot a suspicious look at Harry's face. Sounds great, Arthur. Let's get started, Mrs. Stenson said warmly. The adults all went off together, Mr. Weasley still looking a tad skeptical about Harry's story. The two teenagers vowed to stay out of trouble and started off in the opposite direction. So, what do you guys have to eat around here? Coda asked slyly, implying that she was hungry. I'm glad you asked, Harry said with a grin and led her to the kitchens. Coda was amazed at the way to get in and practically had a heart attack in seeing her first house elf. Harry Potter, sir. Harry braced himself as Dobby seized him around the waist, hugging him tightly. Hi Dobby, Harry gasped. Who has Harry Potter got with him? He asked, eyeing Coda, who looked like she was going to jump out of her skin any second. This is my friend, Coda. She's a muggle. Dobby beamed at Coda, who gave a weak smile in return, taking a slight step back. Any friend of Harry Potter is a friend of mine, miss, Dobby exclaimed. Dobby thinks Harry Potter is the greatest wizard in the entire world, miss. Harry Potter gives Dobby his favorite presents of socks and saved him from his old bad master. Harry Potter is saying that Dobby should not be punishing himself no longer, miss. Harry Potter is being generous and noble and selfless. Dobby, do you think we could have a few snacks? Harry interrupted, his face burning with embarrassment. Dobby and several other house elves ran off, bringing back many snacks. Dobby returned with all the socks Harry had ever given him, including the ones he had sent him this last Christmas, and insisted on showing Coda, who was beginning to find it very amusing. Harry thanked Dobby and pulled Coda out quickly. She kept calling him Harry Potter, sir, and talking about how kind and noble he was for his generous gifts of socks. Oh, shut it, Coda. Besides, what can I help it if creatures of all kind find me awe-inspiring, he teased. She rolled her eyes and gently pushed him into a wall. She suddenly stopped. Wait, Harry, is George Weasley here? His dad is, she asked excitedly. Nope, he's not here, so you can wipe the drool up off the floor. Coda looked dismayed. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get you two some alone time this summer or something, she cheered back up. Eventually the Stensons had to leave and Harry reluctantly said goodbye. They portkeyed back to Surrey. He made a mental note to give Coda some praise for handling portkey travel so well. Sarcastic praise, of course. She had looked as if she had been petrified by a basilisk when she was told to grip the quill again. It seemed that she really hadn't enjoyed her first trip this way and wasn't too eager to take a second. Harry had to spend the next few days in the hospital wing reading books on Quidditch to pass the time. At one point, the moment he had been dreading came. He was engrossed in his book when the hospital wing door burst open, causing Harry to drop his book in surprise. He looked up to see his very angry and upset godfather. Harry, oh Merlin, are you okay? Tell me what they said wasn't true. He was lying, right? This is some sick joke, right? Tell me you've been perfectly safe and that you weren't hurt, he pleaded. Harry didn't know what to say. He settled for his usual stuttering, non-comprehensible speech while taking immense interest in his lap. Sirius obviously took this as confirmation to what Dumbledore had already told him. He slumped into a chair next to Harry's bed with a glazed expression. His mouth opened and closed like he didn't know what to say. It reminded Harry of a fish. Now, Sirius, don't overreact. Please don't do something stupid, Harry begged. Sirius rested his head in his hands, massaging his temples. Harry, how long has this kind of thing been going on? He asked, looking into Harry's eyes to detect if he was telling the truth. Not very long, he said, slipping his gaze away. It was only stretching the truth a little. Not very long, as in a few days? A few weeks? He implored. A few years, Harry said quietly. What? Harry, look at me in the eyes and answer me, okay? Harry obeyed. When did this first start? I don't know. It was before I can really remember, but not as bad really, he mumbled. Sirius looked shocked. His eyes flashed murderously and he stood up quickly, looking as if he was going to give credence to his reputation. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to rip off their bloody heads. I'm going to. Sirius. Harry scolded. Stop. You're not going to kill them or decapitate them in any way, all right? I have to go. I have to kill them or hurt them or something. They'll pay those bastards, he said, starting for the door. Harry got out of bed quickly. He ran to place himself between Sirius and the door. No, Sirius, please. Don't do anything stupid. You'll get thrown in Azkaban and you'll be gone again. Don't go. Please, stay here with me. I haven't seen you in so long, Harry pleaded desperately. He could see that Sirius was calming down at his words, probably touched that his godson wanted his company. Suddenly the anger left his face and was replaced by worry. What are you doing out of bed? You need to lie down. Come on, I'll stay with you. I can't believe you're just running around this room when you're hurt. Sirius began to ramble, ushering his godson back to his bed. Harry didn't have the heart to tell him that he'd been allowed out of bed and had been walking around Hogwarts for the past few days. Instead, he allowed himself to be escorted back into bed as Sirius sank into the chair next to him. He sat back shaking his head. James and Lily must be rolling over in their graves. He paused, then looked at Harry. I'm so sorry, Harry, I've been a horrible godfather to you. Sirius, don't say that, this is not your fault at all. Why was everyone apologizing? It was getting on Harry's nerves. Well, I swear to you on my Marauder status that you will never have to go through that again. Listen, kid, this summer I promise that you're going to have the best time of your life. A huge room, there's a miniature Quidditch pitch around back, and I have tons of old junk you can help me sort through. No offense, Sirius, but I have no idea what you're going on about. No one told you? Harry shook his head. I guess Dumbledore, though I ought to. Well, I have great news then. You know how they caught some Death Eaters? At Harry's nod, he continued. Well, one of them was a certain rat that we're not too fond of. He smiled at Harry's astonished look. They're going to interrogate him and everything, and it's not quite official yet, but basically, it's enough evidence to prove my innocence. You're free? Harry asked in disbelief. As a bird, Sirius smiled. And, if you still want to, this summer, we'll move into the Black House, which looks like a miniature Muggle White House from the States from the outside, and I'll make sure it'll be the best summer you've ever had. Really? You're serious? Harry asked excitedly. Of course I'm serious. Sirius is my middle name. Oh wait, it's my first name. Harry burst out laughing. I'm guessing you've used that one a lot, huh? Oh yeah, that joke never dies and never will. I assure you that you'll learn to avoid asking if I'm serious at all costs in the near future. Harry and Sirius spent the rest of the day laughing about their summer plans, nearly forgetting the dark events that had brought them together. Finally, when the school was repaired, the rest of the students came back and Harry was allowed to return to his dorm. Ron and Hermione were relieved to see that Harry was safe. Over dinner, they told Harry all about Beauxbatons. There were fountains and statues everywhere made of gold. It looked like a palace or something, Ron explained. Yeah, Hermione jumped in, and for dinner, there were smaller, circular tables with tablecloths and candlesticks. Everything was really proper. Of course, we all had to sleep in sleeping bags in their dining hall. There weren't any poltergeists and all the ghosts were so clean looking. You couldn't even tell how they died. The Bloody Baron would have been chased out of there and nearly headless Nick wouldn't have ever been allowed to freak people out with his head. And I swear there was harp music playing all over the place. Everything was so. Ron looked to Hermione for the right word. Sparkly, they said in unison. Harry laughed. Thank Merlin we're back at Hogwarts, Hermione commented. Harry raised his eyebrow. You made it sound like this place was paradise. Exactly. It was horrible, she exclaimed. Yeah, it was like you couldn't mess up or joke around. It seemed like you were at some fancy party and always had to be on your best behavior, Ron explained disgustedly. Harry laughed. Well, I'm glad you guys are back too. How was your little holiday? Where did Dumbledore send you anyways? Ron asked through a mouthful of food. The Dursleys, he said making a face. But I was allowed to come back really quickly. There was a ton of people here fixing everything and strengthening the wards and such. I saw your dad and your brothers, Ron. He paused. And Dumbledore even let the Stensons drop by for the day, he added, figuring that Ron would find out from his family anyway. Really? Why? Hermione asked curiously. I don't know, just to keep me out of the way I guess. What did they think? Asked Ron. Mr. and Mrs. Stenson seemed a bit overwhelmed. Coda looked how I probably did on my first day here. Like Goyle when he's asked a question in class? Ron asked jokingly. Harry chucked some mashed potatoes at him with a laugh. Pretty much. She was a little freaked out by the house elves though. Yeah. Well, I guess they're kind of freaky looking though, even if they do make some great food, Ron said, taking a big bite of chicken. Harry's laughs turned into fake coughs as he noticed Hermione glaring at him. Life was good. Ron and Harry were racing to the dungeons. Professor Trelawney had kept Harry after to discuss his future death a bit. Ron had waited for him. When Harry finally escaped his annoying professor, they had very little time to get to their next class, which just had to be potions, of course. They sprinted along the corridors. When they turned a corner, there was a young girl, a first or second year. She was crying in frustration. Her bag had split and she was now trying to gather her books into her arms, but there were too many and they kept slipping. She was glancing at her watch, obviously realizing she was going to be late for class. Ron and Harry paused. Ron caught Harry's eye and pointed to his own tie. Harry looked at the girl's. It was green and silver. Ron motioned for Harry to come on, but Harry ran up to the girl. "Hey, don't worry. This happens all the time," he said to the girl, helping her pick up her books. He quickly mended her bag with a simple spell and helped her put the books inside. "Where are you going?" he asked. Transfiguration," she said as she wiped away some tears. "All right. Go to the end of this corridor and on your right there's a secret passage under the big tapestry. It'll take you right to the classroom," Harry said quickly, pointing the way. "Yeah, right," she snapped, looking at the red and gold of Harry's tie. "Listen," Harry said with a kind smile, "I'm not trying to trick you, I promise. If it doesn't lead you straight to the classroom, tell Professor McGonagall that I gave you bad directions and she'll take off points." "How do you know I won't just tell her that anyway?" she asked cheekily. Harry just smiled at her. "I guess I'll just have to trust you." Harry followed Ron and they began running off toward the dungeon as the girl ran back to the tapestry, looking over her shoulder at Harry before disappearing underneath it. "I can't believe you just did that, mate. She's a Slytherin for Merlin's sake. Of course she's going to lie. You should have left her. She would have gotten points off for Slytherin." Ron breathed as they raced along more corridors. "Now we're really going to be late." "Ron, she needed help. Don't you remember being a first year? If prefects and the older students didn't help us out, we would never have made it. Name one time a Slytherin prefect helped us out. They don't help us and we don't help them. It's a general rule, Harry." "Well, don't you think it's time that changed?" he asked as they approached the dungeon finally. Luckily the class was still waiting outside the door to the potions room. As usual, the Gryffindors and the Slytherins were separated from each other, occasionally shooting glares at the other group as they waited for the potions master to open the door. "Ooh, look everyone, it's Potty and the Weasel," Draco Malfoy drawled. The Slytherins sniggered as the Gryffindors rolled their eyes. "Wow, Malfoy, that's really original. You've only been using that one since first year," Harry said, in mock surprise. "I mean, what will you think of next? Maybe you could make fun of Ron being poor and me being an orphan, you know, just to try something new." The Gryffindors were now the ones sniggering as the Slytherins just glared. "Well, why think of new ways to insult you when the old ones are so easy?" Malfoy retorted. "Because people got bored after the first year of it." The Gryffindors all laughed in consent. "Even your cronies don't laugh very hard at your insults anymore," Harry said calmly. He obviously had the upper hand in the situation. He turned away and began to talk to Hermione. "So Potter, where were you while we were at Beauxbatons?" Malfoy asked. "I heard you were in the hospital wing the whole time." Harry froze. Ron and Hermione both looked at him in surprise. He forced himself to look calm. "Well, where did you think I'd sleep when the wards around the dorms and common rooms were being strengthened?" "Oh, I don't know. Perhaps in the kitchens with the dirty little house elves. I'm sure they'd have a pile of rags for you to sleep on. They'd remind you of those clothes you show up to the train station in each year. Is it some muggle fashion to look like you sleep in a gutter, or are you just trying to fit in better with the Weasleys?" Malfoy looked extremely pleased as Harry's face turned red and Ron started toward him with a fist raised. Harry and Neville grabbed Ron's arms to hold him back. "Wow, back to poverty jokes. Once again, Malfoy, your originality astounds me," Harry said, glaring at the blonde-haired boy. Ron calmed down and smirked at Malfoy for having his own insult used against him. Suddenly the door slammed open and Snape looked around, trying to determine if anyone had been fighting. He told them to enter and walked back inside, robes billowing menacingly behind him. When they got their potions started, Hermione leaned over Harry. She whispered worriedly, "Did you really stay in the hospital wing while we were gone?" "Yeah," he whispered back, "but it was just like I told Malfoy. Plus they didn't want me staying in a secluded place when Death Eaters had been around the castle earlier. You know how it is. Overprotectiveness for the boy who lived as always." "So you weren't in there because something was wrong?" Ron asked in a hushed voice. "No, ask your dad, Ron. He saw me walking around the castle. I was fine. Nothing was wrong with me, honest." Harry looked up and saw Snape looking at him. He had obviously heard at least the last part of their conversation. Harry couldn't read Snape's stony expression, but he knew his own was flushed with embarrassment. Snape finally looked away, much to Harry's relief. Snape went back to his desk to grade papers. If the situation would have been with anyone else, Snape would have kept the student behind and assured him or her that he would be there if they needed to talk. He had been the first one to discover the abuse after all. Somebody in that situation would certainly need someone to talk to, especially if they refused to let their friends know about it. He wasn't totally cold-hearted after all. Any other student. But this was Harry Potter, son of James Potter. The same James Potter who used to be his worst enemy in school. James Potter who used to embarrass him in front of all his peers. And Harry Potter wasn't any other student. Therefore, Snape let the boy slip out through the dungeon doors at the end of class without calling him back. Snape felt eased his guilt by reminding himself of all the awful things James Potter had done to him when he had been a student at Hogwarts. As he remembered all the times James had bullied him, he easily pictured Harry doing the same to present students. The father and son looked so much alike after all. By the time he had finished grading the papers, he felt fully justified in leaving the young Potter on his own. "All right, Harry, good work. Now I want you to try it with all three of us against you," Dumbledore said, eyes sparkling. Harry was breathing hard from the duels he had just had with the three professors separately. Harry nodded. "Now remember," the headmaster continued, "it doesn't really matter the type of curses we throw. The main thing is to not get hit by any of them. Pretend each of them is an unforgivable. That means no shields will work and you can only fight one of the three curses, so you can't absorb them. This is going to be pure dodging and firing back, from three directions. Are you ready?" Harry nodded and the three professors surrounded him and began circling. Dumbledore shot a curse at him and Harry jumped out of the way. He ducked to avoid Lupin's curse and then quickly jumped to avoid one from Professor McGonagall. He tried to disarm his head of house but she easily blocked him. Harry jumped out of the line of a light from Dumbledore's wand, right into one from Lupin's wand. He felt his legs spring together and become stiff. He lost his balance and fell forward to his hands in a push-up position. Lupin quickly undid the leg locker curse and helped Harry up. "That," he gasped, "is impossible. For most, I would say it is. For you, I say it isn't," Dumbledore said as they all drank some water. "When you concentrate, Harry, you seem to sense what your opponent will do. If you can tap into that and apply it to more than one person, I think you can do it." "Okay," Harry said with a nod, "just give me a second to figure out how to do that." The three professors laughed and surrounded Harry again, but waited for him to tell them that he was ready. Harry closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He focused his concentration. "Okay, three opponents. Where are they? What are they feeling?" He asked himself silently. Gradually, he felt them. He knew where they were. He opened his eyes and nodded. "Ready," he said firmly. He felt McGonagall getting ready to fire along with Lupin, but he knew the former would shoot the curse first, straight at his chest. Lupin would be aiming at his legs. He dodged McGonagall's curse and jumped over Lupin's. He felt Dumbledore shooting his off and moved right as the curse was being shot. Lupin and McGonagall both fired at the same time, and Harry had to dive to the ground to dodge them, immediately, rolling over as the headmaster shot one where he had just been lying. He rolled onto his back, dodging another curse, and shot a body binder at the defense professor. The spell caught Lupin by surprise and the man was soon on the floor, stiff as a board. Only two more to go and he had an idea what to do. He started firing spells at the professors, purposefully to one side or the other, forcing them to dodge them in the direction he wanted. He sensed where they were. He shot one last curse at the headmaster's left side, making him jump to the right. They were now right where Harry wanted them, directly across from one another. He faced Dumbledore, who shot a curse at his chest. Harry dove down. The curse flew past him, hitting the Transfiguration Professor instead, sending her down. In the moment of Dumbledore's surprise, he jumped back to his feet and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" The headmaster's wand was in his hand a second later. Out of breath, Harry gave the headmaster back his wand with an exhilarated grin. He and Dumbledore undid their curses to the two professors on the floor. They both cheerfully congratulated Harry as he sank into a chair, drinking down another glass of water. Dumbledore's eye twinkled brightly. "Excellent, Harry. You got Professor Lupin by using a vulnerable position to your advantage. He underestimated you since you were on the ground, and you used that. That was good with getting me to hit Professor McGonagall. I didn't even notice how you herded us into the correct positions until after I hit her. You used my moment of surprise to disarm me. Well done. Now what I want you to." The door opened, catching the attention of the four occupants of the room. It was Snape. When he saw that Harry was there, the memory of finding the boy bleeding on the floor of his relatives flashed through his mind, as it now did half the times he saw the boy. He quickly fixed his usual cold expression on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was interrupting something. I was just looking for you, Lupin. Here's the Wolfsbane potion for this month," he said, carrying in a smoking goblet, which he handed to Lupin. "Thank you, Severus," Lupin said, setting the goblet down on his desk to drink later. Snape nodded curtly and turned to leave. "Wait, Severus," Dumbledore called. Snape looked back and Dumbledore motioned him over. "But close the door if you may." Snape followed Dumbledore's instructions, looking around at the others suspiciously. "Yes, Albus? I'd like you to duel with Mr. Potter." "What?" Snape asked, glancing at the boy who looked surprised as well. "Another duel?" Harry asked in disappointment. They had already done more that night than in any of his other tutoring sessions. He was ready to go crawl into bed and sleep for 10 years. "Yes. Just one more for tonight and then we'll let you go. Severus, we've been working on improving Harry's dueling skills in light of present circumstances. Harry, what I'm about to tell you is extremely confidential and it's important that you tell absolutely no one, not even your friends," Dumbledore said, looking from Professor Snape to Harry. Harry noticed Snape rub his arm and realized what it was probably about. "You mean about Professor Snape being a spy?" he blurted out. The four adults looked at him in surprise. "How did you? The Dark Lord doesn't know, does he?" Snape asked quickly. No, we figured it out last year, Hermione, Ron, and I, that is. We knew you had the dark mark on your arm and the headmaster asked you to do something after the Triwizard Tournament. It wasn't too difficult to put the pieces together. Besides," he said with a slight smile toward Dumbledore, "before the last attack, Professor Dumbledore told the other professors that you had been summoned to Voldemort, so that was kind of a big clue as well." Dumbledore let out a surprised laugh. "Merlin, I did say that, didn't I? I didn't even think about that. Well, now that you know, I can tell you that Professor Snape is the only one of us with inside knowledge to the ways that Death Eaters are trained to fight. I think it would be very useful to see what that's like. I'd say, everything besides the killing curse will be fine. You're ready for the other unforgivables, I'd say. But Albus, the way I duel is certainly too advanced for a student. Potter wouldn't stand a chance," Snape said with a superior look at Harry. Dumbledore smiled slyly. "Well, we'll see about that," he said with a wink at Harry. The two professors behind him grinned, eager to see Snape's surprise with Harry's ability to duel. So far, only Dumbledore, Lupin, and McGonagall knew about the tutoring and the advances they had seen in Harry. "Fine, as long as I'm not held accountable when I hurt the boy," he said, pulling out his wand. Harry concentrated on Snape and suppressed a grin. Snape wasn't worried at all. Harry could sense his low expectations. This would be easy compared to his last duel. He set down his glass and pulled his own wand out. He walked over and faced Snape. The two bowed as the three other professors leaned back in their chairs to watch. "Remember, Severus, I want you to use every dirty trick they've taught you and don't hold back. Anything goes, save for Avada Kedavra. Begin any time you wish." "Expelliarmus," he shouted, but Harry easily blocked the curse, not bothering to send one back yet. Snape began to shout a curse at Harry, but seeing Harry start to jump left, shifted the direction of his wand quickly and shouted, "Imperio!" Harry jumped right into the curse. The first one had been a fake, a bluff to see where Harry would move. Harry felt the familiar wave of calm in his mind. A voice told him to lower his wand. Harry resisted, rolling his eyes. Snape didn't know how well he could fight this particular curse. He was about to just keep cursing Snape, but changed his mind, letting a blank look slip onto his face. He remembered the headmaster congratulating him on attacking when the enemy lowered their expectations. He was going to see if he could do it again. He slowly lowered his wand hand, maintaining the blank look. Snape looked smugly over at the professors. That was far too simple. Expelliarmus! Harry yelled. Snape's wand was in his hand a second later. Lupin and McGonagall both laughed as Snape's jaw dropped. "You were saying, Severus?" the head of Gryffindor asked in delight. "I liked the fake, Professor. You did that to see where I was going to jump, right? I'll have to watch out for that one," Harry said, handing the potions master back his wand. "I should let you know, Severus, that Harry is practically immune to the Imperius curse." "But I saw his face go blank, and he lowered his wand," Snape protested. "Yeah, I was just pretending so I could catch you off guard. I guess I should have mentioned it earlier so it wouldn't have been unfair," Harry said politely. "Nothing's unfair in dueling," Snape said, looking interested. "Let's try that again. Ready, Potter?" Harry nodded. He was tired, but he could feel that Snape still had low expectations. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to prove himself to the man. Snape definitely rose his level of dueling a few notches. He fired curses in almost immediate succession. Harry blocked and dodged, making sure to do the latter of the two each time he heard the word Crucio. He didn't bother firing any back until he could feel the opportunity. "Crucio! Crucio!" Snape yelled, firing the curse at each of Harry's sides. He had to turn sideways and beep in his stomach to dodge them, but one came so close, it burned his back. He felt himself tiring. He pointed his wand to Snape's left side and opened his mouth. Snape noticed and jumped to the right, just as Harry wanted. "Expelliarmus!" Harry yelled, changing the direction of his wand at the last moment. Snape's wand flew through the air and Harry grabbed it. He quickly handed a surprised Snape his wand for the second time that night. "Right before you came, Harry beat each of us separately, and then all of us together," Lupin said proudly. "All three of you? Even you, Albus? It was 3-on-1? Snape asked incredulously. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "What do you say, Severus? We could use your expertise. Shall we plan on a 4-on-1 duel for the next lesson?" Everyone turned to Snape, who slowly nodded. He looked reluctant, but curiosity seemed to overwhelm his doubts. "I'll be there. Potter needs to learn the dark side of dueling as well." "Excellent," said the headmaster with a grin. "Now why don't you run off to bed, Harry, before you fall asleep where you're standing," he said kindly. "I'll walk you there, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said after seeing Harry stumble slightly. Harry knew she just wanted to make sure he made it back without nodding off in the hallway. "That's all right, Professor. I can manage," Harry said with a slight blush. "I insist. It's on my way." Harry nodded and said good night to the other professors before he and Professor McGonagall left the room. "I'm very proud of you, Harry. You're doing an excellent job," she said with an affectionate smile. Thanks, Professor," Harry said sheepishly. He paused, remembering something. "Professor, by any chance, did one of your younger Slytherin students tell you that I gave them bad directions to your classroom?" The woman looked confused. "No, why?" Harry smiled. "No reason. Just proof that not all Slytherins are bad, I guess. They really got stuck with a bad reputation, huh?" Yes, they definitely did. Each house has students with great qualities, but people generally recognize only those who stand out the most in them. For Slytherin, most often the wrong type stand out the most, and the house is now often associated with dark wizards, Professor McGonagall explained with a sigh. "And I guess when everyone thinks of you as bad, it's a lot easier to act badly toward others," Harry mused, thinking of the girl snapping at him earlier. She wasn't a bad person. Harry could see as much, but she had probably been treated as little other than an evil Slytherin and was therefore on her guard against anyone in a different house. Exactly. However, it's difficult to convince people of that when the prejudices are so etched into everyone's mind. It sure doesn't help that Slytherin's pretty much chosen Malfoy for their spokesperson, well, at least for the 5th years. Professor McGonagall smirked. I didn't hear that, Mr. Potter. They soon arrived at the portrait of the fat lady and Professor McGonagall went on to her own rooms. Harry stumbled into the common room, stifling a yawn. The lesson had gone on longer than usual and most of the other students were in bed. There were only 2 left. Hermione and Ron, who were still up waiting for him. They both hid books as Harry collapsed into a chair near them. They had been doing it since they found out about Harry's cancer. Harry knew they were trying to find anything to help. He had tried to tell them that he'd been through all of the books they were looking through several times already and that there was nothing, but they obviously wouldn't believe it until they saw it. A few days after they had returned from Beauxbatons, Harry had started getting random dizzy spells. They'd be walking to class or sitting around talking when Harry's vision would go whitish. He had to stay really still for a few seconds before it would return to normal. Days before, Harry had had a dizzy spell while he was walking from divination and had begun swaying. Ron had held onto Harry's shoulders until he could see again and stopped swaying. Harry had insisted that it wasn't anything serious, but Ron had only frowned and later skipped dinner to go to the library. He had never seen his friend put so much fervor into researching something, though Harry already knew his friends would find nothing. Harry didn't really understand why they attempted to hide it. Maybe they just didn't want to bring up the topic with Harry more than they had to. Or maybe they didn't want to get his hopes up that they'd find something. Maybe he'd scolded them for being over-concerned one too many times. Either way, Harry had given up trying to make them give up, silently agreeing to ignore it. He secretly was touched that they seemed to care so much. Wow mate, you look wiped, Ron said bluntly. Thanks Ron, Harry murmured sarcastically. So, tell us about it, said Ron. Better make it short so we don't have to carry you up to your dorm, Hermione added. I dueled each separately, then the 3 of them at once. Then I dueled Snape twice, he murmured, his eyes resting closed. And you won? Ron asked excitedly. Harry nodded. Except for the first time dueling the 3 professors at once. Lupin got me with a leg locker. Harry, you're supposed to take it easy, Hermione admonished. I'm fine, Myone, really. Just tired. With his closed eyes, Harry missed the worried look that shot between his 2 friends. Well, mate, time for bed, I'd say. Let's go, Ron said standing up. Hermione gave him a thankful look. "Soke. Gonna sleep here tonight," Harry mumbled. "No way, Harry. Come on now, don't make me levitate you," Ron said, pulling on one of Harry's limp arms. Harry opened his eyes and let himself be pulled to his feet. "Fine, but only 'cause I'm scared what would happen if you tried to levitate me." Ron made a face at Harry. The 2 boys said goodnight to Hermione and started up the stairs. Somehow, Harry made it up to the 5th-year boys' dormitory with only the occasional push from Ron to keep him going. Harry stripped down to his boxers and climbed into bed, asleep before even hitting the pillow. Harry. He turned around to see Eloise bounding toward him with a huge grin on her face. She was skipping down the hall until she noticed the strange looks directed toward her. She bit her bottom lip to suppress a smile and bowed her head to avoid the raised eyebrows. When she got closer to Harry, she looked up with a grin and began skipping toward him again, wildly waving a piece of parchment in front of her. "Hey Eloise, what's that?" he asked, grinning at Eloise's obvious excitement. She ended her skipping with a final hop, landing right in front of Harry. She looked as if she was trying to keep from hopping on the spot. "This," she said, "is going to be enlarged and framed and hung above my bed." Harry laughed and took the parchment that she was waving in front of his face. He recognized it as their latest potions test. She had gotten an A. There were only 2 wrong out of 25 problems. Harry's jaw dropped slightly and turned into a grin. Hermione and Ron looked over Harry's shoulder. "Merlin's beard," Ron gasped. "Eloise," Harry said through a huge smile, looking up from the test, You got an A." "I know," she squeaked. "It's our study sessions. I finally understand this stuff. I just can't believe it." Snape handed me back the test with this weird suspicious look and I saw the grade and I kept staring at it until. Hey polka dots, called a drawling voice. Eloise froze and the joy drained instantly from her face. I heard you cheated on the last test. I did not, Eloise snapped at the approaching bee, owned. Bugger off Malfoy. Ron spat. I can see that those spots on your face haven't cleared up. Rather disgusting, wouldn't you say? Eloise pursed her lips and looked down dejectedly. Oi, shut your face you bloody ferret, Ron growled. Malfoy, don't you have something better to do, or is your life really just so pathetic that all you can do to amuse yourself is prance around and bother people? Harry said coolly. Pathetic, Potter? Well, I guess we have different views of the word. What I would find pathetic would be two morons getting tutored by an even bigger moron in his worst subject and then having one of them almost wet herself when she has a burst of luck. And what did you get on the test again? Hermione asked. A C was it? Just passing even with Snape giving you all the answers. You're right, we do have different definitions of pathetic. At least the other houses earn their grades on their own. At least I am passing, he said, looking pointedly at Ron. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their leader. Oh Malfoy, glad your two cronies find you so amusing. Did they forget about their own grades? Harry asked cheekily. The two immediately ceased their laughter and glared at Harry. Well, I must say that I have far better things to do than have you lot waste my time, sneered Malfoy. I just wanted to tell little Midgeon over here that I got a sweater covered in red polka dots for Christmas. I had to throw it away because it reminded me too much of her face and I thought I might be sick. Malfoy looked satisfied as Eloise's face grew red and tears began to drip from her eyes. Well, good day, he said with a wicked grin and marched away with Crabbe and Goyle. I have to go, Eloise stammered before running off, burying her face in her hands. Eloise, wait, called the trio, but she was already gone. Should we go after her? Harry asked Hermione, who, being a girl, knew more about girls' emotions than the two boys could ever hope to learn. No, not right now. I think she needs some time alone, Hermione sighed. Harry looked sadly at his hand, which was still clutching Eloise's test. She had completely forgotten about it. The three continued their walk out the door toward the greenhouses. Why is Malfoy such a bloody bastard? Ron asked, clenching his jaw. I hope he gets eaten by one of Hagrid's pets. Maybe he'll turn around one day, Hermione said without much hope in her voice. Ron snorted. Yeah, I'm sure. Right after Harry and Snape become best mates. Oh Snapey. He and I have been best mates forever, Ron. In fact, he just gave me some good hair advice the other day. He told me to stick my head in a giant vat of grease and I'd look nearly as posh as he does. Harry said in mock seriousness. Ron laughed and Hermione rolled her eyes, but also gave an appreciative chuckle. Harry immediately felt bad for the comment. Snape had helped him. Kept his secret until it was no longer possible, helped him when he had been hurt the first time, saved his life the second time. Guilt clenched his stomach. He winced as Ron kept going with the joke. Finally they reached the greenhouse. Harry carefully put Eloise's paper in his bag, careful not to crinkle the record of her monumental achievement. He pushed all his anger at Malfoy, sadness on Eloise's behalf, and guilt about his Snape comment, out of his mind as Professor Sprout began their lesson. After classes, Harry brought his stuff up to his dorm, plopping his bag on his bed. He was about to leave when Coda's picture frame caught his eye. It was sitting on his nightstand as usual. The Muggle picture had fascinated a few of his roommates. They had wiggled their eyebrows asking who the girl was, except for Ron who knew that she was just a friend of Harry's. Harry rolled his eyes in return and insisted that she was more like a sister. Now, the frame gave him an idea. Harry pulled out a piece of parchment and transfigured it into glass. He took out two more pieces and transfigured them into small panels of wood, cutting a rectangular hole in the middle of one. He smiled, pleased with himself for transfiguring the objects from slips of parchment, something he had just recently learned how to do. He set down the full panel of wood on his bed. Then, he dug into his bag and removed Eloise's test, carefully setting it on top, followed by the pane of glass and the second panel with the hole in it. He sealed the seams and grinned. He had made a frame. "Whatcha doing, Harry?" asked Neville as he walked into the room, tossing his own bag onto his bed. Eloise got an A on Snape's last test. Only 2 wrong. I've just finished framing it for her, Harry explained with a smile. Neville walked over and looked at the test in awe. She only got 2 wrong, he exclaimed after running his eyes over the paper. I know. Do you think she wants to hang it up? I don't really know how to get it to stand up like my picture frame does, Harry said, gesturing toward Coda's Christmas present for him. Nah, she'll want to hang it up. She can just cast a sticking spell on the back. She'll love this, he said with a smile. Ooh, we should carve a message on the frame. You know, congratulations to the vice president of the Hated by Snape Club, or something. Brilliant, Harry said with a grin. He traced, congratulations, across the top with his wand, carving the word into the frame. On the bottom, he wrote, to the VP of the HBSC, since he couldn't fit the whole thing. The 2 boys agreed it sounded more prestigious this way anyway. Neville flicked his wand and murmured a short charm. Now, the words glittered gold. Harry held the frame out at arm's length so both boys could admire their handiwork. They both gave satisfied nods. One more thing, Neville said, with a sly grin. He flipped the frame over and quickly carved something into the back. He held it up for Harry to read. The words, smart ass, smiled back at him. Harry burst out laughing. Neville ran and grabbed a day-old copy of the Daily Prophet. They changed the beep of the paper to red and wrapped up their gift as well as they could, sticking pieces of spellotape all over. The 2 brought the gift up to Hedwig with instructions to bring it to Eloise at breakfast the next day. The next day, Harry was woken from his sleep by a fit of hacking coughs. He buried his face in his pillow to quiet them. He felt absolutely miserable, and the last thing he wanted to do was have Ron start the day in a worried state. Finally the coughs subsided and he raised his head from the pillow. He fought off a dizzy spell only for it to turn into a pounding headache. This is going to be a bad day, he thought to himself. Something brightly beeped on his bed caught his attention. He looked over to find that it was blood covering his pillow. He lifted his fingers to the side of his mouth and drew them away to find them sticky with blood. This can't be good. Harry reached down to touch his pillow, to assure himself that it was real. He drew his fingers across the red and then jumped back in surprise. The part he had just passed his hand over was once again white, clean from the blood. He slowly waved his hand over the rest of it, clearing away all of the blood. He stumbled into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He followed the same procedure on the sleeve of his pajamas where he had been coughing into at one point. All of a sudden, he leaned into the sink and was sick, emptying his stomach of all contents. Finally, he rose, gasping for breath and clutching his stomach. He rinsed out his mouth to rid the nasty taste. Another dizzy spell swept over him and he had to grasp the sink for support. This is definitely going to be a bad day. He heard the guys in the dorm begin to stir. He quickly splashed some cold water on his face, dried off, and went back to get dressed for school. He entered the room to find all the guys trying to wake Dean, who refused to get up. They had potions first after all. Ron looked over at him with a questioning glance. Hey Harry, where were you? He asked suspiciously. Harry plastered a grin on his face. I figured this dorm only needs one person to wake out of a coma each morning. He gestured toward Dean, who was swatting away the pillow that Seamus was hitting him with. I got up early to save you all the trouble. This seemed to satisfy Ron. Finally, after pouring a pitcher of water on Dean's face, you guys are going to pay for that. All the fifth-year Gryffindor boys made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. The whole time Harry just stared at his food. For the moment, he thought that if he ever ate again it would be too soon. He pretended instead to be engrossed in studying his potions textbook, trying to drown out his bickering friends. I don't care, Ron, you shouldn't badmouth professors, Hermione scolded. Myone, come on. We all know Snape's an oily, slimy git. He's prejudiced toward our whole house. And you know how much he picks on Harry. There's just no defending the guy, Ron said back in an angry whisper. Snape's not all that bad, Harry muttered. The fighting instantly ceased and Ron dropped the roll he was holding. Their faces were so filled with shock Harry almost laughed. Hermione slapped her hand to Harry's forehead, which he swatted away. I'm not sick, Hermione. I just don't think he's as bad this year. Harry, he gave you detention for sneezing, Ron reminded him. Yeah, well that was months ago. I think he's gotten better. But you were making fun of him just yesterday. What's with the sudden change? Ron asked incredulously. Yeah, I really shouldn't have said that thing about the hair. I don't think he's a bad guy, Harry insisted. First you're helping Slytherins, now you're defending Snape? Next thing we know you'll be wearing silver and green. Harry lowered his voice. Listen, it's just, he's doing the spying for Dumbledore, which has to be really dangerous, and we're talking bad about him behind his back. Maybe we just shouldn't make fun of him anymore, you know? Ron looked at him with an expression that clearly stated that he believed his friend had lost his mind. See Ron? Harry's, right, we need to stop all that, she said with a firm nod at the end, yet she still seemed surprised and kept shooting worried glances at him. Harry, aren't you going to eat anything? She asked worriedly looking at his plate. He sighed. Not right now. Ron and Hermione shot each other worried glances, but Harry could do nothing to ease their suspicions. Don't worry guys, I'll eat at lunch, just not now. And I can see all those looks you two keep giving each other. I'm not blind, you know. Ron smiled and gestured to Harry's glasses. Well, not totally blind, he laughed. Suddenly, owls came soaring in through the windows. It was mail time. Neville, who was sitting a few seats away, caught Harry's eye and grinned excitedly. Harry saw Hedwig fly in over his head toward the Hufflepuff table. Where's Hedwig going? Hermione asked curiously. She's delivering a present, he said, turning around in his seat to watch the scene. Eloise, who had been staring off into space, was jolted awake as the snowy white owl landed in front of her. She looked confused, but began unwrapping the present anyway. She looked at it for a few seconds and her lips turned upwards into a huge smile. She turned it over curiously and burst out laughing at the message on the back. She looked over to the Gryffindor table. Neville and Harry waved at her with identical grins. Eloise gave Hedwig a piece of toast, which she quickly ate before flying over to Harry, stealing a strip of bacon from his plate. Eloise mouthed, "Thank you," across the hall. Finally breakfast was over and they made their way out of the Great Hall. Harry definitely wasn't feeling well. Eloise came bounding up and gave him a quick thankful hug, saying she'd hang it above her bed, before going off to thank Neville. Harry smiled at her happiness, but the simple hug had almost made his legs give out, since they felt weak and wobbly. Hermione noticed something in Harry's expression and asked if he was okay. Harry just rolled his eyes and said he was fine. Hermione looked slightly skeptical but dropped the matter as they started off toward the dungeons. Harry hid it well, but on the way down, he kept feeling like the whole floor was swaying, as if he were on a rocky boat. He stumbled a few times but passed it off as having tripped over something, pointedly looking back as if looking for what he had tripped on. When he got to potions, he collapsed into his seat and concentrated on making the room stay steady. Luckily, that day they were making a potion dealing with medicine, one that cleared up bruises, one that Harry was familiar with. From all of his studying magical medicine, he was pretty good at anything to do with it, including making this particular potion. All he had to focus on was not knocking his cauldron over and cutting his ingredients up properly. Halfway through class, Neville's potion exploded, covering his arm. Dark purple bruises sprang up in the places that each drop hit. Your stupidity never ceases to amaze me, Mr. Longbottom. Clean up this mess and then run along to Hospital Wing where Madame Pomfrey can once again fix your idiotic mistake, Snape sneered. As Neville wiped up his potion, whimpering because of the bruises on his arms, Ron leaned over to Harry and whispered, "And to think you were actually defending Snape at breakfast." "Yeah, Harry, he's a really decent guy." Harry just shrugged, neither boy noticing that Snape had been walking quietly behind them. He stilled at Ron's comment and glanced curiously at the back of Harry's head, picking up on the small shrug. He quickly resumed walking with a stony expression so no one would know he had heard. Finally, Harry had finished his potion, which was accurately made. The three began walking toward the Transfiguration room. Hermione and Ron were a bit ahead of Harry, bickering over when to study for OWLs, something Hermione had begun to do in her first year. They didn't notice their friend falling behind slightly, wincing in pain and rubbing his temples to try and soothe the pounding headache. Harry was feeling worse and worse by the second. He coughed into his hand only to find more blood. His vision kept going blurry and refocusing. He felt his whole body weaken with each step he took. He coughed loudly, eyebrows knotted in pain. His books slipped out of his arms and clattered on the ground. Ron and Hermione whipped around to find their friend a few steps behind them, doubled over slightly in pain. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron asked, panicking upon seeing his friend in obvious pain. Harry shook his head from side to side in realizing that he wasn't going to make it to Transfiguration. This really frightened his friends. They always just received an annoyed, "I'm fine," from Harry and knew this must be serious. They began walking over when Harry felt his legs giving out. "Harry!" Hermione screamed as the two began to race to Harry's side. He was lying on his back and taking very shallow breaths. He was suddenly overcome with cold and began shivering while he felt beads of sweat forming on his face. "Harry, oh Merlin, Harry!" Ron was calling and shaking his shoulders. Harry tried to answer him, but it just came out as a groan. "Ron, go get a professor. You're faster than I am." "Snape's closest," Hermione ordered as she began feeling Harry's forehead. Harry was surprised that Ron jumped up without protest of returning to the dungeons and took off at full speed toward the classroom of his most hated professor. Hermione looked down at him worriedly and began smoothing his hair back from his face, not knowing what else to do. "See cold," Harry gasped. "I'm so cold." He hadn't meant for the words to escape, but he was finding he was losing control of his mouth. Hermione whipped off her cloak and laid it on top of him, chanting, "It'll be all right, Harry. Help is on the way. You'll be all right." Harry's mind was getting clouded and everything became very confusing. "Why am I on the floor?" he thought. "Who's this girl and where are Ron and Hermione?" He decided to voice his questions. "Where are Ron and Hermione? Are they okay?" he asked the girl weakly. He was sorry when the girl burst into tears. "I'm here, Harry. It's Hermione. Ron's getting help right now. We're both fine," she said, smoothing his hair back again. "Oh good," he muttered, calming down. Then his eyebrows knitted in confusion. "Hermione? Ron?" he called out, making the girl sob. "Harry, I'm right here. It's Hermione," she repeated. "Why am I on the floor?" he asked. Hermione smiled sadly. "You're sick, Harry, but help is on the way. Tell Ron and Hermione I'm sorry," he instructed the girl. "It's Hermione, Harry, I'm here. Why are you sorry?" Harry tried focusing on her face but failed to. He opened his mouth to speak but was overcome with coughs that racked his entire body. He drew an arm to his mouth as a reflex to cough into his sleeve. When the coughing subsided, he let his arm drop back down to his side. Hermione gasped in seeing the blood. "Hermione? You still there?" Harry asked in a whisper. "Yes, Harry, I'm still here," she responded, patting his clean hand in reassurance. "Where are my glasses? I need them. I can't see," he explained. "You're wearing your glasses, Harry," she said, wiping away another tear. Harry paused, letting this sink into his clouded mind. "That's not good then." He felt very dizzy and let his eyes close. He was soon engulfed in darkness. Hermione watched her best friend's body go limp and began calling his name desperately. When she didn't get any response, she laid her head on his chest and cried into his robes, her only comfort coming from each rise and fall of his chest, however ragged it may have been.
Snape was putting away potion ingredients when the youngest Weasley boy burst into the classroom frantically. Snape was about to make a scathing remark toward the boy, but stopped himself when he saw the extremely alarmed look on the redhead's face. "Professor, please, it's Harry. Please, he needs help, now," he pleaded with the potions professor. Snape nodded worriedly and began to run after Ron through the halls. "What happened, Mr. Weasley?" he demanded as they jogged along. He just collapsed. He's sick, really sick." They finally approached an unconscious Harry Potter with Hermione Granger sobbing into his chest. Ron ran up next to Hermione, catching her attention. Snape quickly knelt by Harry and Hermione backed away a bit. Snape checked the boy's vitals. Shallow breathing, weak pulse, his lips were turning slightly blue. His skin was clammy, but his forehead was burning. "Tell me what you know," he ordered. "He has cancer," Ron said, staring in fright at his friend. Snape paused for a moment. "The Muggle illness." Ron nodded. Snape shook his head. "Impossible, Weasley. Trust me. He did a weird spell. I'll explain later. He's had it since winter break. He just recently told us. Has something like this happened before? Asked Snape. No, he's had a few weekdays and occasionally a loss of appetite, but nothing else, Hermione said. Her eyes grew wide. Except on the day he came back from winter holiday. He was throwing up blood. He said it was just a cold, but, she trailed off wondering why she hadn't made the connection sooner. And then today, when we were going to our next class, he just collapsed. He was shivering but his forehead was burning. He was really out of it, not even recognizing me. Then he said he couldn't see and lost consciousness. Is he going to be okay, Professor? Hermione asked, wiping away tears. I don't know. All right, Weasley. Go down to my supplies and get powdered hornblende, naive, innovative, some cocorico and rickshaw tail. Granger. Go get the headmaster. The password's chocolate frogs. Meet me at the hospital wing. The two Gryffindors nodded and tore off to carry out their assigned tasks. Snape looked back at Harry. How does he get into all the trouble? He asked himself. He considered levitating the boy, but it was too slow. He put one arm under Harry's knees and the other under his back and lifted Harry into his arms. As he took off, jogging toward the infirmary, he got a sense of déjà vu. He shook his head. He was slightly unnerved to find himself feeling sympathy for the boy he had been bent on hating for years. He passed a few students who looked shocked at the scene. The animosity between the potions master and Harry Potter was famous throughout the school. It was no wonder they were surprised to see Snape carrying the unconscious boy through the halls with an extremely worried look on his face that he tried to hide with the occasional menacing scowl that encouraged students to back away and not ask any questions. After what seemed like far too long, he finally reached the infirmary. He entered to find Madame Pomfrey checking over Neville Longbottom. She seemed to have cleared up the bruises from his earlier potions accident. Neville momentarily looked frightened at seeing Snape but then realized what he was carrying and his expression turned into one of concerned shock. Professor, what's wrong with Harry? Is he all right? He asked, leaning forward and alerting Madame Pomfrey to Snape's presence in the process. Oh dear, what now? Madame Pomfrey asked, jumping up as Snape laid Harry down on a nearby bed. She had decided long ago that she saw far too much of this particular boy. It just wasn't fair. Snape eyed Neville but decided that there wasn't enough time to worry about him overhearing. Well, Granger and Weasley said that he collapsed in the corridor. They say that he has cancer. Something about a spell, but that's impossible. Snape was interrupted by a cry from Madame Pomfrey. No, he didn't. He said it was for a class assignment. She gasped. She raced over to Harry's side and began checking him over. Wait, Poppy, there actually is a spell to give a wizard cancer. But why in the world would he do something like that? He asked in disbelief. He must have known a muggle with cancer. The only way to save them from it is to transfer it to a wizard. He basically traded his life for someone else's, she explained in a distraught voice. Neville had risen out of bed and came to Harry's side. What's cancer? He asked, frightened. Whatever it was, it sounded really bad. Stay out of this, Longbottom. Mind your own business, Snape barked. Neville flinched but didn't move. No sir. Harry's my friend and I'm not just going to stay out of this, he said, looking the potions master straight in the face. For the first time ever, Snape felt a fleeting pang of respect for the boy he had always humiliated. He knew that Neville was terrified of him and was showing a great deal of loyalty and bravery. Perhaps the Sorting Hat didn't make a mistake, he mused. And now, I want to know what cancer is. Is Harry sick? He asked stubbornly, his stuttering and slight shaking being the only things that portrayed his fright. Yes, dear. Harry's sick. Very sick. Here. She ran into her office and brought out a book of Muggle illnesses and opened the page to cancer, and handed it to Neville. She just didn't have the heart to tell him herself. Snape watched as his student read the pages. Neville's face grew quite pale. Is Harry's cancer terminal? He asked, pulling the word from the book. I'm afraid so, dear. The spell doesn't work on anything other type. I'm so sorry, honey, she said, seeing the devastated look in the boy's eyes. The three looked up when Ron burst through the door carrying all the flasks he had been assigned to find. He was out of breath and gasping for air but didn't seem to notice. He set the bottles down on a table and walked over to Harry's bedside. Neville pulled up a chair for him and then got one for himself. How's he doing? Is he going to be okay? Ron asked with pleading eyes. I don't know, dear. It'll be close, but Professor Snape and I are going to make a potion that will hopefully help him. We're going to do the best we can, but you must understand that we're not familiar with this, Madame Pomfrey said regretfully. She hated saying those words, but she didn't want to lie to the boy or let him get his hopes up. Madame Pomfrey and Snape began working together with the ingredients. You know, Ron said to Neville, not taking his eyes off Harry. It wasn't a question. Neville numbly nodded his head. He's dying, Ron stated. Once again, a nod from Neville. Ron took Harry's hand in his own. Hey mate, he said in a near whisper. You have to pull out of this, okay? It's not time for you to go yet. It's even earlier than the too early I was planning on, and you can't do that to me, all right? Yeah, Harry, you have a Quidditch Cup to win, not to mention the House Cup. We can't do it without you. I still need you to be with me in Snape's class. I need to have my co-president in the hated by Snape club, Neville added quietly. Under any other circumstance, he would have kicked himself as Snape stilled momentarily, but currently took no notice. Neville had forgotten the professor was there and he had obviously heard. However, the potions master didn't acknowledge it and continued to help Madame Pomfrey. Hermione burst into the room followed by Dumbledore. She flew to Harry's side, silent tears still dripping down her face. She took Harry's other hand and began petting it. The three adults talked quietly while Snape and Madame Pomfrey continued to brew potions. Finally, the students had to back away from their friend's side, all sitting on the next bed over to make sure they were out of the way. Madame Pomfrey attempted to wake Harry to no avail. She quickly checked his vitals again. His pulse is extremely weak. We're going to have to inject these potions into his system for him to stand a chance. It won't be as quick or effective as ingesting them, but it's our only hope. She glanced up at the three students solemnly. Maybe you three should wait outside. No, I'm not leaving him, Ron said firmly. I'm staying, Hermione sobbed. Same here, said Neville in a decisive voice, slightly shaken with grief. Madame Pomfrey frowned, but it was obvious that she had bigger problems than trying to get the three students to leave. She just sighed and gave up. Snape measured out a greenish potion in a syringe. He tapped it to get rid of any air bubbles and handed it to Madame Pomfrey. Ron winced as the Mediwitch injected it into Harry's arm. Breathing still shallow. We're still going to need something to support him with that, she called to Snape, who handed her a shot a few seconds later with a bluish liquid inside. They injected several potions into Harry's arm. Ron had his arm around Hermione, who was crying into his shoulder while Neville sat with his head in his hands. Madame Pomfrey grasped Harry's wrist again. She then placed her hand on his chest and put her ear near his mouth. His breathing is slowing and his pulse is weakening. The potions haven't taken effect yet and won't for a few minutes. Severus, a cold wet cloth please. We need to stop that temperature from getting any higher. Albus, I need your help with the Vita's spell, Madame Pomfrey ordered. Snape ran to get a wet cloth and Dumbledore joined Madame Pomfrey at Harry's side. With the headmaster closer to them, the three students could see the solemn expression on his face, not even the slightest twinkle in his eye. They began rattling off incantations. Snape quickly assisted them after placing a wet rag on Harry's forehead. It was a chaotic scene. Madame Pomfrey was barking out names of spells that Snape and Dumbledore took turns in performing while the Mediwitch was checking Harry's vitals and thumbing through pages of books. Meanwhile, the three students sat sobbing in near panic, each with tears trickling down their faces. Oddly, the only one who looked peaceful was the unconscious form of Harry. If it weren't for his slightly blue lips, shallow breathing, and the drops of perspiration on his face, he would have looked just like he was sleeping. This picture made Ron pray that this was all a dream and that his best friend really was just asleep in the next bed. Finally, Madame Pomfrey paused a long time in her commands, checking Harry over. Everyone held his or her breath. Okay, it seems the potions have begun to take effect. His pulse and breathing are normal. The Mediwitch collapsed into a chair near the next bed and began fanning herself. Dumbledore and Snape stepped aside to converse. The three students swarmed around Harry's bed. Hermione and Ron once again grasped Harry's hands. Hermione and Neville looked extremely relieved, but Ron retained a vacant, lost expression that Neville couldn't help but notice. "Hey, Ron, are you all right?" he asked cautiously. Ron looked up with a slightly lost expression. He was silent for a long time before speaking quietly. "I just can't help but think that this isn't over, you know. We saved today, but what about next time? One of these times, we won't be able to bring him back. I think this is the first time it's really hit me. I can't really explain it, but it never felt real before. And how do we know if we really have saved him? What if he doesn't wake up, or does but isn't himself? Like messed up in the head or something? You said yourself, Hermione, that he was delusional in the hall. What if that's permanent?" he spilled out. Hermione recalled the image of Harry lying on the ground without a clue to what was going on. The memory broke her heart and she couldn't bear the thought of Harry remaining that way. "I can't believe this is happening," Neville said quietly. "Harry has always just been a constant, you know. I just assumed he'd always be there in the dorm, sticking up for me in potions or with Malfoy, saving the school from the next big disaster, and just being, well, Harry." "I feel the same way, Neville," Hermione said with a sad glance at her friend. "I just always took it for granted that he'd always be there because he's Harry and he always beats the bad guy. He always survives." Her voice broke. "But I just don't see how he can escape this one." She gulped back a few tears. Suddenly, Hermione felt Harry's hand move. She looked up to see him stirring. "Guys, I think he's waking up." Harry's eyes fluttered open. They remained half closed with exhaustion but noticed his three friends. "Hermione, Ron, Neville," he murmured weakly. "Hey there, Harry," Hermione said quietly. "What happened?" he asked groggily. "You collapsed, remember?" she continued. "Oh," he murmured. He winced as he coughs racked his body momentarily. When it was over he drew in some shaky breaths. It was obviously a difficult task for him. "I'm sorry if I scared you guys," he whispered, eyes drifting closed. "It's okay, Harry, just get some rest," Hermione said tenderly, caressing his hand. Harry nodded slightly before drifting into slumber. Madame Pomfrey agreed to allow the three to stay the night at Harry's side. Since nobody else was in the infirmary, she transfigured one of the beds into a couch, which she placed at the side of Harry's bed. The three eventually fell asleep. If anyone were to have seen them, they would have seen Neville curled up at one side, head resting on the armrest. Ron was using the opposite armrest as a pillow, but was more stretched out than Neville. Hermione was squeezed in next to him, using his chest as her pillow. In the middle of the night, Harry woke to see this scene and just watched amusedly for a while before Neville woke and saw him. "Hey, mate," he whispered. "Hey," Harry whispered back. "Look at those two. And they won't acknowledge that they like each other." Neville shot him a mischievous grin. "Then I wonder what they'd think of their sleeping arrangements. I'm pretty sure they didn't fall asleep that way." Harry grinned. "Do it, Ron, Hermione. Harry's awake," he exclaimed quietly, shaking them both. Both pairs of eyes opened. Ron and Hermione looked over to Harry to find that he was indeed awake and with an amused smile on his face. Ron looked down as Hermione looked up and their eyes met. Both their faces reddened. Hermione shot off of Ron, murmuring an embarrassed apology. "Hey guys," Harry whispered, unable to talk louder. "Good to see you." Hermione leaned in closely. "Harry, do you recognize us?" Harry looked slightly confused at the question, but his nod alleviated Hermione's worries. "Yes, I recognize you, Hermione." "Neville, how are your bruises?" he asked. Neville laughed and showed him his healed arms. Harry then looked at Ron. "Are you all right, Ron?" He had noticed the pale beep of his friend's face. Before Ron could answer, Madame Pomfrey came bustling over. "Oh good, dear, you're awake. How are you feeling?" "Fine," he murmured. "Sure you are. Hold on now, I'm going to alert the headmaster that you're awake." She stepped into her office and came out followed by Professor Dumbledore and Snape, who had presumably come through the fireplace in Madame Pomfrey's office. The three approached Harry, who squirmed slightly, knowing what was coming. "Mr. Potter, Please tell me you didn't actually use that spell I gave you, Madame Pomfrey said desperately, starting the dreaded conversation. Sorry, Harry muttered. In normal circumstances, he would have been sputtering random words to avoid the question, but he was too tired to give it the effort. But I thought I made myself clear that you can't survive this. She exclaimed, exasperated. You did, ma'am. I knew what I was doing and the consequences as well. But that potion, it's too difficult. Where would you get the ingredients? Harry looked down at his lap with a guilty expression. Now that he was being interrogated about his guilt, he began to feel more awake. Potter, Snape growled. Oops, he said with a sheepish grin. The potion's master had apparently noticed the ingredients missing from his office. Harry, Dumbledore stepped forward looking extremely somber. How long have you had this? Winter break, sir. The night before we got back. Those words triggered a memory for Snape. He remembered Harry's words from his office that night. I was visiting someone in the hospital. It was urgent, so I waited until the Dursleys were asleep, sneaked out and ran to the hospital. So that's what he had been doing. He had been sacrificing his own life for another's and was beaten to a pulp for doing so. And how long do you have? Well, Mr. Stenson had it for about 3 months before he was diagnosed, so I'd say July. Probably before my next birthday, he added, looking away. He heard Madame Pomfrey and Neville gasp. Hermione patted his hand for comfort. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Professor Snape's mouth drop open and Dumbledore close his eyes. And this is why your powers have suddenly increased. Yes, sir. Who else knows about this? Dumbledore asked calmly, yet a trace of despair tinted his voice. Well, everyone here. You haven't told the Stensons? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry felt a pang of guilt. Not exactly, sir. They wouldn't handle it very well. Don't you think they'd like to know? He asked gently. No. Look, I did this to give them happiness. If I told them, it would ruin that, he explained, pleading for understanding. I take it serious as in the dark as well. Harry nodded, ashamed. It looked like the exposing of his secrets was hurting more people than he would have hoped. Don't you think he has the right to know? Harry nodded weakly. He's going to kill me. Well, Mr. Potter, I can assure you that if you don't let him know, this secret of yours will end up killing him. Harry nodded. Albus, a few students saw Potter when I was carrying him here. Harry blushed at this information. He now knew that the teacher who hated him had carried him in his arms twice. Harry felt embarrassed in knowing that somebody had witnessed him in such a weak and vulnerable state multiple times, especially since it was Snape. Please, I don't want everyone to know, Harry begged. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I agree. We wouldn't want this information to fall into the wrong hands. Well then, I'm going to owl Sirius and tell him there's something you need to talk to him about, as it's not my place to tell him this. Dumbledore paused to thoughtfully glance at Ron. Everyone else should also be leaving now. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter need to talk. Harry glanced up at Ron, who was wearing a blank expression, looking at Dumbledore but not really seeing. Snape left, robes billowing behind him. Madame Pomfrey left a vial of dreamless sleeping potion on the nightstand with instructions for Harry to take it when he was done. Hermione keyed his forehead and instructed him to get some rest before leaving with a visibly shaken Neville, who gave Harry a weak smile. The door clicked closed behind them. Now the only light in the room came from the bright moon outside the window, falling short of Harry's bed but giving an adequate amount of light to see. All the other beds were empty, which Harry was thankful for. Harry scooted into the sitting position, leaning against the headboard for support. Ron was now looking blankly down at his knees. Harry cautiously spoke. Ron, are you all right? Ron took a deep breath and looked up into Harry's eyes. Harry was shocked to see a few silent tears trickling down Ron's face. He had never seen his best friend cry. No, Harry, I'm not all right. That was the scariest thing I've ever been through. I'm just realizing what it's going to be like to lose you, he began shakily. His voice began to rise as he choked down tears. Merlin's beard. Harry, you're my best friend and you're going to be gone in a few months. He practically screamed. Ron, I'm so sorry. No, don't. You're always sorry for everything, like it's all your fault. I guess this time, you actually did cause this, but it's not like you wanted things to be like this. He paused and eyed Harry suspiciously. Right. You didn't do this because you wanted to die, right? Harry vigorously shook his head no. Of course not. Ron closed his eyes and nodded. Good. The two friends looked at each other in silence for a few moments before tears began flooding out of Ron's eyes with a sob. Harry, I don't want you to die. What am I going to do? Who's going to get in trouble with me? We were going to graduate together and I was going to brag to everyone that I knew Harry Potter, the famous Auror. I was going to get to see who you were going to marry and you were going to talk sense into me when I got into fights with whoever I was with. You were going to be the best man at my wedding if I get married one day, calming me down like you always do. I may not know where my life's going, but I used to know that you would always be there and so it didn't matter and everything would turn out all right. Damn it, Harry, you were going to be there. He screamed, tears streaming down his face. Harry felt the warm tears trickling down his own. Ron calmed down a little bit and in less of a scream, he continued. You were going to be there. And now you're not. And now I don't know what I'm going to do. Ron, I'm so sorry. I wanted to be there. I really did. Then why the hell did you do this? No. Don't answer that. I already know. You've always underestimated what you mean to other people and there's no way you could have known what you were doing to me and Hermione and Sirius, or you wouldn't have done it. But that doesn't make it hurt any less. Harry didn't know what to say. What could he say? There was no way to assuage Ron's fears. He was going to die and he wouldn't be there for his best friend. He had wanted to die with no regrets but now knew that was impossible. Ron wiped away a few of his tears. He looked up at Harry and kept starting saying something and then stopping as if not sure how to say it. What can I do for you, after? He asked after a long silence. I'm sitting here having a fit when you're the one who should be screaming and ranting. But, I don't know, I need something to do for you after July. I just need to know I'm doing something for you when you're not here to do it for yourself. Do you know what I mean? Ron asked, sniffling. Though his words were somewhat confusing, Harry knew what he was asking for. A last wish. So if something happened so that Harry was never able to demand a last favor on his deathbed, Ron wouldn't live wondering if he could be doing something more to honor the memory of his friend. Harry stared at the triangle of moonlight on the next bed over, thinking about the question. He knew he wanted to just ask that Ron made sure that Sirius and Hermione were okay, but he knew that Ron didn't have to be asked to do that. Harry opened his mouth to say this wish. I just want to be remembered, he whispered without even knowing where it came from. Ron laughed through his tears. I don't think that will be a problem. You're in every history book made in the last 15 years and the hero of the wizarding world. No. They'll remember the boy who lived. You and Hermione are really the only ones who can remember me as just Harry. That's all I want. Ron stared at Harry for a few moments before doing something Harry never expected. He threw his arms around Harry's neck and drew him into a hug. Harry was slightly stunned as Ron began weeping into his shoulder, but then hugged him back. It was then that he knew what he had truly given up, his best friend. It was the first time he had felt that someone truly cared about him. For the first time since they had known each other, they both dropped their macho exteriors. There was no one there to see except for each other. I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have let you know what you were worth to me and Hermione. I should have told you that you're the best friend I've ever had, but I never did. I should have told you that you're like a brother to me, even more so than my actual brothers. And now it's too late. I didn't tell you in time. I just always thought you knew, Ron sobbed. No, Ron, you've always been the best friend I could ever have. It's not your fault. Don't ever think this was your fault. Promise me that, Harry said through silent tears. Ron nodded and pulled away from Harry. He sat back in the chair and wiped at his tears. Harry leaned back against the headboard. Ron reached over and grabbed the dreamless sleeping potion and handed it to Harry. Harry looked at him confusedly. Take it. You need sleep and I know you won't get any if you don't take this tonight, he said, wiping his eyes on his sleeve as if to try to erase the evidence of showing such a vulnerable emotion as grief. His puffy red eyes and the small occasional hiccuping breaths gave him away. Harry smirked and took the vial. What are you doing now? planning to take Madame Pomfrey's place. Yeah, right. Hermione said you need sleep and I do not want to mess with the wrath of Hermione, Ron smiled. Harry laughed. You don't want to mess with the wrath of Hermione. Why? Lose interest in your favorite hobby. He said in reference to their constant bickering. Hey, that girl gets more scary each year. I think we've had a bad influence on her. You don't seem to mind, though, Harry said slyly, grinning slightly. Ron paused, trying to sort out the meaning of his words. Hey, what exactly are you saying there, mate? Oh, nothing. I think it's time for me to go to bed now. Oh, no, you don't. You tell me what you mean. He laughed. He reached for the vial to assert this point, but Harry just tipped it toward him in a mock toast. Cheers, and then drank it down. Hey, unfair, Ron laughed, gently taking the vial from Harry's hand to place it back on the night table. Tell me what you mean. And if you mean what I think you mean, that isn't true. Harry sunk back down into a lying position. He could feel the potion taking effect. Sure, he mumbled. All right, you go to sleep now, but I'm going to have some definite words for you in the morning, Ron said, seeing Harry's eyes closing. Ron thought that Harry was asleep a few seconds later and was surprised to hear him speak again. You know, it won't be so bad. I'll get to see my parents, Harry murmured, half asleep. Ron shut his eyes and took a deep breath. It always slipped his mind that Harry had no parents. Yeah, you will, he said lamely. He didn't know what else to say, but he wasn't worried about his lame response since Harry was slipping into slumber. But Ron, he whispered, not fully conscious anymore. Yeah, I'm going to miss you when I'm gone. When Harry's breathing finally evened out, Ron gently grabbed his hand. Please get better, he whispered to his unconscious friend. Don't leave, Harry. I need you with me to get me through so much more. Don't leave me. You're my best friend. Ron then curled up in his chair and watched his friend sleep, letting himself have a good cry thinking about the difficult road ahead. Meanwhile, in Snape's private chambers, the potions master was pacing around his living room. Why is this happening? He muttered to himself. There was a battle raging in his head. This was Harry Potter, the boy he had hated since the day they had set eyes on each other. He looked so much like his father, Snape's worst enemy in school. James Potter, the boy who had made his school days a living hell. And of course, his son just had to become the most famous wizard in Europe. Up until this year he had seen Harry as nothing but a new James, everybody praising the ground he walked on. The Quidditch star. The school hero. But now he knew that Harry, was different than his father. He wasn't some pampered little prince who basked in the attention he received. Snape was finally acknowledging that Harry actually didn't like the attention. The Gryffindor Golden Boy had actually led a difficult life, which only seemed to grow more difficult by the day. The strangest thing of all was what he had heard the Weasley boys say. And to think you were actually defending Snape at breakfast. Yeah, Harry, he's a really decent guy. Harry had defended him to his best friend. A best friend who hated the potions master. Had he really tried to convince his friends that the professor who had made his life a living hell for 5 years was a decent guy? Snape was neither deaf nor stupid. He managed to hear conversations with students all the time. He had never once heard even a Slytherin student defend him, and he was their head of house. In fact, he couldn't remember anyone besides professors defend him, and most of the time that was only to prevent students from bad-mouthing another teacher, rather than out of compassion. The only person who had ever seemed to actually like him for who he was the headmaster. Of course, the only other person who may have had a chance at liking me, and he's gone off and gotten himself a death sentence for playing the hero, Snape thought to himself as he huffed angrily. It was lucky for his students that he had cancelled his earlier class, because even he would have been frightened away by the scowl that crossed his face now. It wasn't that he was desperate for people to like him. Obviously, with all the people he emotionally chased away, that wasn't really a concern for him. He had never had many friends in his childhood or during his schooling. He had long ago learned how to be emotionally independent. He didn't need other people to like him as long as they respected him, even if it was respect based on fear. But it's still nice, he told himself, but then immediately told himself to shut up and stop sounding like one of Dumbledore's speeches. Severus, You underestimate people. If you just gave them a chance, I think you might just find yourself pleasantly surprised. After all, it's always nice to have people who care about you. But Potter didn't care about him, nor did he care about the stupid Gryffindor. Then why are you stalking around your chambers like you're going to kill something because you found out he's dying? A little voice in his head asked. Snape told his mind to shut the hell up. He decided to do his little mental exercise that he had been doing since finding out about Harry's home life. Or perhaps he had been doing it since the day the boy had started Hogwarts. Maybe even longer. All right. Why I hate Harry Potter, he started silently, sitting down on his couch. He's a pampered little prince. Oh yeah, that one doesn't work anymore. Okay. He's an arrogant attention seeker. Well, that one isn't exactly true either since he hates attention and has a pretty low self-esteem. He bullied other kids just because he could. Damn, I've heard enough fights outside my classroom door and in the halls to know that the kid is never the one to start the fights and never really bullies. Okay, think. All right, everyone gives him special treatment because of his fame. Well, some of them do. Well, I suppose that's not exactly his fault. But he totally disregards the rules. Not that I didn't break a fair share of rules in my day. Oh, come on. Though. His father was James Bloody Potter. Snape groaned in frustration. He always seemed to forget that his little list wasn't very convincing anymore. All he could come up with was because the boy's father was an arrogant twit. He hated the boy because of who his father was. A father that didn't even raise the boy. And look at my father. He thought in disgust. Death Eater to the core. Ignorant, subservient and spineless. Merlin, if people judged me by my father. Snape vividly recalled the helpless look about the boy as Snape had carried him to the hospital wing earlier that day. It was just as the first time, but even more frightening, not knowing what was wrong with him, because he just couldn't believe that he could have some fatal illness like his friends had said. The blue tint to his lips, the ragged breathing, Madame Pomfrey saying that his pulse was weakening. His own worry had come as a surprise to himself. The relief that had come when his friends informed the adults that Harry had woken and spoke with them briefly, was totally unexpected. Oh, Merlin, and there was Longbottom's comment too. I need to have my co-president in the hated by Snape club. He had been hurt that Potter thought that he hated him. Of course, he hadn't given him much reason to believe otherwise with the way he acted toward him in class. But why should he care? Wasn't the comment true? Wasn't it? He was just so confused. And wait, he had been hurt that Potter thought that. That wasn't true. Was it? I'm Severus Snape. He called out angrily to the empty room. I don't get hurt by other people. I don't care about people, but especially not Harry Bloody Potter. Never be ashamed to care, Severus, a voice said from behind him. Snape's head whirled around to find a distressed-looking Dumbledore. How long have you been standing there? Snape asked, annoyed. Long enough, he said tiredly. Snape's expression softened in seeing the weariness on the headmaster's face. Well, you might as well come in and sit down, he sighed, gesturing to the chair next to him. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore walked over and sat down on a dark green chair. Albus, maybe this is just another one of Potter's horrid jokes. A plea for attention. Dumbledore looked up at him and smiled sadly. Severus, even you know Harry better than that. And there's absolutely no hope for a cure. Snape asked with a sigh. No. Poppy has told me that there is nothing to cure it once it has been transferred, and there is no way for it to be transferred to someone else. I contacted a few experts on rare medical cases and they gave me the same answer. He sighed. I don't think he realized how his actions would affect people. Poppy feels guilty for giving him the spell. I've just finished speaking with Minerva and Remus. Both care for him deeply and I doubt Harry even knows it. How did they take it? Snape asked curiously, taking a seat on the couch. Dumbledore sighed. They were both shocked, didn't say much. Last I saw, they were in Minerva's chambers, sitting at her table, each trapped in their own thoughts. They're trying to get it to sink in. They will be the only two I will tell. It's really Harry's to tell, not mine. I only told them because I need Minerva to be aware of it if anything goes wrong, being his head of house. Remus will discover it anyways, since Sirius will be finding out soon. I think it's safe to assume that Remus would have adopted Harry long ago if it had been safe and legal to do so, but with his condition as a werewolf, well, it would have been impossible. Even now, I'm not sure if I should inform more. Does Hagrid have a right to know? The Weasleys? The Stensons? I just don't know. I can't judge that. Snape had never seen the elder man look so weary and confused before. He had never known him not to have the answers before. I think you're right, Albus. It's Potter's business really. It should be up to him to inform who he wants. If you tell too many people without his consent, he will never trust you again, he said, trying to hide the uncertainty in his voice. He paused. What about you, Albus? Are you all right? He asked. It felt strange to show concern and he felt oddly vulnerable. Luckily, the headmaster didn't point it out. There was a pregnant pause. I should have seen this, Severus. I thought something was going on with him. Suddenly he was showing such advancements in his skills. I didn't push to figure it out though. I convinced myself that if Harry was keeping something secret, that it wasn't anything serious, or he would have come to me. I didn't want to believe that something could be wrong, especially not this wrong. This is the second time this year I have underestimated the seriousness of a situation concerning him. I so want him to lead a happy life that I seem to convince myself that things are fine when they aren't. I've been so wrapped up in what I wanted to believe his life was, that I've overlooked the reality, he said, clearly distressed. Sounds familiar. Snape mumbled, thinking of how he had done the same in his own way. And how are you feeling about this, Severus? Dumbledore asked, looking into Snape's eyes as if searching his soul. Don't expect me to sympathize with the boy, Albus. He knew what he was doing and should be prepared to deal with the consequences of his actions, Snape said apathetically. Severus, you should know by now that I know you well enough to know when you lie, Dumbledore said, a small twinkle reappearing in his eyes. Snape sneered at him, but couldn't put his usual conviction behind it. Right, of course. James Potter's son, right. Well, I won't nag you about it right now, but we'll have to talk about this later when you've had time to think and sort out your confusion. I'm glad to see, however, that you are beginning to think of him as something besides his father's son. Dumbledore grinned and left, leaving Snape wondering for the millionth time how exactly the man could figure out what he was thinking. Harry sat in the hospital wing bed with a piece of parchment resting on a book on his lap. His quill kept touching down to the paper, but when the words failed to present themselves, it popped back between Harry's teeth. How could he concentrate on his history of magic essay when Sirius was going to be there soon? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Harry froze. What was he going to say? He looked to the window. Was it really that far of a jump? Then, Hermione's head popped through the door and Harry started breathing again. She smiled. Nervous? She asked, walking over to his bedside. No. Then why do you look like a pack of Dementors are going to burst in the door any minute? Harry grinned sheepishly. Oh good, well at least I've got a courageous look about me, he said sarcastically. You know, Harry, it's okay to be nervous. It's going to be really hard to tell him something like this. I mean, who knows what his reaction might be. I'd be nervous too. Well thanks, my own, I think, he said, unsure if her comment was meant to make him feel better or not. Just remember, you've already done this once with Ron and I, and we're still here. Surprisingly, that did make Harry feel better. He hadn't really compared the two before, but he had done this before, sort of. The door opened and Sirius popped his head in. Hello, Hermione. Hi. Well, I really ought to be going now. I'll see you later, Harry, she said, giving Harry's hand a reassuring squeeze. She left the room, closing the door behind her. Hey Harry, Dumbledore told me you were in here and needed to talk to me. What's going on? Why are you in here again? He paused. It doesn't have anything to do with those muggles again, does it? Because I swear, if. Calm down, Sirius, it's not that. Oh, I see, well then, he said, plopping into a chair next to Harry's bed. What's going on? Harry took a deep breath. This was going to be hard. Do you know what cancer is, Sirius? He sighed. Never heard of it, he said, shaking his head. It's a muggle illness. A bad one. Many types are terminal, meaning that people die from it. Well, during the summer I spent most of my time with this Muggle family, the Stensons, and I became really close to them. Then Mr. Stenson was diagnosed with cancer. I'm so sorry, Harry, that must be really hard. Is there anything I can do to help? He interrupted. Harry held up a hand to stop him. Please, Sirius, I'm not done and I should probably just say this before I lose my nerve, okay? Sirius nodded for him to continue. Well, I found that there was only one way to cure him. Aye, he began to falter. It's okay, Harry, keep going. You can tell me, Sirius said reassuringly. Harry took another deep breath. Well, cancer can't be destroyed, only transferred. Sirius knitted his eyebrows in confusion before his jaw dropped open. He backed up in his chair as though he had been slapped. What are you saying, Harry? His eyes grew wide. Why are you in the hospital wing? No, you didn't. Please tell me you didn't. I did. Sirius, I'm so sorry, but I couldn't let him die. So I transferred it to myself, Harry said quietly. The next few minutes were chaotic. First, Sirius began to faint, his eyes starting to roll back. Just when Harry was going to call Madame Pomfrey, Sirius regained his senses and began screaming that it wasn't true. After Harry convinced him that it was, he demanded that Harry simply give it back. Harry explained that this was impossible, so Sirius ordered Harry to give him the spell and was prepared to transfer it to himself. No, Sirius, I'd never let you do that. Anyways, it's impossible, Harry said, shaking his head. Sirius sat down and put his head in his hands. There's no way to cure it? He asked desperately, massaging his temples. No. Well, how many years does this thing take to become fatal? Harry winced. Not years, Sirius. I have, at most, until July. What? Sirius asked in an almost crazed expression, jumping out of his chair. What have you done, Harry? What were you thinking? What is the matter with you? He screamed. He started, but Sirius cut him off. And you didn't even tell me. How the hell could you do this to me? I'm sorry, he said quietly, fighting back tears. You're sorry? He asked incredulously. You're sorry. Your mum sacrificed her life for you and this is how you repay her. By just giving it up like her sacrifice was nothing. The words stabbed into Harry's heart. He tried to remain calm but he could feel a burning sensation in his throat as tears began to well up in his eyes. His voice was noticeably strained. No, I just made a sacrifice of my own for someone I consider family to me. What? Someone you met this summer? How could you be so bloody stupid? That isn't family, Harry. He's not your family. Sirius screamed in rage. Well, I need some family and the Dursleys certainly don't qualify. So if he's not my family then who is? Harry snapped back, choking back tears. Me. I'm your family, Sirius yelled. Oh really? Just because you have the title of my godfather? Harry screamed angrily. I broke out of Azkaban for you. Sirius screamed back. You broke out of Azkaban to kill Peter. You didn't give a shit about me until I said I wanted to live with you. Harry screamed, leaning forward angrily. And did you ever wonder why I'd be so excited to live with someone who I had thought wanted to murder me until minutes before? Did you even consider that there might be a reason I was so desperate to leave the Dursleys to go live with an escaped convict? No. Because you didn't care. So don't give me this crap about being the loving parent figure. Sirius looked at him with a pained expression and Harry's anger melted away. Oh my god, Sirius, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. No, you're right, Harry. I have been a horrible godfather. But you're wrong about me not caring. I've always cared about you from the day you were born. I begged Hagrid to let me take you when your parents died. I would have given up getting revenge on Peter if Hagrid had given you to me. Honestly, I couldn't really think of you being alive while I was in Azkaban, because that was a happy thought that was taken away from me. All I could think of was Peter. After I got Azkaban out of my system, though, I cared about you more than any petty revenge on Peter. But then I ignored what was right in front of my nose about those bastards you lived with. Oh Merlin, if I had been there, you wouldn't have done this. He said, bursting into tears. That's not true, Sirius. I would have done it anyways. But I'm glad you're here now, Harry said quietly. Sirius sat down next to him and grabbed Harry's hand in both of his. He rested his head on the hands, crying into them. No, 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 no. This isn't happening. I'm sorry, Sirius, Harry hiccuped through his tears. Sirius looked at him sniffling. When you were little, we all used to call you Prongs Jr. Did you know that? Sirius asked in an unusually high voice because of the crying. Harry shook his head. James thought you'd be a chaser like him, and Lily said you'd be a beater because you kicked a lot when you were in her stomach. I said you'd be a keeper because you would sit in doorways and wouldn't let anyone past you without picking you up. Remus said you'd be a seeker. I don't even know why. Maybe because it was the only one left. I think he saw something though. He was always the smart one. I'm glad you became a seeker. You're excellent. I was so proud of you when I saw you play. You were better than even James was. I was so proud, he sobbed. Harry didn't know why Sirius was telling him all of this, but he liked hearing it anyway. James and I would always fight over holding you, and Lily would have a fit because she thought we would drop you. Harry laughed through his tears. I always teased them that I was going to come in the night and steal you away so that I could keep you. They made me your godfather because they knew I wouldn't have it any other way, he told Harry with a blurry-eyed smile. And now I finally had the chance to do it. I was going to show you that I would have been a great godfather. And now, Sirius began crying into his fists, which still held Harry's hand. Oh Merlin. First James and Lily and now you. I'm losing everyone, he muttered. Harry felt the gnawing pains of guilt. I'm so sorry, Sirius, Harry sobbed. I'm sorry. I was going to show you such a great summer. I had so much planned. Why didn't you tell me? His words stung Harry. He knew this was a shock to everyone, but why were they all rubbing into his face all the things he was going to miss out on? It wasn't like he was going on to some huge party they weren't invited to, he was dying. Sirius must have seen the pained expression on Harry's face, and his expression immediately softened. I'm sorry, Harry. I just don't know what I'm going to do without you. Sirius put his head into his hands. Why? He sobbed. Why did you think that you deserved this more than that muggle? Harry was actually glad he asked this question. Now he would be able to explain. Sirius, he's a father. He has a wife and a daughter. He means so much to them. They would be lost without him. His daughter, Coda, told me once that she loved him more than life itself. You see, I couldn't just let that just be destroyed when I could do something about it, he explained desperately. He knew Sirius couldn't argue with that. Surely he would see how important Mr. Stenson was. But Sirius just looked at him with a slightly horrified expression. Harry, there are people who feel the exact same way about you. Don't you understand that? I would die for you in a heartbeat. He studied Harry's face and must have picked up on the skepticism that Harry felt. He had never felt loved in his childhood. Even now, he didn't believe that anyone could love him like the Stensons loved each other, or how the Weasleys loved each other. He knew Sirius cared about him, but Harry had long ago abandoned the fantasy that they could have what the Stensons and Weasleys had. His chance had died the night that his parents died. Sirius grabbed Harry by the shoulders and looked frantically into his eyes. You didn't know that. You believe me, don't you? Harry nodded, but his eyes told the truth. No, he didn't believe that. I guess this is the worst consequence of us leaving you with those monsters, Sirius murmured. Harry wasn't quite sure what Sirius meant by that. Sirius suddenly wrapped his arms around Harry and pulled him into a hug. He began to weep into Harry's shoulder. Harry awkwardly hugged Sirius back and just let him cry. Harry was forced to stay bedridden in the hospital wing for the next few days, despite his protests. Hermione, of course, brought him his homework assignments and was more than happy to teach him everything that he had missed in class. When he wasn't reading, doing assignments, or entertaining visitors, he carved his initials into the wooden bedpost with a needle that had been left by his bed after his first night there. He carved them where Madame Pomfrey couldn't see them. She knew she'd probably have a fit if she knew he had vandalized her workplace in such a way, but didn't really feel guilty about it. He was always given this bed and had visited the hospital wing probably more than any other Hogwarts student. It was practically his bed anyways. Of course, his absence from class had not gone unnoticed, and the tale of Snape carrying him through the halls had spread throughout the school. He winced with embarrassment each time he was asked about it. Everyone who didn't know the truth had been fed a story that Snape had come up with. They said that Harry had tried drinking the bruise healing potion to get rid of some bruises from Quidditch, but that Harry had a bad reaction to it since he hadn't made it right. Harry wasn't too fond of this rumor since he knew that his potion had been perfect, but it was better than the truth. The only other person Harry allowed to know the truth was Eloise, since Neville wanted to tell her. Harry let him under the condition that he keep Eloise away from the infirmary for a few days after telling her so she could have time to calm down. He didn't feel like dealing with another hysterical person. By the time she was allowed to come and see Harry, she had definitely calmed down. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy. When he promised he'd be out in a few days to continue with their tutoring, she did start crying slightly, but it wasn't a hysterical outburst, much to Harry's relief. A bunch of others, including all the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, came to see him. When they saw that he was looking fine, they laughed and lightly teased him for drinking anything Snape had told him to make. There was always a slight look of suspicious worry in each pair of eyes that met his, because, if it was nothing serious, as Harry insisted, then why was he being kept in the hospital wing for so long? They always did their best to wipe away these thoughts, more content with the belief that Harry was fine than venturing into the frightening territory of wondering if maybe it was something more. A week later, Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast to a bunch of excited chattering. As Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, he noticed that many of the girls were giggling and gossiping, while several of the guys looked sick. This included Ron. On his way to the table, Cho Chang brushed by him. "Hi Harry," she said with a flirtatious smile. Hey Cho. Remember, I'm single now." She waved by wiggling her fingers at him and walked off. Harry blanched at her words. Well, that was a little blunt. What was that all about? Many of the other girls in the Great Hall had also seemed to turn up the flirtation factor. Harry slid into the seat beside Ron. What's going on? Another bloody dance. As if it wasn't stressful enough the first time. He muttered. A dance? He asked, glancing up at Cho, whose friends were giggling and looking up at him. Cho herself was looking at Harry. When she caught his eye, she gave him a little wink that made Harry's eyebrows shoot up and her friends burst out in peals of giggles. He looked back to his friends. Yes, a dance, Harry. Please tell me you're not going to mope around about it like Ron, Hermione pleaded. Maybe it won't be as bad this year. At least I don't have to dance in front of everyone, Harry said optimistically. Have you forgotten the little problem of asking the girl, Harry? Ron asked, exasperated. No, but I think I know who I'm going to ask this year, he said thoughtfully. Oh really, Harry? Who? Hermione asked eagerly. I'll tell you after I ask her, he said mysteriously. What about you, Ron? Do you know who you want to ask? Hermione asked casually, not quite meeting his eye. Harry could tell that she was trying to hide her anxiety about the subject. Ron blushed and looked with interest at his goblet of pumpkin juice. Nope, no idea. What about you, Myone? Who do you want to go with? He asked, looking slowly up at her. Hermione blushed as well, looking down at her plate. Oh, I don't know, she said, swirling some of the food around on her plate. Harry couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. The two looked up at him curiously. What? Ron asked. Nothing, he responded, still smiling. You guys are just funny. What's that supposed to mean? Hermione asked. Nothing, he said, shaking his head. Well, anyways, you two don't have to be nervous about this whole thing. Just ask somebody sooner rather than later. I'm sure there are plenty of girls who'd love to go with you and are just waiting for you to ask them, she said, looking pointedly at Ron. Neville had seen this too and caught Harry's eye. They both burst out in another bout of laughter. What? Ron asked in an irritated voice. Nothing, Neville and Harry said simultaneously. A few days later, Harry went into the library to do some research while Hermione was tutoring Ron in potions. Cho Chang brushed by him as he entered, looking back at him over her shoulder with a flirtatious smile as she left. He was making his way toward the back when he saw Ginny Weasley looking almost tearful. She was staring at a book with her elbows on the table and her hands grabbing her hair in frustration. Harry walked over. Hey Ginny, Is everything okay? He asked softly. Ginny's head shot up. She looked embarrassed. Yeah, I'm just having some trouble understanding some stuff for school, she sighed. I know how that is, Harry said, smiling. What's the subject? Muggle studies. I thought it would be easy, and since my dad loves Muggle stuff so much, I thought it would be fun to take. It's so hard though. I should have just taken divination. How about some help? I mean, I did grow up like a Muggle, so maybe I'll be able to explain some of this stuff better than some textbook. Really? She asked, sounding grateful. Of course. Okay. As long as, well, can you please not tell my family? I don't want them to know I'm having trouble with it. Harry smiled reassuringly as he pulled up a chair. Sure thing. I won't breathe a word about it under one condition. What's that? She asked. Never let me hear the words. I should have taken divination, again. Ginny laughed. Okay. Harry scooted his chair next to hers and looked down at the book. So what are we learning about? Television. In the book it says that it's a box that many Muggles have in their homes. It shows them picture shows of real or non-real things. The picture shows can be on regular programming or on videocassettes that are inserted into the television, with real people or moving drawings called cartoons, she read. Wow. That does make it confusing. Let's see if I can explain this better. Harry launched into an explanation of television, relating it to wizarding things to help Ginny get the idea. He told her it was sort of like wizarding pictures acting out plays, or the WWN news with a picture to go with it. He explained commercials and videotapes and the news. He told her about some of the movies that he had seen that summer at the Stensons to give her an idea of what they were about. It was more difficult to explain than he had thought, but fun to be explaining something so familiar to him, having grown up with Muggles. As he did when tutoring Neville and Eloise, he felt a surge of pride when Ginny finally understood concepts, a look of comprehension dawning on her face. At the end of his explanation, she beamed at him joyfully. I finally understand this. Thank you so much, Harry. Harry flashed her a lopsided grin. No problem, I'm glad I can help. So what's next? They went through stoves, batteries, and CDs that day. Harry agreed to meet Ginny 2 times a week to tutor her, and whenever else she needed. He vowed to keep his mouth shut about it, to Ginny's great relief. She begged him to let her do something in return, so he asked her to help him look up the topic he was researching but refused to request anything more. Ginny left the library remembering exactly why this was the boy she adored. Hey Eloise, you look stressed. What's up? Harry asked, sliding down next to Eloise in the library. Oh, it's nothing, she said in a tone that indicated that it was indeed something. It's not going to do any good to sit there and mope on your own. I'm a great person to mope with, you know, Harry said with a smile. Eloise sighed. Thanks, but I don't really want to talk about it, she said with a weak smile. Harry was pretty sure he knew what she was upset about. As hard as it was to ask a girl to a dance, the harder it must have been to wait to be asked, especially knowing you didn't get asked the previous year, as was Eloise's case. Harry winced once again at the memory of what Ron had said while trying to find dates to last year's ball. I'd rather go alone than with Eloise Midgen, say. He knew Ron would never say that now, knowing Eloise through Harry, but Harry still wished he would have stood up for her last year. Alright, well, I was wondering if I could ask you something. Sure, Harry, you can ask me anything, she smiled. I was wondering if you'd like to go to the ball with me. Whatever Eloise was expecting him to ask, it was obviously not this. She stared at him like he had 2 heads. What? Well, as friends, of course. I wouldn't want to move into Roger Davies' spot, he said with a grin. I just thought you'd be really fun to go with, and I promise not to hide behind the punch bowl the entire time. She continued to gawk at him. Harry, don't be ridiculous. You have the chance to go with any girl here. Don't you understand? Practically every girl in school wants to go with you. Harry rolled his eyes at the exaggeration. Oh brother, Eloise. Even if that was true, which I know it's not, I wouldn't want to go with all those shallow, annoying girls who are so concerned with what they look like and what their reputation is. I mean, who needs to worry about screwing up a girl's image by being a bad date or something? Harry, you'd be committing social suicide, she said absolutely seriously. Harry laughed. First of all, I don't care about all that. Second, you underestimate yourself, Eloise. Even if I did care about any of that, I'd still ask you, he assured her. So do I get an answer, or are you going to keep me waiting here in anticipation? Harry, are you sure? I mean, you can still change your mind and I won't care, she pressed, biting her bottom lip. Eloise, listen, I wouldn't have asked you if I didn't want to go with you. If you don't want to go with me, you can say no, but I'd love to take you if you want to. I should warn you though that I, don't exactly know how to dance. And you're sure? Last chance. As sure as I am that Filch needs a social life, he smirked. A huge smile broke out on Eloise's face. Oh, Harry, thank you so much. Yes, I'd love to go with you. You're the best friend ever, she exclaimed. Suddenly, her face calmed a bit as if a sudden thought had crossed her mind. Wait, Harry, are you sure you'll be able to, all things considered? She asked delicately. Harry frowned. He hadn't thought about that. With his permission, Neville had told Eloise about the cancer. Oh yeah, tell you what, I'll be your reserve date. If Roger Davies comes knocking down your door, definitely go ahead. If by the dance you still don't have a date, and I feel fine, then we'll go, deal? He bargained, but Eloise shook her head. No, I'll just tell my future husband that he'll have to knock down my door some other time. If you don't feel up to the dance that night, we'll just scrounge up some graham crackers, chocolate, and marshmallows and we'll make s'mores in the fireplace and I'll tell you about the 4 children I've decided that Roger and I will have. Sound good? Harry smiled. Sounds great. Ron had been a nervous wreck ever since the dance had been announced. He had been caught lost in thought, and every time Hermione asked him a question he would turn beet red and start stuttering. Hermione was perplexed by Ron's behavior, but Harry knew exactly what was going on. For that reason, he pulled Hermione aside after dinner and said that he'd go talk to Ron to see what's bothering him. She agreed, shooting a concerned glance at Ron, and went to the library. Hey Ron, let's take a walk, he said, steering his friend outside. The two began walking. So, why'd you want to walk, Harry? Ron asked. I think you know. Huh, I don't know what you're talking about, he answered indignantly, his blushing face giving him away. Well, then I'm sure you're totally relaxed about the whole dance thing then. That obvious, huh? He grinned, embarrassed. Only because I know you too well. So what's on your mind? Well, I, have somebody, maybe in mind, of who I kind of could want to sort of ask, he coughed out, looking away. Hermione, Harry stated casually, motioning for Ron to continue. Ron's head spun to face Harry, mouth gaping and eyes wide. You know. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course I know, Ron. I see the way you two act around each other. I see you sneaking glances at her all the time, sometimes staring at her for 10 minutes at a time. I do not, he cried. Harry looked him in the eye. Okay. Well, maybe sometimes. He grinned sheepishly. The two continued walking. She sneaks glances at you too. Really? He asked, spinning his head toward Harry in surprise. Yup. It's quite amusing to watch you two, I must say. Ron paused nervously. So if I asked her to the dance, you think? I know she'd say yes. And it wouldn't be weird. Now that, I can't guarantee, but I don't think that it would be a bad weird. Ron smiled. Thanks, Harry. Harry grinned. No problem, mate, just ask her before you have a nervous breakdown because she's beginning to think you're insane. He paused. Well, actually, she probably already knows you're insane, so it's useless to try and hide that one, he said in mock seriousness with a hopeless shrug. Ron laughed and promptly pushed him into the shallow part of the lake, soaking him from head to toe. Harry smirked evilly as he got up and waded his way onto shore. You know, Ron, you're a great friend. I think you deserve a nice big hug, what do you say? Ron took one look at the water dripping off Harry's robes and began backing away. Don't even think about it, he warned. Harry grabbed up an empty pot near one of the greenhouses and dipped it in the lake. Ron began running as soon as he realized what Harry was doing, but he was no match for Harry's speed and soon had a pot of water dumped over his head. After a brief water fight, the two walked back inside the castle, still dripping water. They were so occupied in laughing at each other's damp state, they almost ran into a group of girls right in front of them. Excuse me, Harry said, not really looking up as he began to walk around them. Harry, wait. Harry looked up. It was Cho Chang and her group of friends looking just as giggly as ever. If he didn't know better, he would have sworn that Cho was batting her eyelashes at him. Hey Cho. She quickly glanced disapprovingly down at the puddle collecting at Harry's feet. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Why was Cho Chang talking to him, especially with her whole gang there to witness? So, Harry, my friends and I were just talking about the upcoming ball. You see, Roger Davies just asked me, but I turned him down. I told him I was asking someone else. Oh really? Well, that's nice, he said lamely. Why was she telling him this? Don't you want to know who it is? Harry sneaked a glance at Ron, who shrugged. Sure. Mad giggling from Cho's posse. Why you? Harry, I'm asking you to go to the ball with me. Harry was taken aback. Ron's jaw dropped to the floor. Why? He blurted out, resulting in more giggling. Because I want to go with you, silly. Now what do you say? She asked haughtily, flipping her hair back, waiting for a yes. I'm sorry, Cho. I'm already going with someone else, but thank you for asking. The giggling abruptly stopped. What? Who? She sputtered. Eloise Midgen, Harry said simply. Cho's expression softened. Oh, I see. Harry, you don't have to do that just because she asked you. In fact, I'm sure I can find her a date better suited for her. It took a second for Harry to register this. He couldn't believe these cruel words were coming from the mouth of the girl he used to be infatuated with. He was insulted on Eloise's behalf. No wonder she had low self-esteem. Actually, I asked her, he said firmly, his eyes glinting dangerously. She was my first choice and I'm really happy to be going with her. But, you can't be serious. She exclaimed unbelievingly. Sorry Cho, you'll have to find someone else, he said resolutely. Come on, Ron. Ron was still standing with his face frozen in an expression of shock. Harry had to grab his arm and led him away, leaving a group of gaping girls behind. As soon as they were out of earshot, Ron turned to Harry. Cho Chang just asked you to the ball. Yeah, I was there. And she's the most popular girl in school. I know. And you said no. I've already asked Eloise. Plus, I don't care that she's popular, she's so stuck up and arrogant. All right, but you've had a crush on her for how many years? I had a crush on her. Past tense. Yeah, I noticed. What happened to the puddles of drool whenever she was around? Ron asked. Harry laughed and lightly punched Ron's arm. No, seriously though, it was so sudden. Yeah, well I guess I couldn't really look at her the same way after last year, with Cedric and all. Besides, the more I get to know her, the more I wonder why I liked her in the first place. Ron nodded sympathetically. Harry hardly ever mentioned the Tri-Wizard tournament. Ron knew it was a tough subject for his best friend. He slightly shook his head, think about how much Harry had to go through. Well, you know, mate, I think you made the right choice. You'll have a lot more fun with Eloise. Cho would just be worried about breaking a nail or something. The two laughed and walked off toward the dorm. All right team. I want us to all have healthy breakfasts, Angelina instructed, plopping heaps of food on everyone's plate. No thanks Angelina, my stomach's not up to it, Harry told her. Nonsense, she responded, plopping a bunch of scrambled eggs onto his plate and filling his glass to the brim with orange juice. Fred tried covering his plate with his hands, but Angelina just dumped food right on top of them, not even noticing with all her nervousness. Today was the final game for the cup. They were playing against the Slytherins. It was going to be close on points, Slytherin only 10 ahead. It was going to be a tight game. Harry was too nervous to eat much. He picked at his food while Angelina scrutinized all her teammates. As soon as she turned, the entire team began shoving large portions of food onto other people's plates. What, Harry? Hermione scolded as he pushed all of his bacon onto her plate along with 3/4 of his eggs. Ron did the same to Neville, who just laughed. Each of the team members slipped their plates back in front of them as Angelina turned back around. Harry stuck a forkful of eggs in his mouth and reluctantly swallowed. Angelina looked happy. See, I knew you guys needed some fuel. Everyone rolled their eyes. Finally, Angelina signaled for her team to follow her to the locker rooms. They changed into their uniforms silently and then sat down for Angelina to give her pep talk. All right, guys and girls, this is it. The final match. The cup is there. We just have to grab it. She paused. Okay, forget this sentimental rubbish. Let's go squash 'em. This got a resounding cheer. They grabbed their brooms and marched out after Angelina, pumped up and ready to go. The majority of the crowd roared as they marched out, drowning out the boos and hisses from the Slytherins. As usual in a Gryffindor vs. Slytherin game, 3/4 of the crowd was waving beep flags and had large banners saying things like, Sly's team may be big and rich, but Gryffindors can catch the snitch. And, 1, 2, 3, 4 Gryffindors are gonna roar. Harry's favorite was one with a picture of a lion playing jump rope with a snake. The Slytherins had a few banners of their own. One had a snake that bit a lion and tore off a chunk of its flesh with the words, "Snakes eat lion meat," emblazoned around it. Harry thought that was a little disturbing. And here are the Gryffindors with a new keeper and a new captain, both who have proved themselves so far this year. Today will be the true test for the new team of Potter, Bell, Johnson, Spinnet, Weasley, and, what do you know, Weasley, yelled Lee Jordan, who was commentator as usual. The Slytherins were introduced and Angelina roughly shook hands with the Slytherin captain at Madame Hooch's command. Mount your brooms. Harry caught Ron's eye and they both grinned nervously. Madame Hooch blew her whistle and everyone shot into the air. The game was intense, moving faster and more ferociously than Harry had ever seen it. The beaters were smashing bludgers toward people with a newfound fervor. Each attempted goal was thrown with purpose, knocking the keepers back on their brooms each time they caught the quaffle. For the first time ever, Madame Hooch had to judge if a goal counted. Ron had caught the quaffle, but it had been thrown with such momentum that it had knocked Ron back, broom and all, through the goal. When she decided that it didn't count, the Slytherins became outraged. One of the Slytherin beaters was right next to Harry and in a bout of fury swung his club at him with all his might. It hit Harry in the chest and Harry fell off his broom, grabbing on with one hand, the other one clutching his ribs, which were burning horribly. George was immediately by his side. Merlin, Harry, are you all right? Here, get on my broom and I'll fly you down, he said worriedly as Madame Hooch was screaming herself blue at the Slytherin beater. Harry took several deep, painful breaths. I'm okay, he gasped. He swung himself back onto his broom and the game recommenced. The next time George got near a bludger, he hit it toward the offending Slytherin beater with all his might, only succeeding in making the huge guy drop his club. With a growl, he had to dive down to go get it. Harry could only take shallow breaths now, but tore his concentration away from the pain to look for the snitch. Malfoy came up beside him at one point, laughing. Well, you fly as poorly as a bludger, so you can see how the mistake was made. We'll see who's laughing when Angelina's holding the Quidditch cup, he retorted, wincing at the pain that shot through his torso as he tried to talk. Not with my team's new brooms, he said. Malfoy's father had updated the team's brooms again that year to lightning strikes, the newest brooms on the line. Once again, paying for your spot on the team, Malfoy, Harry said. Malfoy just glared at Harry before flying away to look for the snitch. Harry's eyes searched all below him, but finding nothing, he turned his eyes to the sky. He saw it. It was above Harry and slightly down the field. Harry pressed himself to his broom and shot off. Malfoy caught on soon after and began to zoom after Harry. The superior speed on Malfoy's broom caused him to be catching up more quickly than Harry had hoped. Harry flattened his body to his broom, despite the pain in his chest, and concentrated his whole mind on the snitch. Malfoy was still right near him, but was now only inching up compared to Harry's speed. Harry reached his hand out with a gasp at the stab of agony in his torso. Malfoy tried to hit Harry's arm away, but Harry managed to wrap his hands around the fluttering snitch. Malfoy swore loudly and spun to a halt. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor has won the cup. Lee yelled with glee into the microphone. The crowd roared and Harry smiled triumphantly. Below, The same Slytherin beater who had assaulted Harry before hit a bludger at him in fury. But his aim was off. Malfoy, watch out, Harry yelled, but it was too late. The bludger caught the unsuspecting Slytherin, knocking him completely off his broom. When Harry saw that nobody, not even the Slytherin team, was making any move to help him, he dropped the snitch to put both hands on his broom and dove. The crowd watched helplessly as Malfoy plummeted toward the ground. Dumbledore and the other professors were distracted with getting the cup. Harry caught up with Malfoy and somehow managed to pull him onto his broom before evening out. Malfoy's body slammed up against Harry's chest when Harry yanked him onto the broom and Harry let out a cry of anguish. Malfoy turned his head and looked at Harry in utter surprise. "You caught me," he said in shock. Harry was now shaking in pain. His torso was on fire. Black spots danced at the edge of his vision. "Merlin, Potter, are you okay?" Harry didn't respond, just lowered the broom to the ground. Malfoy got off quickly and backed away looking half shocked, half embarrassed. Harry collapsed his hands and knees, one hand clutching his chest. His teammates flew down quickly. "Harry! Harry!" Ron shouted, running to his side. George ran to his other side and Fred fell to his knees in front of him, trying to get Harry to look at him. Harry's arm gave out and the three Weasleys gently turned him over onto his back. I can't breathe," he gasped, clutching his ribs. The whole team was looking down at him in horror. "Out of my way," yelled Madam Hooch as she pushed through the crowd. She knelt by Harry. "Potter, what happened?" "It was that damn bowl, when he hit Harry with the beater club earlier. I think it hurt Harry more than he let on," George explained angrily. Harry was closing and opening his eyes, trying not to lose consciousness. Madam Hooch ran 2 fingers along Harry's ribs, pressing lightly. When she got to Harry's left side, he let out a cry. "What's the matter?" Professor McGonagall asked, pushing through the growing crowd around Harry. Dumbledore was right behind her. Hagrid was coming from a different direction, lifting up kids and setting them aside to clear a path for himself and Hermione. "Broken ribs," she diagnosed. "We're going to need to get him to Madame Pomfrey quickly. I think it's pressing into his lungs and interfering with his breathing." Dumbledore conjured up a stretcher underneath Harry which lifted magically to about 4 feet off the ground. "Severus, may I ask you to see Mr. Potter to the hospital wing? Minerva and I must stay here to present the cup," Dumbledore asked. Snape came into Harry's view. He nodded solemnly. "Professor, maybe we should wait until Harry's better," Angelina started. "No," Harry said quietly, "go ahead and do it now so we can celebrate tonight. We need the cup for the party and I'll make sure I'm out by tonight." He gave them a reassuring smile. "Hermione, stay and watch Ron in the ceremony because I want to hear exactly how it went." Hermione and Ron both looked like they were going to protest but didn't. "I'll be fine," he insisted. Snape began walking toward the castle and Harry's stretcher floated after him, leaving everyone behind as they made their way back to be presented with the cup. Harry took a few more shuddering breaths before slipping into unconsciousness. Snape looked down at Harry lying unconscious on the stretcher and quickened his pace. He was still in slight shock. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were enemies like he and James Potter had been, that was obvious enough. Snape knew about the nasty comments Draco made to Harry and in the past had purposely waited to open his classroom door until Harry was provoked to do something punishable. He also knew that Draco Malfoy would have let Harry fall. He knew that James would have let Snape fall, and that he, himself, would have let James fall. No matter how much he told himself that Potter did it for the fame, he knew that it really wasn't true. Very few people had earned Snape's respect. He could count them on a hand, but for a fleeting second, Snape thought he felt just that toward Harry. He was revolted at the very idea. "I do not respect James Potter's son. I do not respect James Potter's son," he mentally chanted as they entered the infirmary, but he wasn't sure if he believed himself. Harry woke a little later with bandages wrapped around his torso. Madame Pomfrey saw him awake and put her hands on her hips. Harry smiled. "I'm thinking of just asking Dumbledore to let me move in here, what do you think, Madame Pomfrey?" he joked. The Medi-Witch smiled despite herself. "You might as well. It would save you the trip. So when can I leave?" "Well, Your ribs are still fragile. You've broken them before. Harry nodded. Your uncle. Harry blushed and nodded once again. She gave him a sympathetic nod. Well, they're healing, but a little slower than they would if it were the first time breaking them. Your lung is bruised as well, so that's healing. I want you to stay the night. But Madame Pomfrey, he whined, I feel fine and the Quidditch party is tonight. I can't miss it. We won the cup. He gave her a sad puppy dog face and she rolled her eyes with a laugh. Fine, but you can't move from that bed until then. Deal, he said triumphantly. Now, I think you have some visitors, she said, opening the door. The Quidditch team, Neville, Hermione, and Eloise came bustling through. Hey, our favorite seeker is awake, Katie said cheerfully. I'm your only seeker, Harry reminded her with a laugh. Not the point. You won us the cup, she said, throwing her hands in the air. How are you feeling, Harry? Hermione asked worriedly. Fine. Madame Pomfrey wanted to keep me for the night, but I talked her into letting me out early so I can come to the party. That dive was amazing, Harry, Angelina said. I can't believe you went after Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Your worst enemy, Fred said in disbelief. You should have let him fall, Ron murmured. Yeah, maybe he'd have gotten some manners knocked into him, said Alicia darkly. Harry looked at them incredulously. He would have gotten really hurt. Everyone was distracted. Nobody would have slowed him down like Dumbledore did when I fell off my broom third year. Everyone gave him a look that said, your point. Well, I think you did the right thing, Hermione said proudly. I don't know. I think that a good bang might have knocked the word mudblood out of his vocabulary, Ron said. Eloise gave a murmur of agreement. You guys, it's not like I'm trying to be his friend or anything. You just saved his life instead, said Fred. Harry rolled his eyes. I didn't save his life. I just caught him. It's not a big deal, he insisted. Luckily, Madame Pomfrey came along and shooed them all out, saying their time was up and if they wanted their seeker that night, they had to leave. They all said their goodbyes and left to start collecting food for the party. A few minutes after they left, the door slowly opened again. Harry looked up curiously and was taken aback. It was Malfoy. Harry looked around but, sure enough, he was the only one in the hospital wing. Malfoy closed the door behind him and walked up to Harry's bed looking unsure of himself. Why did you catch me? He asked accusingly. In case you didn't notice, you fell off your broom, Harry said with a raised eyebrow. So, I wouldn't have caught you. I know. Malfoy paused. He was looking at Harry suspiciously as if trying to figure out what his true motive had been. This isn't going to make me stop, he began, but Harry cut him off. I didn't expect you to stop anything. I don't expect thanks. I don't expect you to be nice to me and my friends. I wasn't just going to let you fall. Nobody was paying attention and it was a big drop. It was just a reflex, okay, he said, slightly embarrassed. Just trying to play the hero once again then, he said scathingly. Make everyone think you're really noble by rescuing your worst enemy. I'm not very concerned with what people think about me, Malfoy, and I actually try to avoid the whole hero thing since it is both inaccurate and annoying. But Merlin, if you're going to come in here and make fun of me for this, then you have some serious problems, Harry said with a glare. Malfoy's own glare faltered and he looked away, examining the potions that Harry had to take. There was a long silence and Harry was left very confused at why the Slytherin was sticking around. Malfoy. Harry started, trying to snap the bee. Owned back to reality so he would leave. I heard you talking with your friends, he said uncomfortably, picking up a bottle of pain-killing draft on Harry's nightstand. This stuff is crap, by the way. You have to take so much for such small results. Just now? Harry asked, ignoring the second half of what Malfoy had said. Malfoy nodded. They weren't serious about wishing you fell, he said, unsure of why he even bothered when Malfoy had just told him that he would have let Harry fall. Yes, they were. But, they were right when they said you saved my life, he coughed out, not meeting Harry's eyes. Harry looked at Malfoy like he had just sprouted wings and claimed to be the messenger of God. You said it wasn't a big deal, but I happen to hold my life in very high acclaim. I'd appreciate it if you didn't undermine it the way you were by saying that it wasn't a big deal. My life is a very big deal, Potter. Harry was very confused. It almost seemed that Malfoy was trying to thank him in his own, high and mighty way. But, of course, that was an impossibility. This was Malfoy after all. Malfoy, don't even think about it, okay? I already told you, you don't owe me and I wasn't trying to be a hero or anything, he insisted awkwardly. But I don't understand. Why would you do this if there wasn't anything in it for you? You hate me. I hate you. There's got to be a catch, he said in frustration. I don't like you, but I don't want you dead, Harry said in disbelief. Don't get me wrong. I think you're a git who enjoys being cruel to people, but you haven't exactly done anything punishable by death. There was a long pause where Malfoy looked at Harry suspiciously. I still hate you, you know, he said as if testing for Harry's reaction. Okay, Harry said, not having expected anything different. And you hate me, Malfoy said as if making that clear. I'll hate you as long as you act like an asshole to me and my friends. There was another pause while Malfoy decided to look curiously at Harry and then the wall. Harry was nearly squirming with anxiety. He almost expected Malfoy to have an alien break out of his stomach and try to eat Harry's brain. Okay. No more science fiction movies at the Stensons, Harry thought to himself. What did Madame Pomfrey mean when she mentioned your uncle in connection with breaking your ribs before? He asked curiously. Harry stilled. How long have you been eavesdropping? He asked annoyed. Long enough. What did she mean? He insisted. Nothing, Harry said coldly. You live with your uncle, don't you? Mind your own business, Malfoy, said Harry warningly. He didn't like the look on Malfoy's face. The look that said he had pieced things together and understood something that Harry didn't want him to understand. Interesting, Malfoy murmured. Nothing's interesting, Harry sneered. How are your ribs? He asked, changing the subject. Fine, Harry said coldly. Malfoy, don't you go spreading any rumors. I wasn't planning on it, he said, cutting Harry off. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say, thanks, he said with much difficulty, looking at his fingernails as he said it. He lifted his eyes to Harry's in a warning gaze. But if you tell anyone, I'll deny it and call you insane. He then hurried out of the room, closing the door behind him. Madame Pomfrey let Harry leave a few hours later. He thought about his conversation with Malfoy while he walked to the Gryffindor common room. He prayed that Malfoy hadn't caught on to his home life. It still surprised him that there was a conversation in the first place, and he was still slightly doubtful that Malfoy had actually thanked him. It seemed a little too incredible. Maybe Madame Pomfrey's potions had left him a little funny in the head. He decided not to tell anyone, knowing that Malfoy wouldn't appreciate it. Harry figured if Malfoy had gotten up the guts to actually thank him, then the least he could do was to not blab it to the rest of the school. He gave the password to the fat lady and the portrait swung open. Noise blasted out of the common room as Harry was dragged inside. He lives, yelled Fred, who had put an arm around Harry's shoulders. Everyone cheered as Harry walked in. The common room was jam-packed. Everyone seemed drunk with excitement and joy, and many with fire whiskey as well. Ron and Hermione raced up to him with huge smiles on their faces. How ya feeling, mate? Ron asked. Good, he said, watching Angelina climb onto the table. Hey everyone, now that our seeker's here, we're going to do the victory drink like we taught you. Come on over, guys, she called to Harry, Ron, and Fred. They made their way through the excited crowd to the rest of the team. Dean had told Angelina about a tradition he had with his football team when they won a cup. They had a sort of cheer that they sang. He had taught the team, and Angelina had vowed that if the Gryffindors won the Quidditch Cup, that the team would do it. Katie and George brought over the cup, which was now filled with butterbeer. Angelina took a long sip and the crowd all sipped their own drinks along with her. She then shouted out, "My name is Angelina and I know what I got." Everyone shouted back, "What do you got?" "I've got a team that's hotter than hot." She cheered. "How hot is hot?" Everyone else cheered back with glee. "Batman and Superman." She laughed loudly. Sang the crowd. "No one can do it like George can." With that, She grabbed George's hand and pulled him up. He took the cup from her and took a swig of the butterbeer as she jumped off the table. He repeated the cheer and the crowd did their part. No one can do it like Katie can. He hoisted Katie up on the table, jumping off as she took a drink from the cup as the rest of the Gryffindor house gulped their own drinks and started the cheer again. Harry thought people would get sick of it as it went on, but he was happy to see that he was wrong. It seemed that the longer it went on, the more enthusiastic everyone got, drinking their drinks and screaming their part at the appropriate times. Finally, Ron was on the table, yelling the cheer joyously. Harry was the only one left. No one can do it like Harry can. Harry reached up and grabbed Ron's hand. Ron pulled him up onto the table and handed him the cup with a laugh. Harry downed the last of the butterbeer. My name is Harry and I know what I got. He finished the cheer with a, no one can do it like Gryffindor can. And lifted the cup up high. Everyone broke out into loud cheering and clapping. He jumped down from the tabletop, handing the cup to Angelina who hugged it to herself. That was a fun little ritual, Dean, he told his beaming dorm mate. Yeah, that was a great idea. Ron added. No problem. You guys did brilliantly today. Thanks, Ron said. He turned to Harry. I'm going to go talk to Myone, wanna come? Nah, I'll catch up with you later. He would give those two some time alone. Here Harry, have a fire whiskey, Seamus said trying to shove a mug into his hand. No thanks, Seamus. I'll pass, Harry said pushing it away. Oh come on Harry, we're celebrating. He insisted. Harry smiled but shook his head. Thanks but no thanks. Seamus shrugged and handed it to someone else. Harry, that was Wick Dive. I can't believe you went after Malfoy though, said Seamus. Yeah, that was something, Dean said, not really knowing what to say about Harry saving someone they all hated. But Malfoy, Seamus insisted. Some others nearby joined the conversation, all telling Harry that he should have let Malfoy dropped. Well, I think he did the right thing, Ginny said appearing at Harry's side holding a butterbeer. It's not his fault he has more maturity than you lot put together. Ouch, that hurt, Seamus laughed, putting his hand over his heart. Ginny smiled. Yeah, I think you lot are a bad influence on me. Us mature people are leaving, Harry joked. He swung his arm around Ginny's shoulder and she swung hers around his. They around and began walking away laughing. Harry turned around and stuck his tongue out at Dean, evoking peals of laughter. Dean laughed and playfully kicked at Harry's retreating form. Oh get out of here you two killjoys. Harry and Ginny collapsed onto the couch and talked for a while as the party raged around them. Eventually, Professor McGonagall came in rolling her eyes and told everyone to get to bed. With that, the Gryffindors reluctantly said goodnight and trudged up to their respective dorms. The next day at breakfast, Hedwig flew in with a letter from Coda. He had written to tell her about the dance, something he knew she'd love hearing about. He also confided that he didn't know how to dance and confessed his worry about that. He was curious to read her reply. Maybe there would be a 10 steps to dancing lesson. He gave Hedwig some bacon and patted her head to give her the hint to leave. Instead she began poking at the other food on his plate. She always came back from the Stensons in a good mood because, not quite used to owl post, they gave Hedwig a lot of positive attention and a bunch of food. Harry unfolded the letter, some fellow students glancing curiously at the strange lined paper with the 3 small holes in the side. Dear Harry. Wow. A dance. How exciting. What are you going to wear? What kind of music do they play? My last dance was spent trying to keep Bobby Preston's hands from wandering into unwelcome territory. For a science geek, he was quite forward. In the end I had to politely slap him to get the message across. Then he whined and moped around the punch bowl for the rest of the night. I asked this other bloke to dance and he looked at me like I was insane, so I went to find my friend who had had too much alcohol and puked all over my dress. What a bloody disaster. Anyways, everyone can dance. Just look around at the other guys and copy them. Of course only mimic those who don't look as if they're being electrocuted. And of course, don't forget the movies have shown you with dance scenes. Remember, don't worry about what anybody else thinks. All in all, just have fun. If possible, send pictures. Show this girl a good time. Have the best time of your life and send report as soon as possible. Ciao. Love always. Coda. P.S. But seriously, if George needs a date still, I'll gladly face Porky travel again. His freckles are so cute. Harry laughed and knew that Coda was absolutely serious. Hey, George, he said. The redhead sitting across from him looked up. Remember my muggle friend, Coda? Of course. Harry passed him the letter. George looked at him curiously and then took the letter. He laughed toward the beginning and nodded as his eyes skimmed the rest. At the end, his eyebrows shot up, making Harry laugh. Never thought I'd see the day where I'd catch you off guard. Harry laughed at George's surprised expression. Don't feel obligated, but you know, if you don't have a date and don't know who to ask, Coda asks about you all the time. Oh really? He asked, his usual mischievous smirk returning. Yup. She said you have a, he paused to remember her exact words, a cute, mischievous, impish look, about you. Of course I told her, mischievous. Impish. George. Never. He said in fake seriousness. George laughed. Anyways, she's your age. Just turned 17. George nodded approvingly and then looked again at the letter. A muggle, he said thoughtfully. Is that even allowed? Harry shrugged. Would that stop you? Of course not. Rules are made to be broken after all. You know, Harry, this is a brilliant idea. Can I use Hedwig? He asked excitedly. Sure, he said, gesturing to the bird currently eyeing Harry's toast. He tore off a piece and gave it to her. George got out a piece of parchment and began to write a letter to Coda, asking her to come to the dance. Harry wrote his own letter saying that they'd have to talk to the headmaster, but if he allowed it, Harry would meet her in London and take her shopping in Diagon Alley for some wizard dress robes to wear. They tied the two folded letters onto Hedwig's leg after writing, open first. On George's letter, Hedwig flew off, giving Harry an affectionate nip on the ear as she passed. Maybe we should talk with Dumbledore to make sure Coda has a way to get here and everything, Harry suggested. George agreed. He stood up and began walking toward the head table. Harry got up and caught up to him. Right now? He asked anxiously, wondering if it was very appropriate to interrupt the headmaster during his meal. Of course. This is a very pressing matter, Harry. They reached the table and Dumbledore looked up at them with a twinkle in his eyes. Ah, George, not the Weasley I usually see accompanying Harry here. To what do I owe this pleasure? Well, sir, young Harry and I have been discussing a rather important matter, George said, putting an arm around Harry's shoulders. Oh really? Yes. You see, we've been contemplating our school's stand on Muggle relations. We are known as a school very tolerable for one's backgrounds, including non-magical ones, correct? Oh yes, that is one of my favorite aspects of our fine institution, Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling brightly. So, we were thinking that a perfect way to advertise this fact would be to allow students to invite Muggles to the Hogwarts dance. Last year, it was students from other schools. This year, it could be students from other worlds. Do you see my angle here, Professor? Though I think the Muggle world is not quite as separate from ours as you suggest, I see no problem with you inviting a Muggle to the school dance. May I ask who the fine young lady might be? Thank you, Professor. She's a friend of Harry's, actually. Dakota Stenson. Ah yes, I thought that might be the case. Miss Stenson is welcome here, of course. She seems like a very lovely girl. We'll arrange a portkey for her that night and she can spend the night in the fifth-year girls' dormitories, since the dance ends so late. Now, Harry, you look as if you have something you'd like to ask as well. Yeah, I was wondering, since we have the day before the dance free from classes and everything, if I could go to Diagon Alley to help Coda buy some dress robes. She wouldn't be able to get in or know what to buy without me. Professor Dumbledore thought about this momentarily. Yes. Hagrid said he needs to go soon. You could accompany him if you'd like. I know he'd enjoy your company. Thanks, Professor. That would be great. Yeah, thanks, Professor. George said merrily. The two walked back to the Gryffindor table and explained what was happening to everyone else. Wicked. A Muggle at Hogwarts. Fred said approvingly. George, you'd better keep her in your sight. Who knows what the Slytherins might do to her, Ginny instructed. George promised he would make sure the Slytherins didn't get near her. Others agreed to keep near them to help George, sort of as bodyguards. This dance would definitely be interesting. What was I thinking? This is a horrible idea. I'm going to totally screw this up. I'll probably call her by the wrong name or something, Ron ranted nervously as he paced around the dorm, pausing every once in a while to look into the mirror and turn away in disgust. Harry sat on the edge of his bed, trying to calm him down. Ron, this is the best idea you've ever had. You won't screw it up. You just need to calm down a bit. Now who are you asking to the dance? He said calmly. Hermione, Ron said with a nod as though reciting information as they studied for a test. See, you won't forget her name. I mean, what else would you call her? You've been stuck on her and only her for years. Except for that thing with Fleur, but she was a part Vila, so it was totally justifiable, Harry said thoughtfully. Not helping Harry, Ron said, exasperated. Oh Merlin, look at me, he whined, looking into the mirror again, attempting to smooth down his hair. He turned back to Harry with a look of near panic on his face. What am I doing? She's going to say no. No, she's going to look at me and laugh in my face, and then our friendship will be ruined forever. She'd never want to go with me. Harry stood up and placed his hands firmly on Ron's shoulders, looking him straight in the eye. Ron, listen to me, you look fine. You're a great guy and Hermione is crazy about you. Trust me, it's so obvious. She's going to say yes, well, at least if you ask her soon, before someone else gets the chance. She's dying for you to ask her, so you just have to go do it, he said seriously. Harry, what if she thinks it's a joke? What if she laughs? Ron asked with a slightly petrified look on his face. It's Hermione we're talking about. She'd never laugh at you, especially with something like this, because she wants you to ask her. She's probably going insane wondering if you're going to ask. I mean, the dance is only a few weeks away. So buck up and let's do this, okay? Ron gave a shaky nod. Okay. Harry turned Ron around, grabbing his shoulders from behind and marched him to the door and down the stairs, having to push him along every time Ron's nerves told him to run. They came to the entrance to the common room. Hermione was sitting on the couch reading. There were a few other Gryffindors around. Ron noticed this and looked doubtful. I'll get rid of them, Harry whispered. Ron nodded but then froze. He turned around and looked like he was going to run back up the stairs, but Harry blocked his way and grabbed his shoulders. I can't do this, he hissed. Yes you can, Harry whispered back. He turned Ron around and pushed him into the room. Hey, my own, Harry called. Hermione looked up and smiled. Ron gave her an extremely nervous grin back. Well, I'll see you two later, he said as he nudged Ron in the back. The redhead made his way to the couch and sat down next to Hermione. Whatcha reading? Ron asked in a higher voice than usual. Harry ran over to the group of third years. Hey, we're having a prefects meeting in here. Do you think you could leave for about half an hour? He asked. They rolled their eyes and reluctantly left the common room, grumbling about older kids thinking they owned the school. With the room cleared out, aside from his two friends, Harry hurried toward the portrait, nearly smacking into Ginny. Hey Gin, he said quietly, looking over his shoulder at his two friends on the couch. Let's go outside. He took her arm and began leading her back toward the portrait. But I need to talk to Ron, she protested loudly enough to grab the attention of her brother, who gave Harry a desperate look. Is it something urgent? He asked quietly. No. Is something going on? She looked at the pair on the couch and then smiled brightly, a look of comprehension dawning on her face. We'll talk about it outside, he whispered, dragging a giggling Ginny into the hallway. As soon as the portrait closed behind them, they both laughed. So, he's finally going to ask? She asked cheerfully, leaning against the wall. Yup, well, if he goes through with it, he said in the same happy tone, leaning against the wall next to her. It's about time. Yeah, well, it's hard on us guys. Especially in Ron's case, 'cause he's liked Hermione for so long and they're friends. He's just worried she won't like him back, Harry explained. Well, you asked Eloise right away, Ginny insisted in a slightly strained voice. Yeah, but Eloise and I are just going as friends, and we both know that, so it's a lot easier, you know. Ginny looked relieved and her mood brightened back up. So, are you going with somebody? He asked. Yeah, a Ravenclaw in my Transfiguration class, but it's the same thing as you. We're just going as friends, so it wasn't a big deal. See, it's easy for us, but hard for Ron since he cares a lot more about what the answer will be. Not that there's a slight possibility that it'll be a no, but he doesn't seem to realize that. I can't believe him. Or her for that matter. Are they blind or something? They act like an old married couple. Ginny laughed, throwing her hands into the air to emphasize her point. Yeah, try being best friends with them. I think I'm going to get some earplugs soon to block out their bickering. Seamus and Dean soon came up to go to the dorm. You guys can't go in there right now, Harry said, blocking the portrait. The two boys looked at him suspiciously. And why not? Dean asked. Well, you can go in, but you shouldn't, Ginny said. She shook her head and sighed. Fred and George were testing out one of their new pranks. A stink bomb. It's horrible. We're trying to keep the portrait closed so the smell doesn't seep out into the hall, she said with apparent sincerity. The smell's supposed to disappear in about 15 minutes. We're just praying that it will, or it's going to be a horrible night. Even now, I can't seem to get that awful smell out of my nose, Harry said, scrunching up his face in disgust. Yeah, but at least our eyes have stopped watering and I don't feel nauseous at all anymore, Ginny said, sounding relieved. Harry nodded in agreement. This seemed to do the trick for Harry's two dormmates. Oh, well, I guess we'll come back in a little bit then, Seamus said, and the two walked off. As soon as they were out of sight, the pair burst out laughing. That was good, Gin. Harry praised. Ginny took a dramatic bow. You're a fantastic liar. Well, you went along with it pretty well yourself. I guess we're just evil, she said in mock resignation. Oh well, what can you do? Harry asked in a dejected tone. They both started laughing again. They eventually sat down on the floor to guard the portrait entrance for a little while longer, just to give Ron enough time. Harry taught Ginny how to play rock, paper, scissors and thumb war. Colin Creevey appeared at one point and snapped a picture of the two. Harry rolled his eyes and Ginny just laughed. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb wah. Ah. As they were starting a new game, the portrait suddenly opened, slamming right into them. Ron and Hermione looked out smiling. Ow, Ginny said with a glare at the two. Harry rubbed his arm where it had hit. So, did you two have a nice conversation? Harry asked slyly from his spot on the floor. Ginny leaned back onto her elbows and simply grinned up at them. Ron's face grew slightly red, but he was grinning like a maniac. Hermione's face also blushed pink and she looked shyly at the floor. Well, I said yes so you two can quit guarding the entrance, Hermione said quickly. You said yes. Yes to what? Ginny feigned ignorance to the situation. Harry looked at her and then back at his two friends, mirroring Ginny's expression. Did you ask her something, Ron? He asked innocently. Ron blushed furiously. Shut it, you two, he said playfully, kicking Harry's legs which were sprawled out in front of him. You know perfectly well what we were talking about. Harry just laughed and got to his feet. Oh, we'll stop teasing you guys for now. He held his hands out for Ginny and pulled her to her feet. She secretly relished the touch. Harry remembered Ron's concern that it would be awkward after asking Hermione, so he just pulled them back into the common room and launched into telling them about teaching Ginny the two Muggle hand games. Ginny caught on and told Ron what was going on back home, since she had just received an owl from their mother. In the middle of this, Seamus and Dean came back in, sniffing cautiously. They looked relieved and then made their way up the stairs of the boys' tower. Hermione and Ron looked at them with curious expressions. Wonder what that was all about. Hermione wondered aloud. Harry caught Ginny's eye and just shrugged. Who knows? They're just a little bizarre sometimes. Eventually, they all retreated to their dorms. As Harry and Ron got into bed, Dean murmured tiredly, I can't believe your brothers let off a stink bomb in the common room, Ron. Huh? Ron asked, perplexed. Harry snorted with laughter and Ron quickly figured out what had happened. After Dean's breathing evened out, Ron whispered, Harry. Yeah, Harry whispered back, turning around to face Ron. even though they could only see silhouettes of each other in the darkness. Thanks for everything. Harry smiled sleepily, and though Ron couldn't see it, he could hear it in Harry's voice. No problem, Ron. That's what friends are for. In the following days, Harry was shocked to find that Eloise had been right about one thing. Apparently, Harry Potter was the hot item for the dance. It soon got around that he had turned down show, which seemed to open a floodgate for other invitations. Girls from many houses and years were asking him to the dance, each disappointed to hear that he was no longer on the market. Sirius had been coming to visit Harry about 3 nights a week and on weekends ever since he had found out about Harry's cancer. Harry loved the time they spent together, but it also stressed him out slightly since Sirius always shot him sad looks when he thought Harry wouldn't notice. He was glad the ball was coming up. It was something that would take his mind away from the fact that he didn't have that much time left. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron kept blushing every time they saw one another. Hermione had confided in Harry that she was relieved that Ron wasn't daft enough to wait until the last minute this year to ask someone, which was Hermione's way of saying how happy she was that Ron asked her and not some other girl. Hermione had been ecstatic to hear that Harry had asked Eloise. She had hugged him and squealed in delight, exclaiming how sweet it was. Now it was the day before the dance, and everyone had the day off of classes. After breakfast, Harry met up with Hagrid in Dumbledore's office, dressed in his muggle clothes. They used his office fire to flow to the leaky cauldron. Harry waited outside for Coda, while Hagrid decided to have a drink inside. He felt awkward just standing there while everyone around him seemed to be rushing to get one place or another. He had nothing else to do but people watch, having to quickly avert his eyes whenever they felt his gaze. Harry looked up to see Coda walking quickly toward him waving. He waved back. Coda greeted him with her usual friendly hug. So where are we shopping? She asked eagerly, looking up from the big book shop to the record shop. Coda, what do you see between the book shop and the record store? She raised an eyebrow. A brick wall. All right, then you're just going to have to trust me, he said. He took her wrist and led her to the leaky cauldron. When he opened the door, she gasped. Oh my God, where did that door come from? Then she looked inside and smiled in wonder. Whoa. Harry led her inside and over to Hagrid, of whom she seemed slightly afraid, especially when he stood up. Well, hey there, he said with a friendly smile. Hi, Coda said, discreetly taking a step back. What time should we meet you, Hagrid? Harry asked. Be back. Round 4. Dawn. Worry if a little late, but Dawn, make me worry, he said cheerfully, sitting back down to finish his drink. The two said goodbye and went out back. Harry tapped the correct brick. Coda gasped as the doorway opened up to reveal a bustling Diagon alley. Harry led her to Madame Malkin's, prying her away from various store windows, promising to let her explore after getting her robes. He wasn't sure how long it took for girls to shop, but he'd heard frightening tales of girls spending hours in one shop. Hermione had pointed out that Harry and Ron did this in the Quidditch shop, but they had insisted that it was an entirely different situation. Coda watched in awe as various wizards and witches being measured by just the measuring tape. This place is amazing, Harry. If I was ever doubting your sanity with this whole wizard thing, my doubts are now completely dashed. And disappearing from your home and appearing in a castle by touching a feather wasn't enough to convince you? He asked with a chuckle. She just made a face at him. Ooh, mature. And I thought you were supposed to set a good example for me, he said with an exaggerated sigh. Coda ignored him and ran her hands along the robes hanging on the racks. I can't believe you wear these, Harry. I just couldn't see you in them, she gushed, holding out some particularly hideous ones with a laugh. Well, I don't wear those, he said, rolling his eyes. I look absolutely smashing in my robes, thank you very much, he joked, puffing out his chest and flicking his hand. You'd look like a girl in a dress, she teased. I do not look like a girl in my robes. I look like a perfectly formidable wizard in my robes, he said indignantly. You do realize that formidable means menacing. Damn, I thought it meant proper. Fine, a reputable wizard then. Take that. Spell reputable for me, Harry, Coda asked innocently. Harry glared at her. You beep. Coda just laughed. They always joked that they were smarter than the other was. Kota usually won. May I remind you that I haven't been to Muggle school since I was 10. Anyways, that's not the point. So what is the fashion for school dances? She pulled out some bright orange robes with a high, frilly collar and wiggled her eyebrows. Yup. That's what the girls wear, he said seriously. Kota looked horrified. Oh, please tell me you're kidding. Of course I'm kidding. He grabbed her wrist and led her over to another rack of girls' dress robes. These are what most people wear. But hey, if those neon orange robes were just calling to you, then by all means, knock yourself out. Ooh, I like these. They're so strange, but I like them, she said wistfully, pulling different beeps and styles from the racks. Harry, I want to see you in robes. You're trying some on so I can see, she demanded once her arms were laden with a decent-sized pile of clothes. You've seen me in my school robes, he protested. Those are just black though and they don't really look like these. I want to see you in dress robes, she argued back. You'll see me in them tomorrow. Will one day kill you? He groaned. Yes, it will. I refuse to try these on unless you try some on, she said stubbornly. So, don't try them on. Just go to the dance in your knickers. I'm sure that'll grab George's attention. Kota swatted him lightly with a hanger. Fine, I'll try some on you weirdo, he said, grabbing some boys' dress robes that looked his size. Ooh, weirdo. I'd be truly hurt if I was 5, she said with a roll of her eyes. Well, I just assumed since you still have an IQ of a 5-year-old, you'd be more familiar with their insults, he teased as they make their way to the dressing rooms. Want to talk IQ? Spell and define idiom. You're an idiom, he murmured, causing Kota to burst out laughing. Well, Miss Smarty Pants, define and spell Petrificus Totalis. All right, enough with the vocabulary lesson, let's try these on, she said, pushing Harry into the dressing room next to hers. Harry quickly changed out of his Muggle clothes and pulled the robes over his head. There was a squeal of delight. Okay, Harry, I'm coming out. I need your opinion. Harry stepped out of his stall to face Kota. She was wearing dark teal robes just a few inches too long. Those look good. Kota put a hand on her hip. Those look good. Harry, that's not what you say to a girl showing you what she's wearing to a dance. You look very pretty. George will have an extra hard time pretending to be a gentleman. Thank you. And, Harry, you look so cute. Don't you mean too manly and handsome for words? He joked. Kota burst out laughing a little too hard. You look manly, she laughed, clutching a stitch in her side. Harry turned around and looked into the mirror. He had been joking, but he hadn't realized it was that much of a joke. He was starting to feel self-conscious. Didn't he look okay? Oh Merlin, do I look like a girl? Really? You have to tell me. Harry, calm down, I was just kidding. You look great. By the way, oh Merlin? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry shrugged. Wizard thing. When they were both back in their Muggle clothes, Kota ran back and grabbed 2 pairs of the hideous neon orange robes. The two crammed into one dressing room, and laughed hysterically as they each tried on the robes over their clothes. Your head looks like a pearl in an oyster, Harry laughed quietly, not wanting to be overheard making fun of the store's clothes. That collar looks like what they put on dogs after they've been neutered, Kota whispered through snorts. Harry doubled over at this and they ended up both sitting on the floor, wiping away tears and gasping for breath, their fits of laughter starting each time they caught each other's eye or the reflection of themselves in the mirror. Kota had to get hers altered and loved watching the measuring tape zoom around her. The alterations were done swiftly and the two got in line to pay. At the register, Kota pulled out her Muggle money and began to hand it over, but Harry caught her hand and pulled it back. They don't take Muggle money here, Kota, he informed her. Anyways, I'm paying for them. Think of it as an early birthday present. He ignored her protests and pulled out a sack of galleons, sickles, and nuts, handing over the appropriate amount and letting Kota delightedly examine the rest. They made their way out of the store and toward Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Are you sure you don't fancy a plate of raw liver, Kota? He asked, pointing out a stand that was selling just that. Kota looked disgusted and made gagging sounds. Not for all the money in England. Harry felt a tugging on his arm and turned around to see a young witch, probably about 7 years old, looking up at him in awe. Are you Harry Potter? She asked in amazement. Kota looked confused. Harry shifted uncomfortably, but couldn't bring himself to lie to the young girl. Well, yes, as a matter of fact. I guess I am, he said with an embarrassed smile. Can I mean, may I please see your scar, please? She asked, trying to hide her excitement. Harry lifted up his fringe to reveal his scar. The girl stared at it in wonder. Harry, what's going on? Do you know her? Kota asked in puzzlement. The girl looked up at her in surprise. He's the boy who lived. He defeated you know who a bunch of times. My mummy and daddy say he's a hero. Kota stared at Harry, who blushed crimson and avoided her gaze. What? So Harry here, he's famous then? She asked the little girl. Oh yes, very much so, she said, nodding enthusiastically. She turned around as a couple walked out of a store. Mummy, Daddy, come here. It's him. It's. Shish, Harry interrupted before she could say his name too loudly. He didn't really fancy being mobbed at the moment. She looked up at him curiously. When her parents came, she jumped up and down with excitement. It's Harry Potter, Mum and Dad. It's really him. He's got a scar and everything. Harry's face burned. Are you really? The man asked in amazement. Harry showed him his scar with a small shrug. Merlin, you really are, the woman gasped. What does you know who look like? Don't ask him that, Marlene. Her husband scolded, as if afraid they'd frighten Harry off. It's okay, Harry assured him. He's really ugly. The man laughed and clapped Harry on the back. I'll bet he is, my boy. You're a real hero, you know that. No, I'm not, really. I'm just lucky, Harry insisted. Lucky doesn't make people risk themselves to save other people. Nope, you're definitely a hero, the woman said fondly as her daughter rifled through one of their bags, pulling out a small book. It was a diary. May I please have your autograph? The young girl asked shyly, holding up her diary and a quill from her mother's purse. Harry glanced at Kota, who was looking at him in astonishment. Though he had once promised himself never to give out autographs like a big-headed celebrity, he couldn't turn down the little girl. Sure, he said, face burning as he took the book. What's your name? Sarah, she said softly, biting her lip shyly. Sarah, that's a pretty name. The girl beamed at him, showing the gap where her front tooth was missing. He looked to Kota, clueless. What do I write? She laughed. I don't know. Wise words from the famous Harry Potter. Real helpful, he muttered, rapidly trying to think. Oddly, something Dumbledore had said in his first year popped into his mind, and he knew what message he wished he could say to those people who gaped at his scar. Sarah, he wrote, evil can leave a mark, but so can love. Harry Potter. He didn't know if it was particularly wise, but it felt right. He handed the book back to the girl, who quickly read what he had written and beamed even brighter. She hugged the book to her chest and ducked happily into her mother's side. Thank you so much, said the mother, patting the girl's head. You made her day. Harry shrugged, a little embarrassed by the whole ordeal. It's no problem. We should probably get going. Of course, said the father. Just so you know, we never believed any of that rubbish that Rita Skeeter published, or that garbage in the tabloids. Good kid, I always said. Harry doubted that, but said a shy, thanks, anyway. The young girl waved at him from behind her mother's legs as he and Kota walked off. Once they were out of sight, Kota grabbed Harry's arm. So, do you have something you'd like to tell me? About? Oh, I don't know, you being friggin' famous. In a sense, hey look, there's a goblin. He said, trying to get the focus off of him. Kota didn't take the bait though. Harry, that is something that comes up in conversation. It's not a big deal, honestly. I don't like it really, so I don't bring it up. It's more trouble than it's worth. I'm not all that famous anyways. So what if I yelled your name and pointed at you right now? Don't even think about it, he growled. What are you famous for? Harry sighed. Do you want the short version or the long version? Short version, Kota said decisively. All right. There's an evil wizard who has tried to kill me many times starting from when I was 1 year old, and through many flukes, much stupidity on my part, and pure luck, I've managed to beat him or escape from him about 4 times, he said simply. Kota stared long and hard. Harry sighed. Fine. I'll tell you the long over ice cream, okay. Lead the way, hero boy. They therefore spent the last few hours of their trip licking ice cream as Harry told Kota the story of why exactly he was famous. It was, at last, the day of the dance, getting closer and closer to the time it would actually start. The day went very quickly, the whole school buzzing with excitement for the ball that night. Finally, it was time for everyone to get ready. Seamus and Dean were going with Parvati and Lavender, while Neville got a date with a Ravenclaw. They were all out the dorm early, saying they were meeting their dates at dinner, leaving Ron and Harry. Harry wasn't very nervous. It was true that he was uncomfortable dancing, but he didn't feel as if he had to impress anyone. Unlike the previous year, he wasn't going to be put under the spotlight, so the pressure was off. Ron, on the other hand, was absolutely flustered. He couldn't stop pacing and trying to fix every little detail about his appearance. Harry, are you sure I look all right? Ron asked for the 100th time. Harry sighed. You look fine, Ron, for the billionth time. Don't worry. Hermione must think you're good looking. Merlin knows she can't like you for your personality. Ron laughed and threw a pillow at Harry, who grinned to show he was joking. I can't believe Fred and George got me these robes. Did I tell you about their private investor in their joke shop? Some bloke gave them a bunch of money. They won't tell us who though, said he wants to remain anonymous. What moron would give those two money? Ron said, straightening his new dress robes again. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Sounds like a good investment to me, Harry said, attempting to suppress a grin by biting his bottom lip. Now budge over. You've been hogging the mirror for half an hour. Have not, Ron said indignantly, stepping out of the way. Harry quickly looked himself over. Oh wonderful, you two look so smart. The mirror exclaimed, very excitedly. And you should wear green more often, young man, it brings out your eyes. Too bad there isn't something to do about that hair. Harry rolled his eyes, which did stand out spectacularly. He had long ago given up explaining to a mirror that his hair just didn't lay flat and would always remain messy looking. Besides, Harry had grown to like it that way. The two boys went down to the common room to wait for Hermione, Ron nervously smoothing his robes. Ron, you'd better quit that or you're going to rub a hole right through them. Shut it, Harry. Finally, Hermione and the rest of the fifth-year Gryffindor girls came down, all looking nervous and giggly. Ron began blushing and grinning upon seeing Hermione, who looked even more stunning than she did the previous year. Harry didn't notice the girls looking him up and down very approvingly, not including Hermione, who only had eyes for the redhead standing next to him. Why, you look great, Ron stammered. The girls giggled, making Ron blush. Hermione shushed them. You look good too, Ron, she smiled. She appeared very calm and collected, but Harry could see hints of nervousness that only he could notice. All right, you two lovebirds, let's go. Eloise is meeting me outside. He succeeded in making his two friends blush and received 2 punches on his arm. They were leaving the portal when the whispering behind them stopped enough for Parvati to yell, "Save me a dance, Harry." Hushed giggles immediately followed. It was Harry's turn to blush. He was surprised, especially because of the lousy date he'd made the previous year. All right, he said lamely and rushed out of the common room. They were to meet Eloise at a previously designated staircase. She looked nice in her light purple robes. As they approached, they heard some Slytherin girls teasing the poor Ravenclaw. What are you all dressed up for? You can't actually be going to the dance. You know, most people go with dates. Nobody wants your ugly face to spoil the mood, they taunted. I have a date, she replied. Harry could hear her voice wavering and could tell she was getting upset. Oh really? Who's that, Filch? One said haughtily. Harry decided it was his time to enter. Hey Eloise, ready? He said, pretending he hadn't heard. She looked immensely relieved. You look great, he added, causing her to blush. So do you. Wait, you're going with him? One asked Eloise, mouth hanging open. But I thought Cho Chang asked you. Another asked in shock. She did, but luckily my first choice had already said yes, he said, indicating Eloise. Shall we? He asked, putting his arm out for Eloise. She smiled and hooked her arm through his. Let's, she said with a smile. The two walked off toward the Great Hall, following Ron and Hermione. The Great Hall looked spectacular. Thousands of candles burned above their heads, bobbing up and down as they floated along. The night sky was cloudless with stars sparkling silver among the golden candle flames. Harry. Harry turned around to see Dakota waving at him, linked onto George's arm. She looked extremely nervous, and for good reason. Tons of people were staring at her, having heard the rumors of George's Muggle date. She looked good, her hair up in a girlish hairstyle with curls hanging down around her face. She was kept looking around in awe, especially at the floating candles and the ceiling. Hey Coda, you look great. He said. Thanks, she said, ruffling his hair fondly. Oh thanks, he said sarcastically, trying to smooth it back down. As if it wasn't messy enough. Harry quickly introduced everyone that didn't know each other and sat down across from Hermione and Ron. Eloise sat on one side of him and Coda sat on the other, George on her other side. How you doing? He whispered. Everybody's staring at me. Am I doing something wrong? She asked nervously. No, don't worry about them. They're fascinated with you, he laughed. He and George introduced her around. Many of the students hadn't actually met a Muggle before and asked many questions. Geez, how do you live without magic? I could never do it. What do you learn in school? Is your school like ours? What do you do for fun? What do you get for presents? You've never seen Quidditch. Holy crap, you haven't lived. Coda seemed to have a lot of fun answering the questions, feeling more at ease. She looked very skeptically about ordering into her plate. She jumped when it appeared and touched it warily with a fork to make sure it was really there, much to the students' delight. Even nearly headless Nick came to greet Coda, coming out of the table right in front of her. She screamed and nearly jumped out of her seat, but Harry grabbed her arm laughing. Bu what the? The table, he's see-through. She said, eyeing Nick warily. Sir Nicholas crossed his arm and made a humph sound. Most ghosts are see-through, miss. It is quite rude to have your mouth open so widely, he said indignantly. Come on, Nick, George said amusedly, you know she's a Muggle. How did you think she'd react? She's probably never seen a ghost before. She probably doesn't even believe in ghosts, Hermione added, trying to soothe Nick. Well, I'm sorry I frightened you, miss. Hopefully you won't be as shocked the next time you meet a ghost, he said in an insulted tone before floating away. Oh God, I offended him, she said miserably after she had calmed down. Don't worry. He always gets offended, Eloise said sympathetically. He's very sensitive. So, what do you think of Hogwarts? Pavarti asked. Many leaned in to hear the answer. This was a test question in its own way. Well, it's amazing. I just can't believe all this stuff. I mean, it's still all sinking in. I wish I went here though, I can tell you that much. It's beautiful. It's so exciting. And think, all my friends back home have no idea that this world even exists while I'm here at your dance. It's wonderful. Everyone smiled brightly. She had passed their test. Finally, dinner ended and the band began to set up, apparently another favorite of the WWN, the Wicked Witches of the West. Hermione and Harry smiled at the allusion to the Muggle movie. The music started and Eloise led Harry onto the dance floor. At first, Harry was a bit nervous, but took Coda's advice, surveying the dancers around him. As he became more comfortable, he began twirling Eloise much to her delight. They were both laughing joyfully. Soon everyone was either observing or imitating their carefree antics. Harry was surprised at how much more fun he was having without the pressure of the spotlight. The slow dances weren't uncomfortable for Harry, as they had been the previous year. They talked during those. Harry explained the plot of The Wizard of Oz and they mused over how cute Eloise's words. Hermione and Ron looked together. They peeked over at them during one slow song to find Hermione's head resting on Ron's shoulder and Ron's head laying on hers. They both wore blissful smiles that were contagious to the two who were spying on them. Dennis Creevy was allowed to come to the dance as a photographer despite being a second year. The dance was for 4th years and above, so the young boy was extremely excited about the opportunity. Harry made sure to ask that the boy take pictures of Ron and Hermione, which he was sure they'd appreciate. "Doesn't Roger look absolutely gorgeous tonight?" Eloise whispered dreamily. "Oh yes, Eloise, you know I think he's just absolutely gorgeous," he said sarcastically. "I still don't believe he still went with Cho after she turned him down." "Well, his beauty makes up for his lack of common sense." Harry rolled his eyes, making Eloise laugh. As the next slow song started, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around to find himself facing Ginny Weasley, who was smiling shyly at him. She looked stunning, and Harry felt a hitch in his breath when he first saw her. Her date was standing next to her, a boy that Harry recognized but had never met. "Hi Eloise," Ginny said with a smile. "We were wondering if we could cut in." "Sure," Eloise said, eyeing Ginny's date. From the looks of it, Eloise definitely approved of the younger Ravenclaw. Ginny's date held his hand out to Eloise, who took it with a soft giggle, and led her away. Ginny blushed slightly as Harry took her hand in his and wrapped his arm around her waist, placing his other hand on the small of her back. She placed her hand right under the back of his neck and smiled brightly at him. He smiled right back. "How are you liking the dance so far?" Harry asked softly as to not disturb the other dancing couples. "Oh, it's great. You seem like you're having a good time. Every time I look over at you and Eloise, you seem to be laughing and spinning," she said before mentally kicking herself for revealing that she'd been looking at him. Harry didn't seem to notice her blunder. "Yeah, it's really fun. We've gotten a big kick out of your beloved brother. Thank Merlin he asked Hermione to the dance, they're so happy together." They looked over at the pair, who were both smiling fondly and looking very comfortable in each other's arms. "Fred and Angelina are the same way," she said, nodding at the two Quidditch players. Harry saw George nearby dancing with Coda, though more like Harry had with Eloise rather than Ron with Hermione. George saw them and nodded, looking at the pair somewhat curiously. Harry and Ginny just nodded back, smiling. "I can't believe your friend likes George. It's just so funny." "Oh yeah, she says his freckles are cute. Each time I see her she asks about him." "Well, Dad was sure thrilled when he heard about it. Sent George a list of questions to ask her," she said with a smirk. "Well, he can always ask me or my own anything. We grew up with muggles after all. Plus, I live with a muggle teenager and have one as a friend, so I know what they do in school and everything. Oh, trust me, he's wanted to, but Mum's always lecturing him that you're not his subjects to analyze." "Well, tell them it's fine with me. It's actually fun. I feel really smart when I'm really just explaining my everyday life," he said with a chuckle. There was a slight pause where Harry had an internal struggle before his bolder side won, telling him that with his limited time left, he may as well be brave and speak his mind. "You look really nice tonight," he said with a lopsided grin. Ginny just looked into his eyes, smiling with a faint blush on her cheeks. His words had filled her with more pure joy than he would ever know. "You do too," she said. They just smiled at each other for a few moments before Ginny moved forward slightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but soon relaxed and rested his cheek against the side of her head with a smile. He didn't know it, but the three Weasley boys all saw this and caught each other's eyes, grinning broadly. They all knew that Ginny's crush on Harry had never truly died, though she tried to hide it. None of them missed the look of pure bliss on her face as she danced with him. They also knew that she couldn't have picked a guy they approved of more. Fred grabbed Dennis and pointed at Harry and Ginny. "Make sure to get quite a few of that one," he instructed with a grin. Dennis happily obeyed. At the end of the song, Eloise and Ginny's date made their way back over. Ginny and Harry grinned broadly at each other before the two couples said goodbye to each other, Ginny following her date to the snack table. After a few more fast songs, filled with much spinning and laughing, Harry went to get drinks. He filled 2 cups and turned around to find himself face to face with Cho Chang. "Hello, Harry." "Oh, thank you," she said, taking one of the drinks out of his hand and sipping it. "Hi, Cho," he responded unenthusiastically. "Harry, we must dance the next slow song together." "Thanks, Cho, but I came here with Eloise. I saw you dance with that other girl." Speaking of which, you two were dancing awfully close, she said accusingly. You'd do best not to get involved with someone like that. Her family's practically destitute. Harry scowled at her. In case you haven't noticed, I'm best friends with Ron Weasley and his family is like my family, so I suggest you don't talk about them like that ever again, he practically growled. So you think of that girl in a sisterly fashion, right? That's a relief. You had me scared for a second there, she said with a giggle, placing a hand on his shoulder, which Harry immediately shrugged away. Harry was disgusted with her behavior and kicked himself for ever liking her in the first place. He was about to firmly tell her no when an idea struck. He looked at Eloise and decided he'd sacrifice himself for a good deed. Well, Cho, I would dance with you, but I couldn't leave Eloise without a dancing partner on a slow song. He pretended to think about it for a second. Oh, I've got it. Do you think your date could dance with her? That way they would both have someone to dance with. Ask Roger to dance with her. She asked, slightly horrified, as if she would be asking Roger to drink undiluted Bubo tuber puss. Yeah, you're right. It's too much trouble. Oh well, maybe next time. He shrugged and turned as if to leave. Trouble? No trouble at all. I'll go tell him. She hurried off toward Roger. Harry ran up to Eloise. You're going to love me, he told her. The only way I'd love you is if you got Roger Davies to dance with me, she said. As I said, you're going to love me, he said proudly. Eloise was stunned, not daring to believe it. What? At the next slow dance, Roger's going to dance with you. There was a long pause. What? How? Why? Me? Huh? Roger is dancing with you next. Oh my God, she said in shock. As the situation sunk in, she began to slightly panic. Wait, what am I going to say? If I open my mouth, it might come out. Hi, you don't know me, but I've picked out the names of our future children. Harry laughed. Don't worry. You're a great girl. He'll love you. But why is he doing this? You didn't tell anyone, she started in horror. No, of course not. I sacrificed myself to Medusa and said that someone would need to fill my shoes on the next slow song. Harry, I love you. You are a god, she gushed. That's what they tell me. He laughed. The song ended and was replaced by a slow one. Cho and Roger were walking their way through the crowd. Don't worry. Just have fun, Harry whispered before Cho dragged him away. Once a decent distance away from Roger and Eloise, Cho wrapped her arms around Harry's neck and pulled her body right up against his, resting her head on his shoulder. Harry was slightly miffed with this unprecedented closeness with a girl, especially one he was beginning to dislike more by the minute, and froze for a second before Cho roughly took his arms and threw them around her waist. Harry saw Hermione and Ron dancing the same way, but they looked comfortable and content, whereas Harry was beginning to wish he had brought his invisibility cloak for escaping purposes. He felt something tickling at the back of his head and was about to swat the source away, but realized it was Cho's hand playing with his hair. She began humming along to the music into his ear. Harry felt his face burn red. He sneaked a glance over at Eloise and stifled a laugh. Her face was frozen in an expression of awe, gazing up into Roger's face. Roger was talking quietly to her and she nodded enthusiastically. No matter his discomfort at his present situation, it was all worth it for the look on Eloise's face. Harry, Cho whispered in his ear. Yeah, you don't fancy Eloise, do you? No offense, but I don't think that's any of your business, he said. He didn't fancy Eloise, but he didn't want to give Cho that satisfaction. Because you must realize you can do a lot better. The, like me, was clearly implied. You don't need to do any acts of charity around here. I mean, she's so ugly and you're so, she trailed off, batting her eyelashes. Well, I guess we disagree then, he said coldly. Cho could tell she was losing Harry. Can we go outside for a few minutes? It's so hot in here, I'm not feeling so well. She did her best to look slightly sick. Harry sighed and allowed himself to be dragged outside. Cho led him out to a balcony. Harry had to admit that the cold air did feel nice. He breathed in deeply. Feeling better? He asked after a minute. Instead of answering him, she scooted closer to him. Harry scooted away. She continued moving closer and Harry slid along the railing away from her until he backed right into the corner. Cho trapped him there. I really like you, Harry. No, you don't. You don't even know me. I do know you. You're a wonderful seeker and the school champion. You're famous and gorgeous and a hero, she said, smiling. Cho, you don't know anything about me that's important. You only know what they print in the Daily Prophet or what you hear around school, he insisted, wishing that she would back away. Those things are important. Listen, we'd make such a great couple. Everyone would be jealous of us, she said provocatively, walking her fingers up his chest. He brushed off her hand, feeling sickened. Thanks, but no thanks. He was about to leave when she lunged at him, snaked a hand around to the back of his head and pressed her lips against his. After recovering from the initial shock, he grabbed her shoulders and pushed her off of him, quickly escaping from his trapped position. He moved toward the door. I mean it, Cho, the answer is no. I'm not going to date someone who just wants to get into the Daily Prophet. He firmly walked back through the doors, ignoring Cho screaming for him to stop. He headed toward the Great Hall. Cho raced after him and grabbed his arm. Harry, think about this. You've had a crush on me for a long time. Most guys would die to go out with me. I mean, you can't just say no to me. She insisted. Harry jerked his arm away. I believe I just did. He walked back into the Great Hall. The slow song had just finished. He quickly spotted Eloise, who was still talking to Roger. Cho stormed past Harry, grabbed Roger and dragged him away angrily. Eloise spotted Harry and ran up to him with the widest smile ever. She ran up and gave him a bone-crushing hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Harry laughed, pushing Cho out of his mind. Eloise led him back to the dance floor. How'd it go? He asked, spinning her. It was absolutely amazing. He's so gorgeous up close. He was so sweet. He asked me what my name was and what house I was in. I, of course, promptly forgot. I think I told him I was Elwine from Huffleclaw, but I don't think he noticed. He asked if I was having a good time. I even connected my brain with my tongue long enough to ask him if he was having a good time. She said enthusiastically. I'm so proud, Harry laughed. He said he's having an okay time, but that Cho's being a miserable date and is ignoring him. Then, when the song was over, we had a few more blissful moments of conversation before Medusa came and stole him away. I think she might have growled at me. You want to know the best part though? What? He said that he enjoyed dancing with me and that he'd hopefully see me around, she said dreamily, dramatically pretending to be swept off her feet, half collapsing into Harry's arms. He laughed and stood her back on her feet. At one point, Harry ran into Parvati and gave her the dance he had promised, while Eloise danced with Seamus. Lavender asked him to dance for the next slow song, and Eloise danced with Dean. Some other girls were eyeing him closely, so Harry and Eloise slunk away from them to avoid any of their requests for a dance. That was, of course, aside from two, whom Eloise begged him to dance with for the chance to dance with their dates. She obviously didn't mind the wide variety of dance partners, but she claimed none of them came close to the godlike Roger Davies. He also spent a friendly dance with Coda, talking about their nights. Apparently a few Slytherin 7th years had tried to sneak up on her and hex her, but George spotted them and signaled some Gryffindors around him. They dumped their glasses of punch all over their dress robes and put dancing spells on their legs, so they were forced into doing very difficult dance moves. They had supposedly done some very impressive leaps and spins, along with a lovely tap dancing number. Don't you love magic? Harry said wistfully. When the dance was over, and he was back to dancing with Eloise, she informed him that George had interrogated her about what her exact relationship to Harry was. Harry was slightly confused at George's reasoning, but guessed he had just been curious. As it neared midnight, the band announced their final song, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Some Muggle-borns who had seen the movie sang along, including Coda, the forever movie buff. The band finally finished with a bow and the whole student body, along with the professors, gave an enthusiastic round of applause before filing out. Eloise and Harry ran to the snack table with a few other people to shove the remains of the free sweets into their pockets. They were among the last to leave, laughing about their fun time. Suddenly, Eloise paused and smiled. Harry, look, she whispered, pointing out to the balcony. Harry's gaze followed her finger to find Hermione and Ron talking, standing very close together. They had only watched a few seconds when Hermione and Ron stopped talking. They paused momentarily, looking intently into each other's eyes before leaning in and dotting lightly. Ah, Eloise sighed, putting both of her hands over her heart. Let's go, Harry whispered. I think they want their privacy. Eloise wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. Not like that, perv. He laughed quietly, dragging Eloise away. Ah, come on, I want to see. She pleaded. It's not a spectator sport. Harry scolded. They sat down on some steps and talked for a while until they were both exhausted and parted their ways. Harry stumbled his way to the Gryffindor Tower, somehow making it up to the dorm. He didn't bother to change into his pajamas, opting to sleep in his boxers rather than put in the effort of changing. He barely registered Ron marching in joyfully a little while later, looking anything but tired, before he fell into a deep sleep. It was late Sunday morning. George was giving Coda a more extensive tour of the school than Harry had given her on her last visit to the castle. Harry and Ron got some cold pumpkin juice from the kitchens and took it out to the lake. Hermione had said that she needed to talk with Ginny, who was grinning and looking very anxious. It was no mystery they'd be talking about the dance. The two boys sat at the edge of the deeper part of the lake. They took off their socks and shoes, rolled their pants to their knees and dangled their feet in the water. The weather was growing warmer as summer approached. Everyone was in high spirits, temporarily forgetting their anxiety about OWLs. Lately, there had been a sense of foreboding in the air for Harry and his friends. June was approaching all too quickly and it had been taking its toll on Harry. He was fatigued much more often, and would have groups of days where he ceased to have an appetite. His friends were worried, but did their best not to mention it too much. This morning, Harry wasn't feeling too great. He knew that the pumpkin juice would probably be the only thing to enter his stomach that day. On the way out to the lake, Harry had had another dizzy spell and with a stumble, had spilled half his pumpkin juice. Ron grabbed his elbow to steady him, waiting until Harry's vision returned to normal. This had been happening so often, though, that no words were spoken about it. He chose not to mention to Ron that he also felt weak and overly hot. The cool water felt nice, and he pressed the glass with the cold juice to his forehead, hoping he wasn't developing a fever. Despite all that, he was in high spirits. Ron couldn't stop grinning and therefore, neither could Harry. So, Ron, have fun at the dance? He casually asked, sipping some pumpkin juice and relishing how it seemed to cool the burning in his throat. Ron's smile, if possible, widened. Oh yeah, I had such a good time. Hermione, I mean, just wow. Harry laughed. And how about after the dance? He asked. Ron blushed. You'll never guess what happened out on the balcony. What? Harry asked, pretending that he didn't know. Ha, I thought you'd try that. You should know. What? Since I saw you and Eloise spying. Harry blushed with amused guilt. We weren't stalking you or anything. You want privacy. Go somewhere private. He shook his head with a lopsided grin. If you had told me first year that you and Hermione would end up snogging on a balcony, I would have committed you to St. Mungo's mental ward. You're telling me. She drove me nutters. Still does, I guess, but I like it now. You're mental. So, what happened after I left? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively in the same fashion Eloise had the night before. Harry, Ron admonished. We just talked for a long while. Then we walked back to the Gryffindor Tower together and ed her good night. Harry let out a whistle and Ron smacked him upside the head. Oh, shut it. But he smiled because Harry approved. I think I'm going to ask her to be my girlfriend. He sneaked a glance at Harry, silently asking for his opinion. You'd better. Really? Of course. You both obviously fancy each other. You'd make a great couple. Ron smiled genuinely. So, how was your time? He asked, changing the subject. Harry told him about his night, including the Cho incident. Geez, maybe you shouldn't have said no to her. Maybe she takes rejection a challenge. Or a turn on. Oh God, Harry groaned and Ron patted him on the back, laughing. Eventually, Harry had to go to the library to work on a defense against the dark arts project. Each student was assigned a different topic, and he therefore didn't feel the need to wait until the last second with Ron. He had vowed to himself to start it today and wanted to get it over with early so he could be done in time to spend some time with Coda after she was done with her tour. He grabbed a bunch of books that looked promising and brought them to a back table. Not too long into his research, Hermione came up and joined him at the table. "Hey Harry." "Hey, Myone," he said with a smile. "So what did you and Ron talk about?" she asked casually. "Probably the same thing you and Ginny talked about." He paused to watch her blush. "So you really fancy Ron, huh?" "You know, I really do." "How on earth did that happen?" she asked, smiling fondly. Harry put down his quill and propped his head up with a hand, his elbow resting on the open book he had been looking through. "It's been happening for a long time. I think it just took you two a little longer to figure it out." "Are you saying that you knew this was going to happen before?" "Myone, I've known since about third year. Of course, it really became obvious at last year's ball." "The Yule Ball," she whispered aghast. "What are you on about? We had a huge row that night. He was making fun of my date and he made it clear he didn't think of me even as a girl." "Of course he thought of you as a girl. He just had to make it seem like he didn't so you wouldn't think he'd been thinking about you like a girl." Both of their faces twisted into confusion. Okay, that didn't make much sense. He just didn't want you to know he liked you and so he waited until the last minute when it could be a casual thing to ask you. It was a wonder that you couldn't tell how disappointed he was. And making fun of Krum. Come on Hermione, you can't seriously not know what that was about." She shook her head. "He was jealous. He didn't like Krum because he thought you liked him." Hermione sat back in a thoughtful daze. "I think I'm just realizing that I'm going to be very perplexed about the way you males think for a very long time. You're so confusing." "Trust me, Myone, we're not all that confusing. Now girls are a different story. You want a great mystery in life, become a guy and try to figure out girls." Hermione laughed quietly, cautious of the librarian. "I think I'll stay a girl, thank you very much." "Wise decision. So, do you think that Ron, Hermione stammered. It was the first time in his life that he'd heard Hermione become tongue-tied. He smiled comfortingly. "He fancies you too." Hermione smiled brightly, looking significantly relieved. "You know what, Harry? What? You're the best friend I've ever had. I mean that. In my whole, entire life." Harry blushed. Hermione smiled at seeing her friend's embarrassment, too modest for his own good. Instead of making him respond, she walked over, gave him a hug and kissed him on the forehead before leaving. "Merlin, I'm going to miss those two," he mused sadly, turning back to his research. His shifting of elbows had flipped the book to a random page. He was about to turn back to the page he needed when something caught his eye. The Dewaro Curse. The Dewaro Curse is an ancient and widely forgotten curse, yet perhaps more dangerous than any today. This curse doesn't kill swiftly as does the infamous Avada Kedavra curse, but does it all the same. When the Avada Kedavra curse is cast, the life of the victim is extinguished and destroyed. Life itself is an energy. Magic is also an energy. When an individual has enough life energy they live, when they have enough magic energy, they become a witch or wizard. The Dewaro curse doesn't obliterate this energy as Avada Kedavra does, but instead transfers all types of energy, life and magical, to the caster of the spell. The more powerful the energy that is taken, the more power that is given to the caster. This makes the caster more powerful, unless some weak entity is attached to the life force, such as a weak magical energy, as in Muggles and Squibs, mental illness, or terminal illness, but since this spell is most often cast on wizards, this last one isn't usually a considered factor. The Dewaro curse has many sub-related curses which are more complex and will transfer specific aspects of life, such as the aforementioned terminal illness, but these are far more complicated. Harry skimmed the rest of the article thoughtfully before making a copy of it. Instead of working on his project, Harry went over this new information in his head. This curse was like the one he had used but much simpler to transfer a whole life force rather than just cancer. If somehow Voldemort cast this spell on Harry under the impression that it would make him more powerful, the cancer would also get transferred over and be attached to Voldemort's life energy, thus killing him. He racked his brain trying to remember something that seemed important. The dark curse that made the cancer worse. The one that had seemed so awful. What if he cast that right before Voldemort cast the Deworro curse? Then Voldemort would be killed almost immediately. He was beginning to get excited about this idea. Then, he wouldn't have to die in vain. Of course, this would be near impossible to pull off. First, he'd have to get into a battle with Voldemort, and a 15-year-old boy asking to fight a Dark Lord would be slightly suspicious, not to mention dangerous for anyone around. Of course, Harry had been suspecting since the first attack on Hogwarts that Voldemort would try again. Second, the spell seemed to have been forgotten and the chances that Voldemort would just happen to use it were slim. Nevertheless, he spent the next hour tracking down the spell to increase the cancer. What was it? It was a simple one with 2 words. Reknak Moon something. Or was it Reknak something Moon? He flipped through pages, scanning the titles quickly. Finally he saw it. Reknak Sunamoon, that was it. He copied the page down and wrote a few notes about his thoughts with it. He looked down at the last thing he'd written. How to get Voldemort to use it. He tapped his quill on the paper. He checked the clock. He had completely missed dinner, but wasn't hungry at all. It was now getting late and he'd be getting ushered out of the library in the next 15 minutes. Think, Harry, he scolded himself. All right, if I was Voldemort then I'd be the ugliest git in the entire world. No, think. Okay, if I was Voldemort, what do I want? I want to kill me, Harry, and Dumbledore and basically everyone else, but especially me. So, how do I do that? Well, I either attack Hogwarts, which I've already tried, or wait until summer, but by now I must know that I can't touch the house. So it's at Hogwarts then, since I, Harry, sure won't be falling for any more portkeys that lead me away from Hogwarts. So, it's either this year, or I'd have to wait until next year, which I don't want to do since I'm a greedy git who wants power now. So, I'd plan for a second attack on Hogwarts. Last time, the information got out so this time, I'd be really secretive about it, even more so than last time, but the attack would be much grander. He tapped his quill again. He wasn't sure where this was leading him, but decided to go on with it anyways, since it was more progress than he'd been making. So, I'd only trust a few people. My most loyal Death Eaters, if any at all. But I might take information from any of them, I guess. I'd just check it out a lot first. Harry smiled. He was on to it. So, if one of my Death Eaters came to me saying he found a spell that would not only get rid of, well, me, Harry, and transfer my worst enemy's magical energy over to me, in theory, making me more powerful, I'd definitely check into it. So all he needed was a Death Eater to suggest the spell. If Voldemort even looked into it, Harry knew he'd be enticed, if not for the extra power, then for the revenge. He now understood how useful spies could be. How to get Voldemort to use it. He drew an arrow and wrote, Snape. The trouble would be getting this crazy plan to actually work. Suddenly, his vision went white again, and all sound was blurred into a distant humming. His head spun and ached. Harry grasped the edges of the table and looked down, trying to focus on objects. The whiteness formed little squares, like a chessboard with white squares intermixed with squares of vision. Finally all the white faded away until he could see once again, but the sense of vertigo pounded in his head. He decided it might be best to go lay down for a bit. He got up and walked out of the library toward his dorm, crashing straight into Neville. While Harry had been in the library, there had been a conversation going on in the Gryffindor dormitories between Coda and Neville. Yeah, he stays over at our house a lot during vacations. Well, ever since we moved in, of course. I was so shocked when we found out he was a wizard. I'm still having a hard time believing it, but how more real can it get? Coda said happily, sitting on the comfortable sofa. It's just as weird for me. I can't believe you're here. You know, a muggle at Hogwarts. I've never met a muggle before, Neville said excitedly. Really? That's crazy. Have you ever seen a movie? No. What's a movie? Neville asked curiously. Ask Harry sometime. I make him watch them all the time at my house, Coda said fondly. He must go over to your house a lot. Yeah, he does. He's practically family. Well, he must really like you guys to do what he did, Neville said with a sad smile. You mean with my dad's cancer? I thought he'd be in big trouble if people found out. That's why he told us not to mention it in front of any wizards, Kota said, slightly worried. He didn't want Harry to have gotten into trouble. Well, he tried to hide it for a while, but after he collapsed in the hall, our school nurse found out and told the headmaster. They're not going to punish him for it or anything, what would be the point? He sighed. What do you mean he collapsed? What do you mean about the school nurse finding it out? I'm confused, she said, now getting extremely worried. The cancer, he said confusedly. Surely the girl knew that Harry would eventually start showing physical signs of the illness. The effects are starting to show. Wait, what are you saying? What effects? Neville looked at her incredulously. From the cancer. You know, from transferring to himself. What? He did what? Suddenly, Neville gasped, remembering Harry in the hospital wing saying that he hadn't told the Stensons. Neville had been in such a state of shock that he hadn't registered Harry's words, remembering them for the first time now. He looked up at Kota with fear in his own eyes. Oh crap. Kota's breaths were coming short and quick. No. Oh my god. No. He didn't. Please, just forget what I just said, Neville begged, knowing it would be impossible. His eyes began filling with tears at his betrayal of Harry's wishes. At that moment, George came back into the common room to find Dakota. Hey Kota, I got some pumpkin juice. You've got to try some, he said, approaching from behind the couch. When he saw the expressions of Kota and Neville, he immediately grew worried. What's going on? Are you guys okay? Did you know about this too? Kota asked shakily. Know what? George asked, putting a hand on her shoulder. No, Kota, please. Harry would kill me. He did even want you to know. I screwed up. Please, don't. Just let me get Harry, Neville pleaded desperately. Know what? Is Harry okay? George asked, concerned for the boy he thought of as a brother. Where's Hedwig? I need to send a message to my parents, she said quietly, eyes slightly unfocused. No, please don't. Just let me get Harry before you do anything, Neville begged her. George, please, she said standing up, turning her back on Neville to face George. I need to use Hedwig now. George looked from Kota to Neville. The sad look in her eyes caused George to give Neville a sympathetic look. I'll bring you to the Ollery. Kota nodded and walked out of the common room, George running to catch up with her. Neville ran out after them, yelling at Kota to stop. When she didn't, Neville ran to find Harry, nearly crashing into him as he was returning from the library. Harry, Merlin, I'm so sorry. I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm so sorry, Harry, I don't know why, but I thought she knew. I forgot that she didn't until it was too late. I'm so sorry. Neville immediately started ranting, looking very close to tears. Neville, what are you talking about? Who didn't know what? Kota, Neville Mo.Ned, your neighbor. I thought she knew. Harry's blood went cold. Oh no. What did she say? What did she do? She's going to the Ollery to find Hedwig. She's going to owl her parents. Harry, I'm so sorry. Harry ran past Neville and toward the Ollery, ignoring the dizziness lurking in the back of his head. He raced into the Ollery to see Hedwig flying out the window with a note attached to her leg. He wanted to run to the window and call her back, but knew it would be pointless. His secrets were out and there was no turning back. Kota looked up, her eyes red and puffy from trying to repress her tears. Harry stood there looking helplessly at his neighbor. Kota, he started, but his voice died out when he couldn't think of what to say. George shot both of them sympathetic looks, even though he didn't know what was going on. I'll leave you two alone, he said quietly, walking toward the door. He patted Harry's shoulder and then walked out. Is it true? Kota asked in a much higher voice than usual. He wanted to deny it but knew it would be pointless. Harry sighed and met her desperate gaze with guilty eyes. It was the only way. I searched everywhere but there isn't any magic that can destroy cancer, only one spell that can transfer it. And before you ask, I can't transfer it again, he explained somberly. This wasn't what he had wanted to happen. Oh God, she said in a whisper, sinking to the ground. Harry tentatively walked over and sat down next to her on the straw-covered floor. But why? She mowed Ned in despair. Harry's eyes dropped to the ground, focusing on a random piece of straw. Because your family saved me. You treated me like a part of your family, more than I ever knew with my own. I couldn't just let your dad die when I could do something about it. He means so much to your family, and without him, I don't know, it would all fall apart. The tears began to fall freely from Dakota's eyes, her body shaking with sobs. I thought this was all over, she cried. God, Harry, I want to hit you and thank you at the same time. Why did you lie to us? Why didn't you tell us? When were you planning on us finding out? After you died. Harry's heart sank, both with guilt and with Kota's words. It always made it seem more real when people acknowledged that he would die out loud. I just wanted you all to be happy. I didn't want you to treat me differently. I didn't want to see you cry and know it was because of me. She looked at him through his tears and began pounding her fists against his chest, but not with enough conviction to make it hurt. You. She couldn't seem to figure out what to say. She wrapped her arms around his neck and began weeping hysterically into his shoulder. He wrapped his arms around her back. Shish, don't cry. Shish, it's okay, he whispered calmingly. Her sobs died down until her crying ceased altogether. My parents should be here soon to pick me up. I already told them in the letter. My dad's going to be furious, she said quietly, still sniffling. Harry's face paled and he nodded. He stood and pulled Dakota to her feet. The two began to make their way to Dumbledore's office where the Stensons would be portkeying to shortly. When they got to the gargoyle, Kota quietly said the password, Fizzing Whizbees, and they made their way up the stairs, a feeling of dread growing with each step Harry took. When they got to the door to Dumbledore's office, he could already hear frantic screaming inside. Harry couldn't bring himself to knock, so Kota did. The shouting stopped. When Dumbledore opened the door to let them in, his eyes shone down on Harry with sympathy. Harry gave him a pained smile in return and stepped into his office behind Kota. He was immediately pulled into a very tight hug as Mrs. Stenson pressed Key's into his hair, her tears dripping onto him. Stupid boy. I can't believe you did this. So stupid, she said, hugging him even tighter. I'll give you some privacy, Dumbledore said quietly as he stepped out the door. She finally let go and scooped her daughter up into her arms, leaving Harry to face Mr. Stenson, whose eyes were slightly wild. He looked livid. You are transferring it back. Wait, said Mrs. Stenson, a little wildly, let's talk about options. We could transfer it to someone else, and let someone else die for me. I don't think so. There's no reason it has to be you. I can't it back. I mean, it can't be transferred again. Anyway, I chose it. I wouldn't chicken out even if I could. He tried to sound brave, but he didn't really feel it. Mr. Stenson turned to him, jaw shaking. You stupid boy. Harry blinked, knocking back a step. He hadn't expected that at all. I'm sorry. Sorry won't give you back your life, Harry. Do you understand what you've done? You are going to die. You're going to die. For me. You hardly know me. How could you be so goddamn stupid? Mr. Stenson bellowed. The words stung Harry. He had felt like part of their family, and Mr. Stenson was saying that they hardly knew each other. He hung his head and muttered another apology, trying not to cry. How do you think this makes me feel, Harry? He yelled, advancing on Harry. I'm going to have to live with this guilt for the rest of my life. I'm going to feel like a murderer. Harry shrunk back. You're not. It was my decision. Dear Lord, you're 15 years old. Why would you trade your life for mine? Harry just hung his head. Well, Harry said nothing. Mr. Stenson grabbed his arm roughly and shook him. Answer me, damn it. Harry tensed and flung his free arm up to protect his face, his whole body stiffening, preparing for the blows. But the blows didn't come. Mr. Stenson was crying. Harry cautiously lowered his arm. The older man pulled him into a tight embrace. Harry felt the man's body tremble with sobs. Harry, oh God, I would never hurt you. What did you do? What did you do? He sobbed. Harry felt tears welling up in his own eyes, his throat burning with trying to keep them in. I couldn't let you die when I could stop it, Harry explained quietly. But you gave up your life, Mr. Stenson insisted through his tears. There are more people who need you than need me. You have a family. They love you, Harry said, self-conscious. He never liked admitting that he hadn't managed to get anyone to love him like that, but it was the truth. It was the reason behind it all. Mr. Stenson put his hands on Harry's shoulders and held him out at arm's length, looking horrified. Harry, just because you were cursed with a horrible family doesn't mean that nobody cares. We care. We've always cared. God, those awful relatives of yours should burn in hell for what they've done to you. Suddenly, Harry's vision went white again, and the sound began to buzz. Oh Merlin, not now. Not now, he silently pleaded, but there was nothing he could do but wait for it to go away. Maybe they wouldn't notice. He tried to look natural, hanging his head so they wouldn't see his eyes, but doing so made him feel even dizzier. Mr. Stenson lifted Harry's chin to make Harry look at him, as they often did when speaking about the Dursleys, and Harry stumbled back, grabbing onto Mr. Stenson's arm to steady himself. Harry, he heard Mr. Stenson asking frantically. He still couldn't see the man in front of him, but at least he could hear him. I'm fine, just give me a sec, he said quietly as the white began to fade. When the white was completely gone, Harry looked up guiltily at the two female Stensons. They looked terrified. He then turned his gaze to Mr. Stenson's eyes, apology written all over his face. Mr. Stenson was shaking his head in shock. I'm okay. I was just a little dizzy. It's nothing serious, he insisted, hoping he sounded truthful, but the Stensons saw right through the lie. Mr. Stenson hugged Harry to his chest. God, not like this. Anything but this, he whispered. When are you going to tell me that you'll find a way to fix this? Coda whispered, hugging herself. I believed you could fix everything. It's better this way, he said. I would have been killed by that dark wizard I was telling you about anyways. This way, though, it will actually mean something, he said, trying to convince himself as much as her. Harry, dear, how about you come home with us? Mrs. Stenson asked gently. No one knows what you're going through better than I do. It might help to have someone to talk to and to be there who understands, Mr. Stenson added. Yeah, Harry, you're part of the family. Come home, said Coda with a sad smile. It was everything Harry had wanted to hear. But it wasn't true. He had dreamed that it would be. If he dug down to the secrets he kept even from himself, a tiny voice might admit that he'd imagined them finding out, imagined them loving him for it, imagined that his sacrifice would be so big, it would finally make him worthy of a family. But he could see it, the way they drifted toward each other. The way Coda and her mom had both hesitated at the idea of Harry giving the cancer back. The way even now, they were grouping together, away from him, facing him. He wasn't one of them. He wasn't one of anyone. He felt, suddenly, very empty. Like his insides had been scooped out, leaving nothing for him. I should probably stay here. The Stensons clung to each other, sorrowful. You always have the key to our door if you ever need it, Mr. Stenson said. He nodded, but he realized the key would never feel right in his hand. He'd never feel okay using it. His throat stung. He hadn't earned it after all. And if it wasn't good enough for the Stensons, it wouldn't be good enough for Sirius either. It would all come back to the Dursleys. Just them and Harry. It was all he was worth. Dumbledore chose that moment to re-enter his office, looking somberly at the people in front of him. I have the portkey. Are you ready? He asked, addressing the Stensons. Mr. Stenson nodded. Coda burst into tears. Harry, I'll see you again, right? She sniffed. He nodded. Yeah, he said, his voice tight. Of course you will. Coda nodded numbly. The Stensons each embraced him one last time. The only words were a whispered, "Thank you," by Mrs. Stenson. They each put a finger on the goblet Dumbledore had brought and disappeared. Goodbye, Harry whispered, gazing at the spot they had just been standing in. He thanked Dumbledore and then left the office himself. When Harry got back to the Gryffindor common room, he quickly said the password to the fat lady, who told him he was looking a bit peaky before opening up. You need to start eating more, dear. The painting shouted before closing behind Harry. Harry was slammed into by an orange blur. Ron? He asked confusedly as Ron hugged him. His red-headed friend then stepped back with a huge grin and began jumping from foot to foot excitedly. Harry couldn't help but smile with him. Ron, what's going on? She said yes. She said yes. He practically shouted. Who said? Harry paused and his eyes widened. Wait, you mean Hermione? You asked her. Ron nodded enthusiastically. Yes, she's going to be my girlfriend. Or she is my girlfriend, assuming it officially started when she said yes. Hermione's my girlfriend. Harry laughed with joy, thoughts of the Stensons being immediately shoved out of his head. At that moment, Hermione came down the stairs, pausing for a moment as she saw Ron, her face lighting up and a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ron immediately calmed down as his eyes fell upon her. He was still grinning broadly as he ran through his hair and fell victim to the famous Weasley blush. Hey, my own, he said shyly. Hermione rolled her eyes at their awkwardness and came up to them, standing by Ron's side. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek and grasped his hand, causing Ron to both smile and blush even more. So I'm sure Ron's told you we're dating now, Hermione said happily before her expression turned slightly worried. Are you all right with it, Harry? Really? Is it okay? Are you kidding? It's about bloody time, Harry said with a laugh. Hermione lunged forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. Harry hugged her back. Oh, Harry, you're the best. Are you sure you're fine with this? Of course. I'm so happy for you guys, he said, making Hermione hug him harder. They both looked over at Ron, and smiled. Oh, come here, Ron, Hermione laughed. Harry and Hermione opened up their hug and pulled in Ron too. Oh, how cute. A group hug, Harry said with light sarcasm. His comment just made his two friends squeeze him harder. Finally, they all broke away when Harry dramatically claimed that they were crushing his lungs. Hermione. Is it true? Ginny screamed gleefully as she raced into the common room from the girls' tower. Are you seriously going out with my prat of a brother? Hermione nodded and Ginny hugged her. You realize you're insane, she commented. She stepped back to look at the two, standing beside Harry. Oh no. I've just realized that poor Ginny and I are going to have to witness your snogging sessions, Harry said, shaking his head. Hermione's jaw dropped as the pair both turned bright red. Harry, she admonished. Oh Merlin, you're right, Harry. This will definitely be psychologically damaging, Ginny said in mock resignation. Harry sighed dramatically. Well, you know what we'll have to do then, Gin. Yup. You do. Well no. We'll just have to tease them mercilessly about it. Follow them around making dotting sounds and such, Harry said, ignoring the glares he was getting from Ron and Hermione. You wouldn't, Ron said, crossing his arms. It's for our own mental health, Harry said, clapping Ron on the back. Yeah, Ron, you wouldn't want your best friend and your favorite sister to suffer psychological damage, would you? Ginny asked innocently. Yeah, that would be a real shame, Ron said sarcastically. I think you two are already psychologically damaged. Harry put a hand over his heart and put on an offended expression. That hurts deep inside, Ron. Harry and I are going to have to go and cry now, Ginny said, sniffing and pretending to wipe away tears. Yeah, you know, the kitchens are a great place to go and cry, I hear, Harry said to Ginny, suddenly in the mood for food. Of course. The house elves will comfort us. The pair walked toward the portrait hole, pretending to be comforting each other from tears as Ron sniggered behind them and Hermione rolled her eyes with amusement. Oh, by the way, have fun snogging, Harry called over his shoulder as they darted out. Harry. His two friends scolded. Let's go get some food. I think the house elves can make banana splits, Ginny said cheerfully. Ooh, you're on, said Harry. The two happily went to the kitchens and ate ice cream to their heart's content. The next morning Ron woke up to find the dorm empty except for Harry, who was still sleeping. He had noticed that Harry had come in late the night before, having spent a lot of time in the library and then poring over his notes. He swore his former accomplice in procrastination was now turning into Hermione. He decided to let Harry be woken by the sounds of Ron getting ready instead of braving the battle of ripping him out of bed. However, by the time he was nearly ready, Harry had still refused to wake. Ron sighed and walked over. Oi mate, time to get up, he called, pulling back the bed curtains to Harry's bed, revealing his sleeping form. Go away, he mumbled into his pillow. I don't think so. You're going to be late. Ron insisted. Harry murmured, unconcerned. He turned away from Ron as a statement of defiance to being forced from slumber. He was sleeping in his boxers because of the hot weather. In turning, the sheet slipped down, exposing his bare back to Ron. Ron furrowed his eyebrows and looked closer at his friend's back. Bloody hell. Harry, what are all these? He asked, horrified. All what? Harry mumbled sleepily, not picking up on Ron's concerned tone. All these scars, he whispered, shocked. Harry's eyes shot open. It didn't take him long to realize what was going on. He immediately flipped over onto his back, strategically placing his arm over the stab wound scar on his stomach. Oh, those are nothing, he stated. As the words escaped his lips, he mentally kicked himself for not coming up with a proper excuse. He racked his brain for a justification for having so many wounds on his back. Harry, what happened? Nothing. I fell off my bike, he stammered. You don't have a bike, and I know that your cousin wouldn't let you ride his. He studied his friend's guilty face. Harry, did somebody do that to you? He asked, aghast. Of course not. I was just being stupid and I fell into a glass table during the last holiday. You would have told me. I didn't want you to think I was an idiot, Harry persisted. I don't believe you, Harry. I know you too well. Well, believe what you'd like. I'm telling you the truth, Harry said, red-faced, mentally berating himself for his carelessness. Fine, I'm not going to fight you about this. But, for the record, I don't believe your story. I think somebody did this to you and you're just too proud to tell. If you ever want to tell me about it though, I'm here, okay. But I don't like the fact that you're keeping secrets from me, especially since the last one ended up being so serious. He got up and began to leave. Please don't tell Hermione. The desperate plea unwillingly escaped. Ron turned back with a pained expression, full of concern. He cast a silencing spell on the room so nobody outside could overhear them. He bit his lip and walked back over to Harry. He scrutinized Harry's face for a few minutes, causing his friend to begin to squirm uncomfortably under his gaze. The Dursleys did this to you, didn't they? He asked with a gasp of comprehension without releasing his gaze. Harry's eyes slightly widened. He blinked in surprise. What? Of course not. Ron didn't miss the slight waver in his voice, and the expression on Harry's face told him the truth. Your uncle hurt you, he said in disbelief. It was an accident. Harry insisted desperately. Does anyone know about this? Harry bit his lip nervously. Finally, he resolved that Ron had been a greater friend than Harry had ever hoped for and deserved to know at least part of the truth. He looked away and swallowed hard. Yeah, who? Anyone who's going to help? He asked softly, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed. Dumbledore knows. Does he, hurt you a lot? No, it was just an accident. It was just one time. He didn't mean to do it or anything. He didn't mean to shove you through a glass table. Ron asked, disbelieving, trying to show Harry that his story wasn't making sense. A look of realization dawned over Ron. The Stensons know, don't they? That's why they were trying to hide you from your uncle at the train station. He gasped and turned to Harry. Was this why you were sick on the way back to school? Merlin, it was. That's why you woke so suddenly when we grabbed your shoulder. We were hurting you. Ron was beginning to look really upset. Harry was shaking his head no, but he could tell Ron didn't believe him and couldn't get enough control of his emotions to say the lie out loud. We're going to be late for class. I ought to get ready, he murmured, trying to slip away, but Ron wouldn't allow it. No way, Harry. This is way more important and we have plenty of time. Harry, you need to tell me the truth. I'm your best friend. You can tell me anything. There's nothing to tell. What happened to not prying? I abandoned that plan. I always thought your uncle was a total bastard. I just never thought, he trailed off. Ron, don't think. You're jumping to conclusions. Well, I'm jumping to the right conclusions. I can see it in your face. You're a hideous liar, Harry. I can see it just by looking at you. Dumbledore's not letting you go back there, right? I don't think so, Harry muttered. Harry, how long has this been going on? That cut and bruise on your face on the train ride after Christmas holiday, he recalled. That wasn't from a scuffle with your cousin, was it? Harry opened his mouth to deny it, but Ron cut him off. And you were staying with the Stensons a lot last summer. Was that because they knew? He didn't let Harry answer. Merlin, that's why your handwriting was so bad in your posts over the summer. It was all shaky and weird. Ron finally stopped ranting and looked over at Harry, who was looking away, his face red with shame. Ron immediately felt sympathetic. You're not going to tell anyone, are you? Harry asked in a quiet voice. Of course not, as long as Dumbledore knows. Not even Hermione or your family? He asked pleadingly. Ron nodded. All right. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. He paused. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't know. If I had, I would have invited you round more often and. Please, Ron, Harry interrupted, annoyed. I know. I just don't want to talk about it, okay? Ron nodded solemnly. Ever, he added as a warning for Ron not to bring it up. Harry, you'll need to talk about it eventually. No, I won't. Yes, you will. You can't keep this all bottled up inside or you'll explode. Why does everyone keep saying that? Harry snapped. Since when is the world an expert on what I need to do? Maybe I don't want to talk about it. He stood up and roughly threw on a nearby shirt. It's not good for you to shut everyone out, Harry. There are tons of people who care enough about you to want to help. You can't keep something like this all to yourself. Oh, so I should go out and start pouring out my soul to everyone. Harry yelled. Ron was thankful he had put up the silencing charm. I don't need pity, especially from those who could never understand. Ron stood up. Then make me understand. He yelled back, not really angry, just frustrated with Harry's stubbornness and the whole situation in general. That's impossible, you could never understand. I can't go around saying, oh pity me, my uncle beat me while my cousin and aunt encouraged him, Harry spat in a mocking voice. Oh, I grew up in a cupboard and was taught that I was worthless from the day my parents died. Oh pity me please. His voice changed back to a screaming tone. I'm supposed to protect the whole damn wizarding world and I can't even stand up to my own muggle relatives. Everyone's counting on me. No, they're not. You're imagining that. Honestly, nobody cares about this. He screamed. He realized that it had come out wrong too late. Exactly. Nobody wants to hear my sob story. Nobody cared when I said I didn't like the Dursleys. Dumbledore's ignored my requests to stay at Hogwarts for the summer for 4 years. He didn't want me as his burden. Nobody does. Nobody cares about me as long as I can save the school and defeat the bad guy to protect everyone else. You're not anyone's burden. Ron insisted, still yelling if for nothing else than just keeping up with Harry's tone. Yeah, right. Harry raved. I can't live with Sirius because I'd be in the way. I can't stay at Hogwarts because nobody wants to deal with me. I begged Dumbledore to let me stay here when the school was attacked and he even told me he had to get rid of me because I'd get in the way. So while you and the rest of the school got to spend a few days in a palace, I got to get the crap beaten out of me by my uncle. And guess what, Ron, if Snape hadn't found out earlier what had been going on, I'd be dead. If I'm not a burden, then why did my uncle stab me, Ron? Why did he try to kill me? Thank God I haven't killed Voldemort yet, or nobody would have bothered to stop him from finishing me off. He ranted deliriously. He kicked his nightstand furiously and then grabbed his foot in pain. Ron would have found it comical if the situation hadn't been so dire. He couldn't believe what had happened to him, but worse, he couldn't believe that Harry thought that he was a burden. He stabbed you? Ron asked in disbelief. Harry shot him a glare as he nursed his foot. Yeah, he did. Are you happy now? He snarled. Is this what you wanted, Ron? For me to open up and spill all my dirty little secrets to you? Well, congratulations, now you can go soak in all your glory and. Ron cut him off by walking over and hugging Harry, shocking his friend into stopping his rant. Harry struggled to break away. Let go of me, Ron. He yelled through angry tears, pushing at his friend, but failing in getting away. I don't need your pity. Harry, listen to me, it doesn't matter what all those blokes out there who think you're some type of idol. To me, you're just Harry, my best friend. I don't expect you to do anything spectacular. I personally think you should get as far away as you know who is possible. Your uncle was a total moron. He obviously didn't know what he was missing out on. And you've never been worthless because you mean the world to Hermione and me. And you can scream, cry, and make as many mistakes as you want, and I'll never think less of you. And I would never think less of you because of what some asshole did to you, he said soothingly, and suddenly, Harry wasn't struggling anymore. His angry screams melted into tears. I'm so sorry. I couldn't get away, he sobbed. Don't apologize, Harry. You didn't do anything wrong. It was the Dursleys who were wrong. But I should've. Don't think about it, mate. You can't do anything differently now. It wasn't in your control. Just know in the future that you have friends who you can tell anything to, okay? Harry nodded and quickly wiped away his tears, stepping away from Ron, who finally let him go. Thanks. Ron nodded sympathetically. How's the foot? He asked with a smile. I think I killed it, Harry laughed. Hospital wing. Nah, Harry said, waving a hand nonchalantly. I've had enough of that place. I'll just walk it off. He limped over to his nightstand and picked up all the things he had knocked off. Well, if you want breakfast, you'd better hurry and get dressed because classes start in 15 minutes. That's okay. I'm not in the breakfast mood today, but you go on ahead and I'll meet you in. He trailed off, trying to remember their schedule for the day as he grabbed his school robes. Transfiguration, Ron reminded him. Right. Transfiguration in 15 minutes then, Harry called, rushing off to the showers. Ron watched his friend disappear behind the door and sighed, turning to leave. What didn't Harry have to go through? After dinner that day, and after insisting to Neville that he forgave him for telling Coda, trust me, Neville, it was really for the best. Don't worry about it. I swear I'm not mad. Harry slipped away, saying he had to do something or other. It hadn't been a difficult task, as Ron and Hermione had been obviously itching to go somewhere for alone time, aka snog time. So while his two best friends slipped off to the astronomy tower, Harry went down to the dungeons to talk about his discovery with the only person who could make his plan work. Professor? Harry asked cautiously, opening the dungeon door a crack. Potter? Snape asked, perplexed. I was wondering if I could have a word. Harry saw Snape's expression flicker to a look of both sympathy and panic. Not about that, he added, embarrassed. Come in and shut the door behind you, he said, relieved and taking on an indifferent tone. Harry did that and approached the desk. He handed the copy of the passage about the Deworro curse over. Snape read over it and then looked up with an eyebrow raised. I think that Voldemort's going to try another attack on Hogwarts this year. That's a viable assumption. He has alluded to that, but hasn't been specific about when. Well, what if you suggested that spell to him? Snape looked at him as if he'd gone insane. And why, in the name of Merlin, would I do that, Mr. Potter? Harry sat down in the chair facing Snape's desk and sighed, readying himself for the long version of the situation. Well, when Madame Pomfrey says my cancer can't be transferred again, she's not entirely correct. It can be transferred to somebody else, but not without me dying, so it seems that there's no point. From what I've gathered, cancer is a Muggle disease because our magic energy won't let it into our bodies. Then how do you have it? Snape interrupted. Harry looked up. It felt strange having a conversation with the potions master as almost an equal, not as a student being reprimanded or a weak boy with glass embedded in his back. He couldn't keep the eye contact, however. It felt too awkward. He looked down at the desk and continued his explanation. When I did the original spell, it forced the cancer to bond with my life energy to keep it in my body instead of going back to Mr. Stenson's. In Muggles, the illness doesn't actually bond with their life energy, it's more of an outside thing that's gotten inside, but separate from the life energy. There's no magical energy to chase it away. The spell I did actually connects the cancer with my life energy, so my magical energy can't get rid of it. It's sort of like trying to sink a cork in a glass of water. The water won't let it stay under unless you glue the cork to the bottom, but then the cork's stuck and you can't get the cork out without destroying the whole glass. That's why it can't be transferred again. It would take my life energy with it, along with my magical energy, since that's connected with my life energy. That's what this spell does. It takes the whole package and transfers it to someone else. Does that make any sense? I'm not an ignorant student, Potter, Snape said indignantly. Harry refrained from rolling his eyes. I wasn't implying that. I wasn't questioning your ability to understand it. I was questioning my ability to explain it. You don't need to be so defensive, he said with slight exasperation. There was a long pause while Snape looked over article once again. Wouldn't the Dark Lord's magical energy fight away the cancer? He asked coldly. According to that article, it says it won't. What I think happens with that spell, if I'm correct, is that without my body, my life energy is practically dead. The other types of energies can only survive when attached to a living life energy. So my magical energy will attach itself to his life energy, creating a doubly powerful magical energy, but so will the cancer. My magic has already mutated a bit to adjust to having the cancer sort of connected to it, and will make it even easier for the cancer to attach to Voldemort's life energy. Why would you want to give the Dark Lord your powers and life? Just so that eventually, sometime after he's destroyed the wizarding world, he would die. Harry once again refrained from rolling his eyes. Snape must have thought he was really stupid. Well, I figure he's going to try to kill me anyway, but if he casts this spell on me, it would kill him, especially if I cast this one on myself first, he said, handing over the copy of Reknak Sunamoon. Then it should kill him within minutes rather than months. But you'll die from this, Snape commented as if trying to inform Harry of it for the first time. Yes, that would be suicide, Snape said curtly. Harry sighed. It wouldn't matter much at this point, would it? Besides, he's going to have me killed. He might pull me into battle first. If he's determined to use this spell, he'll be defeated either way, whether I somehow win a duel with him, or if I lose in result of this curse. I guess it's an, if I'm going down he's going down with me, type thing. Snape contemplated this momentarily. So you want me to propose this to the Dark Lord? Well, it's an idea. What do you think? He stared back down at the spell. It just might work. But what stops him from performing it on a bunch of people before you just for power? Harry sat down in a chair facing Snape's desk. Maybe you could tell him about it at the last minute, but since he'll probably keep the attack really secretive, there's no way to tell when that is, Harry brainstormed. I could tell him that you can only perform it once, Snape threw out as an idea. Harry couldn't believe he and Snape were having an actual discussion. Snape almost seemed normal. What if he looks into it though? He'd know you were lying. Well, if it's as rare as it seems, he may have difficulty proving that wrong. I could say it was a possibility, and if he couldn't prove that possibility wrong, he wouldn't want to take the chance of wasting it. Well, then, wouldn't he cast it on Dumbledore or at least someone that would give him more power? From what I understand, you have become extremely powerful. That's just because I'm sick, Harry sighed. Well, the Dark Lord doesn't have to know that. All we need is the rumor of your power to reach him. Won't it be suspicious if you give him all of this information all of a sudden? Well, the rumor can be fed through other sources as well, Snape said thoughtfully. Harry gave him a quizzical look. Say in your next potions class with the Slytherins, a potion explodes while I'm not here to contain it, so you demonstrate your ability to do powerful, wandless magic, an elaborate show of healing people, stopping fires, and so on. You're good at drawing attention to yourself. Harry rolled his eyes. Snape ignored him and continued. So then, all the Death Eater children who have been instructed to keep their parents informed of any strange happenings, especially surrounding you, will mention the incident. Then several Death Eaters will support me on that claim, making it less suspicious. Harry nodded. That could definitely work. Of course, it's more probable than it has ever been that you could defeat the Dark Lord, without killing yourself, I mean. Your dueling is extraordinary, and if I helped with your training, it's very possible this spell won't even be used. Better be careful, Professor. Wouldn't want to make my already overinflated ego get any bigger. My head might explode, Harry joked, using the words he heard so often from Snape's mouth. Snape let out a laugh and then froze along with Harry. Harry's jaw dropped as he stared at his professor, who had a horrified look on his face. They were both officially spooked and beginning to think they had temporarily lost their minds. There was no denying it though, Snape had laughed, not sarcastically, for one of the few times in his life. Harry gulped. Did you just? No. Yes, you did. You just. No, I didn't, Snape growled. Okay. Harry felt it wasn't a good idea to argue with a man in control of house points and detentions, especially when Harry wasn't sure if he had just been hallucinating. Snape cleared his throat. So, about this spell. We need to plan this little potions accident. The two discussed the details of their plan for a while, planning the accident that would happen the next day that Harry felt up to it. They worked out that the sign would be Harry turning in his paper with his initials written at the top rather than his full name like usual. Snape figured out a potion that was explosive when two of the ingredients were switched. It would cause strange side effects, but no real harm. He'd talk with Dumbledore to make sure he approved and to work out a few small details. Snape had told him not to tell anyone of their plan, even his two best friends. If he let them in on the plan, it could easily be ruined if one of them made any comment about it in front of the wrong person or at the wrong time. Snape gave him the scenario of facing Voldemort when the Dark Lord was about to cast the curse, and having one of them shout out the truth in a vain attempt to save Harry's life, causing Voldemort to just Avada Kedavra him. Apparently, Snape had witnessed a similar situation once before. Harry reluctantly agreed to a vow of silence on the subject. However, the plan was on. Wake up, Harry. It's Hogsmeade today. Harry swatted at the hand that was trying to shake him awake. Go way, Ron, he mumbled into his pillow. I don't think so, mate. We're not going to miss breakfast and be late for the Hogsmeade trip. Now I'm giving you to the count of 3 to get out of this bed. 1, 2, Harry just groaned and buried himself further in his covers. 3. All right, you asked for it, Ron said. He then grabbed the edge of Harry's mattress and yanked it upwards. Harry tumbled out of bed, landing with a loud thud. He stood up, rubbing his hip, with a glare at Ron, who was laughing uncontrollably. Harry couldn't help himself. He started laughing too. He grabbed his pillow off the floor and chucked it at Ron. Thanks for the lovely wake-up call, he said sarcastically with a yawn. Ron tossed him his school robes. Anytime, mate, he laughed. I'll wait for you in the common room. Harry groaned and made his way off to the bathrooms for a quick shower. Ron found Hermione in the common room and said her good morning. Did you have to pull Harry out of bed again? She asked. Ron nodded sadly. Though he joked about it with Harry all the time, they both knew that his constant fatigue wasn't a good sign. Ron always felt guilty denying him his much-needed rest, but at the same time he knew he couldn't let Harry just sleep through the day. I know he appreciates it, Ron, even if he doesn't say it, Hermione said quietly. Ron smiled softly at her. What would I do without you, my own? He asked, playing with her hair. Fail your classes, get into many more fights, not even know we have a library, and probably be perfectly fine with it all, she teased with a warm smile. Perfectly fine. Without you there. Impossible. Hermione smiled joyfully at him. She wrapped her hand around his head and said him. He gladly returned the favor. When Harry came down, fully dressed and significantly more awake, he found Hermione and Ron snogging on the couch, oblivious to anything else. Harry didn't want to interrupt them and wasn't sure what to do. He started quietly going back up the stairs, but stopped when he heard Hermione calling his name. Harry, come on back down. Harry turned around shyly. I don't want to interrupt you guys. I'll just go on ahead and you guys can catch up, he said, making his way to the portrait. His two friends raced up to him, Hermione linking her arm through his. Don't worry about it, Harry. We want to walk with you to breakfast as always. Yeah, mate, my own, and I can snog anytime. What? Hermione had reached over and hit Ron's arm, blushing. Harry laughed at his friend's antics. After breakfast, all the students who were allowed made their way down to Hogsmeade. The trio first went to the Quidditch shop to appease Harry and Ron, and then went to the bookstore for Hermione, of course. They went to Honeydukes and bought enough sweets to last them through the rest of the year. Of course, with the way they ate sweets, it was quite possible they wouldn't last through the end of the week. After a while, Harry told them that he was going to go find Neville or Eloise to give them some alone time. They protested, but Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and put it in Ron's and told them to have fun. Now remember, he called back, they have that hole, you must wear clothes and keep them on. Policy at the Three Broomsticks, so you two might want find somewhere else. Ah. Harry ran off laughing as his two best friends started chucking sweets at him. He set off trying to find Eloise, Neville, or his other dormmates. He rounded a corner to the main street and saw what looked like a mob of people. He looked at them curiously. There he is, one of them shouted, pointing straight at Harry. Harry looked all around him to see who they would be talking about, but no one was near him. He began to back away, but the mob quickly trapped him against a wall. Oh no, he thought as he saw the many quick quotes, quills and cameras, reporters. There were flashes coming from everywhere and people were shouting questions at him. Harry, is it true you've finally found the love of your life? Over here, Harry, can you tell us about your girlfriend? How did you two meet? Big smile over here, Harry. Is it true you're planning on marriage right after your schooling? How far have you two gone physically? We've been told about the key. Ing, but your girlfriend wouldn't tell us more. Harry was flabbergasted. Girlfriend. Key. Ing. Marriage. What the hell was going on? Huh? He asked, quite overwhelmed. Girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. She told us you'd try to deny it. We're lucky one of you isn't trying to hide it, one reporter said with a wink. Who are you talking about? I don't have a girlfriend. He insisted desperately. He glanced around for a way to escape, but he was surrounded with his back up against a wall. Of course you do. The lovely Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang. Another reporter shouted. Harry's mouth dropped open and was soon replaced with a scowl. I am not dating Cho Chang, so if you please, just leave me alone. He tried pushing his way past some reporters, but they refused to neither let him through nor believe him, it seemed. Suddenly, an arm slid onto his shoulders. He looked to his side to find Cho, beaming flirtatiously at the reporters. Harry grabbed her hand and flung it off his shoulder. Hello, sweetie, she said brightly. I know that your concerns about my safety have stopped you from telling people about us, but we're both so in love it seems a shame not to tell the world. Harry glared at her. We are not dating. He shouted at her and then at the reporters. You're so sweet to try and protect me, honey, she said to him before turning to the reporters. If you want proof, I can tell you about a scar he has on his stomach. It's a few inches long. Now how would I know about that if I haven't seen under his shirt? Oh whoops. She giggled. I think I'm giving a little too much information about the depth of our relationship. Harry gaped at her. How did she know about the scar? She must have been spying on him in the locker room or while he was asleep in the hospital wing or something. He shuddered slightly at the thought. Cho, what are you doing? Take all that stuff back, you liar. Tell them it isn't true. He growled. The reporters were squirming with glee. Show us your stomach, Harry. Prove her wrong. If it isn't true, you shouldn't have a scar. A reporter shouted, camera ready. No, leave me alone. I'm not taking off any of my clothes for you. He screamed. He had put concealing charms on the scars on his back as always, but as usual, he hadn't bothered with the one on his stomach since it wasn't as obvious. He cursed himself for not doing it on that one too. It would be obvious if he cast a concealing spell now. Yeah, he doesn't take them off for anyone else but me. Cho giggled. Come on, Harry, let us see. They begged. One pointed her wand at him and the next thing he knew, his shirt and sweater was in her hands rather than on his body where they belonged. Harry gasped in horror and wrapped his arms around his bare chest and stomach as the cameras started flashing away. These people were crazy. Leave me alone, he yelled, running right through them, knocking into a few of them as he raced by. It seemed, however, that they weren't listening to his requests and they began to chase him, snapping photographs and screaming questions. This was a nightmare come true. He was being chased through Hogsmeade without a shirt on, turning onto random side streets to try to lose them. Many of the other students laughed or stared at him as he ran by, the pack of paparazzi close behind. Harry, what in the name of Merlin? Harry looked up to see Fred and George staring at him in confusion. Help, he pleaded. They saw the mob of reporters turning the corner to follow him. Fred ran up and grabbed his arm. He led Harry to a shop nearby where George had ran and unlocked the door. They quickly led him to a counter and shoved him behind it right before the door slammed open. Have you seen Harry Potter run through here or by here? Yeah, I saw him heading that way, back toward the castle. Why? George said, pointing in the direction of Hogwarts. The reporters didn't answer his question of why, but just ran off in that direction. One stopped briefly enough to wave Harry's shirt and sweater around with a gleeful, "Look. I got his clothes," she said proudly, hugging the two items to her chest with a huge smile before leaving. When they were safely out of sight, they pulled Harry to his feet. Fred took of his cloak and handed it to Harry, who gratefully put it on, pulling it closed over his bare chest. What was that? George asked. Harry quickly relayed the story. The two clucked sympathetically. That's rough, mate, Fred said with a sigh. Harry finally realized that he'd never seen this store before. He hadn't seen what it was called in all the earlier rush. It looked like it wasn't even open, as there were many boxes and empty shelves. Where are we? He asked curiously. Fred and George both grinned broadly. Ah, Harry, we've been meaning to show you, said Fred. You see, last year an anonymous investor gave us some money to start up a little joke shop, George said wistfully. Harry grinned. Ah, must have been an awfully nice bloke. Now, as we said before, he's totally anonymous, this black-haired person. Now Fred, don't give too much away. Don't tell him about the glasses or anything. Of course not, dear brother, as long as you don't mention the lightning bolt-shaped scar. Sounds quite dashing, Harry said in mock thoughtfulness. Nah, he's really just a scrawny little fifth year with messy hair, Fred said, mussing Harry's hair with a laugh. Course, he is getting his clothes ripped off by reporters and all. George added. The three laughed. Wow, so you guys really are getting started. This place is going to look great when you get it all ready. He said enthusiastically, much to the delight of the twins. They showed him around the shop and told him how they planned to decorate. It was to be called Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes and would be opened by summer. They told him that he would be their honorary customer for life. He could get free stuff there anytime he wanted. They demonstrated their new pranks and told him about some of the ones they were working on. Despite his protests, they stuffed his pockets with some free pranks and told him to use them to advertise. This place is going to put Zonkos out of business, he told them excitedly. When he told them that he had better get back to the castle, they volunteered to walk him there. We can't let our investor get eaten alive by reporters, Fred insisted when Harry told them that he'd be fine on his own. They walked back to Hogwarts, Fred's cloak wrapped tightly around Harry, talking about the joke shop and such. So, our young prank tester, there isn't anything going on with you and Cho then? She's really making it all up? Asked Fred curiously. Yup, she's just psychotic and obsessive as far as I can tell. That's good to hear, George mused. Fred nodded in agreement, thinking back to Ginny happily dancing with Harry. Why is that good to hear? Harry asked suspiciously. Now we get to do some advertising, George exclaimed. Using the obsessive psychotic as our spokesperson, Fred chimed in with an evil grin. Harry sniggered. Don't you mean victim? Harry asked with a laugh. I'd be nice there, Harry, 'cause I can always ask for my cloak back, Fred teased. Oh, I meant it as a compliment, he said with an innocent smile. They walked through the doors to the castle. You coming to the Burrow this summer, Harry? We couldn't believe you couldn't come all last summer, said George. Harry was suddenly uncomfortable. I don't know. It depends on some things, he murmured, trying to sound casual. The twins exchanged confused looks as Harry seemed to almost squirm uncomfortably under their gaze. What sort of things? Fred asked. Just some things. Don't get me wrong, I really want to. It just depends on how much time I have. It wasn't a lie. They would just probably take it in a different way than the truth. Busy summer. Then, now that Sirius is free, I'm sure you two will have plenty of catching up to do, said George. He's been visiting the castle a whole lot, huh? I've been seeing you two walking around all the time. I mean, you're spending the whole summer with him. Can't he wait till then, or is he really that eager to see you? Fred asked with a smile. A sad look crossed Harry's face. Fred's smile vanished. Harry, are you okay? Did I say something? Fred asked with concern. Yeah, what's wrong? George asked. Harry gave them a weak smile. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Does this have anything to do with what Koda was upset about when she was here? You never did tell us what that was about, George pointed out worriedly. Oh, that. Yeah, it's fine. It was no big deal, Harry said, looking sadly down at the ground. Harry, listen, we know something's wrong. Ron's been acting strangely, and so have you, Fred said, more serious than Harry had ever heard him. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You know you can tell us anything, right? Yeah, you're our brother in everything except blood, added George. And hair, Harry added with a weak smile, but neither of the twins laughed. Harry, tell us what's going on, Fred said seriously. I can't. It's nothing. I have to go. I'll give you back your cloak tonight, Fred. Thanks again for the help, he said, all the while backing away from the twins before turning and running off toward the Gryffindor tower. George, I think something is really wrong, said Fred. Yeah, but practically everything Harry gets into is seriously wrong, George said, shaking his head. You think it's something with you know who? George sighed. I hope not. I'm praying it's just normal teenage problems for once. But I think we should use some of our most humiliating pranks on that horrible Cho girl. It looks like Harry could use a laugh, George said sadly. The two walked off toward the kitchens, plotting their revenge on Cho Chang. That night at dinner, there was a sudden cry from the Ravenclaw table. A bunch of girls were shrieking and pointing as others looked and laughed. Harry looked up to see Cho, who was flipping out for a very obvious reason. Her skin was currently covered in green scales and her hair had turned into a silver mohawk of feathers. Her eyes alternately flashed green and silver. The Slytherins clapped and whistled loudly in seeing their beeps on the Ravenclaw. Cho was screeching like a banshee as she looked in horror at a small makeup mirror. Who did this? She screamed at the hall as Professor Sinistra tried to calm her down. Oh, my beautiful hair, she moaned as she fingered the feathers. Miss Chong, calm down. Madame Pomfrey can surely fix a silly little prank like this, Professor Sinistra said soothingly, trying to lead her out of the great hall. My silky skin. Gone. Whoever did this, I warn you. You will pay, she screamed. Miss Chong, calm down this instant and come with me. I'll figure out who did this, she said, pointing a finger toward everyone. And when I do, I'm going to rip out your heart and make you eat it, you filthy little. Enough. Professor Sinistra yelled, slamming her hand down on a table. 50 points from Ravenclaw for this appalling behavior. You really must find a sense of humor, Miss Chong, for this is ridiculous. Now come with me right now or I will have you suspended. If you ever threaten another student like that, I will expel you. Now come. Cho sneered at her but followed her silently from the hall. As the door closed, the hall erupted in applause, whether for the prank or for the removal of the Bai-Chi girl, Harry wasn't sure. He looked up at the twins, who both winked at him and began passing business cards around the table. Opening this summer, they quietly informed the Gryffindors. They usually would have just stood up and announced it to the Great Hall, but in light of Cho's drastic reaction to their little prank, they weren't so keen to be punished for it. As Harry was leaving the hall, Fred passed him. He slowed momentarily to whisper, "That one was for you, Harry. Just to prove your money was well invested." Harry had to agree. At that moment, he didn't think he'd ever spent his money so well. The next morning at breakfast, Harry walked in to find the hall alive with chatter. Many looked up at him and giggled. Some girls looked at him and sighed with disappointment. Others made catcalls and wolf whistles as he walked by. Harry groaned. It could only mean one thing. Sure enough, as he reached the Gryffindor table, Hermione tried to hide a copy of Witch Weekly. Ginny looked up at him sadly and then turned away to avoid his gaze. Fred and George shot him looks of sympathy. Harry, what the bloody hell is this about you and Cho? And why were you romping around Hogsmeade without a shirt on? Ron asked. Hermione smacked him with the magazine. Harry groaned and held his hand out to Hermione, who reluctantly put the magazine in his hand. Now Harry, it's not as bad as it looks, really. Harry's stomach dropped as he saw the front cover. It was a picture of Cho, who was kept flipping her hair over her shoulder and flashing a huge smile, and Harry, who was looking very taken aback and kept gawking at the reporters and then Cho. The headline read, Harry Potter in Love. He flipped open to the page to find a large picture of Cho. She had obviously posed for photographers. The boy WHO lived now the boy in love. Harry Potter, hero of the wizarding world, is loved by us all, but it seems he may have finally found someone to love in return. So who is the lucky girl? Cho Chang, a 6th-year student of the Ravenclaw house at Hogwarts. This strikingly beautiful girl met Harry soaring above the castle on their broomsticks. As we know, Harry is the seeker for his house's Quidditch team and has proved himself to be gifted in the sport. Cho is the seeker for her own house. Sometimes when we play against each other, it's really difficult because we're supposed to be competing, but when we're flying alongside each other, we sometimes forget all about the snitch we're supposed to be looking for, says Cho. It reminds us of the first time we met. I was out for a nighttime fly, when I nearly crashed into someone else. I fell off my broom and would have died, if he hadn't caught me. When he got me to the ground, I opened my eyes and he was looking down at me with those gorgeous green eyes, and I nearly drowned in them. We spent the night together, talking under the stars. We've been together ever since. A romantic first meeting has spurred a long-lasting and passionate romance that has Harry Potter fan clubs everywhere in tears. Apparently, Harry wanted to keep their relationship a secret to protect his true love from you-know-who along with the hardships of being in the public eye. Cho, however, has decided to make the news of their love public, saying that she loves him too much to keep it a secret. The pair was seen in Hogsmeade together on a school outing, but Harry seemed quite camera shy as usual. The slight twist to this love affair. Harry is denying the whole thing. Is it a desperate attempt to protect his loved one from you-know-who, or is there still hope for the many adoring fans who would love to be on his arm? His alleged sweetheart gave reporters information about a scar on Harry's stomach, but the boy who lived would neither confirm nor deny its existence. On his day in Hogsmeade, some reporters got out of hand and tried to verify this information for themselves by charming off his shirt. This action resulted in nothing but more mystery as Harry got away before anyone could see. Some say a slight mark on his stomach that is mostly covered may be this alleged scar, while others insist that it's a shadow. There are no clear pictures of it to end this debate. See photos on next page and decide for yourself. It is easy to see that the boy whose life the wizarding world has followed since he defeated the Dark Lord as a 1-year-old, is turning into quite a dashing teenager. Girls want to date him. Boys want to be him, as can be seen with the mere number of fan clubs dedicated to the boy who lived. So the question remains, has Harry Potter finally found love, or is it another crazed fan with no truth to her claims? Only further evidence can tell. Harry's face turned red and he pursed his lips. He turned to the next page to find pictures of himself running from reporters trying to cover his bare stomach, the bottom of the scar showing in such a way that it could be seen as the shadow of his finger. His BPD back was showing and Harry thanked anyone who was listening that he had cast a concealment charm on it. There were other pictures of Cho posing, Cho and him in Hogsmeade, with her smiling flirtatiously and him looking flabbergasted. He closed the magazine and rolled it up. Many in the hall were watching him, gauging his reaction. Harry stood up and walked stiffly over to the Ravenclaw table. Cho, he said quietly but menacingly, I need to talk to you. Outside. Now. She looked at him slightly reluctantly but then flashed her friends a great smile. She stood up. Harry grabbed her wrist and pulled her after him out of the great hall and outside the back doors. The students in the hall looked at each other momentarily, before everyone broke out in excited grins and ran out after them, leaving only the staff members, who liked to stay out of stupid quarrels when there was no risk for it to break out in violence. Harry dragged Cho out a little ways from the castle. They were surrounded by Hogwarts students minutes later, but Harry found he didn't care. What the hell is this? He growled, showing her the cover of Witch Weekly. I just offered our story to the press, Harry. We shouldn't hide it anymore, she said cheerily. This garbage isn't true and you know it. Everyone knows it, Cho. I can't believe you fed some fake story to the press for attention. Well, it doesn't only affect you, Cho. I'm trying to get away from the bloody newspapers and you think this helps? He yelled, waving the magazine in the air before throwing it to the ground. Stop denying it, Harry. I have proof. How else would I know about the scar on your stomach if you didn't show me? She said, more to the crowd around them than actually to the boy in front of her. That's another thing. What the hell were you doing spying on me? Were you watching me while I was changing or something? Why won't you leave me alone? Because we love each other, Harry, she screamed. We're dating in case you didn't know. Just look at the magazine. I do not love you. Hell, I don't even like you, as I thought I made clear before. I hate the way you think you're the best thing to ever grace the halls of this school. I hate how you think everyone is beneath you. I hate how you trash people, especially my own friends. And I always hate two-timing rats who would sell their supposed friends down the river for their own benefit. That's what you are, Cho, as you've made apparent with this little stunt you pulled. Harry ranted with a glare at Cho, who was obviously getting angry, her face twisting further into a scowl with each sentence. The crowd was eating up the drama of the argument. The females looking especially happy to find out the two were obviously not together. Ginny was practically beaming. Many of the guys looked equally delighted that Cho wasn't taken. Everyone looked at Cho to see what her response would be. She looked furiously into Harry's eyes. She suddenly smacked Harry in the face with all her might, her long fingernails leaving 4 scratches that immediately turned red with blood. She pointed an accusing finger right in his face and glared at him. We will be together, Harry, at least in the eyes of the public. Don't try to stop it or I'll humiliate you so badly you won't know what hit you, she hissed quietly so that only Harry could make out what she was saying. Harry glared at her and swatted her finger away, out of his face. Don't worry about humiliating me, Cho, you're doing a perfectly fine job of humiliating yourself, he said calmly, but loudly enough for everyone else to hear. Fred and George cheered at this and were soon joined by a majority of the crowd. Harry turned away from Cho and walked away, the crowd parting to let him through. Many girls ran after him asking if he was all right. Harry politely told them that he was, but didn't pursue conversation. He finally found Ron and Hermione, who were each glaring daggers at Cho's retreating form, surrounded by her own friends and male admirers. Hermione wanted to drag him up to the hospital wing to heal his cuts, but Harry absolutely refused. He only wanted to go eat breakfast before his classes. Plus, Harry was advanced in his knowledge of medical spells and knew how to heal the scratches himself, which he did, leading to another congratulatory rant on Hermione's part for all his studying. She didn't mention the reason why Harry had been studying medicine in the first place, much to his relief. Ginny came in and sat next to him, seeming in a much brighter mood than she had been in before. At lunch, Harry met Eloise and Neville in the library for a last-minute studying session for a test in potions. Eloise had potions for her next class and was nearly hyperventilating in anxiety. Harry pored over the chapter with her and Neville, answering their questions quickly, trying his best to feed them clues to remembering the information. When the bell rang, all the beep drained from Eloise's face. She frantically began scanning things, flipping pages wildly. Harry gently took the book from her and skimmed the last part of the chapter quickly. Don't worry, I'll walk you part way to your class and explain this last bit to you, he explained as Eloise tried to grab the book from him. Neville ran off to Charms, and Harry walked along the corridors with Eloise, quickly explaining the last bit to her and then asking her questions about what they had studied. She answered many of the questions correctly, but also froze on a great deal of the ones that Harry was certain she knew the answers to. Just remember that cardinweed and boomslang skin react explosively together. Think. Ka. From cardin and boom. From boomslang. Ka boom. Explosive. Ka boom. Right, she said, nodding her head vigorously. Cardin and boomslang are explosive. Ka boom. Ka boom. Ka boom. Many students looked at Eloise oddly as they passed. She was walking down the corridor repeating the words, ka boom, with each step, so Harry could understand. He stopped her at the point where he had to turn down another corridor. Listen, you'll define. You've as prepared as you can be, probably more so than the rest of the class, so just do your best. You just need to calm down. Think of something besides the test for the rest of the way, okay? He said, giving his pre-test pep talk. Eloise took a deep breath. Okay. Calm is good. Harry, what the hell can I think of besides the test? She asked him desperately. Elwine. Hey Elwine. A voice called. The two looked up curiously toward the voice. Eloise's jaw dropped while Harry almost laughed in surprise. Roger Davies was making his way over. Eloise frantically smoothed down her hair. Hey Elwine, he said as he got to them, shooting her a smile. He looked at Harry. You're Harry Potter, right? I heard about what Cho's been doing to you. Who hasn't? Harry said with a weak grin. Don't worry. Everyone knows she's mad. She comes across so nice at first and then, wham, out comes this crazed beast, he said, punching his fist into his hand at the wham to emphasize his point. Tell me about it, Harry said with a laugh. Roger turned back to Eloise. So, what's your next class, Elwine? Eloise blushed. Actually, it's Eloise. I have potions. Oh, I'm sorry. I could have sworn you told me Elwine, but it was so loud in there I also thought you said you were in Huffleclaw, he said with a laugh. Eloise laughed nervously, trying to hide her crimson face and avoid Harry's smiling eyes. Anyways, my class right now was cancelled, so why don't I walk you to the dungeons? Eloise looked at him in awe. What? No. I mean yes. Yes. She sputtered. Well, I have to run. Good luck on the test, Eloise. He called as he walked backward down the hall. She shot him a blank look. Test. She shrugged and walked off with Roger, positively glowing. That evening, Harry knocked on Lupin's office door. It was immediately opened to reveal a grinning Sirius who swept Harry up into an affectionate hug. Hey kiddo, he said, ruffling Harry's hair. Hey Sirius, Harry said with a smile, running a hand through his hair in an attempt to undo Sirius messing it up. It really was messy enough as it was without people making it even more so. Hey Remus, he waved to his professor who was sitting casually at his desk. He was finally getting the hang of calling him Remus in private, though it sounded strange to Harry after calling him Professor Lupin for so long and still having to do so in public. Hey there, Harry, how are you feeling? He asked, as Harry sunk into one of Remus's comfortable chairs. It was now the customary first question he was asked when he went to Lupin's office to see him and Sirius. They took turns asking it, and Harry had long ago quit insisting that they needn't ask that question every time. I'm feeling fine, thanks, he answered without his usual roll of the eyes, because in truth, he was feeling slightly sick. So, tell us about this soap opera that you call life, Sirius said as he put his feet up on Remus's desk. He always found Harry's stories amusing. Harry told him about Cho's latest claims, the Weasley twins' prank shop, the newspaper article, his fight with Cho, and the prank the twins pulled on her. Sirius was in stitches when Harry described it to him, with Remus adding in helpful bits of description. He claimed that Hagrid had seen her on her way to the hospital wing and asked Professor Sinistra if he could teach this strange creature in his class, causing Cho to go into a spitting rage. Harry wasn't sure if this was true, but thought it was hilarious nonetheless. These Weasley twins sound very promising. We'll definitely have to check out their shop this summer, Harry. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it's going to be so great. Oh no, Remus said with a chuckle, looking at Sirius. See that look, Harry? That's Sirius's evil scheming look. It means that he either is making plans for the pranks or for helping the Weasley twins with some tips from a marauder. Actually, I was thinking about food, but those are great ideas, Remy. I'll have to do that, he said with a sly wink. Harry then sat back as he prepared for a marauder story, as he could now tell when one was coming. So, Harry, has Padfoot ever told you about the time when the defense teacher in our 6th year found him strolling around in his animagus form and wanted to keep him as a class pet? Remus said with a sly grin. Thanks Moony, I generally try to keep that blocked from my memory, Sirius said with a glare at the now laughing werewolf. Oh, well now I really want to hear this one. Sounds embarrassing, Harry said with a grin. He knew that Sirius would now be itching to tell the story despite his embarrassment to entertain Harry. Well, Prongs Jr., if you really want to hear it, who am I to deny you the pleasure? It all started when I was walking around the school as Padfoot after curfew. That's when Madam Spinkly found me, squealed, exclaiming how adorable I was. Remus snorted, and slipped a collar over my neck. That's when my troubles began. Sirius continued telling the story of how the frightening woman had put pink bows on his ears, gave him a bright pink collar, and painted his claws pink. Thankfully, Remus and James had figured out what had happened through the Marauders' map and some well-placed eavesdropping. They created a distraction with dung bombs and convinced Peeves to sing a creative song about Madame Spinkly's say, life. Remus unlocked the door, letting a traumatized Sirius escape. Remus added that Sirius had transformed back into human as he ran, forgetting about the bows in his hair, the pink collar on his neck, and his pink toenails, until he ran into Lily, who asked if he had decided to become a cross-dresser with her fake innocent look. Harry perked up with interest, especially at this last part. He rarely got to hear about his mother. What was my mum like? He asked shyly. Both the adults looked at him sympathetically. Ah, sighed Remus with a look of fond reminiscence on his face. Your mother, Harry, was the most wonderful person that I've ever met. She was beautiful. She looked like an angel, though I often thought she had a devilish streak about her personality, Sirius added. She this gorgeous red hair and brilliant green eyes, Remus said, smirking at Harry, who blushed. Yeah, you definitely have your mother's eyes. Well, they look like your mother's, though they seem to work like your father's, Sirius added in reference to Harry's glasses. She had a wicked sense of humor and was absolutely brilliant, but she never let it go to her head. Yeah, she never flaunted it aside from using both to make fun of us with jokes that only Moony understood. Your dad was mighty lucky to get her, Harry, because I would have married her if he didn't, Sirius said fondly. So would have I. Or any guy for that matter. She was so kind to everyone and wasn't prejudiced. She sure put us in our places a few times after teasing Snape. My mum stood up for Snape? Harry asked, surprised. He was absolutely drinking up this information of his mother. He had never known she was such a good person. Oh yeah, many times. Same with other Slytherins and, well, everyone who needed it. She had a heart of gold, Harry, and I'm not just saying that, Sirius said. You know who she reminds me of? He asked. Who? Harry said with extreme interest. You. Harry paused. Me. Oh, definitely, Remus butted in. You have parts of your dad's personality, but you have the same heart as Lily, and that is saying something. Harry grinned broadly and rested his head back against the seat as Sirius began telling the story of how James had tried to win Lily's heart. So then, at the Christmas party, James called Lily over and Remy and I conjured up some mistletoe over their heads. Lily told him she admired his determination and then gave him their first key. Sirius, Remus whispered. And then your dad asked her out and she said yes. Then we had to figure out where they would go. We finally decided. Sirius. Remus hissed. Sirius looked up at him questioningly and Remus pointed to Harry. Sirius followed his gaze to find that Harry had fallen asleep in the chair. Guess I got a little carried away, Sirius said sheepishly. It is a bit late. He stood up and walked over to Harry. Noticing the sleeping boy sweating slightly, Sirius put a curious hand to his forehead and frowned. I think he has a fever, Moony, he said somberly, taking in Harry's shivering. He's getting worse. Remus shook his head sadly. I know. He hides it so well I sometimes forget, but then I'll see the signs and remember that he's 15 years old and dying. Sirius sighed and brushed the hair away from the sleeping Harry's face. And the worst part is that we barely know him. I mean, we're trying to make up for it now, but how much is it going to do when we weren't there for him when he was growing up with those horrible monsters? I just can't help but think of all the time I've missed. If only I had broken out sooner or something. I should have broken out the minute I heard he was staying with Lily's horrible sister, Sirius said quietly. I know, Padfoot, Remus said in a hushed voice. Trust me, if I could go back in time, I'd have gotten my brain into gear and actually spent 10 seconds thinking about who Harry was staying with, rather than wallowing in mourning for years on end. I would have got him out of there. But we can't go back in time, so this should have game is useless. All we have is the present, so all we can do is work with that. Sirius smiled at him weakly. You were always the smart one, Remy. He turned to Harry. Hey kiddo, he said softly. Time to get up. I don't think you want me carrying you into the Gryffindor dorms. Come on, Harry. Let's get you to bed. Harry's eyes fluttered open tiredly. What time is it? He asked sleepily. Late, Sirius said. Definitely past my bedtime and definitely past curfew. Sorry for falling asleep on you guys, Harry mumbled as he climbed unsteadily to his feet. He had to clutch the arm of the chair as a dizzy spell came and went. That's okay, Harry. Padfoot's going to walk you up to your dorm so you don't get in trouble and I'll see you in class tomorrow, Remus said fondly. Yeah, let's get you to bed, kiddo. You have a fever, Sirius said, grabbing Harry's cloak and placing around the shivering boy's shoulders. I do, he asked with a yawn. A slightly sick expression settled over his face. Oh, well, bye Moony. Good night Harry, Remus waved as Harry and Sirius walked out the door into the hall. Harry shuffled along, occasionally putting a hand to his face to feel the coolness against his burning face. Sirius noticed. Maybe we should go to the hospital wing instead, Sirius suggested worriedly. No, I have fever-reducing potion in my dorm. It's not bad, don't worry. I always worry about you, Sirius said with a sad smile. Harry looked up at him. Well, you don't have to, really. Of course I do, Harry. You're like a son to me. I'll always worry about you 'cause I love you. Harry stopped in his tracks and looked up at Sirius in wonder. Harry, are you okay? What's wrong? Sirius asked in a near panic, unsure of the cause of Harry's behavior. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, nobody's ever said that to me before, he said quietly, looking away. Sirius felt a flash of hatred toward the Dursleys and sympathy for Harry. He couldn't believe he had so little time with Harry before he'd be ripped away. Well, it's true. Come here, he said, pulling his godson into a hug, praying to anyone who would listen to let Harry live. Harry, meanwhile, was suddenly wishing he hadn't done what he did. The truth was that he was scared to die, despite what he let people believe. And now there was someone who loved him. Someone who thought of him as family. He hadn't thought he would ever have something as precious as this, but of course, fate only let him know about it after he'd performed the spell. He mentally scolded himself for being so selfish, wishing it was someone else besides him. And then, he couldn't help it. All the stuff that had been secretly plaguing him. The Dursleys, the constant pain from the cancer, feelings of being the third wheel within the Golden Trio, the stress of keeping so many secrets, fear of dying, and the sense of loss he was already beginning to feel, all just came out in a wave of tears. He clutched the back of Sirius's robes and sobbed into his shoulder, as if trying to make sure he wouldn't leave. He silently prayed that Sirius wouldn't think less of him for this breakdown, but he couldn't stop the tears from falling and he needed Sirius there. Sirius pulled his godson into a tighter hug and rubbed his back comfortingly. It's okay. It's going to be all right, he whispered. But it's not. It's just not, Harry whispered. Sirius couldn't deny that Harry was right. There was nothing to say, so he just stood there in the low-lighted, empty hallway and let Harry cry. A few days later, Harry had a potions lesson on a good day. When Snape barked that they turn in their homework, Harry quickly wrote his initials instead of his name at the top. Snape picked up his paper, glancing briefly at the top as he had last few potions lessons. Harry saw the acknowledgement glimmer in his eyes before grabbing the next student's assignment. Before the lesson began, Harry saw Snape flick his wand, sending a pale green light discreetly into the fireplace. Harry guessed it would be going to Dumbledore's office as a signal. Snape briefly explained the potion they would be making and listed the ingredients on the blackboard, purposely switching to. He instructed them to begin. A few minutes later, a house elf came in as planned. Mr. Snape, sir, Mr. Dumbledore is wanting to see you, he squeaked. Can't this wait? He asked, annoyed to keep up pretenses. I'm teaching a class. It is urgent, sir. Mr. Dumbledore said it will be brief. Snape sighed and got up. I will be gone extremely briefly. I trust that you incompetent fools can last a few minutes without me. I expect no fooling around. I will know if you do and the punishments will be severe, he said ominously before sweeping out of the room, robes billowing behind. I wonder what that's all about, Neville whispered to Harry, looking around nervously as if expecting to find Snape still hiding in a corner. Harry just shrugged. He took a long time chopping up his Mandora root to stall. Suddenly, he heard a concerned whisper. Hey, Hermione, Ron, isn't the potion supposed to turn blue? Asked Seamus, who was staring at his and Dean's bright red potion. I thought so, but ours is red too. I'm sure I followed it correctly. Hermione frowned. Why is this potion red? Asked Malfoy. Harry threw in the second of the two switched ingredients and watched as his and Neville's began to grow red. Ours is too, he said, pretending to be perplexed. Now, about how the class's potions had turned red. Everyone else had stopped adding ingredients. Students began flipping through their notes trying to figure out what was wrong. Suddenly, all of the red potions exploded. Harry instinctively threw his hands up to shield his face. When he didn't feel the potion hit, he looked up to see that the potion had frozen midair in front of him and Neville, who had ducked behind him. He dropped his hands and the potion fell to the ground, to the amazement of those who were watching him. Wow, breathed Neville, who was peeking out from behind Harry in awe. The room was a disaster. Everyone was covered in the potion except for Harry and Neville. Everything was in disarray and a fire had broken out. Harry jumped up, purposely leaving his wand, dropped, under his desk. He raced over to the fire and put up his hands, palms toward the flames. What the bloody hell are you doing, Potter, warming your hands? Malfoy yelled. Harry ignored him, concentrating on coldness. The flames died quickly, leaving a few icicles hanging from the charred desks where it had been burning. Ow! Some students began whimpering. Many were brushing at their arms and face, trying to wipe of the potion or stop the effects of it. What's it doing? Harry asked Hermione, concerned. She was furiously scrubbing her arms with her cloak even though all the potion was off. It's really tingly, but so much that it hurts. Like pins and needles but painful, she whimpered. All right, hold still, he instructed, holding his hands out, palms facing her. He closed his eyes and concentrated on making the tingling go away. Through his eyelids he could see a yellowish light, which he assumed was coming from himself. He could sense the tingling diminish. Did that help? He asked hopefully, opening his eyes. Hermione looked at him in wonder. That was amazing, Harry, it's totally gone, she said, a look of awe on her face. Harry began doing small groups at a time. At first, Malfoy refused to be involved, but the annoying pain eventually made him cave in and join the last group, looking away with a scowl the entire time. Harry walked over to the locked cabinets and opened them, murmuring, Alohomora, but without using a wand. The cabinet doors burst open to reveal the cleaning supplies and rags. He grabbed a piece of cloth and went back to his seat to recover his wand, wiping off the potion that had soaked it. When the silence in the room became obvious, Harry looked up to find everyone staring at him. You did all that, and without a wand? Dean asked in amazement. Harry shrugged. But how? Blaise Zabini asked, jaw open. I don't know, I just did. At that moment, Snape re-entered, seeing the disaster that was his classroom. What happened in here? He asked, looking as if he were about to explode with anger. Harry wasn't quite sure if he was acting or not. Looking around at the mess, the prospect of cleaning it was enough to make anyone irritated, and Snape was not known for his carefree attitude. Nobody wanted to speak up. Finally, a nervous Hermione stepped forward. Something was wrong with the potion, sir. Everyone who added the boxwood and powdered diadema had their potions turn red and explode. What are you talking about? He looked at the board. Never mind. If you don't want 200 points docked from each of your houses, make this room sparkling clean in 10 minutes, he growled lividly. Every student scrambled for rags. At an unprecedented speed, Slytherins and Gryffindors worked together to clean the room while Snape glared at all of them. 7 minutes later, the room was in pristine condition. Now, get out of my classroom this instant, he barked menacingly. But Potter, detention tonight an hour before dinner. I know you're responsible for this mess. Everyone escaped the room within 30 seconds, in a stampede racing to put the maximum distance between themselves and the dungeons. I think we all might have to hire bodyguards before seeing Snape again after that, Ron said as he threw his things down before collapsing onto the common room couch. I can't believe the git gave you detention, mate. It wasn't your fault. Are you really that surprised? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I guess not really. He shrugged. Harry, I can't believe you did all that wandless magic. Most people couldn't even do that with a wand. Hermione said. Harry shrugged. It's one of my good days, I guess. Besides, in my dueling lessons they taught me how to do magical things without knowing exact spells. Still, that was amazing. Ron exclaimed. Are you feeling okay now? Hermione asked softly. Yeah, I feel fine. I don't feel sick at all, he answered truthfully. Let's go down to lunch early since we're out of class, I'm starving. Hermione and Ron grinned brightly as they always did when Harry was hungry. You're on, said Ron. We'll have them cook up a celebration feast in honor of being in the first class that nearly blew up Snape's classroom. They all chuckled and made their way down to lunch. On his way to the Transfiguration room for his detention, Harry rounded a corner to find a group of third years standing in a semicircle against a wall. He was about to pass when a bit of their conversation caused him to stop. Give me back my things right now or you'll be so sorry, came a shaky voice. Oh, the dirty little snake wants his things back, does he? Well, sorry, but nasty little slies don't get their things back without a little begging. What's this? A diary? What are you, a girl? Give that back. If you want it back, you'll have to beg. So get down on your knees and bow. What's going on here? Harry asked as he approached. The circle of kids whipped around. Harry was horrified to see they were young Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. Backed up against a wall was a slightly trembling boy, a Slytherin first year by the looks of it. The kids surrounding him were holding his book bag and several items from inside it. Are you Harry Potter? One Gryffindor boy asked in awe. The young Slytherin looked as if he had just been sentenced to death. Harry knew what the boy was thinking, that he'd have no help from a prefect from his rival house. Yes. Now what is going on? He asked sternly, in his best authoritative tone. Oh, you know, just teaching a filthy Slytherin a lesson, knocking him off of his high pedestal, one explained, as if expecting praise. Instead, Harry was appalled. Oh, so you decide to gang up on him, outnumbering him by 12 to 1. Corner him against a wall and steal his things, including his wand. Leaving him unarmed. What is that, fair? He asked furiously. But he's a Slytherin, one protested feebly. So what? You now have the right to attack him. No, not only attack him, but try to force him to bow down to you. You remind me of Voldemort. The kids all gasped. That's right. This behavior is disgusting. If you want to talk about houses, I thought Gryffindors were supposed to be brave. I thought Ravenclaws were supposed to be smart. But you're all acting spineless and idiotic, and worst of all, prejudice. You've all let down your houses and I can only hope that you can make up for your actions. Now put everything back in his book bag. The third years all timidly obeyed. Good. I think you all owe him an apology, but I won't make you give one, since I happen to hate insincerity. Merlin, just think about how you were all acting and try and get past these stupid house rivalries. Now I suggest you all leave before I get Professor Snape to give out punishments. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws scattered, as if running for their lives. The younger Slytherin looked down at the ground. Harry picked the boy's book bag off the ground and handed it to him. The boy took it tentatively, looking up at Harry in confused apprehension. Hey, are you okay? He asked. The boy nodded, not meeting Harry's eye. Harry knew what the boy was feeling. Hey, don't be embarrassed. It's them who should feel ashamed for acting like such prats. Can you believe this stupid house rivalry stuff? It's so ridiculous. The boy smiled at him slightly. Yeah, it really beeps. So you don't care that I'm in Slytherin? He asked cautiously. Nah, you're all little squirty runts to me, he said with a smile to show he was kidding. Hey, the boy said with a laugh. The boy paused, biting his lip. Are you really the boy who lived? He blurted out. Well, I'm Harry Potter, but all that boy who lived stuff is just garbage. What's your name? Charles Crabbe. Harry froze. Do you have an older brother? He asked. The boy nodded miserably. Yeah, Vincent. He doesn't like me very much. He's really big and strong and can beat up people, and I'm just a little wimp. He would kill me if he knew I almost got beat up by Gryffindors. But I'm trying to work out so I can be more like him. Hey, I think you're fine the way you are. You don't need to be like your brother, he said with a smile. How strange that the two brothers were so different. He wished the younger boy had chosen a better role model. Well, I have to run off to detention, he said, making a face that evoked a laugh from the younger boy. But if those kids bother you anymore, tell a teacher or find me, okay? Also, keep your wand in your pocket where you can grab it easily and disarm anyone. It's Expelliarmus. That'll disarm them if you need it. Okay. Expelliarmus. You got it. See you later. Harry nodded goodbye and began to walk off. Harry. The boy called, as if unsure if he was allowed to use the name. Yeah, he asked, turning back around. You know, my brother hates you, but I think he's wrong, he said shyly before running off. Harry blushed and continued his way to the Transfiguration classroom, unaware of the bee-owned Slytherin who had witnessed the whole scene. Malfoy was still in slight shock at the scene he had witnessed as Harry disappeared around the corner. He shook his head and went off to dinner. He wouldn't tell his friends about this. This was something he wanted to think about on his own. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore said brightly as Harry entered the classroom. Hello, he said, nodding back. Harry, I've heard some impressive rumors about potions class today, Remus said with a proud expression. Professor McGonagall looked equally happy. Attempting to redeem oneself after nearly blowing up my classroom is not what I would call impressive. I believe, showing off, would be a more accurate term, Snape sneered. Harry rolled his eyes in response. They had decided to keep their plan a secret from even the other two professors, as neither would be pleased with what Harry was planning to do. As with Ron and Hermione, they couldn't have them yelling anything out at the last second to give it away. If the plan worked out, nobody could interfere without risk of giving it away. If Voldemort attacked, it would be their only chance and they couldn't blow it. As pleased as I am that you have obviously shown such promise with your magical abilities, you should be careful with letting too many people know about it. We don't want to provoke you-know-who into showing up, said Professor McGonagall. Harry nodded despite the fact that this was part of what they were trying to do. All right, Harry, today I thought we'd see how well you rely on your senses aside from sight in dueling. It is very possible that you could either lose your glasses or be hit with a blinding spell during a duel, Dumbledore said with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Harry gulped. A blinding spell? He asked, the nervousness showing through. He didn't like the idea with being completely without sight. Don't worry. Most aren't permanent, Lupin said kindly. Harry nodded with a weak smile, trying not to think about the permanent ones. Since even temporary blinding spells have the potential to damage eyesight, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way, Dumbledore said holding up a blindfold. He motioned Harry to come over and turn around. The headmaster tied the black piece of cloth securely over Harry's eyes. I feel like I'm at a little kid's birthday and it's my turn to hit the piñata, he said with a laugh. Dumbledore chuckled while the other three professors looked confused. Beakful cardboard animals filled with Muggle candy. I always say that we don't give Muggles enough credit, Dumbledore said almost dreamily. Harry laughed thinking of the old wizard's obsession with Muggle candy. You can discuss strange Muggle traditions with Potter later, Albus. Let's get on with this, Snape said impatiently. Of course, Severus. Come along, Harry, Dumbledore said amusedly. Harry started forward toward the middle of the room where they would be dueling. His foot caught the leg of a desk and he crashed to the floor. The room erupted with the professors' laughter. Harry couldn't help but laugh as well. Well, let's just hope I can duel without sight better than I can walk without it, the young Gryffindor murmured with a blush. He now felt extremely disoriented. He had thought the desk was behind him, not at his side. He got to his feet and stuck his hands out, feeling around until he found the desk at his side. He cautiously took a step forward and ran into someone. Sorry, he said. It's fine, Harry, Lupin chuckled. Where exactly am I going? Harry asked sheepishly. This way, Lupin said kindly. He felt a hand gently take hold of his elbow and led him to the center of the room. Harry quickly tried to sense where each of the professors were and quickly felt their presence. Dumbledore was easy to recognize because of his great levels of magical power. Snape could be recognized by the dark tinge to his magic that still lingered from his days as a Death Eater and the mark that was still burned into his arm. Lupin was recognizable because of his mark as a werewolf, and McGonagall's animagus abilities made her stand out. He could tell Lupin would be the first to fire and, in sensing that it wasn't an unforgivable, whipped around and blocked it. He felt Dumbledore shooting a curse at him from his side and jumped out of the way while putting up a reflection charm at his side to reflect Lupin's curse back at him. However, once the professors began moving around, he lost track of them without being able to see them. He tried to sense them again, but was distracted by the curses flying at him. Without being able to sense the casters of the spells, it was more difficult to determine what type of spell they were. He began to just try to dodge them, but could hardly even tell where they were coming from. Harry stepped back to dodge a curse, stepping right into a tripping curse. His feet were ripped out from under him, and next thing he knew he was on his back on the ground. He had dropped his wand, but could sense a curse coming directly for him. There was no time to roll out of the way, so he just threw his hands in front of his face out of instinct. Nothing happened. He could feel dark magical energy but wasn't feeling any effects of a curse. He heard a collective gasp. "That's impossible," he heard Professor McGonagall mutter. "What's going on?" Harry asked, unable to see anything other than darkness. He began to put his arms down to help himself get up. "Harry, don't move," Dumbledore instructed. Harry began to panic slightly. "Why? What's happening?" "I'm going to untie your blindfold, but don't move, all right?" Lupin's voice came right near Harry's head. The defense professor untied the knot behind Harry's head and lifted the piece of black cloth. Harry's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. A jet of light was hovering a mere 6 inches away from Harry's hands, just like the exploding potion earlier that day. It looked like it was being pushed back by something, but could be released at any moment. As that, he began. "The Cruciatus Curse," Snape finished, looking astonished. "But I thought you couldn't block unforgivables," Harry said in a near whisper, as if he talked any louder, the spell would be provoked into attacking. "You can't," said Lupin, staring at the frozen jet of light in awe. "And I've never seen or heard of anyone freezing a spell like you have," Dumbledore added. "What do I do?" Harry asked, trying not to sound nervous. It was one thing to just be hit by a curse, but another thing to have an extremely painful one hovering right above your face and not knowing what was holding it back. "Try slowly moving out of the way," Snape instructed, sounding slightly unsure. Harry slowly tried inching his body to the side, but suddenly, the jet of light shot toward him and stopped only 3 inches from his hands. Harry froze and tensed up. "I don't think that's working," he gulped. "You don't say, Potter," Snape said sarcastically. Dumbledore stepped forward cautiously. "Harry, try to make it move with your mind. Use your wandless magic." "Professor, I can use wandless magic to levitate small things and such, not to move frozen curses." "Well, you used it to freeze the curse in the first place. Just trust yourself. Concentrate on moving it," Dumbledore instructed. Harry took a deep breath to calm his nerves and nodded. "Okay." He closed his eyes and concentrated with all his might on moving the beam of light away from him. Slowly, and with an extreme amount of effort, he felt the magical energy of the spell moving slowly away from him. He cautiously opened his eyes to find that the jet of light had backed up significantly. "I don't think I can hold it much longer," he gasped, feeling practically depleted of energy. Before anyone could give him advice, Harry felt the curse slipping from his control. He quickly rolled to the side, the curse barely missing him as it struck the spot where he had just been lying. Harry could barely move, feeling incredibly shaky and tired. He felt someone rolling him onto his back. He opened his eyes wearily to see a worried Snape looking down at him. He had déjà vu, remembering Snape's worried gaze when he had been stabbed. Snape hooked his arms under Harry's and lifted the boy into sitting position. Lupin knelt in front of Harry and put a small piece of chocolate into the young Gryffindor's mouth. "Come on, Harry. Just eat that." "That's right," the werewolf said with a comforting smile. Harry did as told and immediately felt better. Lupin gave him more chocolate until Harry had regained most of his energy. Snape helped him to his feet. The other adults looked at the potion's master in amusement. Snape scowled at them. "None of you say a word," he threatened. 20 points to Gryffindor for showing me 2 things I've never seen before in my long life, Dumbledore said merrily. That was quite a bit of magic there. We'll have to experiment with that at our next lesson along with working on dueling without sight. What's the second thing? Harry asked curiously. The headmaster just looked amusedly from him to Snape. Professor McGonagall ruffled Harry's hair fondly. I think you've managed to soften up our potions master. That is more incredible than any bit of wandless magic you can pull off, she said warmly. Snape shot her a death glare, which made her smile even wider. Harry groaned. Oh great, now he's going to be extra mean to me to prove you wrong, he muttered. Snape scowled as the other professors laughed, knowing it was true. I do not need to prove myself to anyone, Mr. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor for your accusation, Snape sneered, but only made the other professors laugh harder. 10 points to Gryffindor for the precise observation, McGonagall said joyfully. Harry saw Snape open his mouth to retort. I better go. I'm late for dinner, he said, grabbing his things before the two heads of houses could start a point war. Good idea, Harry. Escape while you can, Lupin said with a laugh. That was amazing work today, Harry. You should be proud, Dumbledore said fondly. Get a good night's rest, Professor McGonagall instructed. Harry nodded and made his way out of the room. He quickly made his way down the passageways, toward the Great Hall. He rounded a corner and stopped. Cho Chang was standing there blocking his way. Hey Harry, Cho said in a flirty tone. I'm late for dinner. Cho, he said in an exasperated tone and tried to move past her, but she blocked his way in the narrow hallway. He didn't really want to go and try to get past her since he wasn't sure if she'd try sticking her tongue down his throat again. He sighed and rolled his eyes. What, Cho? I heard about what you did in your potions class. I'm very impressed, she said, batting her eyelashes and cocking her head to the side. Well, as long as it pleases you, he said sarcastically. Why don't you like me, Harry? She asked innocently. Harry sighed in annoyance. Because you're a liar. You only think of yourself, and you treat everyone else like they're beneath you. You're not beneath me. Neither are the people you treat like scum. Listen, just give this up. I'm not going to date you, especially after what you did to me in Hogsmeade. Harry, darling, don't you understand? We could make headlines together. Hell, we already have. Harry rolled his eyes. Oh wow. Everything I want in a girlfriend. Someone to use me to get famous, he said sarcastically. Cho, I don't like you and won't be your boyfriend. Just let me through. My friends are expecting me. He took a step forward, but instead of letting him past, she stepped forward as well. Were you responsible for that little prank at dinner last week? She asked, suddenly looking threatening. No, but I think you deserved it after what you did to me, he said, crossing his arms. You and I will be together, whether you like it or not, she threatened, eyes narrowing. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, he said sarcastically. Now let me by. Instead, she whipped out her wand. Confundus, she hissed, and the spell hit an unsuspecting and unprepared Harry. Suddenly, nothing made sense. The world seemed to spin around him and the ground began to rock. Where was he? He heard the words, I wish you'd stop this playing hard to get routine, Harry. You're making things difficult. Who? He managed to get out, but somebody shushed him. Somebody grabbed his hand and was leading him somewhere. It was the only thing that seemed to be staying still, and he hung onto it, allowing himself to be pulled along, feeling as if he were floating rather than walking. He grasped his head with one of his hands, trying to make the buzzing nonsense to straighten itself out. He felt his back being pressed against something solid, but he couldn't figure out if he was standing up or lying down. He pressed one of his palms up against the hard, flat surface to make sure it was still there, while his other hand grasped his head. All right, so make sure you get some shots of us key. Dotting. Make sure his scar is visible, and same with my face. We need to make sure everyone knows who we are, a voice said. Harry wasn't sure who it was talking to. Harry, it whispered. Harry looked around. There was a shape in front of him, but it seemed to keep moving around and he wasn't sure if it was real. He murmured. I told you I'd have my way, the mysterious voice said. What did it mean? He couldn't remember what it was supposed to mean, and just thinking about it was hurting his head. He felt something moving up his chest. Stop, he mo. Ned, pushing at the things climbing around his chest. Was it a snake? Don't fight it, Harry, the voice whispered, and one of the things on his chest slithered its way up around to the back of his neck. Something soft pressed up against his mouth, making it harder to breathe. He heard a clicking sound in the background and there was a flashing light coming from somewhere. He weakly attempted to shove the thing away, but he was having trouble even working his limbs. He turned his head away. No, go away, he mumbled. The thing turned his head back and the soft thing was back on his mouth again. He vaguely felt his wrists being pinned back against the solid surface to keep him from pushing the thing away. He didn't have the strength to pull them away. Cho, the other voice came, he looks miserable. These pictures will look like shit in the Daily Prophet. There was a pause and then a gasp. Ooh, I have an idea. Get him to say something to you and the picture will show his lips saying it and everyone will fuss over lip reading him. Ooh, that'll be fun. Make him say something. Tell me you want me, the voice demanded. Huh, he asked. He didn't understand why he was being asked to do something so silly sounding. Say it ordered. The thing descended on his mouth again, suffocating him for what seemed like an eternity before it broke away. Stop it, he murmured weakly. Nothing was making sense, but he didn't like the way the voice was ordering him about. Wasn't there a reason he didn't like this voice? Say it. The voice was getting angry sounding and his wrists were pinned harder against the surface. He just closed his eyes tightly to try to put his thoughts in order without the distracting confusion around him. The thing covered his mouth again. Harry, a different voice asked. The thing abruptly lifted off his lips and he could breathe better and his hands came free. He grasped his head again as all the confusion was giving him a headache. The voice sounded familiar. He liked this one more. Who? He trailed off, not remembering what he was going to ask. Go away, Granger. This is none of your business, hissed the first voice. She said Granger. He knew that name. It was Hermione's. Was she here? My own. He groaned weakly. What did you do to him? Let him go. And you, give me that camera. Get out of here, you little mudblood. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Petrificus totalis. The nice voice shouted twice. There were two thuds. Then the voice was right near him, maybe even right in front of him. It sounded worried. Harry. He murmured. What's the matter? What did she do to you? Did she cast a spell on you? Harry's eyebrows knitted. He remembered something about a spell. In the hallway. But that didn't make sense, or did it? He nodded his head cautiously, unsure if it really did happen. Do you know what it was? The voice asked gently. Harry shook his head. Are you really dizzy? He nodded. Is everything really confusing? Yes, he Ned. Everything was confusing. He wished everything. His vision, his thoughts, would stop spinning and rocking. All right, I think she cast the Confundus curse on you. I'm going to perform the counter curse, okay? Harry nodded. He wasn't sure what the voice was talking about, but he trusted the voice. Lucidius. Harry blinked. Everything fell back into place. He was standing against a wall in the girls' bathroom. Cho was lying in a body bind on the floor, a scowl frozen on her face, alongside her friend who had a camera in her hand. Hermione stood in front of him looking worried. Are you all right, Harry? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, Hermione. What happened? Well, I came in here and she pointed accusingly at Cho, had your arms pinned to the wall shouting, say it. You looked really out of it and then she was keying you. Her friend was taking pictures. She got me in the hallway before dinner. I didn't think she'd curse me though, he said, casting a glare at Cho while indignantly picking up his tie off the ground. He couldn't remember having it taken off. We should tell Dumbledore or McGonagall. Who knows what she would have done to you if I hadn't come along. No, my own, not this time. I'm fine and I just don't want to deal with it, he said to Hermione. He pried the camera out of Cho's friend's hand and removed the film, destroying it as it hit the light. He then stepped over to Cho, positioning himself so she could see him. But I'm warning you, Cho, leave me alone. If you ever do anything like that again, I won't hesitate to tell the headmaster, and I doubt he will be very pleased. I'm going to unfreeze you now, but remember what I said or I'll get you chucked out of Hogwarts. Don't unfreeze them, Harry, Hermione said coldly. You should just leave them lying here until someone finds them. As appealing as that sounds, I don't want to deal with the aftermath of that. He quickly performed the counter curse and they sat up scowling. Cho sneered at Hermione. Don't insult my friend, Harry warned. She got to her feet in a huff and brushed off her robes. She stuck her nose in the air and pushed past Hermione toward the door, her friend scrambling after her, snatching the empty camera out of Harry's hands. You're making a big mistake, Harry, Cho called before angrily marching out the door. I really doubt that, he murmured, retying his tie. I'll wait for you outside, He waited a few minutes outside the girls' lavatory, leaning against the wall rebuttoning his cuffs which seemed to have been undone as well. Hermione soon emerged and they walked together down to the Great Hall, joking about Harry needing bodyguards to fend off all the girls that were after him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.